Chapter 2301. Between Heaven and Earth. The shadow of the Crimson Emperor Dragon dissipated into smoke. Levi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thus, I finally passed the complete blood tribulation. The path of evolution is becoming increasingly difficult. No time for Levi to catch his breath, the world underwent another change. A fog rose from the sea. Out of nowhere, grey mist began to spread around. Vaguely, a ghostly image of a desolate and ruined monastery stood tall, with strange chanting emerging from within. Seeing this scene, he quickly said, "Everyone, retreat now. It's a mirage." The Fire Dragon Knight's expression changed drastically. A mirage, one of the three disasters of the Endless Sea, mysterious and unfathomable, is an unsolved mystery of the wizard world. With the return of the subdimensional portal, has this thing come back too? Knowing that staying here wouldn't help the commander, he hurriedly led the retreat. "Levi, what's going on? Is this your dark tribulation?" Elena looked anxious. If it was a level 8 mid-stage demon, she could accept it and believe Levi could overcome it. But this just happened to be a mirage, damn land of darkness. Levi said. "Yes, return to the ancient dragon continent. Trust me." Vaguely, he felt that this tribulation might be compounded with the calamity of breaking a small world earlier. He stored away the Thunder Crocodile and Black Phoenix and vanished into the mist. In the Golden Prince's memory, he had witnessed a mirage before. Though different from this, with his strength, there shouldn't be any safety issues. However, he didn't know where he'd end up once he exited the mirage. But with the ability of traveling the void, as long as it's not too outrageous, he could quickly return. This is also his confidence for daring to step in. The mist vanished, as if it had never appeared. Elena gazed at the sea. "Come back." Triss, holding Elena's arm, said. "Don't worry, believe in him." Mirage. The dark and damp interior of the monastery. Countless statues lined both sides, their appearances strange, unlike gods of Star Realm. Levi gripped his long sword, as whispers seemed to surround him. The spiritual force is somewhat disrupted. It appears the rumors are true, within the mirage, the wizard's spell-casting ability is greatly weakened, making it exceptionally dangerous here. He pursued the light and arrived at a place resembling a prayer room. He didn't know how to leave the mirage, so he decided to try breaking through with brute force. Through the crack in the door, it seemed there were figures kneeling inside. Thinking it over, Levi pushed the door open. Squeak! The kneeling figures turned their heads in unison. Levi saw faces filled with indifference. Danger loomed, and Levi unsheathed his sword to attack without hesitation. Boom! After reaching level 8, a casual sword strike could shred those monsters. Levi frowned slightly, the monastery hadn't dissipated, and he hadn't left the mirage. He continued wandering inside, opening one door after another, killing group after group of monsters. The rooms inside seemed endless. The monsters were extremely abstract, terrifying human-faced creatures, shrieking shadow beasts. Some rooms themselves were monsters, entering them only led to being devoured. Fortunately, these things weren't indestructible and could be killed. But continuing this way endlessly, even a superhuman couldn't withstand it. He also attempted to discover the pattern of the mirage, hoping to find a way to break it. But eventually found it all in vain. The only pattern to this ghostly thing is no pattern. Apparently, the Golden Prince survived thanks to exceptionally good luck. In here, he lost all concept of time, unable to open the ancient Banyan fairyland. He was trapped in what seemed like a space-time cocoon. This kind of dark tribulation was something he never expected. It made him think of Sauron, if the exile theory was true. Could Sauron have been exiled to a place similar to a mirage in the land of darkness? If that's the case, then it's truly lonely. Levi could endure isolation for 100 years, even 1,000, 10,000 years. Because he still had connections with the world and hopes for the future. But in a ghostly place where the concept of space-time was lost. No one could endure it. He calmed himself, maintaining tranquility in the face of changes. Unable to perceive any temporal changes, he followed his heart, closed his eyes, and meditated. Darkness surged forth, coldness crept in. The monastery's doors swung open one by one, shadows of monsters emerged, rushing toward Levi. Red Emperor Domain. They evaporated in the flames, moths drawn to the fire. He didn't know how much time had passed. Levi opened his eyes, faced with a little boy carrying a backpack and holding a stack of books in his arms. The boy's appearance was familiar yet strange, because it was his childhood image from his past life, directly evoking my deepest subconscious memories. The boy's appearance flickered like a slideshow, changing. Levi watched it grow up, scenes of memories he'd almost forgotten emerged. "Come home for dinner." It seemed like a voice was calling. Levi followed it, unsure of how long he walked, until he reached a closed room in the monastery. Squeak! He opened the door. A warm scene unveiled before him. His father's temples were gradually showing white hair as he spoke. "Come eat, it's not good once it gets cold." From the kitchen, his mother was still making soup, steam wafted, and the fragrance filled the air. "What's wrong? Don't you love stir-fried garlic scapes with meat?" His father looked up and curiously asked. Chapter 2302. Levi's face was calm, but he wasn't sure what he was thinking inside. "Why don't you visit Grandma in a few days? Going home isn't easy for you." In the kitchen, his mother's voice sounded. Across the warm room, there was another door. Levi hesitated for a moment and then pushed it open. Creak! Warm sunlight shone on his face. The scene before him moved him somewhat. Blue sky and white clouds, airplanes flying past, bustling traffic, neon city. This is Earth. At some point, two shadowy monster illusions stood behind Levi. They extended their sharp ghost claws, revealing their ferocious true forms, pushing Levi forward. They wanted to push Levi out of the room. "It's all just a mirage." Resolutely, Levi closed the door, shutting the world in his memory outside the room. His right hand clenched into a fist, the doomsday fist buzzed and trembled, seemingly unable to withstand his immense power, about to crack. Every inch of his flesh was roaring with innumerable Crimson Emperor divine palaces. Within the divine palace, countless majestic crimson imperial robe figures stood up from the throne and flew out. They formed a mighty crimson torrent, transforming into 27 flashing red emperor divine patterns around Levi. Each divine pattern represented the power of 10,000 pounds. These divine patterns drifted like tadpoles, swaying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Levi punched forward. The invisible concept of strength, at this moment, seemed to transform into a tangible image. When this concept materialized, it appeared as 1,000 different forms in 1,000 people's eyes. A cataclysmic punch, mountains crumbling and earth shattering, the wrath of giants, a whale turning over, stars exploding. In the mundane world, any words describing strength could become their visible presence. But for Levi, this concept manifested as a character only he recognized. It was composed of billions of Crimson Emperor divine palaces forming the Red Emperor divine patterns. It was as if an invisible brush was sketching an ideographic character in the void. Every stroke flew with dragon and phoenix vitality, majestic and powerful. It was a traditional Chinese character. Do. Do. Bang. The Do character exploded in front of the two monsters. In their sight, a red giant dragon with wings spread out, covering heavenly stars, spewed endless dragon breath at them. Rumble. An unimaginable explosion shockwave obliterated the room. Crack. It was as if some mechanism's core had shattered. Layers upon layers of infinite space-time started crumbling at that moment. All rooms in the monastery vanished. The dilapidated monastery began to collapse and disintegrate into nothingness. The mirage finally departed. Endless sea. Yellow Earth continent. What was once Mirror Lake had now turned into a demon lake. Demonic aura lingered, with no signs of life. Here, a level 7 bottom-dwelling fish demon lord lurked. Two graceful figures, one red and one blue, wielding secret swords, used their innate spells to assault the level 7 demon. They seemed at ease and were none other than Alexandra and Elsie. After an extended period of seclusion, although they hadn't reached the 7-circle level, their strength had taken a further leap. Their spiritual force was nearly at the maximum, though their witch marks weren't perfected. Ultimately, based on their actual situation, they opted to brand 12 witch marks before advancing. Although Master Fire Dragon suggested that 15 witch marks would aid in subsequent advancement to the 9th circle level. However, given their talent, reaching 8th circle was already impressive, the 9th circle was a luxury they couldn't expect. This was a well-considered decision, with no regrets. During the final spell branding phase, they chose to hone their spells through actual combat instead of secluded practice. It was also an opportunity to accumulate some war merit in preparation for exchanging for the Bright Moon artifact. The two of them engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the level 7 demon. They coordinated seamlessly, understanding each other instinctively. They employed 6th circle top-grade soul artifacts they had personally refined, extremely handy. The bottom-dwelling fish demon, realizing it was no match, dove into the depths of Mirror Lake. This was worth over 1 million war merit, and naturally, the two women didn't want to let it go. They urged their secret swords, forming 2 towering beams of light that pierced into the lake's bottom. Rumble. Ripples spread forth, demon blood dyeing the surface red. You seek your own doom. Accompanied by an even more overwhelming aura. 1,000-meter-tall black water demon, its entire body like a fluid of tar, emerged, exuding a mid-level 7 aura. Not good, an even stronger demonic creature. Seeing the situation turn dire, the two women decisively fled, without hesitation. Whoosh! A streak of crimson light flashed. The entire Mirror Lake resounded with explosions, mountain-sized waves reaching the sky. A massive crater emerged at the lake's bottom. Gurgle, gurgle. The high temperature quickly evaporated the lake water. In that instant, it seemed countless demons' wails echoed forth. Including those of the 2 level 7 demons just now. The two women, not having fled far, looked back to find the lake boiling and parched. From the giant pit emerged countless magma and underground fire, numerous fish demons perishing within. A burly figure, clutching his forehead and wielding a great sword, emerged from the pit. It was Levi, his head dizzy. He had just experienced an adventure in a mirage beyond ordinary imagination. After escaping the monastery, tremendous power had shot him outward, sending him plummeting uncontrollably. Dusk Palace Master. Elsie's beautiful eyes flickered, exclaiming in surprise. Alexandra's expression was peculiar. How did he fall from the sky? That's not supposed to happen. Never heard of a primordial soul wizard crashing. Levi looked around, recognizing the familiar environment, joy appearing on his face. Ha ha ha, wonderful, didn't expect to still be on Nora, saves me a lot of trouble, divine assistance. Chapter 2303. He looked at the demon corpses floating around him. The impact of his fall was too great, directly crushing a large area of cannon fodder. The bottom-dwelling fish demon and the water giant troll, the 2 surviving level 7 demons, were also covered in scars. They had witnessed with their own eyes the human sorters plummeting at an unimaginable speed. Without any protective measures, they directly blasted a lake into the air. Under such an energy impact, the body was completely unharmed. What kind of monster is this? Even demons wouldn't dare to play like this. The 2 demons were preparing to slink away, only to see Levi casually raise his hand. Battle. A character covering an area of 100 miles emerged, like a mountain, descending to suppress. Crunch. Accompanied by the sound of bursting flesh, the 2 level 7 demons were instantly turned into meat paste. Although it wasn't his first time using such power, Levi still felt a bit incredulous. Preliminarily concretizing the abstract 6-dimensional concept, is this the power of a level 8 knight? The demons were taken care of. Looking at what Mirror Lake had become, this hellish scene in the human realm. Levi sighed, time passed never to return. Sir Levi, are you all right? Alexandra, with Elsie, flew over, hurriedly asking. Levi laughed and said. I'm fine, just a little accident, don't laugh at me. Alexandra laughed and said. Not at all, we also want to fall and crush a swarm of demons. Levi said. You guys go on with your work, I'll head back first. Oh, Alexandra, I met your father recently, he's a good father. Ha ha ha, my father, a dragon like him, is indeed rare. Alexandra felt a bit proud. Elsie remembered her father she had never met and deeply agreed. They watched the departing Dusk Palace Master. He's gotten stronger, likely stepped into the level 8 realm. Yes, hard to imagine what his full strength would be. The ground was left with a giant pit from Levi's bodily impact. Cracks extended for hundreds of miles, with magma flowing inside. Truly a human nuclear bomb. Ancient Dragon Continent. Outer Sea, where Levi was in seclusion, Elena stood there all alone. How long have I been away? Levi appeared silently, suddenly asking, startling Elena. Elena, both surprised and delighted, confirmed it wasn't an illusion and hugged Levi. 3 days, but it felt like 30 years, this mirage thing, many who entered didn't come out. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't encounter a like-a-dream situation where everyone he knew grew old and died while he was gone. This mirage, indeed bizarre, how is it formed? Having experienced it personally, Levi felt its complexity even more. The other two disasters among the three were not on the same level as the mirage. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Triss was relieved to hear Levi successfully returned. Luckily you came back, otherwise I would have gone to find the teacher. Faced with the strange and eerie mirage, perhaps only a legendary wizard could forcefully bring someone back. Levi felt warmth in his heart and said, "Thank you for your concern, ma'am, I'm fine." The mirage was rather interesting. He shared part of his experiences with the two women. Of course, he didn't talk about the crossing. Hearing that there might be a place like space-time cocoon inside the mirage, the two women marveled at Levi's great fortune. Even a grand wizard might not be able to come out. Considering Levi just advanced to level 8 and needed to consolidate his realm, they didn't disturb him much. 100 Flowers returned to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons and cultivate, while Triss continued her research. A year later. Nora calendar year 631, blood battle year 417. Levi had thoroughly solidified his realm, establishing a firm foundation. Spell cultivation also advanced further. In recent years, he focused on researching and developing the methods of a level 8 knight. Take the Crimson Emperor Dragon as an example. Starting at level 7, condense the power Divine Palace, fire True Rune, every move mobilizing the power of billions of Divine Palaces. This was the initial stage of starting to condense abstract power into the body, ultimately at level 7 peak, condensing 27 divine runes. Each divine rune, composed of countless divine palaces and true runes, is strength itself. After level 8, he could further utilize the divine runes, materializing them, gaining an effect similar to saying and following. For him, the words were represented by Chinese characters, hence he called them secret characters. But with other knights, it might be anything expressed according to their mind, similar to the principles of wizard forms. Secret character of battle is the materialization of the Crimson Emperor Dragon's power. Its use is also extremely simple, at will. It can be a movement or a syllable. Secret character of battle is from the strength dimension, igniting the Crimson Emperor Dragon's power. The Red Emperor Divine Pattern can form another similar method, just from the domain of flame. Levi named it Flame True Word. Then Levi uttered a syllable. Flame. A crimson character radiating high temperature sprang forth. This character shot up to the sky and exploded with a bang. The terrifying fiery shockwave swept across the heavens and earth, like a solar eruption turning everything to scorched earth. Secret character of battle, Flame True Word. After Knight level 8, one can initially master this powerful ability of saying and following, and even combine secret characters and true words to form even more powerful secret words. To trigger the power of secret words, special incantation syllables are needed, similar to spell casting. Chapter 2304. This incantation is the key to unlocking the Red Emperor Dragon Vault. In the depths of existence, it objectively lies there, already mastered by Levi. His expression was calm, his eyes flashing with divine light, and he spoke with authority. Should you gaze upon me, you shall witness destruction. Buzz buzz. From the blazing golden eyes, two characters flew out. One is battle, the other is flame. The two characters intertwined, shaking the void within 100 miles into shattered glass. Like special characters symbolizing destruction from comics, boom. And boom. Descended upon the world. Blindingly magnificent. Destroy. Wreck. Destruction. A cataclysmic explosion swept across, everything within 200 miles was being obliterated. The sea, islands, air, hidden little demons, passing scorpion-tailed turtle. This was a dimensional attack, like the very concept of destruction itself descending. Levi believed that even an early-stage level 8 demon would probably be instantly killed. As the flames subsided and the void restored, Levi exhaled and quickly adjusted his breathing. The power of the secret word fusion was strong, but it also consumed considerable amounts of the Crimson Emperor Dragon power. This was his trump card. Once it hit, a mid-stage level 8 demon would likely lose its life. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 20 stage, 120,000/20,000,000, Special Effect, Red Emperor Dragon Body. Level 8 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Emperor Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 8, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 2781st. Bloodline Secret Word, Destruction, should you gaze upon me, you shall witness destruction. Overall. After advancing as a Level 8 Crimson Emperor Dragon, the most significant change is the initial use of abstract conceptual powers, saying and following. This is an absolute mastery of power. At the same realm, Levi is the dominator in terms of power. He doesn't need to use his hands, just a single word can blow away enemies weaker in power, even obliterate them. This is mastering concepts. It's like playing tabletop games and rolling dice. Whoever has the highest number is mighty. This is very abstract. But as they say, one power overwhelms 10 will, indeed. Of course, combat itself has uncertainties. The path of physical divine palace is still distant, and Levi is only a third of the way there. The remaining two-thirds are increasingly difficult. The conceptual powers he mastered are still very shallow, at most, just scratching the surface. Not enough to deliver full-dimensional attacks to realm-matched powerhouses. The methods of the secret word are more of a supplement to his existing combat capabilities. The Red Emperor Dragon Body after reaching level 8. The panel's description of the power remains maximum, which hasn't changed. But the fire element affinity is now superior from excellent. Levi estimates that the panel's definition of superiority counts as a child of the fire element. However, element affinity is just icing on the cake for him, helping his cultivation speed up. For Levi at this stage, spiritual force isn't an issue. The imprinting of the witch mark is relatively difficult, it requires not only talent but also acquired comprehension and accumulation. Other upgrades such as Sun's Wind spell-like abilities need no further mention. With wizard methods, Levi is not short of offensive spell-like abilities, and they are mostly unused. Rather, the auxiliary spell-like abilities from the Sky King Dragon and the Crimson Dragon are used more. The most important Red Emperor domain, its range diameter has reached 100 kilometers. The boost to power and various attributes has also improved significantly. Levi closed the panel. Now, I should have the strength to effortlessly kill mid-stage level 8 demons, and can even fight late-stage level 8 demons. This is the confidence of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. However, to be prudent, let's first elevate the Brilliant Golden Dragon to level 8 as well. The Brilliant Golden Dragon has long reached its maximum, and the materials are ready. With the experience of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the Brilliant Golden Dragon's advancement to level 8 should be even smoother. Again it's 4 Blood Tribulation Masters, one by one, then finally facing the Golden Dragon's Phantom. The darkest tribulation Levi feared was a gigantic fire meteor descending from the sky with a diameter of several tens of kilometers. It was successfully shattered by Levi's level 8 serious punch, and passed through successfully. As long as it's not the mirage such ghostly things, it wouldn't be too problematic. And, the fire meteor also delivered Levi a ready-made flame sulfur mine. This is a level 5 elemental metal. He hurriedly arranged subordinates to find and retrieve the broken meteor fragments from the seabed. Although the ore's grade isn't high, the quantity is abundant, enough to forge hundreds of fifth circle wizard tools or mechanical creations. It absolutely must not be wasted. Once the realm of the Brilliant Golden Dragon was consolidated, Levi eagerly headed to the Forsaken Land of the God. Intending to find a lucky level 8 demon, to test his abilities, and earn some war merits. Ms., is there any task that needs my execution recently? Wearing single-frame glasses and searching around, he couldn't find a suitable target. Either too strong or too weak. Not possible to test his strength. To save time, Levi came to the barracks. Since the last time after alchemy, he no longer behaved cowardly in front of Ms. Lucy. Ms. Lucy wouldn't eat people anyway. Moreover, he is also a level 8 powerhouse now, in the same major realm as Ms. Lucy. Once the strength comes up, the barrier and filter disappear. Congratulations, Extreme Knight Levi, you successfully reached level 8. Indeed, I wanted to find a suitable enemy to practice, but this group of demons seems to be avoiding me. Chapter 2305. If you can't win, of course you have to hide. But be careful, when cornered, the demon might decide to send the 9th level sacrificial soldier to kill you when seeing you advance to level 8. Makes sense. I won't go demon hunting again until I become an 8th circle wizard. Levi secretly sneaked over with a coordinate of a suspected stronghold with a level 8 demon from Lucy. Demon Cave. A demon, thousands of meters tall and resembling a mountain of flesh, lay on the ground snoring. This was a level 8 early stage mountain demon. Suddenly, it seemed as if the sky and earth were collapsing outside, creating a huge commotion. Screams of demons could be heard everywhere. Great Commander! It's bad! The Dusk Palace Master is here! What? The mountain demon sprang up reflexively. Its figure flashed and appeared outside. A figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the void. The demon camp was already in chaos. The shadow wind was blowing, and the black shadow army was slaughtering. Die! The mountain demon moved nimbly, grabbing 2,000-foot peaks and hurling them as fiery meteors towards Levi. Given Levi's movement techniques, he naturally had ways to dodge. But he intended to test his combat ability against demons, so he didn't dodge. A mysterious, complex yet elegantly simple secret word was uttered. Mountains and seas may move, but I will not. Within him, countless golden divine palaces buzzed and trembled, with billions of golden imperial robe phantoms soaring up. Finally, they converged into 22 golden divine runes, radiating golden light, like the great sun. The palace of control transformed into the tangible secret word of steel. The water true talisman and earth true talisman transformed into tangible water true word and earth true word. When the one secret, two words were combined. Like a chain reaction, a myriad of splendid golden auras descended, enveloping Levi like a canopy. The surface of the canopy bore two giant characters, each about a mile in diameter. For the wizards, these two characters were mysterious and unfathomable. For Levi, these two characters were King Kong. King Kong. Boom! The meteor-like peaks thrown by the mountain demon, famous for its strength among demons, could shake an 8th Circle wizard's protective force field. Such an attack would be something that most 8th Circle ordinary wizards and even 8th Circle senior wizards would not choose to withstand. But Levi didn't move an inch. This was confidence in the Golden Dragon's defense. Mountains may move, and the heavens and earth may collapse, but if I take a step back, I lose. The fiery meteors collided with the King Kong characters, exploding into a shower of sparks, spreading over 100 miles. The shockwave ripped a massive hole in the sky. The mountain demon's expression changed. How is this possible? It refused to believe, using its spell-like abilities. Behind it appeared 1, 10, 100 mountain peak phantoms. 100 mountains shockwave. Boom rumble. The mountain peak phantoms relentlessly exploded around Levi, with a terrifying momentum that left people speechless. Levi didn't even lift a finger, allowing it to release its full strength freely. Is there more? Seeing the mountain demon seemed to be panting, he asked. The mountain demon was stunned. Damn it! You must be the demon. It clenched its fists, causing all its fat to start burning. Devil's muscles, gnarled like dragons, emerged, with its aura vaguely rising. Mountain collapse and earth destruction. The mountain demon's figure shot forward, with fist winds cutting through with overwhelming force, tearing open a path in the void. Boom! With all its life's power, with its innate divine strength, it punched with the most explosive force, burning its demonic aura and life. Die, you reckless fool! The mountain demon's fist struck the King Kong secret word, finally shaking the golden light. Cracks began to spread on the surface of the golden light, indicating it was nearing its limit. Levi revealed his form. Not bad. Before the King Kong secret word completely shattered, the man spoke again. Gaze upon me and see destruction. Boom rumble. The Golden Divine Palace began to dim, replaced by the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace. Crimson Emperor Divine patterns emerged out of nowhere, and God's brushstroke depicted two characters. Destruction. From the mountain demon's perspective, it was a gigantic dragon claw crashing down from the skies. This dragon claw spanned hundreds of miles, its surface covered in magma and volcanoes. This was an overwhelming force of despair for it. Like Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. Boom! Boom! When the first destruction character landed on the mountain demon, it began to shatter. When the second destruction character descended, it spontaneously combusted, turning to charcoal, then into ashes. Except for one level 8 core of the abyss, everything else was turned to nothing. Damn! What a huge loss, this level 8 demon's whole body is a treasure. Levi picked up the core of the abyss, feeling a pang of pain. In the future, when dealing with enemies I can completely handle, I'll just use ordinary attacks. Using big moves like this is too wasteful. Anyway, the goal of actual combat against a demon had been achieved. Looking at it now, he could basically crush a level 8 early stage demon. An level 8 mid-stage demon probably could also be slain, though with some effort. A level 8 late stage. It would be safer to carry out a test in the nightmare world after becoming an 8th circle wizard. Better to be cautious. If this continues, Levi fears he might get inflated enough to even try against a 9th level demon. This feeling of saying and following, annihilating a level 8 demon without lifting a finger, was exhilarating. After the 50 million war merits were credited, Levi left. Emperor's Palace. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, 20 stage, 40,000/20,000,000, Special Effect, Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical, Level 8 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Golden Dragon Frenzy. Blood Source Armor, Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon, Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Level 8. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 2266. Bloodline Secret Word, King Kong, Mountains and seas may move, but I will not. Chapter 2306. After the advancement of Golden Brilliance Dragon, Levi's defensive dimension also reached level 8 standard. Attack and defense are the two major attributes that most directly affect combat power. Combined, Levi's strength has qualitatively transformed. An ordinary early stage level 8 demon is not even a match before him. Using the Avatra secret word for defense, and the secret word of destruction for attack, the enemy can be annihilated with a flick of the finger. Other spell-like abilities, including Golden Gravity, have all been enhanced. The diameter of the primordial magnetic field reached 80 kilometers. Generally speaking, the elemental power range maneuvered by an early stage 8-ring wizard has a diameter of 50 kilometers, equivalent to a radius of 100 miles. If calculated as an area, the gap is even larger. Of course, creatures like the Crimson Emperor Dragon with a diameter of 100 kilometers are truly unparalleled. As I advance to level 8, the power of the mythical breathing method gradually becomes more prominent, and the gap with primordial soul wizards at the same realm continues to widen. Other level 8 members take half a day to fight because the gap between each other is very small, and those who reach here are all geniuses. However, Levi can face the same realm and end it in a flash with mere words, illustrating the disparity. When he initially advanced to the 5th circle, he couldn't eliminate enemies so easily. Whether it is the path of the wizard or the path of the knight. As he continuously snowballed early on, accumulating thick and unleashing power thinly, overtaking others on turns. He is getting closer to an ultimate life form that others cannot comprehend. Time flies, and 6 years pass by. In the year 640 of Nora, the 426th year of the blood battle, Levi remained in the Emperor's palace to quietly study spells and occasionally visited Lady Rowling next door. Wishing to further deepen relations with this legendary wizard to ensure the safety of the ancient dragon continent. A good neighbor at level 10 is not something everyone can have. On the demon slaying list, gods have been emerging in recent years, with a new generation steadily replacing the old. Especially during the 400 years of the blood battle, this group of wizards was born. Born in an era of war, they were all honed through blood and fire. Their combat skills, research abilities, and overall qualities are particularly formidable. After advancing to level 8, Levi organized the exotic treasures he owned. The Doomsday Fist, which had accompanied him for hundreds of years and vanquished countless powerful foes, was given to Gundaf. Though strong, the Doomsday Fist is ultimately just a level 7 exotic treasure. Even the profound meaning of destroying heaven and earth is not as powerful as Levi's secret word of destruction. Levi's full force punch has become a bit much for even this treasure to withstand. Gundaf, now with senior 7th circuit cultivation, needs this treasure. Coupled with his Radiant King martial way, it is indeed suitable. Previously obtained the Golden Scepter from the Golden Prince, but for special reasons, couldn't use it publicly. He plans to grant it to the saints inside the ancient tower next time as a trump card against the Black Beasts. It's worth mentioning that the Shadow Army is the same. Levi always uses only shadows of demons, black beasts, and other monsters. The wizard shadows themselves have a small proportion, and most have been eliminated over time. So they are basically unused, otherwise, it would be troublesome if discovered. After advancing to the primordial soul, Levi reflected and found that the number of wizards he killed was few. As his realm elevated and the blood battle broke out, the main contradictions at the current stage changed. Levi himself didn't want to pursue a path of sorcery. The remaining dragon scale shield, an 8th level exotic treasure, is used by Danis. This dragon descendant giant was later sent to guard the Black Dragon territory in the Nightmare World. This demon treasure can only unleash its maximum power in its hands. Levi himself possesses the level 8 divine weapon Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, more suited to him. The Golden Wind Jade Armor and Chaotic Sky Demon Mirror, these two level 8 exotic treasures, are now his main exotic treasures for personal use. Wind Destruction Realm currently has no use, but it is quite important, so he keeps it himself. And those 7th circle top grade, top quality wizard tools that he often uses are kept for when they advance to the next level. With his current level of extravagance, he can still support them. But later on, when advancing to the 9th circle, he may need to discard some and keep the most useful ones. Legendary materials are a huge hurdle, difficult to obtain like ascending to heaven. Unless you are very lucky, or you go to hunt legendary creatures and demons. There are no other ways. Not only a thorough cleaning of his exotic treasures. Levi also advises the 3 avatars and high-level wizards within the organization. They regularly clear out their unused wizard tools, treasures, materials, and such. These items are encouraged to be donated to the organization's treasury. Of course, these donation records will be visible on those treasures. Every young successor, or future wizard, can see which predecessor donated the item. The organization has also established a donation list. Individuals will be listed according to the donor's wishes. Those at the front of the donation list can gain the favor of low-level wizards. On the other hand, they can also get the attention of the Dusk Palace Master. The Dusk Palace Master frequently summons them to the Emperor's Palace for cordial fireside chats. Allegedly, everyone who experienced these chats gained immensely. Some received truth oddities. Some received the Dusk Palace Master's personal guidance in combat techniques, breathing methods, and magical knowledge. This motivates all members and boosts collective honor. Levi aims to build an organization with warmth that can be passed down through eternity. Allowing more people, not just him, to leave a lasting legacy, creating a super organization. Even if these people fall, they will live on in everyone's memories, shining like stars. Following this action, the organization's treasury became much more bountiful. Evidence shows these folks do have some stockpiles. But Levi understands well that everyone has selfishness, including himself. So he merely suggests and encourages without enforcing. Contributions within one's capacity to the organization are sufficient. Not being on the list means no punishment. Regardless, Levi will always top the contribution list. Exotic treasures like Gondifa's Flash Greatsword and Lord Victor's Golden Apple Armor, which were phased out, ended their old missions this way and found new life. With ample resources, a vibrant atmosphere, and excellent talent. During the 400 years of the Blood Battle, the ancient dragon continent grew at rocket speed, forming a virtuous cycle. Fire Dragon Knight, Shadow Queen, Demon Tears Divine Sword. Knight, Wizard, Energy Sect. Every great path had new generation supernovas leading the scene for centuries. Traditionally, a top organization evaluation system has subtly formed among the wizard community in the wizard world. Although the official has not acknowledged this, it wields high prestige in every wizard's mind. People suddenly found that from now on, another could join the ranks of top organizations. Chapter 2307. Top-tier organization. It is the highest praise for a transcendent organization in the wizard world. The Central Realm and Wizard Council are not included, they remain aloof. Basically, various School of Frost subdimensional portals manage local affairs. All are composed of top-tier organizations forming the Enforcer Team, then governed by the Wizard Council. The 6-star Towers of the Endless Sea, the 9 Cities Alliance of the Realm of Crimson. These organizations constitute the highest local authority beneath the central power. And now, Ancient Dragon Continent, this human realm silently nurturing organization. In many people's opinion, it has the qualifications to challenge top wizard organizations. Yet, Ancient Dragon Continent is somewhat peculiar. It is not limited to wizard organizations, it is a place of the grand integration of different transcendent systems and alien races. Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, Ancient Dragon Empire, Giant Beast Paradise, with clear division of labor and mutual cooperation. But it is undeniable that the Dusk Palace Master has absolute leadership over all organizations. It's not wrong to call it a single organization. Thus, externally it's referred to as Ancient Dragon Continent. And within this giant organization, the Dusk Palace Master has absolute level 8 strength. Even before advancing to level 8, he had already slain numerous level 8 demons. In recent years, there's been news, uncertain in truth. The Dusk Palace Master has officially stepped into the level 8 realm. To what extent must his power be strong now? It might rival those leading the top wizard organizations. In the realm of level 8 strength, Ancient Dragon Continent also has 2 level 8 guardians, totaling 3 level 8, not inferior to top-tier organizations. In the realm of level 7 strength, Blood Knight, Grey-White Mechanic, Flower Witch, these core leaders are all level 7 experts. Blood Knight previously was silent, not as famous as the Supernova Fire Dragon Knight. After reaching level 7, he made a name for himself in a demon-slaying battle. Recently, a level 7 mid-stage demon and its led demon army went to harass a wizard council's new world under construction, committing arson, robbery, and harming alien races. Then a Blood Knight passing by intervened. Single-handedly, he held off this army for half a day. Then reinforcements arrived. All demons, entirely exterminated. Such a heroic deed, praised heavily by the Wizard Council, featured in Soren Daily. Blood Knight also earned considerable war merit. Thus, Blood Knight's reputation entirely ignited. Moreover, some wizards, based on mortal historical records, discovered Blood Knight long ago, in the Seven Gods Church era, was renowned as a quasi-knight ranger. He punished evil, acted heroically, known among mortal groups too. Just in the old era, most wizards in subdimensional portals considered themselves superior. Always disinterested in knight circles, uninformed. Even if hearing about so-called legendary knight, dismissed as mundane title playing. Unaware of the arduous journey it required. What they didn't know was, Blood Knight is also a secondary blood clan member. A fierce figure resisting bloodthirsty erosion with mortal willpower. If they knew this, they'd be even more shocked. After all, many official wizards couldn't achieve this. So, these years, Blood Knight's name began spreading in wizard circles mouth to mouth. He might not rank highly on the demon-slaying list, yet he shines brightly. If otherwise, such a grand figure like the Dusk Palace Master wouldn't appoint him Vice Hall Master. Flower Witch, needless to elaborate, always very famous. Before the Dusk Palace Master became famous, others knew Levi through her. Of course, as Levi rose, this reversed. Elena ranked in the teens on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Though her cultivation hasn't reached 7 rings perfection, she has records of slaying level 7 peak demons multiple times. And numerous escapes from level 8 demons' hands, her future advancement unimaginable. Like Blood Knight, she was once famously Flower Knight among commoners. Recently, promoted to the late-stage realm of level 6. More remarkably, she seems also a 6th level Chi sect practitioner, 6-ring perfect alchemist. A person juggling so many paths and professions, all above level 6, truly a divine figure. Grey-White Mechanic's contribution to Ancient Dragon Continent and the wizard world, unparalleled. He mostly remains behind the scenes, hence lacks that supernova empty fame. Yet countless top wizard organizations desire such talent. Supernovas mostly enhance their own strength, he possesses transformative power influencing organizations' metamorphosis. His self-developed Sky Dome defense system and Demon Extermination Divine Shuttle system display firepower envied by many. This is mechanical power, a force capable of triggering large-scale reform in the wizard world. In the realm of level 6 strength, Ancient Dragon Continent outmatches top-tier organizations, even surpassing declining groups like the Witches family. Other low-level, middle-level strengths, also not lacking. If talking about the sole shortcoming, it might be Ancient Dragon Continent still hasn't produced strong figures above Grand Wizard yet. But seeing the Dusk Palace Master's momentum, barring untimely demise, he can certainly become Grand Wizard, likely legendary too. With such radiant achievements, Ancient Dragon Continent has become a top-tier organization in the hearts of grassroots wizards. The emerging power, inevitably impacts traditional force structures somewhat. However, Ancient Dragon Continent resides alone in the human realm, quietly developing, without power contention. Core members, seldom hold positions in Wizard Council. Chapter 2308. Nor act as some world police, interfering with other organizations. Focus on quietly cultivating. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Members seldom have arrogance, although they take pride in being part of the Dusk Palace Master, rarely use their status to bully others. Because once such actions are discovered by the organization, they are subject to severe punishment. Even knowing the ancient dragon continent is constantly expanding, it abides by rules and regulations. Even those who can't stand it have no choice but to comply. Moreover, offending the Dusk Palace Master, who is like the sun at midday, is quite unwise. With the return of the subdimensional portal, especially the Endless Sea, the area of the human realm's outer sea is expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. On this day, not far next to the ancient dragon continent, about 20,000 miles away, space folded, layer by layer, like a crumpled paper smoothed and spread out by Nora with supreme power. Boom! The waves parted, and an island appeared not more than 20,000 miles from the ancient dragon continent coastline. The island was not large, yet at its very center stood a towering giant tree, lush, its canopy covering the sky. Triss flew over, her expression both surprised and elated, looking ahead. How has the witch's family's island appeared here? According to the wizard's calculations, the return of the subdimensional portal follows a general pattern. But no one dares to set in stone how exactly the distribution occurs. Triss didn't expect the witch's family's island to appear next to the ancient dragon continent. Over at the witch's family, the cat witch, snake witch, leopard witch, and other enchanting primordial soul witches were somewhat stunned. Triss! The old witch's form emerged from the magic tree. Long time no see, Triss. Triss said. Ha ha ha, this is rather convenient, it'll be much easier for me to return to the organization from now on. A seemingly boundless white giant dragon also opened its eyes, revealing a surprised look. Did we land next to the ancient dragon continent? A youthful and bright female voice rang out, belonging to immortal banyan dragon Iswosella. The old witch gave a wry smile. I think we did, I'll go greet our future neighbors first. You all check our subordinate islands and secret realms to see if any have landed far from headquarters. Triss laughed. Lady Witch, let's go, I'll take you to meet the Dusk Palace Master. As she watched everyone walk away, immortal banyan dragon lady was secretly delighted. Great! Only 300 years remain before the agreement with the Dusk Palace Master. It anticipates the arrival of this day constantly. Seeing the witch's family decline bit by bit, its heart races with anticipation. Yet it is a dragon bound by the spirit of contract. Other dragons might have already switched alliances. Emperor's Palace. I never thought the witch's family would actually end up beside the ancient dragon continent. Welcome, welcome. Levi also smiled helplessly. The old witch said. Yes, so I'm giving you advance notice. Judging by your appearance, you must have been, as the rumors say, promoted to level 8, right? Congratulations, congratulations. Internally, Triss was thrilled, but outwardly, she maintained a calm smile. From now on, our two organizations can support each other. I'll volunteer to be the go-between here. The conversation between the three was extremely pleasant. Looking at the slightly aged silhouette of the old witch, Triss felt a sense of poignancy. One vibrant and ascending organization, and one continually declining, with only the remnants of sunset glory. Time truly can change everything. She had an intuition that this return of the subdimensional portal would transform the structure of the major organizations within the wizard world entirely. Some organizations reliant on the legacy of their predecessors, yet lacking self-progress, might be eliminated. During the blood battle, unknown how many will rise like the ancient dragon continent's forces, rapidly growing amid the flames of war. The Wizard Council opened a large-scale channel for exchanging resources for war merit, giving more people a chance. An unspoken revolution and major restructuring are underway. Return from the subdimensional portal is still ongoing. Soon, a complete Great Nora will present itself to the world. All participants on the Nora stage will debut together. Even including the Central Realm. The celestial human barrier is being broken. The river of time continues to flow forward. Nora, year 650. Over the past 10 years, the subdimensional portals of various schools have successively returned. Finally, with the heavy return of the Midland continent, Nora's area expanded yet again. Adjacent to the former Molten Kingdom is the Burning Domain, where the Burning School of Thought's dojo lies. Managed by major powers from the 9 cities, 10 caves, and 24 mountain of the Burning School. Bordering the former Evernight Kingdom is the Cold Ice Domain. Adjoining the former Tuva Empire is the Wind and Thunder Domain, where the territories of the Storm and Lightning Schools meet. The vast Midland continent borders the former Gaia Kingdom, known as the Land Domain. and the bronze domain of the metal school took shape at last. The continents of the subdimensional portal, like a jigsaw puzzle, perfectly piecing together with the original mortal continent. An extremely vast supercontinent was born, one that not just mortals, even ordinary transcendent individuals may never traverse all areas within their lifetime. Its name is Nora Continent. Meanwhile, as the endless sea continues to return, the border of the outer sea is continually expanding. Nora's crystal wall, akin to an inflating balloon, rapidly expands. This directly leads to the engulfing of some nearby yet unaffected, previously lucky small and medium-sized planes, transforming them into a part of Nora. Chapter 2309. It also includes parts of the former Federation plane. The outer sea region around the Nora continent is endless. Low-level wizards find it difficult to traverse this vast sea in their lifetime. The sea is dotted with countless islands and hundreds of outer sea continents. On these islands and continents reside races, civilizations, and resources beyond the imagination of mortals. Various fresh and interesting or strange and bizarre stories take place. This sea is divided into the 4 seas of the East, West, South, and North. The ancient dragon continent is located in the Eastern Sea. Of course, for the primordial soul wizards at the top of the pyramid. As vast as Nora is, it is not impossible to traverse in a lifetime like it is for ordinary people or low-level wizards. It's just that the grand convergence of planes is only the prelude. Nora is still within the realm of large planes. In terms of size, it is far behind the 9 layers of hell, let alone the shadow world. As for wanting to compare it with the 4 great giants, the chasm between them far exceeds the chasm between transcendent levels 5 and 6. In a vast place like the Nightmare World, even a Nightmare Lord has never traversed it. Now, looking at Great Nora, only the Central Realm has yet to return. Mages from various returned schools look at the brand new world with curiosity, excitement, and thrill. This familiar yet strange feeling has rekindled the long-lost sense of adventure in them. At the same time, the return of the subdimensional portal also means that the blood battlefields in various schools have returned as well. The most perilous endless sea battlefield is being fiercely fought in the land of the 4 seas. 14 years have passed in a flash. Year 664 of the Nora calendar. Year 450 of the blood battle. Ancient Dragon Continent. Main gathering place for mortals, Mu City. The naming of most cities in the ancient Dragon Continent draws from legends and mythical creatures. Shining Tavern headquarters. An elderly white-haired knight orders the blood wine special of the day. His ancestors were from a great noble family during the era of the 7 Kingdoms, one of the first families to follow the Dusk Palace Master. After settling in the ancient Dragon Continent, their descendants continued to thrive, eventually giving birth to geniuses like the Snapping Turtle Knight, now considered a noble family. After all, the elderly Snapping Turtle Knight is still alive, maintaining considerable prestige. Even though he rarely involves himself in family affairs, as a descendant, he certainly shares in the glory. Many years ago, he retired due to injury and found it difficult to advance in cultivation. So he retired to his hometown, became a combat skills instructor, opened a martial arts school, and taught mortals how to maintain their health. The world is shrouded by the shadow of the blood battle. The old knight read the newspaper recently. Over the years of the blood battle, according to incomplete statistics, more than 600 wizard organizations large and small have disbanded. This includes some high-level wizard organizations. The cruelty of war is evident. In comparison, life on the ancient Dragon Continent can be considered incredibly blessed. Rumble. There seemed to be a muffled thunder in the sky. Look, what's that up in the sky? Oh my, is that a floating continent in the sky? The old knight ran out and looked up at the sky. He saw a continent floating high above the sea, thousands of miles away from the ancient Dragon Continent. It was bathed in a soft glow. Around the continent were 13 different colossal cities like stars. Is that Sky City? It seems like it. From the records, Sky City appeared in the 5-sector expedition 1,000 years ago. Isn't this the symbol of legendary wizards? Indeed, have legendary wizards also descended to the human realm? How astonishing! At this very moment, countless eyes in Nora are fixated on the floating continent and Sky City. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi, while taking a break from seclusion to have tea, also saw messages from 100 flowers. Come out and see. Levi wondered what it was that got everyone so excited. He came outside and looked at Sky City, his eyes flickering. The return of the Central Realm, and it seems not too far from the ancient dragon continent. That's certainly good news, at least in the early stages of the blood battle. Later stages might be uncertain. The 13 sky cities represent 13 legendary wizards. They may not necessarily be inside, but they are symbolic. The Black Abyss Walker's Sky City is a pitch-black giant city exuding a solemn aura. The Frost Witch's City, constructed from ice sculptures, resembles a world of ice and snow. Lady Rowling's city is dreamy and magnificent, like Disney Castle. From now on, the ancient dragon continent will reside in the shadow of the Imperial City. Developing out at sea back then was indeed the right choice. On the floating continent, there is also a steeple that has pierced through the Nora crystal wall, extending into the land of darkness. That's the Tower of Heaven, built by Sauron in the past, the location of the Supreme Council. It's the core of the Wizard Council, where legendary wizards decide major matters of Nora. At the tower's top is the Eye of Sauron, a legendary wizard tool that can observe the star patterns of the Sauron plane. Now I can retreat with more peace of mind. Back in the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi opened the proficiency panel. After achieving level 8 in the Crimson Emperor Dragon and Brilliant Golden Dragon breathing techniques, his other techniques were still some distance from level 8. Most of his energy was focused on studying the primordial soul spells. Now, the vast majority of these spells have reached perfection. Only Unreachable remains at level 16, but it's close to perfection as well. Levi is now 1080 years old. He estimated that by the time he reached 1100, he would be close to reaching the 8th circle. Regarding the rune language, his strength rune recently advanced to level 17. The strength boost leaped from 200% to 250%, an increase of 50%. Chapter 2310. It seems that starting from level 17, with each level up, the enhancement is greater. Of course, the difficulty also increases exponentially. The Fool rune has been upgraded to level 8, increasing the powers of deception and foreknowledge by 70%. The Magic rune is at level 7, increasing casting speed by 60%. There's also a Moon rune that has been raised to level 11, officially doubling lifespan. Levi's lifespan has doubled. Not only that, he also gave birth to a new Star Soul. With this thought, he summoned the Star Soul. A red-eyed white rabbit, as huge as a mountain, leaped out and landed on the ground, nibbling on grass by itself. It also appeared to have no aggressiveness. Star Soul Jade Rabbit. Star Name, Hierestia. Star Nature, Gentle and Kind. Star Language, Longevity. Level, 7. Ability, Spiritual Eye, White Jade Union. Spiritual Eye, consuming spiritual force, you can see the lifespan, under ideal conditions without illnesses or disasters, of life forms whose levels do not exceed yours. White Jade Union, possessing the Aries Star Soul at the same time allows a lover to receive half of Jade Rabbit's percentage lifespan increase. This ability can only be used once and is currently active, with the current benefactor being Flower Witch Elena, with an increase effect of 50%. 2 abilities. Levi was a bit surprised. Moreover, both abilities were somewhat extraordinary. The Spiritual Eye could actually see other people's lifespan. Levi was unsure if a legendary wizard could see it, but certainly, a grand wizard could not see another's lifespan. This seemed like the authority of the underworld. Could this rabbit belong to the underworld? Of course, this lifespan referred to the ideal situation without calamities. The White Jade Union was even more heaven-defying. It could share his lifespan increase with Elena. Currently at 100%, the 100 flowers could receive an additional 50% on top of theirs. This should allow the 100 flowers lifespan to reach around 5,000. An average 8th circle wizard has a lifespan of only 4,000 years. The 100 flowers becoming a grand wizard should not be a problem. At the very least, she no longer needs to worry about lifespan issues, just the success rate of tribulation. As long as there is enough time, it won't be a problem for me. Levi's heart knot was instantly untied. So that's how the lover's aspect of the lover's rune manifests. Levi was in a great mood and casually picked up an ordinary ant. Remaining lifespan, 13 days. Viewing such a life form consumes almost no spiritual force. Just in time, Dragon Turtle Ratty came to report work, and Levi activated the Spiritual Eye. It was evident that the spiritual force consumption increased significantly, yet it was still trivial for him. Remaining lifespan, 12,632 years. Damn, Ratty has already lived over 3,000 years, meaning its lifespan is up to 16,000 years. No wonder its growth is so slow, it's too tough. Even the legendary wizards can't compare to its tenacity. Levi knew that the single-horned dragon turtle lived long, but he hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. If he didn't have the lover's rune and high confidence in advancing to legend himself, he wondered if he'd be outlasted by this old turtle. But judging from its lifespan, although Ratty grows slowly, it should have hope to advance to level 8 in the future. After finishing Ratty's report, Levi asked, "Ratty, when will you advance to level 6? Ratty wiped away sweat. "Soon, Master." Levi, feeling enthusiastic, started inspecting everyone's remaining lifespan in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Black Lotus Beast, 6,500 years remaining, this is normal, with a total lifespan of less than 10,000. Ash Dragon, 46,666 years remaining. Enough to outlast 4 generations of legendary wizards, truly a legend-level dragon race. Lopez, 17,233 years remaining, total lifespan is less than half of the Ash Dragons. The Ape Clan grows fast but isn't as long-lived as the Dragon Clan. Red King, 7,011 years remaining. From this, it indeed seems to be, as Lopez said, the Calamity Fire Demon Ape, matching the birth time given by the White King, not too much and not too little, just perfectly 10,000 years. In half a day. Levi checked some things he was concerned about until his spiritual force felt a bit fatigued. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana, Black Phoenix, and Martha were playing cards. Mana observed Levi staring at the banyan tree, behaving strangely. "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" She drew a card and asked. Levi sighed. "Nothing." Mana's remaining lifespan frightened him. If measured by legendary wizard units, she could survive longer than all the legendary wizards since the Congress's inception. Is this the divine tree? No wonder Mana doesn't grow up, with such a long lifespan, she really doesn't need to hurry. If I can't attain eternal life, one day this vast ancient banyan fairyland will be left with just Mana alone. I must find a way to live longer. During the rest period while 100 Flowers returned to the ancient dragon continent to reunite with him, Levi measured her lifespan. He found the 100 Flowers had just under 4,000 years remaining. Whew! That's great! Levi internally marveled, revealing a satisfied expression. 100 Flowers, seeing his grin, asked. "What's up?" Levi smiled and said. "You don't need to push yourself too much from now on. I just used a secret technique on you, your remaining lifespan should be around 4,000 years. 100 Flowers' expression changed, evidently doubting. Really? You're not joking, are you? She estimated that if she didn't become an 8th circle, she'd have just over 2,000 left. Levi spoke earnestly. Really, I'm not lying to you. It's a long story, but just trust me. Chapter 2311. Of course, this longevity secret technique becomes invalid if Levi or the corresponding astral soul perishes. So Levi also explained this situation to 100 Flowers to prevent her from becoming complacent. 100 Flowers asked. This technique doesn't consume your lifespan, does it? If so, let's cancel it. Levi replied. No, it doesn't. Rest assured. After confirming multiple times that there was no problem, 100 Flowers lay in Levi's arms. He, don't worry, even if I were a pig, I could still rise to the 9th circle. Her heart felt warm and blazing, like a radiant sun. Thank you so much. After spending several days together, 100 Flowers left the Emperor's palace and continued to strive forward. This unexpected longevity didn't make her complacent. It just allowed her more vacation time to spend with family and friends. After all, she had big ambitions, she wanted to reach level 9 through the night and energy sect paths. Moreover, she aimed to elevate the night breathing technique to mythical level. All of this required a lot of time and effort. Recently, she spent over 100 million battle achievements to acquire the bright moon artifact called Water God's Delight. It was a sapphire earring. After refining it, her spiritual force limit increased by 160 points. Her water god body was further completed, making the water god projection more formidable, and she gained the companion spiritual creature Sky Water Stingray. This was a giant manta with fish and bird-like features, a guardian-type companion spiritual creature with a wingspan of 2,000 meters. Perfectly complementing the offensive Amber Dragon. Additionally, she gained a similar ability to Levi's Heart of Thunder net, named Call of the Sea. It allowed her to sense the water vapor within a 10,000-mile radius, forming her own sensory domain. Once activated, every movement around couldn't escape her perception. She could summon giant waves, water pillars, or even sea beasts over long distances to attack enemies. This was indeed godlike. Her combat power increased significantly, and she could no longer be seen as merely a senior 7-circle wizard. She advanced her position on the demon-slaying list to 12th place. Ahead of her were the renowned prodigies of the wizard world or ancient beings at the limit of the 7th circle. At the recent blood battle auction, she also acquired a Morning Star level water god Sorrow. A sapphire bracelet, it boosted her spiritual force by 50 points, which was quite impressive. Currently, among the main artifacts of the Water God series, she had only one Radiant Sun level tier of the Water God left to strive for. It wasn't available on any exchange for oddities. She could only hope to get lucky with random oddities once she accumulated 500 million battle achievements. But the chance was slim, and Elena had mentally prepared for it. So, once she advanced to the 8th circle, she planned to strive for non-sequence Ocean Radiant Sun level oddities to change her fate against the odds. There were many things to do. 10,000 years is too long, seize the day and night. 6 years later. Nora year 670. The 456th year of the Blood Battle. The Sleeping Dragon Realm returned, bordering the former East Pole Empire, once the Church of the Dragon God's territory. Thus, all subdimensional portal regions returned. The Central Realm Sky Continent was renamed Soren Continent. The geographical pattern was fully established with Nora Continent, Soren Continent, Four Seas and New Continent, and God-forsaken Continent as principal areas. Blood Battle Battlefield. On the sea surface, a fierce battle was underway. A purple dragon stretching 2,000 meters, a 1,000-armed giant elephant deity, and a platinum star traversing the heavens and earth. These three incredible wizard forms surrounded a giant demon fish exuding an early level 8 aura. The demon fish waved its tentacles, spewing endless black water, corroding everything. Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist. With the Dragon God domain activated, Gondopha's protective divine light shone. Holding the Doomsday Fist, he carried the aura of an ancient dragon elephant, dominating the world. 24 giant dragons and elephants surged like the Yellow River, unstoppable. Dragon spits purple sun. Beside the Holy Infant, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella and Cold Frost 7 Feather Fan emitted red and blue lights. The Fire Dragon and Ice Phoenix merged into the purple Extreme Holy Dragon's body, forming a purple energy ball in its mouth. The energy ball shot out, expanding into a 10-kilometer wide purple sun. Rumble! Rumble! The bottom-dwelling fish demon exploded, sending flesh and scales flying. The violent demonic aura surged like a tidal wave. The duo used their ultimate weapons and rare treasures to resist. Heavenly Star Sword Formation God Slaying. Buzz! 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 High in the heavens, stars lit up one by one. Sword Chi stars made of dazzling sword light appeared. 13 rays transformed into a cage of annihilation, covering dozens of miles. Everything was sliced apart, and Sword Chi ravaged like locusts. Victor emerged from the Platinum Star, waving a finger. Billion Sword Chi converged into a great sword, plummeting down. Slice! The indestructible body of the bottom-dwelling fish demon cracked like leather. Level 8 Demon, perish! The demon soul tried to escape but was shredded by Sword Chi. Phew, we killed a level 8, ha ha ha! Gondoph breathed a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. The Holy Infant remarked. Indeed, it was quite thrilling, a completely different experience from fighting level 7s. It's mostly thanks to Victor's formidable sword formation. Victor responded. We're all essential, can't do without any of us. Let's clean up the battlefield in exchange for more oddities. The Snow King, Golden Emperor, White Elephant, Blue Dragon, and other companion spiritual creatures were still exterminating low-level demons around. Soon, counting in the minions, each of them accounted for a gain of 7 million battle achievements. Chapter 2312. This feeling, it's exhilarating. Indeed, hunting level 8 demons is the best way to earn. And this is only the weakest fish demon, killing one of those more troublesome level 8 demons can net us tens of millions in war merit. After completing the level 8 demon slaying achievement, the rankings on the demon slaying list for all three nearly reached the top 20. Lord Victor ranked the highest, at 21st, with a total of 170 million points, followed closely by Gandalf and Holy Infant. The trio had already set their sights on the bright moon artifacts they needed and headed toward the Sauron continent. Now, with the subdimensional portal returned, Nora has expanded substantially. To save travel time for wizards and legions, the Congress has established long-distance space teleportation arrays between major continents. Not only that, the Millennial Plan for the Continent Bridge has officially launched. In the next millennium, they plan to set up thousands upon thousands of teleportation portals in places like Nora Continent, Sauron Continent, God-forsaken Continent, and New World, forming a massive space transmission network. The Continent Bridge plan is merely a part of the Congress's grand plan for a millennium. The true major project is the Stargate project, spanning adjacent planes and the entire Sauron Pan plane. However, the Stargate project requires extremely high demands in technology, funding, and personnel, and is currently just a preliminary idea. Although the consumption of arrays is high, for primordial soul wizards, it's insignificant. The trio has almost gathered their king-level series, thus this trip's target is higher series Bright Moon artifacts. Holy Infant opted for the relatively easier and unpopular Red Dragon's Heart. Although they were quickly improving. Not long ago, the Flame God series was already out of stock, swapped by the scholars of the Burning School of Thought. They could only settle for second best. However, sequence artifacts are the easiest to find among the same tier of artifacts, unlike some non-sequence artifacts. With the Congress's official resource allocation level, there will be opportunities in the future, so there's no need to worry too much. Artifacts really require luck. Gandalf chose the Fire Refining Star, a non-sequence burning oddity, non-body refining artifact. Previously obtaining the Great Sun Burning Dragon, a Morning Star level body refining artifact, which, coupled with this, can greatly improve fire element aptitude. With his Dragon Elephant Holy Body and current Feng Shui elements aptitude, cultivating the ancient Dragon God body refining technique would be easily manageable. Refining fire element oddities is preparation for the future nine-headed Hell Snake body tempering technique. By then, cultivation will become even more efficient. Lord Victor exchanged for a Morning Star level Golden Emperor's armor and a Bright Moon level Golden God's chariot. He is a lucky type of player. Despite starting to collect oddities late, he quickly gathered the major parts of the Golden Emperor series. The remaining small items are not urgent, can rely on luck in the future. This Golden Emperor's armor is to complete the set. While the Golden God's chariot is a crucial component of the Golden God series. Different from Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water sects, the competition within the Metal sect is not as fierce. With Vector's senior realm of 7-ring proficiency, paired with the Heavenly Star Sword formation, among the Metal sect's 7-circle wizards, he's already a big shot. So he doesn't face much competition, which made Gandalf and Holy Infant envious. After obtaining the artifacts, the trio returned to Gondor City on the Nora continent, and began their retreat and practice. Earning war merit is important but not urgent. In the blink of an eye, 4 years passed. Year 674 in Nora, the 460th year of the Blood Battle. Hell. Some underground cave in Dragonfall Valley. Yellow spring water flowing. A vivid golden fish-like monster, long with dragon whiskers, leapt out of the water, swimming outward. Dun! Its form collided with an invisible ripple slash, forcibly bounced back by a powerful defensive field. A pitch-black skeleton warrior stood up, it was the Black Knight. It now exuded the aura of late-stage level 6, like an unsheathed blade. The oddity has matured, it's time to notify the master. It wasn't long before Levi appeared with a smile. Well done, it's all right here. Little Black quickly left to find Little Pink. Levi used the wizard's hand to grasp the odd fish, placing it in a pre-prepared container. Another unknown oddity in hand. Along with the Flame Emperor's sword, the Dark Faction's pitch-black eyeball, he had accumulated 3 oddities, needing 8th circle refinement. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Unreachable, level 17, maximum. The last spell is complete. In a single thought, he revealed the 9-headed Emperor Dragon Wizard form. 6 ring witch marks, 27 7-ring witch marks. Colorful, mysteriously glowing witch marks shimmered like a sky full of stars. He arrived in the nightmare world. Lopez was in the chaotic wilderness, sparring with the level 8 Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon. Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon's realm was higher, but Lopez was legendary level. For a while, it was hard to tell who was superior. Though, Ultimately, Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon proved more skilled, winning the victory. It was indeed the strongest sub-dragon of the Blood Sect. Levi said. You two, come attack me. He cast the unreachable spell on himself. A chaotic force field spread from him as the center. Lopez and Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon exchanged glances and attacked with their strongest techniques. Rod wind swept, bloody breath shot. The breath stopped about 30 meters from Levi, seemingly advancing but never able to reach him. Lopez's rod wind flew back, fiercely striking him away. Levi laughed heartily, feeling quite satisfied. Another powerful technique, during this spell's duration, I am invincible beneath 9th circle. He even thought, relying on such a force field, even 9th circle attacks might be avoided. Of course, avoid today, but not indefinitely. With 9th circle battle, dodging once is of no use. The gap between 8th and 9th circle, in the 5-ring period, he had already deeply experienced it. At the tower's window, Triss looked at Levi. He's incredibly strong, yet he's still far from his limit. Earlier at the Blood Battle auction, she obtained 2 Morning Star artifacts of the Ocean faction. Refining them brought some progress as well. To this day, she far exceeded her peers from before. For example, her good friend Cat Witch, still only in 7-ring senior realm. But before Levi, this progress seemed insignificant. She sighed inwardly. Once this guy advances to 8th circle, won't he be invincible under 9th circle? So many prodigies, yet none can match him. With such supreme prowess dominating the era, thinking about it is quite thrilling indeed. Levi's voice came through. Lady, I'm preparing to retreat and break through to 8th circle, if anything arises, please leave me a message. Triss nodded, smiling slightly. I know you'll surely succeed, so I wish you an early breakthrough. Chapter 2313. Ancient Dragon Continent. The place of seclusion. The virtualization array began to activate, the Void God crystal buzzed with vibrations. Levi drank the last cup of heart-cleansing tea, stepped into the array, and sat cross-legged. If only there were tree roots. A refreshing sensation shot straight to the heavenly spirit cover, and he cleared all selfish thoughts. In his mind, the 7-layered divine ring tower slowly rotated. The soul of reality and illusion flickered and transformed, countless points of spell and knowledge, lit up like circuits. Jinn, Fleur, Silay, and other associated spiritual creatures all watched quietly, waiting expectantly. Not sure if these fellows would recall Ayak wandering alone in dark deep space. The power of the Void God crystal surged into his mind through the array, intertwining with his primordial soul. 8th circle, here I come. 10 years later. Nora calendar 684. Blood battle 470 years. Ancient Dragon Continent, Dusk Holy Temple. The Golden Lion Knight quietly guarded his wife's place of seclusion, acting as her protector. 3 years ago, the Divine Light Knight prepared her level 7 advancement potion and then went into seclusion. Now, she should almost be coming out, but it's unclear how things are going. Because she took the path of advancement, it was relatively faster. Those like Ash, Fire Dragon, and Black Knight, who chose the evolution path, were still gathering evolution materials. Although advancement is relatively simple and requires no calamity crossing. But it also doesn't guarantee 100% success. Father, how is it, has Mother not come out yet? We took some time off to come see Mother. 3 figures descended from the sky, they were the 3 siblings, Lena, Rhea, and Raid. With time passing, they had all become over 200 years old and became capable level 4 powerhouses. Lena practiced the Golden Lion breathing technique, Rhea practiced the Peacock breathing technique, while Raid was a wizard. The Golden Lion Knight still wanted a boy to inherit the bloodline, but there was no rush anymore. Looking at it now, he might evolve in the future anyway. If successful, the bloodline itself would change, making concerns meaningless. Might as well wait until after becoming mythical to have another one. It's okay, believe in your mother. After the family waited for several days, the place of seclusion emitted the 5-colored divine light, illuminating the sky. A figure broke through the seclusion, exuding the aura of a level 7, it was the Divine Light Knight. Sorry to worry you, I have successfully advanced. The Divine Light Knight could hardly suppress her smile. The Golden Lion Knight looked overjoyed, his anxious heart finally at ease. The two embraced tightly, and the 3 siblings held their parents, crying tears of joy. Did you see, the 3 of you, your mother is your role model. Given such good conditions, you should all strive to pursue higher realms with all your effort. The Golden Lion Knight admonished. The three siblings nodded in agreement. They worked hard themselves and were not like those high-spirited scions. Nor did they dare to act recklessly inside or outside the organization, relying on their parents' status as part of the 18 Twilight Cavalry. If they were to be reported anonymously and verified through investigation, the Golden Lion Knight would be the first to punish them. They often used cases from the wizard family as lessons to teach the three siblings. The path of knights is the path of the bloodline, which easily forms class solidification based on the bloodline. After class solidification, it inevitably gives rise to arrogant offspring. To this end, the Dusk Palace Master established a series of knight virtues oaths to be included in organizational standards. The knight families on the ancient dragon continent must jointly follow them. To mitigate these negative impacts, but wanting to avoid them is clearly impossible. Human nature is such that nothing can change it. Realizing a utopia is very, very difficult. Whether in a transcendent world or a mortal society. Thus, being able to forge a relatively virtuous, disciplined, and compassionate knight ruling class is already a victory. After the Divine Light Knight reached level 7, other members came to congratulate her despite being very busy. Of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, there was already one level 8 and 2 level 7 knights. However, both the Blood Knight and the Divine Light Knight knew that after level 7, aiming for level 8 was another long marathon. They were still far from reaching the commander's realm. The Steel Dragon Knight said. Speaking of which, the commander has been in seclusion for 10 years too, should be about to break through. The Blood Knight said. I estimate it to be in this recent period. Everyone was excited. Our organization is about to have an 8th circle wizard, who is also a level 8 knight, unique indeed. Nightmare World. As Lopez slammed down with a stick, Emperor Mew dispersed like smoke. Well done, lasted an extra breath this time, Monkey Brother will come find you again. Nora Continent, Land Domain. From within the Central Earth branch, Emperor Mew's monkey-like roar echoed. I've realized, I've achieved enlightenment. Intense alcohol explosive ape fist. Emperor Mew swung his stick with a golden light accompanied by red flames, spiraling to the sky, shattering the void. Ha ha ha, the path of the energy sect, entering the level 6 realm, thanks to Monkey Brother's recent hit that awakened me. Could this be what the commander referred to as the head strike? I see, each word from the commander is full of profound meaning. Emperor Mew's mood was exhilarated, he retracted his divine weapon and let out a deep breath of turbid air. The recent technique fused his abilities from the Saint Ape breathing technique and spirit's chi of the energy sect. Its power was significantly greater than his usual attacks. From now on, I, Emperor Mew, will be the founder of the Drunk Ape Martial Arts. This intense alcohol explosive ape fist can be the first profound meaning of martial arts, to be pursued further in the future. He had heard that Gandalf from the Gundor 3 heroes had created the Radiant King martial way, and he refused to fall behind. This Drunk Ape martial arts would surely make its name known on the battlefield of the blood battle in future. Chapter 2314. Brother Monkey is truly a great benefactor of mine, Emperor Mew. Not only did he help me achieve an enlightenment breakthrough to the 6th level Chi sect, but if it weren't for his bloodline secret medicine, I wouldn't have advanced to the late stage of the 6th level so quickly. I'll refine some spirit wine later to show my gratitude. The Spirits sect is adept at refining spirit wine, which is an excellent spiritual substance beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, Emperor Mew is also considered a remarkable winemaker. At the place of seclusion. Feeling the strengthening of his spiritual force, the Steel Dragon Knight showed a satisfied expression. A 6th ring senior now. In less than a millennium, he had become a 6th ring senior wizard, and also a level 6 middle stage knight. He also began to prepare his knight evolution potion materials. His current breathing method is only at the legendary level. Having witnessed the power of the Blood Knight mythical breathing method, he was determined to evolve. Moreover, he had an advantage that the Blood Knight couldn't match, as he was a dual cultivation wizard. So, his plan was very clear. Relying on his wizarding talent, he prioritized breaking through his wizard cultivation to 6th circle perfection and even reaching the 7-ring realm. During this time, he did not delay in preparing knight materials. All he needed was to accumulate 3 types of defensive 7th level bloodline crystals. The current blood battle store and the Wizard World auction were still hopeful places to find them. Once the materials were nearly ready, he planned to advance his knight cultivation to the 7th level. All he needed to overcome was the blood tribulation. The remaining Dark Tribulation, with wizard techniques and rare treasures, was practically a certain success. Other middle-generation knights were also gradually entering the late stage of the 6th level realm. The Thousand Illusion Knight, Silver Mountain Knight, and Dark Moon Knight each had their growth. Especially the Thousand Illusion Knight, for whom the Nightmare World was a treasure trove. She suspected that she had discovered traces of a 7th level creature containing the bloodline of a phantom beast, and was actively planning. In the future, hiring Lopez to subdue it should not be difficult. Disregarding the anomaly that is the Fire Dragon Knight among the new generation knights. The Jade Elephant Knight, Snow Dragon Knight, and Pheasant Knight had long stepped into level 6 mid-stage cultivation. Feather Knight and Snapping Turtle Knight were also not far behind. As for the Fire Dragon Knight, as a supernova, his war merits were outstanding. He was almost ready with the potion materials to evolve the mythical breathing method. Currently, he had self-created the legendary level Extreme Fire Dragon bloodline. In the future, he planned to continue with the Fire Dragon path. Hence, the bloodline crystals he chose were all from the 7th level Fire Dragon clan. Fire dragons were among the most widespread dragon clans, relatively easier to find. He did not seek to be as powerful as the commander's Crimson Emperor Dragon, reaching the standard of the Red Lotus Dragon would be enough. Outside the 18 riders. Over a millennium, the Dusk Holy Temple had also produced some other level 6 knights, each remarkable in their own way. They were strong contenders for becoming one of the 18 riders. At the Tower of Dawn, the elementals brought by Levi were all growing robustly. Many of them had already become 5th Circle wizards, some even achieving 5th Circle perfection, becoming pillars of the organization. Of course, some were unfortunate and perished midway due to various reasons, which was inevitable. But in the upcoming millennium, the Tower of Dawn was expected to usher in a surge of 6th Circle breakthroughs. More native primordial soul wizards would emerge, becoming leaders of the new generation. Sorit, a veteran member, continued to progress steadily after reaching 6th Circle perfection, advancing towards the 7th Circle. Given his talent, without special fortunes, the 7th Circle might be his limit. During his centuries at the Tower of Dawn, he had mentored innumerable Lightning Faction excellent students, which was a commendable achievement. After reaching the 7th Circle, he could continue to contribute to the organization for over 1,000 years. The Tower Master's wife also ventured far within the mechanical school, continuing to support him as a wise assistant. Currently, the Shadow Queen Aya, over 800 years old, was progressing towards 6th Circle perfection. In the Shadow School of Thought, with little competition, she had achieved numerous war merits and acquired many shadow artifacts. The first 3 kings of the ancient Dragon Empire were now all either at level 6 late stage or peak cultivation. Whether they could advance further depended on their fortunes. In the Senior State Assembly, the number of level 6 experts, though not matching the Dusk Holy Temple, was still envied by many wizard organizations. However, both the Dusk Holy Temple and the ancient Dragon Empire had also entered a slow growth period. The early talent had advanced when due, and those who were destined to fall had fallen. The new generation would find it challenging to cross the 6th level barrier in a short time without exceptional talent. Currently, they were trying to minimize losses while maintaining the current number of level 6s. Despite the support from mechanical creations and guardians. In 400 years of blood battles, more level 6 experts had fallen than one could count on a hand. Both the Holy Temple and the ancient Dragon Empire suffered various losses. This despite the ancient Dragon Empire being close to the AUS continent and being watched by legendary figures, with relatively less intense battles. It was hard to imagine how severe the casualties were in more remote areas. A short while ago, the Song of the Sirens battle group witnessed the emergence of its first level 6 knight, ending an era without any level 6s. Meanwhile, the Iron Crocodile's teeth was also rapidly growing. The Death Soldier battle group saw the most severe casualties as it carried out the most dangerous missions. The Giant Soldier Roar battle group's commander, Bizida, was now also a level 6 late-stage expert, with hopes of reaching level 7. There were also 2 level 6 vice commanders. This ace battle group was invincible on the blood battlefield, akin to a meat grinder. The Barbarian Ancestor battle group, led by the White Wolf Girl now in the level 6 late-stage realm, also produced a level 6 vice commander. Chapter 2315. It belongs to the Pigtooth clan and is the most successful product of the early bloodline modification experiments, nicknamed the Red Pig Knight. Its blood tribulation master is a legendary giant pig, known as the Sky River Giant Pig, quite remarkable. The Doomsday Valkyrie also now has a 6th level deputy besides Captain Tita, relieving a lot of its pressure. Swordsman Jerry, the leader of the Undying Oath, is already a 6th level peak strongman. Deputy Commander Snowflake Warrior is at the 6th level mid-stage. They are both rare geniuses among the undead knights. The giant beast paradise across the sea has developed the fastest over the years. After joining the official Panplane Biological Resources Protection Program, both in breeding technology and in member strength, they have made rapid progress. The official and the Spirit Summoning Academy have also gathered a batch of sub-dragons, mixed blood dragon clans, and rare creatures. Various major organizations can exchange biological resources with each other. Similar to breeding in the farming industry of past lives, forming an efficient breeding model. As a result, the scale and performance of the giant beast paradise have continuously climbed, attracting more and more excellent talents, forming a perfect virtuous cycle. All major organizations are about to usher in the finale of their first millennium after their birth. In the new millennium, they will need to undergo new trials. With the current development momentum, this millennium, the ancient dragon continent will surely become a shining new star in the Panplane convergence process. The blood battle is never-ending. The demon flame in the Nora world is escalating. The endless oceans of Nora serve as the perfect hiding spots for demons. Fighting over islands and the New World, the Council Alliance and the demon army have erupted into fierce battles. After spellcasting by legendary wizards, Oasis 1 seeds spread across Nora with ocean currents and monsoons. These are one of the secret weapons of the Wizard Council against demons. These demon-targeting plants will sprout and propagate across the land, sea, and even the sky. The concentration of elemental power in the wizard world will steadily rise. The cultivation speed of all wizards will be boosted to a certain extent. More official wizards and primordial soul wizards will be born, ensuring the consumption of the blood battle. Of course, this is a long process. Soon after, Gundor City also faced an attack from the demon army. Led by several powerful level 8 late-stage demons, it besieged Gundor City. In response to the city lord's call, the wizards inside formed an alliance to resist the demons. The Gundor 3 heroes, after refining their respective Bright Moon artifacts, have made considerable progress in strength. They did not go to the god-forsaken continent but participated in the defense of Gundor City nearby. Lord Victor's spiritual force broke through the 10,000 mark, not far from 7 rings perfection. The Golden God's chariot further advanced his metal element affinity talent, leading to the birth of the incomplete Golden God body. Besides, his companion spirit creature, the Golden Emperor, seems to have undergone some transformation. It has become more powerful, and Victor's secret sword can strike up to 3,000 miles away in an instant, easily taking demon heads, causing the demon army to only dare to encamp 10,000 miles outside Gundor City. Gondif refined the Fire Refining Star, gaining a special talent named Fire Refined True Gold. His spiritual force has also improved considerably. Relying on soul stones, oddities, and more, he slowly closes the gap with the Holy Infant and Victor. Moreover, he has mastered a unique flame known as Starfire, which is immensely powerful. The flame attached to his fist enhances the enchantment spell attack, burning a swath with one punch. The Holy Infant refined the Red Dragon's heart, further advancing his Ice and Fire Holy Body. His goal is clear, to gradually fuse the Ice and Fire Holy Body into the Ice and Fire Divine Body. During seclusion, he also has an important task: to refine the Ice and Fire Tower. Since he already has a complete wizard tower, only some modifications are needed, making it relatively less time-consuming. In terms of materials, relying on resources brought back from the Dark Ancient Tower by his true self, preparations have been nearly sufficient over the years. It is estimated that after achieving 7 rings perfection, he will have his own wizard tower. By then, the Gundor 3 heroes will effortlessly kill level 8 early-stage demons. Ancient Dragon Continent. Tower of Dawn. Teachers are preparing lessons, and students are honing spells on the training ground. With the deepening blood battle, fighting demons has become a national duty. Teachers and students discuss their rankings on the demon slaying list over tea and meals. Anyone who ranks high is a prominent figure on campus. In recent years, thanks to the Heart Moon Spirit Witch's promotion to Primordial Soul, the School of Dreams has been developing quite well. Though it may be a niche school in other places, it is a second-rate school at the Tower of Dawn. Second only to Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, and Thunder. Recently, the Heart Moon Spirit Witch has even launched a course named Nightmare Summoning. It can summon creatures from the nightmare world to fight, several students tried it and found it very effective. Different wizard factions vary in superiority and inferiority, with different answers from different versions. But in this blood battle version, there is no doubt, summoning style is predominant. After all, it has given birth to the version T0 Hero Supreme Knight, which is the shadow summoning stream. So, after 400 years of blood battle, many have followed suit. The Shadow and School of Death have always been the only two choices for summoning style. Now, there is an additional option of the School of Dreams. Many wizards are joining the path of summoning style. No matter if this style is strong in PvP, it is undeniably formidable in farming demons for war merits in PvE. Chapter 2316. If luck is on one's side, one might, like the Shadow Queen, refine some suitable truth oddities. This could enhance the number and strength of summoned creatures, making one an unrivaled existence on the battlefield. In fact, the Wizard Council is also looking for ways to strengthen summoning wizards. If only a few more figures like the Dusk Palace Master could emerge, it would be equivalent to creating a few elite battle groups out of thin air. In terms of cost, it's much smaller than cultivating a battle group. The Shadow School of Thought and the School of Death are also using this opportunity to rapidly develop and grow. This blood battle has allowed many declining elementary schools to regain vitality. As the saying goes, each generation has its own gods. On this day, a delegation from the Congress descended upon the ancient dragon continent. Their cultivation was generally at the primordial soul realm, with the leader being a grand wizard. He wore a black starry robe, with grey hair and a youthful face, his gaze piercing. Herman's virtual projection appeared, and he asked, "May I ask who this is?" The Grand Wizard smiled and said, "Hello, I am Shadow Walker Noet, here to visit the Dusk Palace Master, please synchronize with him." Herman replied, "I see, however, you all have come at an inopportune moment, as the Palace Master is currently in seclusion." The Shadow Walker smiled and said, "I see, then we shall return another day." No sooner had he spoken. In the direction of the Tower of Dawn, within a range of 200 miles, elements surged and roiled towards them. The Shadow Walker's expression changed slightly. This is an element tide signifying a promotion to 8th Circle Wizard. A radius of 200 miles is usually only seen when an 8th Circle Senior Wizard is promoted. Has the Dusk Palace Master already quietly advanced to 8th Circle Senior, or is such a commotion normal for an 8th Circle promotion? According to the Congress's knowledge, the Dusk Palace Master had not yet advanced to 8th Circle. This seclusion should be for the 8th Circle. Such a powerful element tide. Indeed, it should be that the Dusk Palace Master is about to advance. The primordial soul realm powerhouses of the delegation discussed animatedly. The teachers and students of the Tower of Dawn were even more excited. It looks like the Palace Master has succeeded in becoming an 8th Circle. Wonderful. Yes, we are now a top transcendent organization, aren't we? It's just an empty title, it doesn't matter. Boom. With a powerful spiritual force fluctuation spreading out, an invisible momentum dispersed the clouds in the high sky. A highly condensed primordial soul figure spanned the heavens and earth, embracing the universe. This primordial soul was 1,000 meters tall, shining brightly like a lighthouse. The dazzling witch marks were like a myriad of stars, captivating. Under the primordial soul was a figure in black armor, sitting cross-legged in the void. He opened his eyes, and with a thought, drew his primordial soul into his mind. The primordial soul's size can change at will, the spiritual force becomes more solid, and the body seems about to ascend to spiritual force, merging with the heavens and earth. This is the 8th Circle, incredibly powerful. With just a thought, he could mobilize the elemental power within a radius of 200 miles. This range can only be mastered by an 8th Circle Senior Wizard. Moreover, his control over the elemental power was on a completely different level compared to before the 7th Circle. His innate spell power had also significantly advanced, and the primordial soul spell power surpassed the late 7th Circle by far. For Levi now, casting the 6th Circle primordial soul spell. With the addition of the magic rune, he could almost cast it with a single thought, like an instinctive innate spell. 7 Circle spells were not much different, gaining a significant first move advantage in fierce battles. After advancing to the 8th Circle, through his own experience, coupled with the research during this time of seclusion, he also understood the path ahead. The next step is to integrate elemental power into the primordial soul, coalesce an elemental holy soul, while remodeling the body with elementalization, forming an elemental holy body, and advancing to Grand Wizard. A Grand Wizard can easily disintegrate enemies below level 9 into the most basic elemental particles. As for them, everything in the world is merely a structure of elements and energy. Moreover, the Grand Wizard's elemental body possesses no physical weaknesses, it has a constant elementalization ability. Unless attacked by an opponent of the same realm or someone possessing special means, even decapitating them or dismantling their body will be futile, which evidently is why they can rival demigods. In a way, this is an undying body. In short, the chasm between the 5th circle and 6th circle is the difference between manpower and the ability to mobilize the elemental power of heaven and earth. The chasm between the 8th circle and 9th circle is the difference in understanding and control of the elements. To fight a 9th circle with an 8th circle body, the road is still long. On the Klein crystal ball, it showed Levi's current spiritual force had reached 15,200 points. After advancing to the 8th circle, the spiritual force directly increased by 2,000 points. The standard spiritual force range for the 8th circle is 14,000 to 24,000. 1 point of spiritual force represents 2,000 points of spell power. His current spell power reached 30,400,000. This is truly a vast ocean of spell power. After the 8th circle, for the 8th circle wizard, if they only use innate spells to fight, he can battle against an evenly matched enemy for a day and night without exhausting spell power. The consumption for primordial soul spells will be a bit higher. Greater consumption comes with 8th circle magic, but it is no longer like before the 6th circle, when casting a few would leave one drained. After the 8th circle, the wizard's endurance in battle significantly improves. And after becoming a Grand Wizard, possessing an elemental body and elemental holy soul, continuously absorbing the elemental power of heaven and earth, the ability to sustain battle becomes even more formidable. So the magical duels between legendary wizards and enemies are, many times, counted in years. Levi exhaled turbid air, he concluded his seclusion, and his figure dissipated. Chapter 2317. Congratulations to the Dusk Palace Master on stepping into the 8th circle, the Grand Wizard is within reach. The Shadow Walker congratulated. Congratulations! Congratulations! Levi welcomed the delegation to the council chamber. What is the matter the senior is seeking me for? The Shadow Walker got straight to the point. We have noticed that your side seems to be able to summon creatures from the nightmare world. Are you conducting research on the nightmare world? Levi roughly guessed the Congress's intention. Yes. The School of Dreams summoning nightmare creatures, this cannot be hidden from the Congress, and he did not intend to hide it. The Shadow Walker pondered. Presumably, Sir Levi has heard of the events of the Dreamland Steeple, doing this carries significant risks. Levi smiled slightly. I understand the Congress's concerns, but I can assure you there will be no issues on my side, and certainly no unforeseen disasters brought to the wizard world. The Shadow Walker nodded. Very well, I also trust in the Dusk Palace Master's ability. I mainly wanted to remind you that the nightmare world is extremely dangerous. With the example of the Dreamland Steeple before us, it is imperative to be cautious in developing the nightmare world, or else the loss outweighs the gain if one gets lost in it. I have nothing else here. If you encounter any problems in the nightmare world, feel free to contact me anytime, for I also have some research on the nightmare world. With that, the Shadow Walker led the team away. Levi understood the Congress's concerns. Therefore, he has always been cautious about exploring the nightmare world, staying around the Black Dragon territory always. Risks are inevitable, but weighing the pros and cons, the benefits are still greater. After being closed off for a long time, he inspected various major organizations. Everything is normal, steadily progressing. Elena and the 3 avatars are also doing well. Madame Triss is tackling the most challenging 7-circle breakthrough potion. If she succeeds, her war merits will not be less than those of the top 10 on the level 8 demon slaughter list. He also communicated with the Heart Moon Spirit Witch about the progress of the summoning style of nightmare summoning. He learned that precise summoning has been preliminarily achieved, and corresponding spells and knowledge are being researched. Levi told her to pay extra attention and report any situation to him at any time. The root of the matter is that his strength is not strong enough in the nightmare world. If he had the strength of a legendary wizard, even with the risks in the nightmare world, with his status as a nightmare lord, he would have no fear. Learning that Levi advanced to the 8th circle, 100 Flowers also came back from the front lines to congratulate him. Levi upgraded and recharged her dragon's protection ring, so that next time she summons a replacement fighter, it will be at level 8 standard. It's more than enough for preserving life in front of a level 8 demon. Levi's demon slaying list also automatically updated to level 9. He opened the leaderboard. The first place is Lucy, with the 8 circle perfect cultivation, having over 20 billion in points. For Ms. Lucy, points are really just numbers, doesn't seem much useful. After the 8th circle, not counting the random sun refining artifacts, at most, you can exchange for 2 non-random sun refining artifacts. With the lady's war merits, she must have exchanged them all long ago. Moreover, she doesn't seem to lack resources much. After all, being a reincarnated legendary wizard, she definitely left many backup plans. From 2nd to 12th place, they are basically all with 8 circle perfect cultivation. Mostly they are leaders of top wizard organizations or commanders of ace legions. These people have long been famous in the wizard world, the top existence below the grand wizard. Their points are all in the tens of billions, several tens of billions. The 13th place is Levi. At his peak, his points were able to rank in the top 10. Later, to focus on cultivation, he fell out. Next, there's no hurry. After the 8th circle, exchanging for sun refining artifacts becomes much simpler. A single mid-level 8 demon, even the weakest bottom-dwelling fish demon, has 20 to 30 million points. Some troublesome ones, like the formless demon or shadow demon, have over a billion points. Of course, after the 8th circle, the war merits needed for exchanging non-random sun refining artifacts also increase somewhat. This is the Congress's high standard requirement for high-level wizards. The price of the same artifacts might be twice that of the 7-circle period. But for an 8th circle wizard, earning war merits is much easier than for a 7-circle one. So overall difficulty is still lower. Of course, the premise of earning war merits easily is strong enough capability. If the combat power is inflated, unable to defeat a level 8 demon of the same realm, then naturally it's futile. But due to Nora's home ground advantage and plane suppression, except for the cave wizard, the average combat power of normal 8th circle wizards surpasses that of demons. After a step-by-step selection of the best among the best to reach this realm, there are no ordinary people. Talent, perseverance, luck, one of these factors is always outstanding. For me, it's still to consolidate the realm first, and then refine those 3 oddities. Next, start collecting and learning 8 circle magic, prepare the materials for night promotion, and bring up other breathing techniques. The 3 arts of wizardry also need to be slightly worked on, refine a batch of 8 circle meditation potions, and divine talisman deo needs further research, start attempting knight's divine talismans. After advancing to the 8th circle, matters did not decrease. Cultivation is like this, there is never a time for slackness. But with Levi's lifespan, he can afford to be leisurely without haste. The average lifespan for 8th circle wizards is 4,000 years, he has the knight's blessing, plus the doubled moon rune. His lifespan should be similar to that of a legendary wizard, and he is only 1100 years old. In other words, only 1/10 has passed. The longer I live, the younger I become. Among mortals, I'm still at the stage of an 8-year-old child. Chapter 2318. Levi quipped. But thinking about the Ash Dragon, and Mana's extraordinary lifespan, Levi didn't have much to boast about. My goal should be to live as long as Mana, until I tire of life. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Look, our 8th circle wizard is back. Mana sat on top of 80, her long, fair legs and sweet-smelling little feet dangling at the sides. A group of shell demons, along with Levi's adopted little fairies, gathered underneath 80 to collect immortal dew. The towering ancient banyan tree gently swayed. This scene was so beautiful, like a true fairyland. Today, I have broken through, so we should celebrate. Mana, you invite everyone, let the flying immortal platform be abundant. The flying immortal platform is wine brewed from immortal flowing liquid, with an alcohol content of 0.53. After all, it's a drink for feasting, so the alcohol content has to be low, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. Oh, there's a feast. Not drunk, not returning home. The good news spread across all departments within the fairyland. Dragon Palace, Ancient Shell Palace, Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, North Sea Secret Realm, Burning Rock Clan, and the guardians of those cave heaven blessed lands all gathered together. At night, the stars twinkled. Under the ancient banyan tree, a group of giant dragons like mountains sat in a circle. A circle of wine cups floated mid-air, landing before everyone, with the wine flying into their throats. The thunder crocodile took a sip, though made of thunder element, it couldn't help but savor it. Not bad, not bad. There were also some undead, for whom the wine slipped through their skeletons after entering the throat. Long emerged from the earth, not wasting a drop of wine. Levi sat beside Mana, observing this circle of subordinates, differing greatly in race and form. He felt somewhat content. The gloom of the blood battle loomed over the wizard world. But in the ancient Banyan fairyland, not a trace could be felt. Inside and outside the fairyland were two completely different worlds. He didn't want these fellows to get involved in the blood battle either. As the feast ended, people weren't drunk, yet intoxicated by the atmosphere. The fire-breathing dragon, hiccuping, left happily with its wife. The Red Princess and Black Lotus Beast were engaged in some conversation. Three brothers lay on the ground, snoring away, dragged by their mother's earthquake dragon's tail back to the valley. The Black Phoenix and the Green Fire Crow, distant cousins, chatted about the undying bird. The Thunder Crocodile proudly showcased its thunder afterimage. Mana, face flushed, lay on a swing woven from branches, gazing at the starry river. She suddenly said, "What a wonderful day it is, though the stock of immortal flowing liquid is running out." Levi looked at this warm scene and laughed. "Enjoy the wine while it's here, no worries." He quietly returned to the small stone pond, soaked in the spring of immortality, and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted a year. When he naturally woke up, Levi's realm was more or less stabilized. He took out the Flame Emperor's sword, taking a deep breath. "Let's begin." Upon its appearance, the Flame Emperor's sword buzzed and shivered, radiating a scorching heat. Levi's hands enveloped it in golden light, tightly containing it to prevent damage to the surrounding environment. Then, using secret technique, he began to refine it. Swish! A red stream of light merged into his body. It was the phantom of a sword, melting at a visible speed in Levi's hand. His eyes opened wide, his expression slightly changed. Why is this oddity refining so quickly? It's known that the shadow emblem took him 10 years to refine. Although now as an 8th circle, it wouldn't take that long, he had prepared for 3 to 5 years of seclusion. Unexpectedly, like Zhu Beiji's ruthless consuming of ginseng fruit. He hadn't had a chance to ponder, when the Flame Emperor's sword vanished in his hand. As if impatient to enter, a scorching red warmth coursed through his limbs, finally converging in his mind. Levi's spiritual force was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a day later, Levi's head was slightly dizzy, feeling like it was about to burst. He quickly began meditation, slowly consuming this spiritual force to prevent going awry, avoiding excess. Thus, 6 years passed. Nora 690, Blood Battle 476th year. To Levi, with a 10,000-year lifespan, 6 years was like half a month to a mortal. True cultivation transcends time, devoid of a concept of years. He fully subdued the surging spiritual force, feeling much more comfortable overall. This sun-refining artifact refined too fast, leaving no time for adaptation. If it were like the shadow emblem, refining and enhancing simultaneously, it would be much better. That is the wonder of the oddities, even the same oddity can yield different effects for different wizards. At 1106 years old, Levi opened his eyes. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 16200/25200. Spiritual force increased by 1000 at once. This is the power of a sun-refining artifact. The previous shadow emblem, since it pushed Levi's spiritual force to the maximum, didn't establish a standard for improvement. Seeing now, a sun-refining artifact should provide about 1000. However, the Flame Emperor's sword is one of the best among them, while ordinary sun-refining artifacts might be slightly lower. But still around 8 to 900, give or take. For an ordinary primordial soul wizard, that could mean hundreds of years of hard cultivation. Even for Levi, he would need about a 60-year seclusion. Good thing I used it in the 8 environments. If I refined it at the 7 circle, it would have been a huge waste. An 8th circle senior wizard's spiritual force standard is 18,000 points, I'm not far from reaching 8th circle senior. After the 8th circle, spiritual force spans reach 10,000 points. So each small realm advancement is challenging. This is the endpoint for the vast majority of geniuses, even top-tier ones. Spiritual force enhancement is just one aspect. Levi came to his mind space, where the divine ring tower spun gently. A crimson flame dragon writhed above. In its mouth, it held a red flame dragon ball, resembling the black bead in the Shadow Dragon group model. This signified that the Fire Dragon Tribulation talent had evolved. Levi could feel the intricacy of the spell model, even surpassing his current comprehension. The Sun Refining Artifact originated from the fall of a level 9 existence, its truth runes, profound and unfathomable. I wonder about the power of the Fire Dragon Tribulation spell. With a thought, Levi appeared above the outer sea. He pointed with one finger. Within a 200-mile radius, the fire elemental power became agitated and restless. A vast red cloud transformed into a flame dragon tens of miles long, exuding an aura of terror. The fire dragon roared forth, quickly shifting into a crimson greatsword, faintly visible with an awe-inspiring shadow of the Flame Emperor, standing as tall as the sky. Slash! This one strike carved out a 1,000-mile-long red flame rift. White mist, heat waves, magma, seawater, meteors, countless doomsday scenes played out, leaving one in awe. His such might, in the future, I'll rely on this single move to dominate, there's nothing a fire dragon tribulation can't solve, and if there is, just use more. Chapter 2319. You need to understand. The Fire Dragon Tribulation is merely an inconspicuous innate spell, and it's Levi's first talent. It's just Levi's ordinary attack. Now its power surpasses even the grand moves of a conventional primordial soul wizard. This showcases the might of the Sun Refining Artifact. But at this stage, many excellent 8th Circle wizards have refined Sun Refining Artifacts. Their innate spells can't be judged by common sense. Future battles demand caution, there's no harm in being careful. Besides, the power of Levi's other burning faction spells has also significantly increased. He opened the proficiency panel. The Flame Emperor's sword brought some unexpected changes regarding the Ether Dominance talent. Ether Dominance, Rock Emperor's shield, missing, Flame Emperor's sword, complete, Wind Emperor's robe, missing, Blue Emperor's boots, missing, Thunder Emperor's crown, missing, Ice Emperor's throne, missing, Golden Emperor's palace, missing. Thanks to the proficiency panel, and the Children of Chaos initial talent to learn everything but excel in nothing, Levi embarked on a path of learning all things. The Ether Dominance talent originated from the Ether meditation art that Levi fused back then. These things at the back seem to be part of the Sun Refining Artifacts. Some are recorded in the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, and some aren't. It seems the Flame Emperor's sword and the other 6 artifacts are a set. Could it be that combined, they're a legendary artifact? Levi's gaze swept over these artifacts, and a wave of information surged into his mind. Elemental Proof. This name was very familiar, and he hurriedly opened the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items. At the end of the guide, a legendary artifact was recorded. Elemental Proof, a legendary artifact, upon refinement grants a level 10 legendary profession. The description is brief, with no other content. The higher the level of the artifact in the Illustrated Guide, the less information there is. Some legendary artifacts even have only a name, leaving the rest to speculation. So it is. These 7 Sun Refining Artifacts, although non-sequence artifacts, can be fused into a single legendary artifact. It's a pity that the War Merit store only has a Flame Emperor's sword. Levi checked the 9th level demon slaying list, but there were no other artifacts from this list. He couldn't say whether the council treasury had them or not. It seems he has to find a way to acquire these artifacts on his own. Since the proficiency panel has hinted, his goal and direction are quite clear now. Before ascending to legendary status, collect these 7 artifacts to fuse the elemental proof. This way, he should be able to acquire a legendary profession. This legendary profession, spanning across 7 major sects, will certainly be powerful. His path to becoming legendary is becoming clearer. I wonder if the deeper layers of the Dark Ancient Tower have any? I'm about to undertake the level 8 trial and become a level 8 law enforcer, I can look for them next. Levi looked forward with anticipation. Looking at it now, the elemental proof is the most suitable legendary artifact for him. Aside from these, the Flame Emperor's sword also bestowed Levi with a talent called Emperor of Flames. The talent is simple yet brutal, it enhances his fire element affinity. He already has the Crimson Emperor Dragon bloodline bonus, making his fire element affinity strong. The combination makes it all the stronger. Simon, with his dual fire talent, is no match for him. Next, the speed of meditation and proficiency in burning faction spells will certainly improve. Levi's consciousness entered his mind, where the 8 layers of the Divine Ring Tower slowly rotated. Within the first layer of the Divine Tower, 7 ancient-styled stone platforms had appeared, though he hadn't noticed when. A crimson flame sword floated on one of the stone platforms. It was the Flame Emperor's sword. The other 6 stone platforms were empty. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen something like this. It seems that after refining each elemental proof sub-artifact, it will appear on the stone platform, like proof of collection. The previous shadow emblem didn't have this situation. It's a shame that such mighty artifacts don't have accompanying spiritual creatures, and neither does the shadow emblem. Is the drop rate of spiritual creatures for sun refining artifacts so low? No matter, I'll continue to refine the remaining 2 bright moon artifacts. Levi first took out that Death Sex dragonfish artifact. The dragonfish looked cunning, wriggling like an eel in his hand. Hope you prove useful. Bright moon artifacts present no difficulty for him to refine. Half a year later, Levi gazed at the 25,400 spirit force upper limit on the Klein crystal ball. Not bad at all, an increment of 200 points in one go, comparable to the White Emperor Holy Sword back then. 200 points seem to be the upper limit for bright moon artifacts. Levi hasn't seen a number higher than this. This indicates this artifact is quite excellent, the strongest bright moon artifact under the sun refining artifacts. As for the increase in spiritual force upper limit or enhancing spiritual force, Levi does not mind. In his mind, Jin squeaked cheerfully. Levi's consciousness entered the Divine Tower. Jin, Fleur, Abiao, Si Lei, Nick. All these artifacts have become much stronger than before. Especially Si Lei, whose divine demeanor made the surrounding spiritual creatures avert their gaze. Now, all these spiritual creatures curiously observed a corner. There, a miniature yellow river meandered. The murky waters exuded dense negative energy, death energy. Chapter 2320. It somewhat resembles the yellow spring Levi saw in Dragonfall Valley. This is a river-like companion entity, quite rare. Sensing Levi's consciousness, the river floated lightly, appearing in his palm. Death energy lingered, causing the surrounding flora to wither rapidly. Suddenly, this companion entity seemed to sense something. It rushed into the sky, heading towards the ancient banyan tree mansion. Levi's figure followed. Ancient banyan tree mansion. The tombstone of the dead stood silently, with rest soil now expanding to about 1 square mile, progressing well. Some bewildered skeletons, ghosts wandered the wilderness. Sensing Levi's presence, their soul fire conveyed fluctuations of excitement and submission in spirit. As the master of the ancient banyan tree mansion, Levi had absolute control over them. The yellow river had already burrowed under the tombstone of the dead. Gurgle. Accompanied by the sound of bubbling clear spring, a yellow spring emerged beneath the tombstone. The yellow river bubbled like a yellow eel hidden in the silt. It seems you like staying here. Levi speculated that the dense death energy here attracted the spirit. In that case, I'll call you Yellow Spring. Levi murmured. Yellow Spring continued to bubble, with more and more spring water gushing out of it. Like the tombstone of the dead, it could transform elemental power into death energy. The spring water flowed over rest soil, seemingly accelerating its multiplying speed. This brought joy to Levi's heart. It seems it won't be long before the ancient banyan tree mansion completely transforms into the human underworld. At that time, more undead creatures will be nurtured below. Perhaps, in the distant future. He wouldn't need to do anything to have an undead army sweeping across the multidimensional plane. And have a formidable heroic spirit army. Then let this oddity be named Dragon of Netherworld. Levi added this oddity to the illustrated guide of strange items. Unknowingly, he had documented many unique oddities in this book. When passing it on to others in the future, he'd also be one of its compilers. It was like he and Sauron wielded a knife each, together compiling an illustrated guide of strange items. Finally, Levi took out the black eyeball. Though it's a bit peculiar, it's merely a bright moon artifact, not a big deal. At its core, any cultivation sect is just a tool, the error isn't in them, but in people. As long as one has strong willpower and sufficient temperament, not everyone in the burning faction is as irritable as Simon, nor is everyone in the death sect devious, the majority are normal people. 6 months later. Nora year 691. Blood battle year 477. Levi had also refined the jet black eyeball. He opened his eyes, with a glimmer of dark light slicing through the void. In his mind, a dark, negative emotion lingered uncertainly. In broad terms, negative energy is quite varied. Basically, everything besides the 7 elements and light constitutes negative energy. For instance, nightmare, fear, or the 7 deadly sins of mankind. But within the school of insects, the mainstream only includes 4. Darkness, death, shadow, blood. Among these, darkness is the most typical, negative energy, and also the most powerful. This is why wizards refer to their universe as the land of darkness. But this energy is also the most difficult to master. One wrong step, and one might get lost in darkness. After refining this oddity, Levi felt it keenly. But for him, a bright moon artifact indeed had little impact. For no other reason than that darkness was merely a part of his cultivation sect. His mainstay remained the 7 elements, these positive energies. With them, it's easy to suppress this little bit of dark power. However, this thing is really formidable. If it were a sun-refining artifact of the dark faction, it wouldn't be so simple. Everyone has a negative part, that's quite normal. As long as you ensure the positive overshadows the negative, there are no issues. Completely lacking negativity, that would be abnormal. Levi murmured to himself. This jet black eyeball also increased the upper limit of his spiritual force by 150 points. Its quality clearly couldn't compare to the dragon of Netherworld. Levi's spiritual force upper limit reached 25,550 points. In addition, it gave birth to a special physique. It's called the Great Black Celestial Body. The Great Black Celestial Body has 3 functions. 1. Slightly enhancing his dark faction talent. 2. During nighttime or in the land of darkness, his perception ability significantly increases. 3. Boosts damage to light attribute entities, whether they be wizards of the light school, transcendent creatures, or even gods. It's well known that gods love to arm themselves with light. Among the celestial entities, many have associations with light. In the wizard world, the light school is not among the leading factions. Yet in the astral world, many gods possess the authority of light. Among these, the most famous, with whom Levi had interacted many times, is precisely Heavenly Father. Levi knows little about godly knowledge. But he's aware of some hidden knowledge. It seems gods like to refer to their domains as authority. Moreover, to gods, authority is like a gigantic cake. Its quantity is fixed. Some gods possess many, thus are very strong. While others can only grasp some scraps, thus are weak. Consequently, even gods can vary greatly in power levels. Chapter 2321. Some weak gods can be slain by a fledgling legendary wizard. Their power can only be said to be above a grand wizard, but below legendary. This is why there are so many gods of the astral world, because many are just there to make up the numbers. It's not an exaggeration to call them fake gods, as they have the realm but lack the strength. In comparison, the average strength of a legendary wizard is much stronger. Anyone who can become a legendary has great fortune, great tenacity, and great talent. Some weak gods might have just been lucky enough to claim a fragment of authority, condense a divine persona, and gain habitation rights in the constellation. Of course, some powerful gods, even Sauron, must fear. The 7 orthodox gods, and the Lord of Chaos who once attempted to invade the Wizard Federation, are among them. The 4 great evil gods under him are not ordinary beings in the astral world. The gods serving under him are more than just 4. In general, gods are still very strong, no matter how weak, they are level 10 existences, and cannot be countered by anyone less than a legendary wizard. In the history of the wizard world, there have only been a few instances of grand wizards slaying gods. They were only able to do so with rare treasures, arrays, and numerical superiority. Those grand wizards were themselves remarkable individuals with 9 rings perfect, who later ascended to legendary wizard. Regarding authority, Levi knows very little of this knowledge. In summary, this is the thing that makes gods form cliques like mortals. The wars between gods usually also have to do with the struggle for authority. This great black celestial body is somewhat of a cumbersome physique, like dragon-slaying technique. Light element creatures are very rare, and Levi has hardly seen any so far, as most are in the astral world. Light faction wizards are the same. As for god slaying, he is still far from it. And even if he had the strength, he wouldn't trouble the gods for no reason. However, this dark artifact reminded him of the Morning Star level light artifact he previously refined, Scattering Eyes. That was also an eye bead that created a special physique called the Great Light King Body. But its effect was quite the opposite. It slightly increased damage to dark creatures, including demons, and could capture the demonic aura wandering in the world. In that case, let's call this artifact Dark Eye. Recording it in the illustrated guide of strange items, Levi exhaled a long breath. With all 3 strange items refined, I can stabilize my realm for a while and then come out. In year 695 of the Nora calendar, the blood battle lasted 481 years. In cultivation, the passage of time is unknown. 4 years have passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Levi has been in the 7-ring realm for 10 years. He has turned 1111 years old. In recent years, he focused on refining strange items. In these years, his focus shifted to the pharmaceutical skills in the 3 arts of wizardry. Even though he could delegate the tedious work of the 3 arts to his duplication, he was advancing too quickly now. So he needed to focus on pharmacy first, starting to refine meditation supplementary potions. Fortunately, he never lost his skills in the 3 arts, especially in pharmacy. So he quickly cultivated it to the 8 environments, without much trouble. With his current realm, knowledge, and the panel devoting himself fully, these side professions were not difficult to cultivate. During the 7-ring period, he consciously collected the formulas for the 8th ring meditation assistance potion. Now in his knowledge base, there are 3 types. Love Potion, Starlight Potion, Sleeping Fairy's Lullaby. The materials for the 8-circle potion, the main ingredient, are 8-circle medicinal herbs or materials, making collection increasingly difficult. In terms of effect, the strongest is the Starlight Potion, but it requires the material starlight grass, which is very rare. It only occasionally surfaces in auctions or the black market. Even if he bought it, it would be difficult to mass produce in the short term to meet cultivation needs. The Love Potion is of lower quality, with average effect. It seems that the last one is the most suitable. Sleeping Fairy's Lullaby, required materials. 1 skin from the heart of a level 8 sleep demon, dried and ground into powder. 2 spiritual dream grass, 7 days soul returning grass, and 36 other types. I already have 1 piece of sleep demon heart skin, which should last a while. Spiritual dream grass is available in this nightmare world. 7 days soul returning grass is also grown in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The remaining 30 types of materials are mostly of the 6th circle and 7th circle standards. Levi's material collection is incomplete, but with the many organizations on the ancient dragon continent, collecting them is not a big problem. An 8th circle wizard wanting to cultivate without worry must establish a wizard organization, otherwise just gathering meditation supplementary potion materials can consume endless cultivation time. To supply an 8th circle wizard with worry-free cultivation requires unknown efforts from countless wizards. Tisk tisk tisk. Levi is fortunate, having collected a lot of materials in the dark ancient tower, so there are not many troubles for his subordinates. After issuing the tasks, Levi no longer worried. He awakened Lopez, who was training in the nightmare world. Lopez looked puzzled. "Master, what's the matter?" In a single thought, Levi removed the crimson enslavement from Lopez. Now that both his wizard and knight professions have ascended to level 8, his strength completely crushes Lopez. Even if Lopez ascended to level 8, Levi could suppress him with 1 hand. There was no need to enslave Lopez anymore. After the confusion, the restored Lopez's face was complex. It recalled the experiences of this time, looking at the man before it. Chapter 2322. Lopez, how has life been lately? Levi asked. Lopez thought for a moment and replied honestly. Good, I haven't been this happy since my hometown was destroyed. Levi said. Do you want to stay here? Lopez pondered for a moment and earnestly replied. I do. Levi smiled faintly. He was quite adept at handling these transcendent creatures. In the environment of ancient Banyan fairyland, who wouldn't enjoy themselves? No worries about food and clothing, attended by dedicated staff, no disasters or misfortunes, no need for labor. The only job was to sleep and enter the nightmare world to play virtual games. Directly in the dream, primordial spirit. Activate. If this had been his previous life, Levi could easily win over countless homebodies. After having Lopez swear before the Excalibur, he left the ancient Banyan fairyland. Lopez received another stick combat technique manual, went off cheerfully to cultivate. Tower of Dawn. Another acquaintance from the past has passed away. She was Leah, the little girl Levi brought along after finishing his trials on the Yellow Earth continent. the daughter of that tavern lady boss. 1,000 years flew by so swiftly. At the funeral. Hall master, this is a notebook left by my grandma. A young wizard handed over a carefully wrapped book. The mirror lake on the cover seemed timeless and serene, like the ages. How many events from ancient to modern times, in the long river of ages, are mere insignificant ripples. Mirror Lake Book. This is a pharmacy knowledge notebook. It's also a small tradition of the Tower of Dawn. Many wizards would, before their demise, record all their life's knowledge and leave it in the organization. This way, they could leave some traces of themselves for future times. Levi opened the front page. Grandpa Keg, I'm going to meet Mother, Granny Marlene, and Senior Sister Winnie. Thank you for bringing me onto the path of a wizard, allowing me to see more of the world. A sweet girl's voice came through, likely a spell embedded with a message. Alas! Levi had countless thoughts, ultimately turning into a helpless sigh. Leah's talent was also good. Before her death, she achieved 5th circle perfection. But the sky chasm of the 6th circle was still lacking some spark. Levi placed the Mirror Lake book in the library, copying it into the collection. Suddenly, he wanted to walk on the ancient dragon continent. With the gentle sunlight, his silhouette vanished in the library. Huffman was also old now. He's already over 1400 years old. The lifespan of halflings is longer than humans, but still limited. But he also, relying on his accumulation and effort, grinned to 5th circle perfection. If he could advance to the 6th circle, there would be some hope. The halfling tribe, under his leadership, has become quite strong. Currently, there are quite a few low-level and middle-level wizards, with hope of their own primordial soul wizard emerging in the future. This underrepresented minority group. On the ancient dragon continent side, they have gained the dignity and value they wanted. Everywhere in the pharmaceutical military factories set up by the organization, their presence is seen. Batches upon batches of medicine are manufactured and sent to the front line. Seeing Levi arrive, Huffman was somewhat surprised. After all, the Dusk Palace Master was too busy, and they hadn't met for a long time. He stood upright, raising his stooped figure. Greetings, Hall Master. Levi wasn't wearing the intimidating, distance-creating black armor, just a simple white robe. He said casually. Nothing much, just taking a break and coming to see everyone. Huffman smiled and said. I heard the Hall Master reached 8th circle? Congratulations. Levi nodded. Huffman felt a sense of yearning. The 8th circle, for him, was a realm extremely distant. Distant beyond imagination, even in dreams. After exchanging pleasantries with Huffman, Levi left a potion for breaking through the 6th circle. This was the model he used initially, the most effective. Keep trying, Huffman. Huffman held the potion with trembling hands. Thank you, Hall Master. Levi also visited the Dwarf Kingdom, Cave Elf, Wind Spirit Clan, Amazon, Two-Headed Man, and the gathering places of those alien races brought from ancient towers of the 3 realms and 4 lands, conducting a round of informal visits and friendly inquiries. These actions greatly moved and shocked those alien races. After all, in this world, traditional noble supremacy views still prevail. Great figures seldom show a friendly face to the lower levels, let alone pretend to make an effort. Everyone noticed, externally it seemed like the formidable, mysterious Dusk Palace Master actually seemed quite casual, being so nice to these alien races. This was completely different from what they imagined. In the span of a year, Levi walked every corner of the ancient dragon continent, large and small. One reason was for his image and persona. Another was to personally experience the development situation of the organization. For the problems discovered within, he also severely handled the responsible personnel. All along, he had focused on cultivation, paying little attention to the organization. Surely, some pests and darkness would breed. This time, it could be considered a thorough sweep. Returning to ancient Banyan Fairyland, Levi opened the proficiency panel. After breaking through level 8, the improvement speed of the brilliant golden dragon armor and crimson emperor dragon was quite decent. Though not as quick as the level 7 period, it was not lagging and becoming a shortcoming in cultivation. However, he still needed to start searching for level 8 sub-dragons, and even, pure-blooded dragon clan. There aren't many sub-dragons reaching level 8, many are complete bodies at level 6 or 7. Pure-blooded dragon clan is even rarer. Especially near Nora, wild ones are unseen. Long ago captured by wizards, or scared into fleeing homes. Conducting a plane journey, searching for Dragon Clan, also needs to be added to the agenda. Meanwhile, he can search for dying planes, letting mana accelerate growth, expanding ancient Banyan fairyland early. If wizard civilization really reaches the end, I can take more seeds away. Chapter 2323. Besides, the breathing techniques of the Scarlet Dragon and the Sky King Dragon have both reached the peak of level 7. The Scarlet Dragon also urgently needs to advance to the mythical breathing skill. He still lacks a negative energy bloodline crystal, preferably of darkness or death. It better not be related to blood again. From Lopez's memory, it is known. In ancient times, there was an extremely powerful mythical giant dragon called the Blood Dark Dragon King. It seemed to be a collection of various negative energies, even stronger than the Red Lotus Dragon. After its death, it created a great number of pure blood dragons full of negative energy. To some extent, the blood-sucking demon dragon and the blood-slaughter bat dragon are its descendants. Evolving the Scarlet Dragon in this direction is Levi's current plan. Both the Nightmare Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon are at the late stage of level 7 cultivation. The former is still at the legendary level and also needs to advance to mythical. In his heart, he has a Dragon Palace expansion plan, mainly divided into the following steps. First, the second brother will rely on the energy of the Demon Fox and the Ghost Elephant department to search for traces of the Dragon Clan in Hell. Second, the Succubus side searches for the clues of the Abyss Demon Dragon, preferably tricking more dragon abominations into fighting Nora. Third, the Spider King, in the Land of Darkness, searches for the Earth-type mixed blood dragon clan through the plane travel of his duplication. Fourth, cooperate with the authorities to see if dragons can be directly purchased. Of course, dragons are just one aspect. Levi also wants to collect other rare creatures. Ancient Banyan Fairyland is still far from the perfect world he envisioned. 5 years later. The 700th year of Nora. The 486th year of the Blood Battle. In the Nightmare World, Levi and Lopez's figures clashed over the chaotic wilderness. He did not use any means and only used part of his own strength. His right hand transformed into a giant flesh and blood hammer, and the hammer wind was capable of destroying heaven and earth. 1 hammer, 2 hammers. In an instant, he had already swung 108 hammers. It was precisely the supreme combat technique of the Ghost Elephant department, the worldly demon elephant hammer. The hammer shadows were like stormy seas, constantly stacking, and finally turned into a ferocious phantom of a sky-supporting giant elephant. Its gaze was fierce as it collided with Lopez's bone club. Boom! The bone club shattered in an instant, and the giant elephant knocked Lopez hundreds of miles away, crashing into one mountain after another. Rumble! Lopez's figure dissipated, crumbling to pieces. Master, I feel like I'm about to break through, ha ha ha. Before logging off, Lopez's ecstatic voice came through. Levi smiled slightly. Whether Lopez could break through was unknown, but in any case, his hammer technique was perfected. The power is indeed impressive, worthy of being created by a level 9 expert. Even a castrated version far surpasses the previous Barbarian King level combat techniques. Integrated into the Extreme Deo strategy. A month later, Levi's Extreme Deo strategy broke through to in level 8 realm. Levi. Extreme Deo strategy, level 8, 1/100,000, special effect, 10 absolute extremes, 10 evil martial arts. 10 absolute extremes, Gun Extreme Deo. 10 evil martial arts, Sky Dragon Path, Heavenly Phenomenon Deo, Heavenly Badger Path, Sky Peng Deo, Sky Lion Path, Sky Whale Path, Heavenly Snake Deo, Heavenly Cold Path, Limitless Path. In the 10 evil martial arts, there are already 9 evils. The Sky Dragon Path and the Heavenly Phenomenon Deo can open up the Dragon Elephant Path. He took a step forward, surrounded by the phantom of a dragon elephant, galloping. The Crimson Dragon cut forward, in an instant, it was already the ultimate 108 slashes. His veins bulged, muscles swelled, and white air waves burst forth. Boom! A terrifying sword galloped across the chaotic wilderness, creating a gorge of sword chi stretching thousands of miles before disappearing without a trace. For Levi, both the hammer technique and sword technique were the same study, only that the hammer technique was easier to exert great power. The combat techniques have also reached level 8 standard. Lopez gained insight from battles earlier, and his combat technique level advanced by leaps and bounds. On the chaotic wilderness, he was discussing with Emperor Mu. Just before logging off, a danger perception faintly occurred, and Levi looked towards the horizon in front of him. Soon after, spies came to report. A large army of nightmare creatures appeared suddenly ahead, rushing towards the direction of the Black Dragon territory. Yellow Fever King, Dengue King, Cholera King. The three great lords formed an alliance army and came with force. While the Black Dragon territory developed silently, the outside world was also in turmoil. The Black Death King, because of the failure to deploy troops to the Black Dragon territory, suffered both a loss of troops and defeat. Not long ago, the Smallpox King, among the 8 kings, broke through to the level 8 late-stage realm. Just as the Black Death King's forces were depleted, they took advantage of the void. Unable to resist, the Black Death King abandoned the territory, taking some trusted soldiers, and fled the Blood Rain realm, whereabouts unknown. After that, the Smallpox King successively defeated and killed 3 kings, and also subdued the Yellow Fever, Dengue, and Cholera kings. From this, the chaos of the 8 kings quickly came to an end in a short time. With the Blood Rain overlord gone, the Smallpox King, now in the level 8 late stage, became the nominal first person in the Blood Rain realm. Proclaimed as the Smallpox overlord. Hundreds of lords announced allegiance or submission one after another. Those who resisted to the end were trampled flat. Now, among the major powers yet to submit in the Blood Rain realm, only the Black Dragon territory in the border wilderness remains. The previous feat of repelling the Black Death King had made the Black Dragon Lord famous, and no one dared provoke him. However, Levi knew that the 8 kings, ambitious as they were, would certainly act against him. He just didn't expect them to come so quickly. Level 8 late stage, hey? With my current strength, there's nothing to fear, worse comes to worst, fight to the death, whoever is afraid is a coward. The Levi who descended through the nightmare avatar spoke with a tough tone. Lopez, Black Lotus Beast, immediately call all members of the Dragon Palace. Thousand Illusion Knight, get any battle group not engaged in the blood battle online. He had the Shadow Dragon group, confident that by his power alone, he could handle the 3 alliance armies. An opportunity for actual large-scale warfare like this should be given to his subordinates, to prepare them for the late-stage encounter with the demon army. Chapter 2324. Yellow Fever, Dengue, and Cholera, the 3 kings, the strongest being only level 8 middle stage, are nothing to fear. The battle order was immediately conveyed to all departments. Skyfire Fortress. The fire-breathing dragon landed loudly, fell asleep straight away, and entered the dream world online. GGG, time for slaughter. The Sky Dragon General, Earth Dragon General, fell one after another. The Black Phoenix on the ancient banyan tree flew into its nest and entered a slumber. Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunder Crocodile in the Imperial robe looked on indifferently, speaking arrogantly. After this battle, the Thunderbolt Destroyer will surely become famous. All battle groups, those temporarily without tasks, gathered together. And then, all, fell asleep. Nightmare World, activated. In the chaotic wilderness, the Nightmare Army surrounds the Black Dragon territory completely. Such military strength is already comparable to the previous millennial Locust Plague. Moreover, the quality far surpasses the Locust Plague. Placed in the wizard world, even top wizard organizations can't withstand it. 3 bursts of level 8 momentum descended to the front. The Yellow Fever King, Dengue King, Cholera King. Among them, the Yellow Fever King and Dengue King, their true forms are 2 giant mosquito beasts. Their wingspan measures thousands of meters, coated with hard shells all over their bodies. Bzzzzzzz. The sound of wings vibrating is incessant, causing irritation. It must be said, mosquitoes are the nightmare of countless mortals or mortal beasts in the multidimensional plane. Cholera King's true form is a bizarre creature like a 9 revolutions large intestine, constantly writhing with flowing black water. It is the only level 8 middle stage powerhouse among them. Triss beside Levi kept shaking her head. Such disgusting beings, yet of research value, maybe they can inspire my 7-circle breakthrough potion. Can I take some samples afterwards? Levi smiled and said. Feel free, my lady. He looked into the distance, speaking calmly. I've never stirred trouble in this wilderness, why are the 3 of you bothering me? The Yellow Fever King sneered. When the 8 kings act, why should we explain to you? Cholera King said. The Black Dragon territory is an inseparable part of the Blood Rain realm. Now with the Smallpox Tyrant as the new ruler, who favors talent, not wanting to bury the Black Dragon Lord. Just pledge your loyalty to the Smallpox King, and we will leave. You can even gain status equal to us three kings. Dengue King said. Exactly, the Blood Rain realm has been split for too long and it's time to unify. Levi pondered upon hearing this. The three kings saw the Black Dragon Lord hesitating, knowing he was scared. Having beaten the Black Death King's elites, the Black Dragon Lord is indeed strong. But in the face of the Three Kings alliance, he's not worth mentioning. They glanced around but didn't see any level 8 powerhouse in Black Dragon territory to resist them. In fact, Levi had the Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile and other aces hidden for now to avoid scaring away the Three Kings. Although he didn't want trouble, having unstable factors like the 8 kings in the Blood Rain realm was indeed troublesome. Better to seize this chance to eliminate these three kings as a warning. As for the final Smallpox King, if he knows his place, he should not disturb Levi. Otherwise, Levi will directly invade his territory, testing just how strong the late-stage level 8 truly is. At that time, becoming the overlord of Blood Rain realm wouldn't be impossible. Cholera King asked. Black Dragon Lord, what do you think? Levi raised his head and said. I also have a plan. Do you want to hear? Dengue King said. Tell us. Levi smiled and said. Pledge your loyalty to me as lords, and you shall return alive today. With these words, the three kings' camp burst into chaos. What kind of thing is this? Daring to demand an oath. Exactly, clueless and ignorant fools. Cholera King angrily proclaimed. Attack the Black Dragon territory. Who captures the Black Dragon Lord will be greatly rewarded. Rumble. The Three Kings alliance surged like a flood toward Black Dragon territory. The Flame Executioner is here. The fire-breathing dragon, who loves to show off the most, spread its wings, and flames blew toward the Nightmare army. Levi raised the Sword of Victory, chanting an incantation, casting the Wildness Sound spell upon the Dragon Palace people. The fired-up Dragon clan turned into giant beasts charging through military formations, slaughtering, clashing, crushing without restraint. Everywhere was dragon breath, dragon flames, dragon's might. Ice and Fire Song Battle Group, all members attack. Vizita donned the new generation of extreme battle armor, engaging with a leading enemy head-on. Hundreds of double-headed giants, along with a pure mountain giant Bogong, began their charge. Barbarian Ancestor, Undying Oath, and several apostle battle groups protected the Black Dragon territory from different directions. The Fur Clan transformed into ferocious beasts of the wilderness, clashing with indestructible undead from hell, filled with murderous intent. However, although these battle groups are battle-hardened and elite, their numbers are far less than the Three Kings alliance. The nightmare creatures of Black Dragon territory are the main force. Training for 1,000 days for a battle in a moment, tens of thousands of Black Dragon territory army surged into the battlefield like a torrent, engaging with the enemy. The Three Kings gazed at the Black Dragon territory with an air of calm. If they three level 8s couldn't capture the Black Dragon territory, would there be justice in the world? Triss said. With my current strength, I should be able to resist the Yellow Fever King for a moment. If you deal with the enemy, you can help me. Levi shook his head. No need, lady. You and the Black Phoenix hold the rear, preventing others from sneaking into the territory, leave the rest to me, I am fully confident. Triss. All right. He snapped his fingers. The Shadow Army poured forth from the shadow emblem on his chest. The shadow wind swept through, all soldiers advancing. This army has varied forms, mainly consisting of demons, nightmare creatures, and black beasts. Undoubtedly, the most striking were the towering Mo family generals. Each one bore level 7 strength, exuding an extraordinary aura. The ordinary level 7 generals under the Three Kings were no match at all. Worth mentioning is that, currently, the upper limit of the Shadow Dragon group is already 2,000. But Levi hasn't had the time to go to the Blood Battle battlefield to hunt demons and supplement forces. Taking this opportunity, he would make a supplement. Having done all this, he stepped forward alone, charging toward the Three Kings. Capturing the chief captures the king. Once these three are killed, the others will be easy to deal with. Triss said. Be careful. However, thinking this is the nightmare world, she suddenly felt the advice might be unnecessary. What am I worrying about? Levi is not like Anya. On the battlefield. Seeing Levi approaching alone, Cholera King chuckled. Regretting it now. Levi drew out his shark-tooth-shaped sword. I invite you all to be on your way. Chapter 2325. Arrogant. With a thought from the Cholera King, a black droplet appeared. The droplet spread like ink in sea water. Heaven and earth were tainted, and the void began to corrode, space dissolving with it. The soldiers of the Black Dragon territory suddenly felt stomach discomfort. They vomited intensely, spewing out their intestines and internal organs, collapsing and dying. Even Levi felt a sharp pain in his stomach, causing him to frown slightly. This Cholera King had some skill, somehow inflicting severe illness on countless lives from a distance. Thunder Crocodile, hold it off for a moment. Lightning tore through the heart of the sky. The Thunder Crocodile in a purple imperial robe descended from the sky, delivering a palm strike. A pair of thunderous giant palms, with a diameter of several miles, slammed toward the Cholera King. The Thunder Crocodile said indifferently. Ugly creature, your opponent is the Thunderbolt Destroyer. Level 8 Elemental Spirit? So, this is your trump card. The Cholera King snorted coldly, its intestines spitting black poison water. Countless monstrous creatures like bacteria erupted forth. They were a swarm, usually parasitic inside the Cholera King. At this moment, they surged forth, instantly transforming into a 3,000 meter tall black poison giant. The giant poison palm collided with the great lightning hand, purple and black lights exploded, illuminating the sky red and black. This allowed the Thunder Crocodile to temporarily hold the opponent's strongest combat power. Levi moved like a phantom, charging toward the Dengue King, aiming to defeat them one by one, starting with the weakest. This mosquito beast buzzed, instantly creating a terrifying sound wave attack. The sound wave moved swiftly, sweeping across the battlefield. Along its path, many nightmare creatures turned into a blood fog. A tremendous golden light shrouded Levi, protective spells continuously circling him. The sound wave attack couldn't penetrate his defenses. He proceeded methodically. First using control methods like Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm to pull the Dengue King into his domain. Seeing his strength, the Dengue King's expression changed. You're level 8. This insidious guy actually hid his strength, likely with great ambition, must eliminate him. Thinking they had 3 level 8s on their side, the Dengue King calmed down. The blood sea is endless. Its swollen belly deflated, spewing forth a blood sea covering hundreds of miles from its mouth. Wherever the blood sea passed, the world lost its color, even Levi's barrier began to tremble. The countless divine palaces within him roared, the Red Emperor true form transformed into a torrent, converging into 27 divine runes. Gaze upon me, and behold destruction. Boom! Boom! In the void, 2 enormous characters of red flames formed. Annihilate! Destroy! The first character landed upon the blood sea. In an instant, the blood sea spanning hundreds of miles began to dissolve, disintegrate, evaporate, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The character perished with it. The second character had already struck. In the compound eyes of the Dengue King, a giant seemingly taller than the stars loomed. Its muscles were knotted, seemingly crawling with black pythons and dragons. A sturdy arm swung a heavy hammer, crashing down on it. This was an unstoppable force, not to be withstood. Its form shifted, immediately attempting to escape by any means. Absolute Ice Point. Levi cast the spell with a nearly instantaneous speed. A ray of ice struck the Dengue King's body, stunning it for just a breath. But that breath decided life and death. Boom! The Destroy character imprinted upon its body. The armored carapace of the giant mosquito beast cracked layer by layer. Inside, its flesh had already turned to blood fog. It collapsed like a mass of mud, its life force extraordinarily feeble. A fist smashed down from the void, shattering its head, pulling out a true soul, crushing it, then tossing it to the side. Leon reflexively ensnared it with webbing, cheeks flushed. After finishing, it was somewhat dazed. Hey? Is it dead already? The master moved so quickly. The Dengue King had just been imposing, invincible in its aura. Who would have thought such a notorious figure, having caused chaos in the Blood Rain realm for hundreds of years, would be killed instantly? Triss's gaze was equally dazed. Like Leon, she hadn't expected the battle to end so abruptly. Is this what a fight between level 8s looks like? Triss's understanding of level 8 combat. Both sides exchange, blocking each other's moves, until finding an opening, seizing the opportunity, defeating the enemy. The level 8 battle in front of her. Levi enters, seemingly does nothing, and the equally level 8 Dengi King suddenly perishes. Recalling Levi's confident words, Triss smiled bitterly inside, indeed she had overthought it. The current Levi was already beyond her full comprehension. Elsewhere, the Yellow Fever King was still entangled with Lopez. The giant mosquito wielded its proboscis like a spear, continuously clashing with the giant ape's bone club. It hadn't even settled the score with a level 7 monkey when it saw the Dengi King fall, its true soul annihilated. What just happened? Lopez, stand aside. After dealing with the Dengi King, Levi traversed the void, the Yellow Fever King's attack approaching. Countless mosquitoes became a black torrent, forming a great sword extending for several miles. The great sword approached with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Levi did not dodge or evade, softly reciting. Mountains and seas may move, but my body remains unmoved. Boom boom boom. As the Avatra secret word activated, all attacks exploded in mid-air, becoming nothing. Golden light descended, Levi seemed to activate invincibility. 2 golden light characters spun around him, blocking all offensive onslaughts. On the ground, mosquito carcasses piled like mountains, rivers of blood flowed. Inside the Divine Ring Tower, the Fire Dragon Tribulation model's mouth, holding the Dragon Ball, glowed intensely, buzzing. Fire Dragon Tribulation. Levi pointed his finger, an unending fire dragon transformed into a giant great sword of flames, slashing down from above. Chapter 2326. Rumble. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, stirring up layers of sky and earth. Pfft! The Yellow Fever King was struck hard, blasting away with a roar. The giant mosquito beast's body instantly turned black on the surface, cracks spreading, even its wings were scorched red. Its shell was extremely hard, an ordinary level 8 attack simply couldn't break it in one strike. Those semi-transparent wings were like 2 steel blades. But Levi's Fire Dragon Tribulation, though a regular attack, was enhanced by the sun refining artifact. Its true power had reached an exaggerated level. In this world, there's nothing that can't be solved by a single Fire Dragon Tribulation. If there is, then just use a few more. Boom! 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 Levi's form shifted, pointing one finger after another, like a Gatling gun. One fire dragon after another flew out, leaving the Yellow Fever King with nowhere to hide, quickly falling into an unfavorable position. On the other hand, its offensive wasn't even able to break Levi's Vajra secret word. Not to mention, Levi was also wearing the Golden Wind Jade armor, a level 8 exotic treasure. Who knows how many Fire Dragon Tribulations later, the area of hundreds of miles was devastated. The ground was blasted into deep pits, mountains leveled, rivers dried up. The sky seemed like a melted wax statue, dripping with scorching black water. The Yellow Fever King no longer had an intact corpse, wings cracked, mouth parts broken, armor shattered all around. The blood sea stored inside its body flowed out, evaporated by the high temperature. Another one. Leon, the aftermath. Leon had just finished cleaning up the Dengi King, packaging it up. Hey? Another one. The little guy hurried over, continuing to work. Since elevating to level 8, his master had grown increasingly powerful. Amidst the lightning-ravaged battlefield, Levi's form emerged. His gaze was calm, looking towards the Cholera King. The latter was already panicked. The battle had only lasted less than a quarter of an hour. How did those 2 mosquito beast brothers die? Who in the world is this Black Dragon Lord? Is this level 8 early stage? Even level 8 late stage wouldn't be this fierce, right? Could it be that the Black Dragon Lord is the Nightmare Overlord fallen from the realm? Thoughts churned in his mind. The Cholera King had no will to fight, only wanting to save his life. This Black Dragon Lord should let the smallpox tyrant come to deal with him. The Black Poison Man's form swelled, slapping out with 2 palms to push back the Thunder Crocodile. The Cholera King dived into the void, about to disappear. Levi's head manifested the chaotic sky demon mirror, shooting a black light. The Cholera King fell out from the chaotic void flows, heart flustered. Knowing he couldn't escape, he summoned the Black Poison Man again, charging at Levi to buy time to flee. In a thought, the 9-colored Emperor emerged behind Levi. Having ascended to the 8th circle, whether in wizard form or primordial spirit, his strength had metamorphosed to level 8 standards. The 9-colored Emperor's strength, needless to say. Levi set the Emperor to fight the Poison Man, blinking several times to reach the Cholera King's side. The Cholera King spewed out black poisonous breath, the poisonous fog spreading instantly over a range of hundreds of miles. Red Emperor Domain. Billions of flames descended, these poisonous gases like oil on fire, unable to approach Levi, the sea of fire rolling back. In the sky, at some point, there appeared thousands of poison arrows. Whoosh! 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 If hit by these poison arrows, even level 8 powerhouses wouldn't fare well. Levi didn't dodge at all, continuously unleashing the fire dragon tribulation endlessly. The dancing fire dragons transformed into flame emperor's swords, slashing in from all directions. In the Blade Mountain and Sea of Fire, the Cholera King's body, like chopped sausages, writhed on the ground in segments, sizzling with oil. Surprisingly, there was some fragrance. Black Dragon Lord, stop fighting, I am willing to surrender to you, take the Lord's oath to serve you. The Cholera King said, panicking. He was scared. This Black Dragon Lord was simply a devil. Such powerful spells shouldn't be some kind of trump card? How was he able to keep releasing them? The Cholera King seriously doubted that even the smallpox tyrant wasn't a match for the Black Dragon Lord. It seems the Blood Rain realm is about to change. Might as well surrender first, then help the Black Dragon Lord get rid of the smallpox tyrant. Better alive than dead, after all, they're just working for someone else. After making the Lord's oath, Levi also had the Cholera King swear under the Excalibur. Only then was everything secure. Of the 3 kings, 2 were dead, 1 had surrendered. With the generals defecting on the spot, there was no fight left for the soldiers. They went with the flow and surrendered as well. The battle of the 3 kings attacking the Black Dragon territory thus ended. Everyone, including Triss, had been prepared for a 3-day and 3-night battle, expecting to wage a war of attrition. In the end, it was a blitzkrieg. Triss sighed in her heart. Unbelievable, just how strong is Levi? 2 at level 8 early stage, 1 at level 8 middle stage. Such a lineup, in the wizard world, aside from those at 8 ring perfection. Ordinary 8th circle wizards would find it hard to cope. In fact, even Levi himself was somewhat surprised. He knew he could defeat the enemy but didn't expect it to be so simple. The Cholera King actually had some abilities. The Black Poison Man could contend with the 9-colored Emperor for a long time without a decisive outcome. But it was frightened by his thunderous moves that instantly killed 2 level 8s. The overwhelming barrage of the Fire Dragon tribulation confused him. He wasn't that loyal to the smallpox tyrant to begin with, so to save his life, he chose to surrender immediately. It was a very clear choice. Because if he played a long game with Levi, he would die even worse. Levi's greatest strength was not in bursts. With the crisis resolved, Levi said, "Lady, if there are materials you need or are interested in, feel free to mention them to those who are cleaning the battlefield." Chapter 2327. Triss laughed and said, "All right, thank you. Today I've really broadened my horizons." She watched Levi's departing figure. It's unimaginable, when he ascends to legendary, what kind of waves will this Nora Panplane experience? The legendary wizard of the Panplane, mythical creatures, plane sovereigns, they too will be shocked. The entire multidimensional plane dynamics may well undergo dramatic changes. You're not far from legendary either, keep up the hard work. Ultimately, after tallying the battle statistics, Levi was overjoyed. Apart from harvesting a large amount of nightmare creature materials, the Black Dragon territory also incorporated more than half of the army brought by the 3 kings, which was larger than the current garrison of the Black Dragon territory. And there were also more than 10 level 6 and level 7 experts who surrendered. These prisoners need to undergo brainwashing and transformation in the Black Dragon territory before being sent to various territories to expand the army. This battle gave Levi a full recognition of his own strength. Below level 8 late stage, no one is his match. Originally, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and eliminate the smallpox tyrant as well. Then he thought carefully, for safety's sake, it's better to first observe the opponent's reaction. Since it dared to call itself a tyrant as a level 8 late stage great lord, that indicates it has something to rely on. Either a powerful trump card or a backing power. The territories of the Blood Rain realm and Tyrant realm have a vacuum of overlord level experts, it's unlikely no one is coveting them. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If I kill the smallpox tyrant, then I'll be holding the hot potato. He currently is not confident in confronting a level 9. The strongest trump card is no more than the bloodline secret word, such a thunderous method. Fire Dragon Tribulation, though strong, cannot break the defense against a level 9 expert, and can only bully a level 8. The urgency now is to enhance other breathing techniques to level 8 standards, to fill in the gaps. To become a standard level 8 6-dimensional warrior. This can ensure there's no life-threatening risk below level 9. Nightmare World. Blood Rain City. What? Dengue King and Yellow Fever King died in battle? Cholera King surrendered. The Smallpox King was a grotesque bald monster covered in pustules and spots. He stood up from the former Blood Rain Overlord's throne, somewhat incredulous. Though their cultivation is average, they shouldn't be so easily taken down by the Black Dragon Lord. Level 8 Great Lords are top-level experts in the Nightmare World. After all, Nightmare Overlords and Nightmare Monarchs, such great figures, most are as elusive as the Divine Dragons. They either are closed off in cultivation or on expeditions in myriad worlds spreading fear. Unexpectedly, this Black Dragon Lord is so formidable, Black Death King's defeat is not unjust. Luckily it was the 3 kings who first explored the Black Dragon Lord's reality, otherwise, I'd be in danger too. To deal with the Black Dragon territory still requires careful planning. Suddenly, a projection appeared before the Smallpox King. It was of a stooped and unusual rat woman, puffing clouds with a cigarette holder. Tut tut tut, Smallpox King, I heard your army sent to subdue the Black Dragon Lord was completely wiped out. This old woman was the Dark Dominator, a dominator of an underground world from a distant land. The Smallpox King was inwardly angry, but outwardly smiled. Indeed, grandmother, this Black Dragon Lord is truly capable. I underestimated him. The Dark Dominator is highly esteemed, many call her grandmother out of respect. The old woman said. Black Dragon Lord's origins are extraordinary, not so simple. Do you want to stabilize your position as the Blood Rain Realm Overlord? The Smallpox King said. What insights do you have, grandmother? The old woman blew out a skull-shaped smoke ring, and said. I can further boost your strength, but from now on, you will need to heed grandmother's commands. The Smallpox King was silent. He had his own ambitions, naturally not wanting to be subservient. With his strength, the future might hold opportunities to step into level 9. However, he still needed ample growth time. As he contemplated, from the highest heavens came the dragon's low growl like engines roaring. With a fierce visage, its wings eclipsing the sky, a pitch-black giant dragon revealed itself. A potent and commanding dragon's might swept across Blood Rain City instantly, compelling countless living beings to worship. Tyrant of Horror? You're not dead. The Smallpox King's face changed dramatically. He had thought that this overlord had been killed by the Blood Rain Overlord. The dragon's aura seemed only to be at the level 8 late stage, similar to his own. Beside it, the previously fleeing Black Death King stood prominently. The dragon lowly spoke, its voice sharp, belonging to the grandmother. Small one, have you considered my terms? The Smallpox King understood that the former Tyrant of Horror had become the grandmother's captive, controlled. Considering that it was once a level 9 presence, even having fallen from its realm, it was certainly not a match. He solemnly said. All right, I'll heed grandmother. The old woman's shrill laughter echoed within the palace. Good, very pragmatic. Now, gather the troops and bring the Tyrant of Horror to the Black Dragon territory, I wish to personally witness the Black Dragon Lord's might. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi, in cultivation, opened his eyes. Previously, after killing the 3 kings, the Smallpox King there should know the situation, but how will it respond? Suddenly, more news from the Nightmare World came. Levi's expression grew solemn, and he immediately went forth. Outside Black Dragon territory. A giant dragon with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, exuding an aura of a level 8 late stage, circled, casting a vast shadow. Chapter 2328. Countless nightmare creatures trembled with fear. Even the fearless dragon clan of the Dragon Palace were on high alert. This was a suppression from the level of bloodlines. This is the pure-blood dragon clan. I know it, it's the Tyrant of Horror. Everyone was panicked. Just after driving away the 3 kings, an even stronger enemy arrived. The figures of the Black Death King and Smallpox King slowly emerged, with countless troops behind them. Facing formidable enemies, Triss appeared with the Cholera King and asked. Why have you all come here? The Smallpox King questioned. Cholera King, you actually betrayed me and sided with the Black Dragon Lord. Do you think I'm not a match for the Black Dragon Lord? The Cholera King remained silent, unsure of what to do. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar. A dreamlike black dragon with broken wings descended from the sky, transforming into a black armored swordsman. Seeing the arrival of the Black Dragon Lord, the Cholera King was greatly reassured. Levi said, I am the Black Dragon Lord. Is there something you need? Amidst the military formation ahead, there were actually 4 level 8 forces. Most importantly, there were 2 at level 8 late stage. Currently, he was only at level 8 early stage, and even with peerless combat power, he couldn't possibly face 2 at level 8 late stage. At most, he could hold 1 at bay, leaving the other level 8 late stage to easily sweep through the Black Dragon territory in no time. Especially considering that one of them was once the Tyrant of Horror, although it had fallen in realm. This was the Pureblood Dragon clan, whose battle prowess couldn't be measured by common sense. A sharp voice emanated from the Tyrant of Horror in the sky. I am the Dark Dominator. Now that the Blood Rain realm is leaderless, to ensure order is maintained, I've decided the Smallpox King will act as this realm's proxy overlord. Black Dragon Lord, although you possess considerable strength, you're still young. As long as you pledge allegiance to me today, you will be spared from today's calamities. Levi felt a chill in his heart. As expected, the Black Dragon territory had been targeted by an overlord-level strongman. The situation he feared the most had finally arrived. The Dark Dominator, he had heard of it before. It traversed the Blood Rain realm, cutting across the entire Pale domain. There was indeed a Dark Dominator in the Blood Sea domain. Taking a deep breath, he replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Senior, my Black Dragon territory has always been loyal to the Blood Rain Overlord. The Smallpox King coldly replied. The Blood Rain Overlord is already dead. Do you think you can scare us with a dead man? Levi asked. Have you ever seen the Blood Rain Overlord's death with your own eyes? The Smallpox King fell silent. Ever since the rebellion, it had been on tenterhooks. Because it wasn't truly certain that the Blood Rain Overlord was dead. But driven by greed at that time, it took action without hesitation, like shooting an arrow that couldn't be taken back, hoping for the best. Even the Dark Dominator had some apprehension. In terms of strength, it couldn't compare to the renowned Blood Rain Overlord. This Overlord had followed the Pale Monarch through numerous planes, capturing many powerful worlds. For instance, the Ash World where the Ash Dragon resided was taken by the Pale Monarch and other powerful entities in collaboration. Now, that world had been assimilated by the Nightmare World. If not for the dread of Sauron from the Wizard World, the powerful entities of the Nightmare World might have already launched an expedition to the Wizard World. Currently holding back, they wanted the Abyss Demon to probe the Wizard civilization's reality. Black Dragon Lord, there's no need for unnecessary words. Today, just give your answer, will you pledge allegiance to me? If you agree, you and the Smallpox King can jointly preside over the Blood Rain realm. The Dark Dominator also saw the potential in the Black Dragon Lord, thinking it could be exploited. By supporting a puppet force, it could control the Blood Rain realm and the Tyrant realm. In this way, resources could be continuously funneled to itself. Moreover, it seemed the Black Dragon Lord was quite knowledgeable about the Wizard World. It was even possible that he was sent by the Wizard World to invade the Nightmare World. By controlling him, he could be used to explore the Wizard World instead. The Black Dragon territory would become the bridgehead for invading the Wizard World. The Smallpox King's expression changed, quickly saying, Great-grandmother, that wasn't what you said before. Wasn't he supposed to become the Overlord? Why was he now sharing it with the Black Dragon Lord? Seeing that the Dark Dominator had already made up its mind about him, Levi sighed inwardly and then said, I ask for Senior Black Abyss assistance. At some point, a vast black river flowed in the red and black sky. A figure in a black robe walked slowly, with 7 long swords behind him rotating like clock hands. The black river branched continuously, spreading, and in an instant covered the Black Dragon territory within tens of thousands of miles. Meanwhile, whether it was the Dragon Palace people or other battle groups, all members online began to collapse out of control, being automatically logged off. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The fire-breathing dragon woke up, looking puzzled. What's going on? Why were we forcibly awakened? The Black Lotus beast shook its head. Not sure, it might have something to do with that black-robed figure, he was so powerful, almost like God. Black Dragon territory. Both the Smallpox King and the Dark Dominator's faces drastically changed. This aura, a level 10 strongman. The next moment, they lost consciousness. They didn't even see how the enemy made a move, and they fell into eternal darkness. Along with them, all the nightmare creatures besieging the Black Dragon territory also died suddenly. No matter how many levels, not a single one survived. This was a higher dimensional attack, defying all logic. Levi, too, hadn't seen how Senior Black Abyss struck. It seemed that as long as he arrived here, those enemies just perished. Is this what it means to be legendary? Chapter 2329. Levi's heart surged. Too powerful. At the same time, in the distant dark web path of the Blood Sea domain, the Dark Dominator opened his narrowed eyes, somewhat dazed. How could there be a level 10 strongman? What exactly is the identity of that Black Dragon Lord? Damn, a trace of my spiritual origin is still entrusted to the Tyrant of Horror. Why isn't the Tyrant of Horror dead? This is bad. He immediately took out a tool. He wanted to contact the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord. Only level 10 can fight against level 10, to save his own life. Although he is the Overlord, high above in the nightmare world, overlooking all living beings. But in front of level 10, he is nothing. Suddenly, he felt a surge of nameless anger burning within him. He looked in horror at his own mind. A pitch-black longsword appeared there at some unknown time. The longsword cut through the void, the fire of anger ignited and spread. His body began to self-immolate uncontrollably. He continually used his overlord methods, trying to extinguish this flame. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He fled with his true soul, trying to escape. However, the true soul was also burning. Everything was burning. The fire spread constantly, engulfing the entire dark web path. Countless nightmare creatures, mice, and their offspring, were buried in the sea of fire instantly. The Dark Dominator perished. His Tao vanished. The dark web path was completely destroyed. From beginning to end, he had not even clearly seen how that black-robed figure made a move. Land of Darkness. A certain large world. Here, the blood sea surged, boundless. The buzzing sound caused the whole world to tremble. In the sky, dark clouds drifted by from time to time. Those are mosquitoes. In the blood sea, there are countless larvae. The seabed is covered with a layer of mosquito pupae. For people in summer, hell is not as terrifying as this place. High above, a blood-colored cloud floated leisurely. A slender black-haired youth, dressed in a blood-red robe, lazily lay on his side, staring blankly at the sky. From time to time, mosquitoes entered and exited his body pores, as if treating this place as a nest. Many actually died. Wasn't she in the nightmare world? Minnie was the true name of the Dark Dominator, known to few. But obviously not unknown to this youth. Because he is the master of billions of mosquitoes, causing countless living beings to tremble. The Blood Sea Mosquito Lord. Also the Domain Lord served by Minnie, the Domain Lord of the Blood Sea domain. He muttered words and his fingers constantly changed, seemingly trying to calculate something. A moment later, his brow furrowed slightly. A bit capable. Quickly, his brow relaxed, continuing to leisurely lie on the blood cloud, napping. Forget it, I'll wait to return to the nightmare world to talk about it. Compared to the nightmare world, the multidimensional plane is more exciting. Nora Continent. Black Abyss City, one of the 13 sky cities. The Black Abyss Sovereign opened his eyes. Interesting, is there such a means to enter the nightmare world? Levi sat obediently, greeting with a bow. Thank you, Senior, for making a move. After the crisis of the Three Kings was resolved, Levi's mind was restless day and night. He knew that the influence of the Black Dragon territory was growing, making it difficult to remain hidden under the Overlord's nose. It's certain that a strongman has set eyes on him, which is why it's like this. Wanting to continue development in peace and quiet is no longer possible. And although he had advanced to level 8, at most he could only bully the level 8 middle stage, late stage realm. But the enemies he might face could be level 9 experts. After thoroughly considering, Levi knew he had to make a change. Allying with the Dark Dominator was impossible. He would rather give up the benefits of the nightmare world than do that. He would never swear an oath to be controlled, especially as the other party is a level 9 expert. So he ultimately dialed Senior Black Abyss's number, disgracefully called for reinforcement. After years of interaction, he already trusted Ms. Lucy or Senior Black Abyss. Just like he once trusted Triss. Planting the nightmare mark on Senior Black Abyss, letting him enter the nightmare world. The entire Black Dragon territory, all other online members, were disconnected. With Levi's current strength, he could let tens of thousands of ordinary members online at the same time. But it takes all his effort to let Senior Black Abyss enter the server. Moreover, the nightmare avatar created did not seem to fully exert its strength. Even so, it still instantly killed all enemies and even cursed the Dark Dominator remotely. This is a truly prestigious legendary wizard. Levi's heart burned hot, watching such an existence act with his own eyes was truly thrilling. The Black Abyss Sovereign said. For safety's sake, I exterminated all enemies, but the pure-blooded dragon clan are still alive. I remember you should have a way to subdue that dragon clan, right? He knew some knights' practices required capturing dragon clan alive, so he specifically left one alive for Levi. Levi said. Yes. Black Abyss Sovereign said. Proceed cautiously in the nightmare world, the loss of a level 9 expert will surely alarm the nightmare monarchs it belongs to. If it really can't work out, learn to give it up. Levi nodded. I understand. I will work hard at cultivation and strive to allow more people to develop the nightmare world in the future. Black Abyss Sovereign said. Indeed, the nightmare world is truly a resource-rich blue ocean for us, but the wizard world struggles with safe development methods. Your method seems relatively safe at the moment. If possible, consider cooperating with the Congress for joint development. Chapter 2330. After the Black Abyss Sovereign went offline, the other members were finally able to log back on. Levi thought to himself, his nightmare dragon level was still too low. Perhaps one day, when he reaches level 10, he would be like a human server, perhaps allowing all wizards to access the nightmare world. If that happened, everyone developing the nightmare world would be far more efficient. Of course, that would certainly draw significant attention from the nightmare world, possibly leading to a clash between the two civilizations. The Congress might not even agree. After all, the Nightmare Lord could also find a way to descend upon the wizard world. Directly kill all the wizards' physical forms, and the nightmare avatars would become meaningless. He arrived at the Black Dragon territory. The body of the Tyrant of Horror was lying on the ground, still unconscious. I didn't expect, so easily, to subdue a pure-blooded dragon clan member. It feels like a dream. Recently, he released Lopez, conveniently opening up a spot for crimson enslavement. A level 8 late-stage pure-blood dragon clan. I'll give it a try. He injected the scarlet power into it, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Relying on his strong endurance, after an hour, he finally withdrew his palm. A red dragon mark appeared then disappeared, marking success. Phew, it succeeded, good thing its realm declined. Otherwise, even if it was unconscious, my crimson enslavement might not have succeeded, the gap is too vast, and the scarlet dragon breathing technique is merely legendary level. No matter, the Dragon Palace now has 2 pure-blooded dragon clan members, that's quite a display. On the battlefield, the members were collecting the spoils of war. Levi instructed them to sort out everything, then personally delivered it to Senior Black Abyss. Regardless of whether the senior finds them worthy or not, his gesture had to be appropriate. Before the great figure behind the Dark Dominator appears, I must quickly grow, acquiring as many resources as possible. If it comes to a stage where he has to take risks, he wouldn't hesitate. 4 years later. Nora Calendar 704. Years into the blood battle. With the organization's support, Levi prepared all the materials for refining the 8th ring meditation assistance potion. His own pharmacy skills, after advancing to the 8th circle, were honed almost to perfection. He stayed reclusive, focusing on alchemy, cultivation, and honing combat techniques. After the Tyrant of Horror awakened, it also settled in the Black Dragon territory as the Guardian. After sparring with it, Levi discovered it was even stronger than himself, and he wasn't its match. This giant dragon, though seemingly at level 8 late stage, had actual combat power surpassing some of the top wizard organization leaders. If not for the tyrannical nature of crimson enslavement, a normal contract might have already backfired. Through the Tyrant of Horror, Levi also became aware of the Dark Dominator, and quite a bit about its master, the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord. Not much needs to be said about the Dark Dominator. According to current intelligence, it's certainly dead. The underground kingdom it ruled vanished overnight. This became an unsolved mystery of the Blood Rain domain, leaving other overlords trembling with fear. They didn't know what formidable enemy the Dark Dominator had provoked. As for the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, long ago, 10,000 years ago, it left the nightmare world, embarking on a campaign across the multidimensional plane. No one knows its precise location. This made Levi breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he still had some time to develop. Now, all 8 kings of the Blood Rain realm are dead. Seizing the opportunity, Levi started continuously annexing territories near the Black Dragon territory with his strong power. However, he had no intention of taking over Blood Rain City or declaring himself king. It was a hot potato. Just the current territories were enough for the organization to develop and utilize for a long time. Taking on too much would be counterproductive. Too much fame in the nightmare world, a place filled with powerhouses, is not a good thing. Levi was not tempted, but the other great lords elsewhere would not let such a chance slip by. In the Blood Rain realm and Tyrant realm, there was a sense of an impending storm. Similar events to the 8 Kings' chaos were bound to emerge unless an overlord level intervened to stabilize the situation. But it was of little concern to Levi, he just aimed to gather more resources to speed up the ancient dragon continent's growth. The 8th Circle had now been established for 20 years, and its realm had stabilized quite well. Although with the strengthened version of Fire Dragon Tribulation, he was equipped to face enemies. But he still had to cultivate the 8 Circle spells. First and foremost were still a few sequential magic spells. He had long obtained the 2 8 Circle spells Thousand Thunder and 8 Direction Fierce Sunday. Given his previous foundation, their cultivation was not difficult. Coupled with his Thunder God body, and now powerful innate Fire Elemental spell. Before long, he had cultivated to the 18th tier level of 8 Circle. The maximum for 8 Circle magic was the 19th rank. Testing demonstrated that both the Thousand Thunder and 8 Direction Fierce Sun were indeed powerful. However, as they were not perfected yet, their cost-effectiveness didn't surpass the Fire Dragon Tribulation. Therefore, Levi would rely on the Fire Dragon Tribulation against regular enemies going forward. When seriousness was necessitated, he would resort to even stronger methods. Additionally, in the Truth Magic Mirror, Levi acquired the small-scale fragmentation technique. Also an 8th Circle spell, which is an advanced version of the microlysis technique. The difficulty of this spell was significantly higher than the previous two. However, because he had a foundation, with some effort, he also reached the 8 Circle level. Regarding its power, in any case, it's still effective for dismantling houses and effortlessly cracking arrays. Thus, Levi branded 3 8 Circle witch marks. If he persisted and cultivated all 81, he would seamlessly step into the Great Wizard realm. Regarding the demon-slaying list, because he was in seclusion for a long time, his rank had dropped a bit again. He was not in a rush, as currently, the non-random sun refining artifacts available for exchange by 8th Circle wizards weren't urgently needed by him. Some of the best oddities had long been exchanged by the 8th Circle veterans. Hence, he insisted on exchanging for 2 sun refining artifacts during the 7th Circle period. If not, entering the 8th Circle, due to the later disadvantage, his situation might be worse than at the 7th Circle. His current objectives were to firstly fuse the elemental proof and secondly to complete the Thunder God body. Everything else was left to fate. In the Southern Sea, within a secret realm, suspected to be leading to the heavenly world, the space tunnel had developed over hundreds of years, now 100 meters wide in diameter. Passing through this tunnel, one arrived in a vast world brimming with primitive and ancient ambience. Its size was not much inferior to Nora. Dense demonic aura lingered between heaven and earth. From time to time, terrifying beastly roars echoed in the mountains and forests. In the wilderness, demonized beasts roamed rampant. Clearly, this world also faced a demon invasion. It appears, long before the wizard blood battle, this place already experienced an even more severe blood battle. Chapter 2331 Heavenly World. Ape God Tribe, one of the 6 top tribes of this realm. Since ancient times, the 6 great tribes of Ape God, Python God, Dragon God, Weasel God, Eagle God, and Turtle God have dominated heaven and earth for millions of years. Only the unrivaled geniuses of these 6 major tribes can initiate the Heaven Ascension Trial, tread the celestial path, and attain the title of Barbarian Lord. Become a formidable power on par with the gods. I, Meng Gang, wish to challenge the heavenly will. Where is the celestial path? Where is the celestial path? A brawny man emanating the aura of a peak level 9, gripping an iron rod, questioned the heavens, bare-chested. His eyes were sorrowful, his voice echoed across the heavens and earth, yet there was no response. Alas, what has happened to the heavenly will? Indeed, how could our ape god tribe be so unlucky? Could it be that heaven intends to destroy our ape god tribe? Silhouettes of the barbarian tribes sighed helplessly. Heavenly will, as their supreme god, seemed to have encountered some issues. It is now the era of blood battles with the abyss. Demons invade in great numbers, termed by the barbarian tribes as otherworldly demons. The destruction of life, rivers of blood, people living in distress. Among the top 6 tribes, now only 4 have barbarian lord powerhouses. While 7 demon god level powerhouses, comparable to barbarian lords, have arrived. They lurk menacingly in the dark void outside the heavenly world. The heavenly will has lost contact, and several peak level 9 soldier lord experts are unable to access the celestial path. Is the barbarian tribe truly doomed? Meng Gang gazed at the fragmented mountains and rivers. The spectre rampaged, demonic aura lingered, from the domain outside the void, there were dark gazes spying. Millennium battle, the barbarian tribes incurred heavy losses. Earlier, they could rely on the terrain to gain an advantage over the demon army. But as the number of demons increased, the demonic aura spread across the heavenly world. The oppression of demons by heaven grew smaller and smaller. Instead, some barbarian elderly and weak were polluted by the demonic aura, transforming into demons. The ferocious beasts of the wild forests, and even some tribes' totemic holy beasts, were also transformed into terrifying demonic beasts. With this gradual change, the balance of war began to tilt towards the side of evil mages. Barbarian strongmen fell like rain, countless and innumerable. In the Millennium Battle, the fallen Soul Lord strongmen numbered in the thousands. The number of new Soul Lords far couldn't match the loss. The fallen Soldier Lords numbered over 10. These were level 9 experts, each requiring a long time to be born. Meng Gang's friend, a heavenly cutting soldier's possessor, Shi Tuo from the Python god tribe, also perished in the blood battle. Even the old barbarian lord of their ape god tribe, a level 10 strongman, perished. Yet Meng Gang, the successor, cannot sense the heavenly will, nor initiate the heaven ascension trial. Without the support of the barbarian lord strongmen, how long can the ape god tribe endure? At this rate, in a few millennia, the barbarian tribes may be overrun by evil mages. This historic large civilization, which has produced countless strongmen, will also become a fleeting shadow. Meng Gang, come to the Python god tribe, there's an important matter to discuss. A vast voice echoed in his mind. Meng Gang's expression changed, knowing it was the barbarian chief of the Python god tribe. Python god tribe. A towering statue of the Python god extended for miles, reaching into the sky. The interior of the statue contained a separate space. Before a giant round table, numerous figures of at least level 9 emerged. The most striking were 4 terrifying silhouettes, with vitality like a great sundae. They were the barbarian chiefs of the Python god, Turtle god, Weasel god, and Eagle god tribes. All the highest battle powers of the heavenly world were gathered here, indicating a significant event. The Python god barbarian chief was a giant man in black armor, with a long spear on his back. His imposing manner seemed to twist the void, and behind him coiled a towering giant serpent. We, the 4 barbarian lords, summoned all you soldier lords to discuss the life and death matter of our barbarian tribes. I hope that in the discussions to come, everyone can hold back their tempers, consider the reality of the situation, and avoid acting on impulse. The Python god barbarian chief's voice thundered like a shock of thunder. The turtle god barbarian lord, with a turtle shell on his back, was hunched and white-haired, resembling a turtle immortal. The blood battle has lasted a millennium, and the future trajectory is clear. I'm sure you all see that this demon invasion is unlike any past demonic tribulation, they won't stop until they annihilate our heavenly world. The weasel god barbarian lord, cloaked in white, was sturdy and lively-eyed. The heavenly will seems to have changed, disconnected. We cannot rely solely on heaven, we must save ourselves. The eagle god barbarian chief's gaze was sharp as an eagle, his presence commanding. Though I hate to admit it, with only our strength, we cannot overcome this calamity. Therefore, this time we've called in some allies. At the eagle god barbarian chief's words, the gaze of each soldier lord shifted. Allies. Who might they be? In unison, the 4 barbarian lords said. Radiant Sun God Wizard, Mist Sky Guardian, Hand of Netherworld Prison, the 3 of you, Please appear and join us." As the words were spoken, 3 figures gracefully descended. The one on the far left wore a white robe, with a bushy beard and graying temples. He was Mist Sky Guardian Marvin, a participant in the 5-sector expedition of yore. His legendary profession was wind songster, and his legendary epithet was Singer of the Calling Sea Breeze, Holy Master of the Mountain Mist. The one in the middle wore a red flame witch robe adorned with a pattern of 10 suns, illuminating eternity. Of middle-aged appearance, he stood straight as if at the center of the world, the radiant sun god wizard. The one on the right donned a black robe, with deep eyes, around whom whispers seemed to murmur. Chapter 2332. Hand of Netherworld Nyx. Legendary profession Time Tomb Keeper, legendary honorific the Sage Conversing with Souls, guardian of mortal heroic spirits. 3 legendary wizards actually came to the heavenly world. The soldier lords were shocked. Such powerful presence, all barbarian lord level strong men. Who are they? I don't know, I've never heard of them. The radiant sun god wizard had a gentle demeanor, smiling as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself, Radiant Sun God Wizard Edmund, Grand Council Chairman of the Wizard Council. I am here today mainly to discuss cooperation in opposing the Abyss, and these 2 are my colleagues. In Meng Gang's heart, doubts arose. He seemed to have heard some legends about wizards. A group of sinister, unscrupulous, selfish colonizers. Why would the 4 barbarian lords ever want to cooperate with them? Isn't this akin to seeking warmth from a tiger? Even if they got through the blood battle, there was no guarantee they wouldn't do something treacherous. The other soldier lords, having heard about the wizard civilization, also wore wary expressions. There was always a feeling that these 3 harbored ill intentions. The Python god barbarian chief spoke. Lord Edmund, please elaborate. Edmund gave a slight smile. As long as the various tribes of the heavenly world form an alliance with our council, we will provide military, technological, and resource support. Forgive my intrusion, but your methods of opposing the Abyss are too primitive. We in Nora have the most advanced spells and techniques for biological control of demonic aura, and highly efficient battle groups, along with countless excellent talents. However, these can only be offered to friends and not to future enemies. Now that the wormhole between the heavenly world and Nora world has been opened, resource and personnel exchanges between the 2 realms are no longer an issue. The choice between survival and destruction is in your hands. Seeing the confident Edmund, the soldier lords were evidently skeptical. But the 4 barbarian lords knew in their hearts that everything Edmund said was true. The blood battle situation the wizard world currently faces is more severe than that of the heavenly world. Yet their performance was significantly better. So far, none of their level 10 strongmen had fallen, and their battle losses were far less than the barbarian tribes. Several of the barbarian lords had secretly visited. Currently, in the wizard world, there are already 13 level 10 strongmen equivalent to barbarian lords. The most important thing is, they are still increasing. In just this millennium, 2 level 10 strongmen have already been born. In contrast, the barbarian tribes, even at their peak, only had 6. Now, there are only 4, becoming increasingly weak. Especially with the appearance of the interrealm wormholes, the barbarian tribes can't isolate themselves from the world. Even if they don't form an alliance, they still need to face challenges from the wizard world. It would be better to proactively enter into an alliance to first gain support from the wizard world to stabilize the blood battle situation. Then, after passing through the blood battle, adapt to the circumstances. So a fierce debate on whether to ally with the wizard world was underway. Year 705 in Nora. Year 493 of the blood battle. The Wizard Council announced the establishment of a blood battle alliance with the barbarian tribes from the heavenly world. According to the alliance, the wizard world will provide sufficient military forces during the blood battle, using the advanced technology of the wizard world to support the barbarian tribes in their blood battle, jointly opposing the demons. In return, the Wizard Council has the right to mine, explore, and collect resources in the heavenly world, and can also establish corresponding military bases. The announcement caused an uproar among the wizards. No one expected that the Wizard Council had already secretly met with the leaders of another powerful civilization. However, for the wizard world, it was also a good thing. Compared to the wizard civilization, the heavenly world was far less efficient in developing and utilizing its resources. This was an opportunity to lawfully and reasonably seize the resources of another large civilization. It was crucial for the stable continuation of the current blood battle. Especially the Ether Stone, a resource of strategic importance involving multiple industries, was rarely developed by the barbarian tribes. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that the Wizard Council's alliance terms had many parts, but the core focus was mining rights. This posed a significant risk for the barbarian tribes. Yet, to gain support from the wizard civilization, they had no choice but to accept. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the news. Indeed, the Wizard Council discovered the heavenly world long ago, and perhaps they've been waiting for this day. Resources like the Ether Stone are strictly controlled by the authorities, so I won't think about it. But if I can explore the biological resources and combat techniques over there, it would greatly benefit the Ancient Dragon Continent. The Wizard Council is recruiting teams to develop and support the barbarian tribes, making it an excellent opportunity. Levi promptly gathered the department heads to discuss the matter. In the end, he selected a 100-member team from the Giant Beast Paradise, Dusk Holy Temple, and Tower of Dawn. Led by a level 7 Divine Light Knight, and accompanied by several level 6 Knights and 6th Circle Wizards. The rest were all elite members of level 4 and above. The team's main goal was to collect biological resources there, especially from the Dragon Clan. Herbs, materials, and so on would naturally be welcome. I hope there will be some gains. Before departure, to ensure the team's safety, everyone was equipped with corresponding trump cards, and the team leader, the Divine Light Knight, was fully armed. Cautiously proceeding, they should be able to return in triumph. Moreover, the Divine Light Knight could contact Levi at any time through the round table. If there were any problems, he could also rush to provide support. Thinking of the heavenly world, Levi remembered Isa. Chapter 2333. She ultimately didn't manage to advance to level 6 and left in disappointment. Otherwise, she could have joined the team to the heavenly world and witnessed the world of the barbarian tribe's ancestors. Martha was already mentally prepared for Isa's departure. White-haired people sending off black-haired people is the most normal thing for transcendent beings. He sighed and opened the Blood Battle Daily. Good news! The Gundor City defense battle has concluded, thanks to the combined efforts of the Gundor City Lord, the Gundor 3 heroes, and all the citizens of Gundor. The 69th Legion of the Demon Army, which tried to conquer Gundor City in a month, was successfully repelled. 2 level 8 demons were slain by the Gundor 3 heroes, 3 level 8 demons were defeated and escaped, while countless low-level and mid-level demons were killed or wounded. After this battle, the rankings of the Gundor 3 heroes on the demon slaying list have all entered the top 20. Not bad, the 3 of them have killed another 2 level 8 demons. Their points should soon be enough to exchange for new Bright Moon artifact. Tower of Dawn. During this period, some apprentice wizards discovered that within the school's departments, a new one called Talisman Making Department had unknowingly appeared. Talisman Making, what is this? It's my first time seeing it too. Out of curiosity, many students enrolled in this course. After listening to the teacher's introduction to Supreme Divine Talismans, they were all shocked. What? Spell scrolls that don't require consuming spiritual origin? Is it for real? Yes, if these things were produced in tens and thrown all at once, even an enemy 1 level higher might not be able to withstand it. That's not all, if I make 100 Supreme Divine Talismans, I might be able to kill a 4th circle with a 3rd circle body. If with a 5th circle body, throwing out 1,000 Supreme Divine Talismans, how would a 6th circle react? Upon deeper understanding, the students realized it wasn't as simple as that. Although Supreme Divine Talismans don't consume spiritual origin, the making process is quite troublesome. Take the most basic small fireball talisman for example. You need fire element beast skin to make talisman paper, and refined beast blood for talismanic ink. Use hair from mouse tails or wolf tails, or some bird feathers to make a talisman pen. Need to master many parts corresponding to the fire dragon talismans such as charm core, talisman foot, talisman array, talisman note. Finally, you must master the corresponding summoning god spell. To learn Supreme Divine Talismans, one must first have some basic knowledge of arrays and weapon making. Then, all these complex steps need to be executed flawlessly. In the initial stages of talisman making, the failure rate is generally high. Each failure wastes materials. The power of Supreme Divine Talismans depends on the craftsmanship involved and can be categorized into 4 grades. Low grade, mid grade, top grade, and top grade. The same type of talisman, produced with different proficiency and techniques, varies in quality and also depends on luck. Top grade talismans far outmatch low grade ones in power. The Divine Talisman Deo is entirely a profound study. Though for now, it does not rival the three arts of wizardry, it demands a considerable investment of time. Some students backed out right away. Yet some were very interested, and immediately enrolled in learning. Once these students made some achievements, they shone brightly in the Academy's internal competitions through the Divine Talisman Deo. An older wizard with average talent relied on the talismans to defeat a slightly famous talented contestant. It was a major upset. The entire faculty and student body were astonished. This Divine Talisman Deo seems indeed quite powerful. Yes, that talented contestant is a candidate with special talent, reached the second circle ordinary realm at only 30 years old, and carries a top-grade wizard tool, always ranking high in previous competitions. The Divine Talisman Deo has great potential. Thus, the talisman-making department started gaining popularity again. More and more people began enrolling in the course. Besides the basic small fireball talisman, there were hundreds of other supreme divine talismans available to learn. The schools of talismanics covered almost all mainstream schools in Wizard World, and even some lesser-known ones. Among them, several talismans were the most practical. This series of talismans is known as 9 Dragon Talisman. Fire Dragon Talisman summons a world-ending fire dragon with formidable power, which can be enhanced by sheer quantity. The contestant who made the upset used dozens of Fire Dragon Talismans to blast the enemy away. Water Dragon Talisman summons a water dragon to control the enemy. Thunder Dragon Talisman, affixed to oneself, instantly transforms into lightning, essential for escaping. Earth Dragon Talisman summons an earth dragon, forming an indestructible barrier. Such varieties are countless. The most formidable and intricate remain Shadow Dragon Talisman and 10,000 Dragon Talisman. The former can summon a shadow creature of equivalent level from the shadow world based on the spellcaster's cultivation. Moreover, theoretically, they can be used in combination. Provided your spiritual force is adequate and you have abundant financial resources, you can entirely throw out 10,000 Shadow Dragon Talismans, summoning 10,000 shadow creatures. But it's clearly unrealistic. Although talismans serve as mediums to summon shadow creatures, maintaining their presence still requires one's own spiritual force. Furthermore, the shadow creatures summoned by talismans are one-time use. Once the effect expires, it vanishes without a trace. The next time when new talismans are used, new shadow creatures will be summoned. In comparison, the 10,000 Dragon Talisman is even more powerful. Wherever the 10,000 Dragon Talisman is affixed, that place will come alive, transforming into Deist soldier to fight. All plants and trees are soldiers. Chapter 2334. It can be said, call the wind and summon the rain, planting beans into soldiers. Omnipotent. After this, everyone also learned that the creator of the Supreme Divine Talisman was indeed the Dusk Palace Master. Everyone's hearts and minds were shaken. The Dusk Palace Master is truly a genius, researching such a secret technique. Some originally worried, their doubts gradually dissipated. Some people also thought of the Divine Talisman Deo of the Supreme Archmage in the Dark Ancient Tower. Presumably, the Dusk Palace Master was inspired by it to create this method. Regardless, from now on, the Divine Talisman Deo has gradually become widespread on the ancient Dragon continent. The years rushed by. 5 years later. Nora calendar year 710. Blood battle year 498. More and more people began to see the Supreme Divine Talisman as a craft. Gradually, on the ancient Dragon continent, the term Wizard for Arts emerged. This left wizards from other organizations somewhat baffled. On our side, it's all 3 arts of wizardry. Since when did your ancient Dragon continent update the version to become Wizard for Arts? After some inquiries, they learned that the Tower of Dawn is now teaching the Divine Talisman Deo. The power of the Supreme Divine Talisman is unfathomable, with diverse methods. Some keen ones also discovered that some of the methods of the Supreme Divine Talisman seem related to the abilities of the Dusk Palace Master himself. Those who participated in the Dark Ancient Tower would also associate it with the mage methods inside the tower. This made them even more passionate. The Supreme Divine Talisman of the mage has always been what they desired. As of now, the Divine Talisman Deo is not open to outsiders. Thus, wizards of the ancient Dragon continent eager to learn the Divine Talisman Deo have flocked here over the years. Many nomadic wizards are particularly moved. They are lacking in resources, and they naturally lack top quality and top grade wizard tools to face enemies. Not to mention rare treasures, these uncommon items. Learning arrays? Too difficult, with no mentorship, entry is hard. Weapon making and pharmacy are similar, and they are all money-burning professions. Hearing about it, crafting the supreme divine talisman only requires some beast skin and such, far better than needing large quantities of herbs and minerals for pharmacy and weapon making. For these people, the ancient dragon continent naturally proceeds with selection according to the organization's standards. They are also required to swear an oath not to pass the divine talisman deo privately. Furthermore, if anyone leaves the organization without permission and harms the organization, their crafted supreme divine talisman will turn into a scrap of paper. Regarding the divine talisman deo, all final explanations fall under the authority of the supreme divine talisman master, the Dusk Palace Master. Despite many restrictive conditions, applicants still stream endlessly. Through the wave of supreme divine talisman, the ancient dragon continent recruited many wizards whose cultivation was already accomplished. Thus, the strength of the Tower of Dawn further expanded. With the supreme divine talisman as something pivotal, when these people want to leave, they have to weigh the situation. Coupled with the constraint of the oath, it is more solid than conventional organizations. Levi's purpose was thus achieved. The divine talisman deo naturally also caught the attention of the higher UPS in the wizard world. One day, the old witch of the witch's family came to the emperor's palace with a smiling face. "Dusk Palace Master, long time no see, hope you're well." Levi smiled and said, "Is there something on the witch's mind?" The old witch hesitated for a moment, and said, "To be honest, I've also heard about the supreme divine talisman. The foundation of this supreme divine talisman should be the methods you, Sir Levi, personally mastered. Essentially, it's a form of borrowing through the talisman as a medium, right?" An insight like the old witch's easily guessed the essence of the supreme divine talisman. Indeed, Levi did not hide it. This matter cannot be concealed, and even normal people can see it. Because the spells of the supreme divine talisman aren't any secret. Public spells like the fireball technique are easy to speak of. Take the so-called 9 dragon talisman, basically, they are Levi's innate spells. These spells, used frequently during demon hunting, are also no secret in the wizard world. Those with a keen interest can gather information. This is the inevitable trouble of being famous. However, Levi doesn't worry that enemies will master his methods through the supreme divine talisman. Because, currently, the spells used in the supreme divine talisman are either spells learned along the way with little use, or his innate spells, which everyone already knows. The core spells he masters like the microlysis technique, absolute ice point, luck-changing coin, are naturally not included in the supreme divine talisman. The old witch said, "I'm impressed, many have tried such ideas, but until now, you're the one who succeeded." Levi laughed heartily. "I was just lucky." The old witch said, "I wish to reach some cooperation with the Dusk Palace Master. We can provide some resources or knowledge in exchange for the Dusk Palace Master granting authority on the supreme divine talisman to our organization's witches, allowing them to learn the divine talisman deo. The witches' family has been too impoverished these years. One generation is worse than the previous. Some witches, after marriage, put less thought into their organization, siding elsewhere. Coupled with the devastation of the blood battle, the organization's overall strength has been surpassed by many high-level wizard organizations. These, the old witch sees with her own eyes. But she's now the leader and is powerless. She dares not easily change the ancestral teachings, for she's timid and even less dare to blaze new trails. To persevere a little longer, leave the organization to the successor, she would be liberated and believe in the wisdom of future generations. In the present, through the supreme divine talisman, slightly enhancing the witch's strength could relieve it a bit." After Levi pondered, he said solemnly, "Sorry, other collaborations can be discussed, but due to some special reasons, I can only pass the supreme divine talisman to members of my own organization. I hope the witch understands." Chapter 2335. The supreme divine talisman is my advantage. He wanted to use this opportunity to expand the strength of the ancient dragon continent a bit. If he set a precedent for letting other organizations learn it, wouldn't he have to agree if other friendly organizations sought cooperation with Levi? As for resources, the ancient dragon continent doesn't really lack them now. What he truly wanted, were the witches from the witches' family. It's known that the Dusk Holy Temple faces a severe imbalance of more men than women, like wolves with little meat, hardly a temple. Even with the Tower of Dawn, it isn't enough to alleviate this problem. As long as the witches' family is annexed, over time and through adaptation, it will certainly solve the single status of a broad number of knights. Emotions grow over time, there's no such thing as love at first sight, it's all about being attracted to beauty. The old witch smiled wryly and said, "All right, I understand, my lord. Sorry for bothering you." Watching the old witch's desolate back, Levi shook his head and continued his cultivation. The next day, Triss asked, "Did the old witch come?" Levi nodded. Triss had already guessed what it was about. "Do you think I should talk to the old witch about merging the witch's family into the ancient dragon continent?" Levi said. "She can't make that decision, otherwise, the witch's family would have started recruiting male wizards a long time ago." Triss gently brushed her hair, appearing thoughtful. "That's true." 5 years later. Year 712 of Nora. Unknowingly, the prolonged blood war has entered its 500th year. The pioneer team led by the Divine Light Knight has been very successful in these years. She saved several barbarian groups on the brink of being annihilated by demons, gaining the goodwill of those alien races. Through this, she established good relationships and set up small branches of the Dusk Holy Temple in the heavenly world. More and more barbarian battle techniques were stored in the knowledge repository of the Dusk Holy Temple. Moreover, some mixed blood dragon clans and rare creatures were brought back for breeding in the giant beast paradise. The Wizard Council profited greatly in the heavenly world. Countless Etherstone ores were transported to the wizard world to support the expenditures for the blood war and the operations of the council. Of course, to fulfill the alliance treaty. The council also dispatched numerous grand wizards, even sending the legendary wizard, the Hand of Netherworld Prison, to the battlefield of the heavenly world. They formed the Heaven Alliance army with the tribes of the heavenly world to jointly resist the demon army there. Clearly, the demons didn't expect these two unrelated civilizations to join forces. For a time, the demon army in the heavenly world suffered defeat after defeat, with the barbarians reclaiming many cities. In addition, the barbarians spent great costs introducing Oasis I, mechanical creatures, and other advanced technologies. These were used to purify demonic aura and lower the casualty rate among barbarian warriors. They also actively searched among their tribes for those with wizarding talent, hoping to send them to study in the wizard world and return to aid in rebuilding the barbarians. However, they found that talented individuals among the barbarians were exceedingly rare. The blood battlefield on the Nora side was equally intense. Except for the Soran continent, other continents more or less faced demonic calamities. On the Nora continent, all schools and organizations entered a state of total war. The Gundor 3 heroes no longer needed to hunt demons on the god-forsaken continent, they could earn war merit right at their doorstep. The momentum of the demon wave was tremendous. The 3 heroes' cooperation was becoming flawless, and they grew ever more proficient at slaying level 8 demons. Although still not matching their true potential, they're comparable to an ace battle group. In the era when the Dusk Palace Master gradually faded into silence, they remained the brightest new stars. As for those of the Council of 10,000 Clans, they had disappeared. After all, the Gundor 3 heroes' joint efforts could slay level 8 demons. The Venerables also had to consider carefully if the risk of assassination was worth it. They tallied the cases over the years and discovered something terrifying. That all attempts to assassinate the 3 heroes failed without exception. So even someone like Emperor Dagon, who was obsessed with the Holy Infant, gradually let go of it. They realized they just couldn't provoke them. Of course, the current quietness didn't mean surrender. This group of people were like waiting vipers, ready to strike at the right opportunity. During a grand auction on the Nora continent, the Holy Infant acquired the Heart of Cold King, a Morning Star level oddity, for 700 million ether stones. This was the last oddity in the Cold King series, a critical piece. After refining it, his ice and fire holy body saw some improvements, and his spiritual force increased by 60 points. Yet he was still far from becoming the ice and fire divine body. Moreover, the Snow King underwent another evolution, adding a white frost crown on its bald head. The overall appearance seemed more imposing than before, better befitting the kingly aura. With this, the Cold King series reached complete perfection. Gathering a single king level series alone took the Holy Infant and Levi centuries. One can only imagine the difficulty of completing other higher level sequences. Next is to gradually complete the Winter Emperor series and then pursue the more advanced Frost God series. Compared to the Burning School of Thought, competition within the Frost faction was much more manageable. With the strength of the Holy Infant, only one person from the Frost faction ranked higher on the level 8 demon slaughter list than him. In spell progression, the Holy Infant also made rapid advances. Even though he hadn't yet reached 7 rings perfection, he had imprinted 9 witch marks. When his spiritual force hits its maximum, the witch marks are expected to reach complete perfection of 15. After 2 centuries of relentless effort, Gandalf and the students and teachers of the Body Refining Academy finally researched the middle-level sections of the purple crystal body refining technique. Chapter 2336. Not only that, it also optimized the previous low-level section, creating version 2.0. After experiments, the low-level and middle-level purple crystal body refining technique can seamlessly integrate. If fully mastered, among 5th Circle wizards, it would definitely be outstanding. Even with only 1/3 of the power of the Amethyst race, it would still be terrifying. After all, anyone from this race, placed in the wizard world, would be considered genius level. Some outstanding ones are even top-level geniuses. Those low-level wizards practicing the purple crystal body refining technique, also show excellent performance on the blood battlefield. Those of the same realm, like gargoyles, are generally not a match. As a reward, Gandalf received a bright moon-level body refining artifact, red snake swallowing the sun. This is a fire element oddity, its quality no less than the elephant god's proof he had previously refined. After refining it, his spiritual force increased by 200 points. He also thereby comprehended a special refining body physique, named Snake God Body. Gandalf integrated it into his Dragon Elephant Holy Body, elevating it to a higher level. In his spare time, Gandalf often practices against the Holy Infant in the Nightmare World. He wants to test how his Dragon Elephant Holy Body compares to its Ice and Fire Holy Body. The two have mixed victories, with strengths nearly equal. Gandalf occasionally has a whim to spar with Lord Victor. The result, so far, has not been a win. Firstly, his realm is somewhat weaker compared to Victor. More crucially, Victor's Heavenly Star Sword formation is too formidable. Whenever the sword formation's ultimate move is unleashed, Gandalf returns to the city. Not to mention, Victor himself has a chi sect cultivation of level 6 late stage. A single shattered invisible sword chi is already perfected. Paired with the sword formation, currently Gandalf cannot find its weak point. Of course, Gandalf's Dragon God domain has also almost caused Victor to fail several times. Compared to Gandalf and the Holy Infant, Victor's collection of the Golden Emperor series seems smooth sailing. Through the auction, War Merit Store, and various means, he successfully acquired the Morning Star artifact Golden Emperor's Boots. His own gold element affinity talent has also reached unimaginable heights. Thus, his cultivation over the years has sped up, and he is not far from 7 rings perfection. Moreover, the accompanying spiritual creature Golden Emperor is even more extraordinary, its every move truly has the demeanor of an empress. Solely relying on this spiritual creature, Victor in the same realm of wizards, has already established an unbeatable position. Golden Emperor series, totaling 5 oddities, over these hundreds of years, Victor has already collected 4. The final one, Golden Emperor's Chain, is a bright moon-level artifact. The current War Merit Store has yet to show it. He still needs to continue through the auction and other avenues to try his luck. In terms of witch marks, Victor has already imprinted 11. As the leader of the Gondor 3 heroes, his strength is unquestionable. Witch's family. The old witch is chatting with a witch who appears like a middle-aged beauty. The beauty is Wind Witch Wendy. She is one of the few Storm faction practitioners in the witch's family. Currently at senior 8th ring cultivation, she is the strongest besides the old witch. Also considered by the old witch as a successor. Witch, I have an idea. Tell me about it. Don't get mad. Alright, you say. Why don't we suggest to the Congress to integrate as a whole into the ancient dragon continent, maintaining our current structure of witches family, but from now on, becoming like the Tower of Dawn organizations, under the jurisdiction of the Dusk Palace Master. Did Triss tell you this? No, it's my own idea. After the subdimensional portal returned, our 6 star towers have scattered across the 4 seas. The original Star Tower is practically defunct. Now the Ocean School of Thought organizations wage war individually, but other organizations have grand wizards at their backs, people at the Central Realm. Since the fall of the Star Witch 10,000 years ago, our witch's family has never birthed another grand wizard. We sound good being a top-level organization, but we know that in reality, we are no longer in the same league. You speak sensibly, but our witch's family has persisted for so long. If we integrate into the ancient dragon continent, we'd lose independence and be removed from the top wizard organizations. Our generation, would it not be a betrayal? Top-level organization is just an empty title, why care so much? Is the ancient dragon continent a top-level wizard organization? No, but look at these newcomers to the wizard world, they all want to go to the ancient dragon continent, not our witches family. Besides a group of pretty witches, we have no competitiveness left. The old witch sighed. The wind witch's words made sense. Having been neighbors for these years, she personally witnessed the state of the ancient dragon continent. To be honest, whether it's surface power or hidden foundation, they have surpassed the witch's family. For hundreds of years, that organization has been accumulating foundation, while the witch's family has been consuming precursors' foundation. No organization lasts forever. To some extent, the witch's family can last until now. Can barely maintain the dignity of a top wizard organization, it's already quite decent. Perhaps, after the blood battle, the future might turn around, regaining former glory. But the problem is, the blood battle is intensifying, it's already running out of time. The old witch started having a sense of helplessness. I will go to the Soren continent to discuss face-to-face with a senior there. Seeing the old witch's figure dissipate, the wind witch sighed in relief. Seems there's still hope. She is a meticulous observer. She noticed, whether it's Elena or Triss, these two former members of the witch's family, after getting close to the Dusk Palace Master, have both prospered. Their cultivation speed has already exceeded their friends who stayed in the witch's family. This means something, there's no need to say explicitly. Now the witch's family has such geographical conditions and good relations with the ancient dragon continent. Might as well take this opportunity to join, to rise together. This is what they call providential fortune. If one person obtains the way, the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The Dusk Palace Master has a high probability of advancing to become a grand wizard, or even legendary. If not to curry favor now, then when? The old witch is not bad, just too traditional. Boom! Suddenly, the entire witch's family started to tremble. The wind witch's face changed, she flew outside. The sky cracked, revealing one after another demon mountain in the void, a total of 4. Several level 8 demons exuding vast aura perched on top. Tens of thousands demons, like heavenly troops and generals, in combat array, descending amidst laughter. Just as the old witch left for the Soren continent, these demons took advantage and invaded. Wendy knew there must be a traitor within the organization. But now was not the time to investigate. She sent messages for help to the old witch, official channels, and to the nearby ancient dragon continent. All members of the witch's family, prepare to face the enemy. Chapter 2337. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. After ascending to the 8th circle, Levi has had more holidays each month apart from his cultivation. Combining work and rest is the key. Cultivation is just a means, not the goal. Living is the priority, he has realized it. It's been almost 30 years since he ascended to the 8th circle. In his daily life, he mainly reviews and perfects the cultivation journey of the past millennium, filling in gaps and refining it constantly. He also compiled and organized experiences from traveling in the Sea of Ruins and exploring various planes like the Land of Darkness. Once he becomes fully prosperous and turns into a figure like Sauron. Why not publish something like Levi's autobiography or Conversing with the Master of the Dusk Palace as a character biography? Over the years, he has continuously refined the 8th circle meditation supplementary potion, and his pharmacy level has also risen dramatically. Weapon making has similarly improved. Snow Iron Dragon Armor, Falling Star Ring, Purple Holy Crucible, Bag of Gluttony, Amethyst Light Sword. These 5 major wizard tools have all been promoted to the 8th circle level by Levi. The materials used are from the level 8 demon materials he hunted. Only a small portion of the 8th level elemental metal was mixed in. 8th level metals are exceedingly rare, even Levi does not have much. Among them, Falling Star Ring and Snow Iron Dragon Armor are top quality 8th circle wizard tools. Others are simply ordinary 8th circle ones. But for Levi, they are completely sufficient. Wizard tools are just auxiliary means for him. His foundation is still his strong body and many spell abilities. After years of refining, Levi has classified weapon-making materials into different tiers in his mind. From ordinary to top grade, they are ordinary biological materials, regular elemental metals, amethyst. Biological materials have the advantage of being abundant, renewable, and varied in type, meeting various needs. However, the durability and fatigue level of the materials themselves are not as good as the latter two. Even with special refining, this remains true. Hence, they are most suitable for refining standardized wizard tools and mechanical creatures for mass production. Elemental metals and other rare ores have higher attributes than biological materials in all aspects. But the downside is the low output, as they require a lengthy nurturing process and are considered non-renewable resources. Near the Nora world, due to decades of high-speed development of wizard civilization and the explosive growth of wizard numbers. With endless mining, rare metal ores have almost been exhausted. Fortunately, the advent of the New World in recent years has temporarily ameliorated this issue. The best materials for weapon refinement are undoubtedly amethyst. Essentially, this is further purification and reaction of elemental and rare metals through the amethyst rays, achieving a qualitative change. Thus, amethyst's hardness, durability, and all other attributes are optimal, significantly increasing the quality rate of wizard tools refinement. It's no wonder that the Holy Infant can forge so many top-grade wizard tools. Amethyst certainly contributes a lot. These years, the amethyst race rarely troubles him or the three avatars anymore and seldom appears in the wizard world. Maybe because they suffered heavy losses previously, they started to recuperate. Now that Levi has the strength, he intends to actively search for and hunt the amethyst race. Thus, he instructed the Spider King to conduct a carpet search via avatars across various planes. Report immediately to him whenever there's a clue about the amethyst race. Over the years, there have been some gains. The Spider King has found several planes suspected to be stronghold of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Levi instructed it not to alert the snakes. Once he advances all his breathing techniques to the 8th level, he will pay them a visit. Besides, as before, he again chose a rune language. These years he has cultivated to the 3rd level. Levi. Hanging Rune, Level 3, Special Effect, Power of Dark Monkey Constellation, Level 3. Power of Dark Monkey Constellation, Level 3 Rune language communicates with the Dark Monkey Constellation, amplifying your elemental resistance with star power. Current amplification is 20%. In Levi's mind, a black monkey hanging in the void has its eyes tightly shut. This is the Dark Monkey Constellation. Its functionality is fairly standard in enhancing elemental resistance, indirectly boosting Levi's defense capability. Thus, he already mastered the 8 rune languages of Strength, Chariot, Hermit, Lovers, Moon, Fool, Magician, Hanging Rune. The constellations they represent are Horned Bull, Heavenly Horse, Hidden Snake, Aries, Jade Rabbit, Blind Pig, Spirit Rat, Dark Monkey. Among the constellations, he should be able to gather the 12 signs. This is quite interesting for someone with a collection obsession. With increased elemental resistance, whether it's a wizard's elemental spell or a transcendent creature's spell-like ability, the damage caused to Levi will be correspondingly reduced. A significant reason for Levi's strong defense is that he possesses several attributes of Dragon Clan physique. Red Emperor Dragon Body, Golden Brilliance Dragon Body, these, all have strong elemental resistance. Now, with the boost from the Hanging Rune, he is bound to reach an exceptionally terrifying level in the future. Even the invincible Amethyst race, known for their high magic resistance, are inferior in front of him. After completing his cultivation, Levi arrives at the Nightmare World. A giant dragon emitting a terrifying aura descends at his feet. It is the Tyrant of Horror. Master. Levi asks. How is the territory situation recently? The Tyrant of Horror says. After expansion, the number of territories in the Black Dragon territory has increased to 36, occupying 1/5 of the Blood Rain realm. Currently, we have temporarily stopped expanding and are mainly absorbing the resources of our current territories to carry out development. Chapter 2338. Levi said. That's right, keep up the good work. Remember, from now on you will be known as the Black Dragon Lord. Try not to take action to avoid revealing that your cultivation has dropped to level 8. The Tyrant of Horror said. I understand. Over the years, Levi has remained behind the scenes. He is the actual controller of the Black Dragon territory, but the figure put forward as ruler is the Tyrant of Horror. Levi himself has a shallow foundation in the Nightmare World, lacking enough credentials, and many treat him as a pushover, looking to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the Tyrant of Horror has long been famous, originally being the lord of a realm. The outside world is unaware that the Tyrant of Horror has fallen to level 8 and still considers it a level 9 expert. Now that the Blood Rain Overlord is absent, it has returned with renewed force. Hearing its name, those covetous eyes withdrew. The Black Dragon territory also gained temporary peace. Having inspected various territories, Levi collected a batch of Pharmacy's spiritual dream grass. He was preparing to go offline when Triss, with her clothes fluttering, hurriedly flew to the wizard tower. Levi, it's bad news, the witch's family is besieged by the demon army. Levi's expression changed slightly. What? The witch's family is merely tens of thousands of miles from the ancient dragon continent. Any danger there could easily affect this place. He asked. What are the enemy's current forces like? Triss replied. There are 4 level 8 demons, additionally accompanied by a level 8 early stage dragon abomination steed. At the witch's family, we have only the Wind Witch, an 8th circle senior, and the guardian immortal banyan dragon. They have activated the protective array, but it's uncertain how long it can hold. Levi pondered. Such power suggests they're prepared. Let's go and take a look. The witch's family isn't too far from the Soren continent either. If official battle groups arrive, Levi's dragon abomination could be preempted. The witch's family. 4 demon mountains formed a cooperative trend, spanning 1,000 miles, all an endless ocean of demonic aura. Within the magic clouds, demons fell like rain onto the protective barrier of the witch's family. The Wind Witch, Cat Witch, and other witches guarding the witch's family continuously cast spells toward the sky. Powerful innate spells and primordial soul spells bombarded in turns, each strike able to kill many demons. However, the number of demons showed no signs of decreasing. Demon corpses fell around the witch's family, releasing more demon blood and demonic aura. Not long into the battle, the witch's family had transformed into abyss demon soil. The demons thrived, with visibly enhanced strength. Only in environments rich in demonic aura can they truly unleash their power. Thus, the tactic has always been to sacrifice many low-level demons as cannon fodder, quickly altering the environment to reduce the Nora plane's suppression on them. Then, the mid-level demons and demon lords would take action. The Wind Witch commanded. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. The old witch will soon return. The demons intend a blitzkrieg to capture us. We are at a manpower disadvantage, we must not act impulsively. Hold the line within the barrier and wait for reinforcements. After all, the witch's family is a top wizard organization. The array protecting the headquarters is a top-level 8th circle formation, the sea and sky world barrier. If pushed to its limit, even the full-fledged assault of an 8th circle spell can be withstood for a time. Of course, the consumption of ether stones is astronomically high. The Cat Witch transformed into a nimble black cat, moving like a phantom on the battlefield, claiming demon lives. The Snow Lotus Witch with 6th circle perfection performed admirably, dressed in blue treasure armor redeemed using war merit, a level 7 rare treasure. Boom! 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 4 massive pillars of demonic aura descended. The 4 level 8 demons were the Flame Demon, Sky Anger Demon, Bottom-Dwelling Fish Demon, and Stone Statue Demon. Leading them, the Flame Demon, at level 8 late stage, twisted the void with flames around it. Above its head, a level 8 early stage dragon abomination hovered. It had a wingspan of nearly 10,000 meters, shrouded in pale death energy and demonic aura. Sweeping death energy and demon flame slammed against the barrier, creating waves of ripples. The remaining 3 demons were all at level 8 mid-stage. Such strength, even a declining witch's family would find challenging. Even a top wizard organization at its prime must be cautious. For demons, a war action mobilizing such elite forces is rare. It seems they've made up their minds to take down the witch's family, starting with the weakest. Through the Demon Mountain formation, the attacks of the 4 level 8 demons converged. With just one strike, the sea and sky barrier trembled madly. The immortal banyan dragon spat out a white dragon breath straight into the sky. The dragon abomination in midair sneered back with black dragon breath, the explosion dazzling like fireworks. Humph, what pure-blood dragon clan, what a farce! The immortal banyan dragon snorted coldly. It's just relying on the power of the demon array, pretending to be strong. What a pity it grows too slowly, if it could grow faster, it would surely thrash the sub-dragon breed. Along with another dark magic light descending from the sky, the barrier shuddered violently, actually starting to crack. Dense demonic aura penetrated, accompanied by a foggy swarm of spirit illusion demons. These demons resemble ghosts, all spiritual beings, pervasive and insidious. Oh no, how did this barrier break so quickly? The Wind Witch, overseeing the situation, changed expression and noticed a familiar figure in the corner with a peculiar smile. Snake Witch? You're the traitor. Chapter 2339. The Snake Witch's clothes began to burst apart, revealing her snow-white, jade-like body and peaks. Fine cracks appeared on her delicate skin as demonic aura began to leak out. In an instant, she transformed into a mind flayer exuding a level 8 aura, with thousands of tentacles fluttering in the wind. Keek keek, the taste of a witch is indeed not bad. It meant the taste literally. When a mind flayer possesses someone, it eats the target's brain to gain its memories. The Snake Witch had long been swapped without her knowing. Boom! One by one, the tentacles turned into sharp swords, piercing through the witches' bodies nearby. These witches shriveled, becoming just human skins. Die! Seeing former companions die tragically in an instant. The Cat Witch's attack fiercely bombarded but was swatted away by the Mind Flayer's tentacles, nearly losing her life. At the same time, 4 demon mountains completely tore open the barrier seal and descended upon the witch's family. Kill them all. Withdraw all forces within a quarter of an hour regardless of the results, do not linger in battle. The Flame Demon Commander roared. The earth of the witch's family cracked open, lava flowed, turning it into a hell on earth. The battle today, the witch's family has already lost. Wendy and the immortal Banyan Dragon flew out, blocking the Flame Demon Commander. The remaining wizards formed a battle group to resist the demon's attacks from all directions. Ha ha ha, tremble before the great death's claw, Addis. The dragon abomination tore through the sky, wantonly spewing dragon flames. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura swept out from within the magic tree. Yet a phantom of a witch appeared, expressionless. She pointed a finger, and an invisible wave swept toward the Flame Demon Commander. The Flame Demon instinctively sensed danger, trying to dodge. But it was restrained by the Wind Witch and the immortal Banyan Dragon. The next moment, the Flame Demon, who was just arrogantly boasting at level 8 late stage, stopped moving. It looked incredulously at its own body, its demon soul, all beginning to uncontrollably decompose. Not only that, but the space around it was also disappearing. The Wind Witch's eyes were cold. This is the decomposition technique that generations of witches have branded inside the magic tree. Your death is not unjust. The Flame Demon Commander mysteriously vanished. The other 4 level 8 demons and the Dragon Abomination were also taken aback. Is this the foundation of a top-level organization? Don't panic. Such a method must only be used once. Having dealt with the strongest enemy, the Wind Witch and the immortal Banyan Dragon were slightly relieved. However, the situation before them was still not optimistic. The battle had just started for a short while, and there were already many casualties. And indeed, such a decomposition technique could only be used once. The Mind Flayer's tentacles danced wildly, attacking those ordinary members. Suddenly, its expression changed drastically, as if sensing some danger, it quickly retreated. On the ground, a black armored swordsman appeared out of thin air. He raised his right arm, aimed at the Mind Flayer, and murmured. You gaze upon me, and you behold destruction. In front of the Mind Flayer, a crimson star seemed to appear. It radiated endless light and heat, crashing toward itself. Once the secret word of destruction is uttered, blood will be seen. Rumble. The Mind Flayer was struck as if by a heavy blow, its figure was blasted high into the sky. Its demon body began to self-immolate, tentacles dissolved, internal organs shattered. Boom! Like a watermelon bursting, the Mind Flayer exploded. Leaving only an extremely weakened Mind Flayer's head with its demon soul, attempting to escape, but was obliterated by a stroke of sword chi. Level 8 early stage Mind Flayer, dead. Leon appeared in the void, collecting the Mind Flayer's brain. This was the most valuable part of its entire body, an essential material for many high-level potions. The battlefield situation changed rapidly. On the demon's side, 2 level 8 demons died violently. Retreat. The other level 8 demons, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly used the Demon Mountain to shatter the void and retreat. The purpose of their trip has already been achieved. The witch's family, after this surprise attack, suffered heavy casualties and a great loss of strength. The instant appearance and slaying of the Mind Flayer by the Dusk Palace Master thoroughly shocked them. This person, at level 7 peak, had already killed level 8 demons dozens of times. Now, having advanced to level 8, it was unimaginable. Without the level 8 late-stage Flame Demon Commander to oversee, they were no match for the old witch when she returned. Levi used the chaotic sky demon mirror, keeping the dragon abomination in place. Surrounded by the silver mountain skyfall and the wind illusion realm, the dragon abomination was trapped. The other demons could flee, but not the dragon abomination. Addis, unable to escape, roared ferociously, charging toward Levi. Levi pointed a finger, the fire dragon tribulation soared into the sky, transforming into the flame emperor's sword, and slashed down. Boom! Boom! Under the dense onslaught of innate spells, Addis was instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. The hard dragon scales burst apart, flesh ripped open, turning to charcoal. Levi, wielding a long sword, slashed out 108 sword lights in an instant. All the sword lights overlapped, tearing Addis's massive dragon abomination body apart. Demon blood burned in the blue sky, the enormous body crashed down. The dragon soul emerged, panicking. So strong, how can he be this strong? It knew it was no match for the Dusk Palace Master. But it never expected to lose so thoroughly. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Boom! Another fire dragon tribulation erupted, igniting the dragon soul. A web descended from the sky, capturing the dragon soul. Levi let out a breath, looking around. In that moment, those level 8 demons had already fled. Only some cannon fodder remained on the battlefield, slaughtered by his Black Shadow army. The witch's family lay in ruins. Even the magic tree burned with fierce demon flames. Chapter 2340. A coven of witches is casting spells to extinguish it. This time, the demons have a clear goal, to launch a surprise attack at lightning speed. Capturing the witch's family would be best, but even if not, causing heavy damage is possible. They succeeded. What meets the eye are many witch corpses, ranging from apprentices to primordial soul witches. This worsens the already dire situation of the witch's family. After this blow, it's even harder to stand alongside other top wizard organizations. 500 years after the blood battle, the demons' offensive became even more brutal. Triss looked at the chaos before her, her gaze complicated. With the flames on the magic tree extinguished, the wind witch flew over, her face pale. "Thank you, Dusk Palace Master, for your timely intervention. If Levi hadn't arrived in time to scare off this group of demons, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The witch's family might truly be wiped out. Only a few primordial soul witches could escape unscathed. This demon attack came at great expense. They even planted a level 8 Heartstealer as a spy within the witch's family to dismantle the barrier's protection from within. They were very close to complete success." Levi put away the dragon abomination's corpse, saying, "You're welcome, Lipgard's teeth. I am also protecting the ancient dragon continent." This time, the demons attacked the witch's family swiftly. Next time, it might be the ancient dragon continent. In the future, all precautions must be made. One cannot feel complacent because of proximity to the Sorin continent. Those grand wizards and legendary wizards are all extraordinarily busy, many tied up by demonic powerhouses. If an accident truly happens, they may not be able to rush over for support. Strengthen oneself through iron. The communication device rang, and Levi's expression changed. He stepped into the void, disappearing. Just now, the ancient dragon continent also suffered attacks from 5 level 8 demons. Currently, Black Feathered Pheasant, Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile, 8-legged Sea Demon, and Lopez are fighting the enemies. Fortunately, before he came to support Witch's family, Levi had already arranged for these top combatants to stay back on the ancient dragon continent. These demons intended to attack the Witch's family and ancient dragon continent at the same time. They knew he would definitely come to support. When he showed up at the Witch's family, the hidden demons over there would strike quickly. However, the demons clearly did not anticipate that the ancient dragon continent had more than 2 level 8 guardians. When Levi arrived, the Sky Dome's void crack has yet to heal. Black Phoenix panted, her chest rising and falling. "Master, those demons ran off." Levi's expression was as calm as water. "I know, strengthen defenses to prevent demons from launching a return attack." Today's surprise attack had demons deploy numerous level 8 powerhouses, clearly a serious move. With these guardians, plus the Tower Master's Sky Dome defense system, the ancient dragon continent didn't suffer severe losses. Yet it still resulted in considerable casualties, the most severe since the blood battle began. The situation of the blood battle intensified. If the previous demon invasion was just minor skirmishes, now they would let Nora feel immense pain. Not long afterward, Levi's communication device received a broadcast notice from the Wizard Council. Simultaneously, not only here, but on the Nora continent and various new worlds suffered demonic catastrophes to varying extents. Without any intelligence received, the demon army dispatched over 200 level 8 demons, launching a lightning surprise attack. Many regions required support. Some high-level wizard organizations were even completely wiped out. Especially some New World strongholds under construction for the continent bridge became primary targets of the demon attack. The Wizard Council responded swiftly, and many Ninth Circle Grand Wizards personally mobilized. This unexpected military action by the demons came without forewarning. Even the legendary wizards proficient in divination and foreknowledge were caught off guard. Fortunately, all major wizard organizations and battle groups have fought against demons for centuries. They had corresponding response to such surprise attacks. So the eventual casualty figure wasn't excessively exaggerated. Aside from places like the somewhat declining Witches family, most top wizard organizations defended successfully. In 500 years of blood battle, most battles ended in wizard victory. Yet this time, the wizards lost, even though final statistics showed demon deaths greatly outnumbered those of the wizards. In the following days, Levi paid constant attention to the battle situation to guard against demons striking back. Soon, the Wizard Council's announcement arrived. Wind Demon Lord Pazuzu, a powerful lord from the Abyss's 645th layer, by special means, hid his intentions and suddenly joined the blood battle. Even many demon high UPS were unaware of his arrival. Relying on his mighty strength, Wind Demon Lord took the command seat of this Abyss blood battle. This unexpected ambush was his warning to Wizard World. Upon hearing this news, Levi's mood was heavy. Abyss's 645th layer, almost reaching Soren's maximum layer, 666th. Such power, among level 10, must be supreme, no wonder it came so fiercely. The blood battle heated up. Must grow sooner and stronger. The good news is, with such experience, the council somewhat grasped some tricks of this commander and information. This sweeping unannounced attack on Nora will not recur for a while. This defeat mainly fell on intelligence failure. Wind Demon Lord is indeed a terrifying existence of the 600 layers and beyond. Chapter 2341. In the end, what it really comes down to is having enough raw strength. Levi felt a heavy heart. He retrieved the corpse of the dragon abomination he had slain earlier. The Death Burial Dragon, a dragon of death that usually appears only in Hell or the Underworld, a sub-dragon of the Nether Dragon. I didn't expect to encounter it in the Abyss. The Nether Dragon, the most famous dragon of the Death Sect, is also known as the Dragon of the Underworld or Herald of the Underworld. My Scarlet Dragon breathing technique is also nearing its maximum. Next, I'll use it as material for the evolution potion. Previously, he had obtained a bloodline crystal of the Ghost Shadow Dragon at an auction. The combination of the two should allow the Scarlet Dragon to evolve into a mythical breathing method. Additionally, Levi gained a substantial war merit of 150 million, mainly from the Mind Flayers and this dragon abomination. Levi, I'm back. Elena arrived, worn out by travel. I heard the situation in the blood battle has escalated again. I won't leave the ancient dragon continent anymore. Levi sighed. The upcoming blood battle will be even tougher. You are not far from achieving 7 rings perfection in your cultivation now. Push forward and rise to the 8th circle for greater security. Elena said. That's what I was thinking too. At this stage, she had already exchanged for all the sequence artifacts in the Water God series she could obtain. The next use of her war merit would be to exchange for a random sun refining artifact valued at 500 million. On the other hand, she could also go back to collecting sequence artifacts of the Water King and Sea Emperor. Although the effects of these artifacts might not match the Water Gods, they're certainly better than nothing. If she could gather them all, with her talent and these artifacts paving the way, along with her extended lifespan, the chances of her ascending to Grand Wizard would be significantly higher, almost a certainty, even if not absolutely guaranteed. Now, with demon battlefields everywhere, one could hunt demons right at the doorstep, without needing to travel specifically to the god-forsaken continent. On this day, Triss and the Old Witch arrived at the ancient dragon continent. Many thanks to the Dusk Palace Master for the rescue, saving many lives of the Witch's family. The Old Witch spoke sincerely. Levi said. No need for thanks, Witch. Witch's family is extremely important to Elena, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Elena smiled gently, feeling a small pride inside that her man had such strength and resolve. The old witch hesitated for a moment, then spoke solemnly. Dusk Palace Master, I wish to lead the witch's family to join the ancient dragon continent. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, both Levi and Elena felt a bit shaken. Elena never thought that the witch's family would join the ancient dragon continent, considering it's a top-level organization with a proud reputation, usually annexing other organizations. Levi had considered it, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. It seems the recent demon attacks have put the old witch on edge. The tide of the blood battle grows ever more intense. The ship of witch's family is becoming more and more fragmented and unstable. Conversely, the ancient dragon continent has repeatedly proven with strength that it is truly a top-level organization, and still on the rise at that. The witch's family has to plan for its future. The closest choice is clearly the ancient dragon continent. At this moment, matters of pride and reputation hold no weight. Winter is coming, only one word matters. Living. Triss looked at Levi, also hoping the witch's family would merge with the ancient dragon continent. The old witch was soon to enter a life or death seclusion. She would either rise to Grand Wizard, or perish and fade away. In either scenario, she would leave the witch's family. An 8-ring senior wind witch, plus a dragon, clearly wouldn't be enough to support this vast organization. Levi said. Agreed, but joining the ancient dragon continent means adhering to our organizational rules, no one gets special treatment. The old witch replied. I understand. They then discussed the detailed terms and implementation specifics of this merger plan. 2 years later. Nora calendar year 714, year 502 of the blood battle. After making full preparations and smoothing out all relations and obstacles, the witch's family officially announced. Due to certain irresistible and objective factors, to ensure the continued operation of the organization and prevent the demise of the witch's family legacy, as of Nora calendar year 714, the witch's family is officially joining the ancient dragon continent, becoming a subsidiary organization. The witch's family will retain its current organizational title and high-level leadership positions. The leader of the organization, Lady Violena the Old Witch, is officially stepping down from her role in the witch's family. The Dusk Palace Master will assume the position of organizational leader. All debts, commercial contracts, and obligations of the witch's family will be assumed by the ancient dragon continent. This announcement, except for those already aware of it among the top ranks of the Soren continent, shocked other top-level organizations, high-level organizations, and even the nomadic wizard community. That an ancient organization like the witch's family, with a history of tens of thousands of years, would merge into a barely millennia-old ancient dragon continent? Such a scene defies belief. Although the ancient dragon continent is in its heyday, an emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. This situation was anticipated by no one. Levi's communication device was on the verge of exploding. Hey, does the ancient dragon continent need more people? I'm currently single. Gatling. Congratulations, congratulations. Light Divine Sword. Congratulations to the ancient dragon continent for stepping further to become a truly top-level organization. Harvest. Numerous familiar friends and relatives came to offer congratulations. Gatling even joked about wanting to join the ancient dragon continent. For a time, the ancient dragon continent stood at the forefront of the storm. Criticism and concerns began to surface as well. Chapter 2342. Star Cluster Legal Newspaper. Today, our newspaper interviewed the former Endless Sea Law Enforcement Department's head, Golden Walker Florio. The Golden Walker expressed some concerns about this acquisition. Top wizard organizations are the confidence and backbone of many grassroots wizards and civilians. This move has two major risks. First, some emerging organizations that have not been historically tested are growing wildly, affecting the healthy landscape of organizational ecology, which does not align with the Congress's anti-monopoly stance. Second, it further reduces the credibility and authority of top wizard organizations. It is suggested that the Wizard Council consider this move from a broader perspective, and if necessary, revoke the merger. Which Independent Daily, throughout history, the witch's family has been renowned for its female characteristics, being a sacred land in the hearts of many ocean school of thought witches. With a new leader now, it is feared that it will lose this advantage and fade into obscurity. There are many similar comments. Apart from the blood battle, there is finally something new. Bored wizards have seemingly found an outlet for their grievances. Those in favor and against the merger have split into two factions, making opinions clear. However, the Supreme Council, which holds the decision-making power in such matters, has remained silent. Levi is not worried at all. He took 2 years to announce the merger because he was seeking opinions. For such a significant matter, he didn't dare to make decisions lightly. He consulted the Black Abyss Sovereign, Frost Witch, and some respected Grand Wizard seniors. The Old Witch also sought multiple connections, consulting on the feasibility of this matter. Historically, top wizard organizations being acquired has never really happened. They're usually dissolved or directly annihilated. Eventually, even the busy Grand Council Chairman Edmund issued a statement. The merger is feasible, but the details need to be handled well, and the affected personnel properly arranged to avoid potential negative impacts. The Black Abyss Sovereign will supervise the merger. This is the confidence behind the Ancient Dragon Continent's acquisition of the Witch's family. The highest position in the wizard world agreed. What is that golden walker worth anyway? Also, that Witch Independent Daily always advocates for maintaining the Witch's family's characteristics, calling it a sacred land for witches. But over the millennium, the enrollment quota of the Witch's family has declined year after year, and this group hasn't supported the sacred land. They sound like they're thinking for the witches, but behind the scenes, it's a business. So Levi completely disregards these remarks. He knows Golden Walker Florio is from the Letney family, formerly titled as Divine Gold Wizard. He once served as clan leader, later transferred to the Central Realm. Recently, he was promoted to Grand Wizard, becoming one of the Great Councilmen, earning the title Golden Walker. The Letney family celebrated extensively, inviting many people to the feast, creating a great spectacle. Their intention was to let everyone know the Golden Lightning family now has a Grand Wizard. Then, the feast was ambushed by demons, causing significant casualties. The Congress immediately ordered that during the blood battle, no organization shall hold large-scale promotion ceremonies, disrupting the order of resistance. Externally, the Witch's family started a comprehensive relocation effort. The previous location was somewhat far from the ancient Dragon Continent, inconvenient for mutual support between organizations. Additionally, the prior demon invasion caused substantial demonic aura pollution. Although Oasis 1 was planted, it would take a long time to purify. The ancient Dragon Continent doesn't lack land now. A circle of New World territories surrounding it has been acquired with a fortune, turned into satellite continents, forming a structure like stars clustering around the moon. These New World territories are mostly within 10,000 miles of the ancient Dragon Continent. After Herman advanced to the 7th Circle, the upgraded Sky Dome defense system scanning range further increased. Essentially, with the ancient Dragon Continent at the center and these satellite continents, they can be included in the alert range. Thus, if a demon catastrophe occurs anywhere, other places can respond swiftly. Level 8 Guardians can use void travel and other means to reach and rescue within moments. All members of the new Witch's family must take the oath through Excalibur. This is the prerequisite for joining the ancient Dragon Continent. Additionally, Levi conducted thorough inspections. Every member, from primordial soul wizards to mortal rookies, underwent strict scrutiny. In this process, many demonic spies, mainly mind flayers and formless demons, were discovered and eradicated. The inspection method is simple. Including relevant clauses in the oath achieves it. As long as the demon's methods don't surpass this rare treasure, Excalibur, don't think about lying. The ancient Dragon Continent used this method to inspect and eliminate demon spies, proving effective. After ensuring there are no issues, the Witch's family's own treasure vault, knowledge, teaching system, and organizations like the Tower of Dawn and Dusk Holy Temple gradually integrated. From then on, students and teachers can attend lessons at any organization without barriers. Resources and treasures from major organizations could be exchanged using the ancient Dragon Continent's contribution points. These points are termed Ancient Dragon Points. As the organization leader, Levi instantly owned the knowledge base of a top wizard organization, feeling very pleased. Besides, 8-circle magic was no longer scarce, he could just pick and learn selectively. Regarding the Witch's family's treasure vault, he didn't interact with it much. There were many good items inside, but those weren't particularly useful for someone at his level. He'd rather leave them for the organization members to exchange. Of course, while being the organization leader brings numerous rights and benefits, it also entails corresponding responsibilities. In the future, excluding the mortals, thousands of mid to lower level wizards, even apprentice wizards, within the Witch's family would need his shelter. This responsibility is a heavy burden. That's why the overwhelmed old witch decided to withdraw. Levi did attempt to retain her, but she seemed to have found a place in the central realm in advance. Or maybe she's worried that her influence as the old leader at the witch's family might cause misunderstandings with Levi. In any case, the old witch chose to leave. Levi's first action upon taking over the witch's family was to abolish the outdated rule of accepting only female wizards. From then on, all promising talents, regardless of gender or background, could qualify for selection interviews. Initially, this move encountered substantial resistance, as the organization of witches has formed some inertia, which temporarily couldn't accept it. Yet, he ignored it as if he never saw it, proceeding like a great dictator. Gradually, people saw the Dusk Palace Master's firm decision and accepted this fact. Of course, more witches expressed support. Firstly, they believed the witch's family needed new vitality. Secondly, without the Dusk Palace Master, they would have long become demon blood food during the previous demon catastrophe. Chapter 2343. A year later. Nora 715, Blood 503. Inside the magic tree. Wearing a palace-style long dress, the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady, appearing as a young maiden, gazed at the black-armored swordsman in front of her. The 500-year contract seems unnecessary now, for I am now the dragon of the ancient dragon continent. Levi smiled and said. Indeed, as the leader of the witch's family, I hereby announce the termination of your guardian contract with the witch's family. The immortal Banyan Dragon asked. Terminate? What should I do next? Levi responded seriously. I wish to invite the lady to join an organization belonging solely to the Dragon Clan, one that holds infinite light and future. The immortal Banyan Dragon. From the day Levi met her, she was unforgettable. After 1,000 years, he finally justifiably possessed her. His initial plan was to gain success and then find a way to escape with the immortal Banyan Dragon. Unexpectedly, he directly acquired both the dragon and the organization. The maiden's gaze flickered. What organization? Levi spoke each word clearly. Dragon Palace. Levi planned to bring the immortal Banyan Dragon to the ancient Banyan fairyland. It's a pure-blooded dragon clan. If left outside, it might get captured by a demon one day or perish prematurely, leading to great loss. The hope for the path of Knights in 100 Flowers lies with the immortal Banyan Dragon. The new guardian of the witch's family was assigned to the Thunder Crocodile. With Levi's current power, he's not worried about other organizations coveting the Thunder Crocodile. He's already acquired top-tier organizations, besides the Grand Wizards of Soren Continent, who else would dare to covet his possessions? It's clear to everyone that his relationship with the Black Abyss Sovereign is quite good. Triss from the witch's family is also a student of the Black Abyss Sovereign. In terms of power and influence, Levi has already reached the pinnacle of the wizard world. He's a giant that others need to be wary of. The immortal Banyan Dragon thought for a moment and said. All right. After pledging an oath, she followed Levi, appearing as a young girl as they arrived at the ancient Banyan fairyland. Then, she saw the towering giant tree. Wait, is this Queen Banyan? Are you that three-headed dragon abomination? The immortal Banyan Dragon was somewhat shocked. Although her memory is not great, she has a profound impression of Queen Banyan. And also that three-headed dragon abomination who snatched the Holy Grail. She said with a complex expression. So you're indeed the three-headed dragon abomination. This unsolved mystery is finally unraveled, so you actually obtained the Holy Grail of immortality long ago. Levi, with an apologetic smile, said. Sorry, I deceived the lady back then, the Grail is of great importance to me. The immortal Banyan Dragon, in the form of a maiden, exhibited expressions from astonishment to melancholy to sadness. Oh, Levi, I trusted you so much, and you deceived me. Woo, I really thought it was taken by the three-headed dragon abomination, and I could never retrieve it. I didn't expect someone looking so honest like you to be so deceitful. It was evident that she was genuinely distressed. Tisk tisk tisk, Levi, you've done quite a mischief, deceiving an underage immortal Banyan Dragon. I condemn you. Mana, in a green robe and walking lightly, came over to watch, unfazed by the excitement. Levi was left helpless. Mana approached the maiden, holding her arm, and said. Don't be angry, from now on, we're one family. The maiden sniffled with teary eyes. You don't know how much I trusted him, there's no point in mentioning it. Having lived for a millennium, Levi has taken countless lives. It's the first time he felt such a heavy sense of guilt. He felt as if he had deceived an innocent girl. The problem is, this immortal banyan dragon is thousands of years old, seemingly quite mature. It's unexpected to encounter such a situation today. Levi immediately hinted for Mana to fetch a pile of dragon scale fruits and a bottle of high-purity immortal flowing liquid. Mana tapped the maiden's back and said, "I recall your name being Yggdrasila, right? Levi mentioned you to me. You must be younger than me, so I'll call you sister. Come on, eat and drink, these are Levi's most treasured items. Eat to your heart's content, and make him sleepless at night." The immortal banyan dragon sobbed a bit and initially refused to eat. However, after Mana fed her a sip of immortal flowing liquid, the situation changed. The maiden licked her lips, craving more. So fragrant, so sweet. Previously, when trading with her, Levi used dragon scale fruits. Immortal flowing liquid, such strategic material, was never disclosed. Gulp gulp. Seduced by the fragrance, the maiden soon finished a large bucket of immortal flowing liquid. In Levi's mind, that's enough to brew a year's worth of flying immortal platform wine. After drinking, the maiden stowed away the dragon scale fruits, hiding them in her dress to savor slowly, then pouted and said, "If you wanted the holy grail of immortality, you could have just asked. To me, it's not essential, my curiosity was only piqued because it might involve the immortal banyan dragon. Why be so guarded around me?" Mana said. "Exactly." Levi was left without words. "Well, from now on, we're all part of the Dragon Palace. I'll guide you through it." The immortal banyan dragon snorted softly and said, "Okay. Now that she's boarded the pirate ship, what else can be done?" "Skyfire Fortress." The Black Lotus beast said. "Stop what you're doing, log off briefly, a new important dragon has arrived." The fire-breathing dragon hurriedly asked, "Is it a male or female?" Feeling the fierce scale dragon's unkind gaze, it explained, "I'm mainly concerned about the propagation issues of our young dragons." The Crimson Fire Dragon said, "If it's someone Lord Dragon King values this much, I guess it's a legendary dragon race." The Wind Dust Dragon drew in a sharp breath. "Our dragon palace is developing too fast. Not long ago, we recruited a legendary dragon race, and now another arrives. With this addition, we have 3 legendary dragons." Chapter 2344. The little ash dragon, who sleeps all year round, also opened its sleepy eyes. It now possesses peak level 5 power and is about to reach level 6. It's uncertain whether it or the dragon turtle will advance first. Soon, Levi brought the immortal banyan dragon. For easy recognition, it revealed its true form as a giant dragon, stretching over 10,000 meters, like a colossal snake encircling the dust world. "What kind of dragon is that? Never seen it before, such a beautiful she-dragon, hey! I'm just complimenting, what's the harm?" The self-disciplined Black Lotus beast was stunned. Such a graceful dragon clan, it possesses the unique aura of pure-blooded dragon clan. Levi said, "This is the immortal banyan dragon Lady Yggdrasila. Usually, you can just refer to her as Lady. Lady is new here, so make sure to arrange things well, show her around, and let her get familiar. Also, take her to see the nightmare world." The fire-breathing dragon replied. "No problem." The immortal banyan dragon said, "I want to sleep over at Mana's place." Mana said, "Sure." Levi naturally had no objections. As the immortal banyan dragon paired with the queen banyan, this divine tree, one could say they are a perfect match made in heaven. His intention in bringing the immortal banyan dragon here was precisely this. According to studies from some proponents of the dragon school of thought, such an arrangement benefits the mutual growth of the immortal banyan dragon and the divine tree. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to perch in, and the same principle applies to dragons. Such a marvelous symbiotic relationship, if it exists, is naturally beneficial to both parties. After properly settling the immortal banyan dragon, Levi left. The sub-dragons and mixed-blood dragons naturally showed warmth and respect towards the immortal banyan dragon. This bloodline hierarchy's majesty was truly terrifying. The fire-breathing dragon, who originally had ideas about the female dragon, also wilted. With their vastly different statuses, it really had no courage at all. Anyway, it would be better to go back to its own female dragonfly to sleep. The immortal banyan dragon roamed the ancient banyan fairyland. It went from initial calm to later shock. 36 cave heavens, 72 blessed lands, densely packed with elemental power, each with a different environment. Snow mountains, swamps, grasslands, forests. While small, they had everything they needed. Among them were countless rare plants and medicinal herbs. Moreover, 2 towering giant fir trees covered in dragon-scale flowers. Soon, there would be another batch of dragon-scale fruit. In the Ice Sea secret realm, the lovely frost elves worked joyfully. In the ocean, giant whales sang, accompanied by numerous beasts. In the ancient Shell Palace, the beautiful Shell Demon clan busily worked. The Burning Rock clan, along with other alien races, coexisted here in harmony. There was even a dedicated ancient banyan tree mansion, where the undead naturally arose, in a cycle of life and death. The content within far exceeded its expectations. The resource secret realms of other top wizard organizations couldn't even compare. Truly a paradise. Sleeping here, there was no worry about being disturbed by demons. Nor was there any concern for one's life, with no need to engage with other wizard powerhouses, a social anxiety dragon's blessing. Most amazing was the nightmare world. It had heard of this mysterious and unpredictable place, but never experienced it. After descending with the Dragon Palace people, it discovered that it was a vast region under Levi's control. The 2 level 8 legendary dragon clan even had an epic meeting, becoming the left and right guardians of the Dragon Palace. There was also Lopez, the legendary giant ape, leaving a deep impression. After touring around, the immortal banyan dragon's mindset completely changed from the beginning. It was very certain that this was the place it wanted to stay. As for Levi's deception, it chose to forgive him. Time passed. Levi continued to handle the aftermath tasks for the witch's family. He had Herman, leading the mechanical school, begin setting up new defense systems on the new world where the witch's family resided. At the same time, he organized and integrated the existing battle group of the witch's family. In this process, he did not encounter much resistance. The Wind Witch, an 8th Circle senior wizard, was extremely cooperative with his work, despite not being familiar with him before. Triss also returned to the witch's family accordingly. She was also at 7 rings perfection. Within the current organization, she was only second to the Wind Witch. Levi appointed the 2 women as deputy tower masters to handle the subsequent affairs of the witch's family. Additionally, only 9 primordial soul witches remained in the witch's family. This included the Snow Lotus Witch and Anya's wife, the Phantom Witch. In the beginning, Levi assumed that the witch's family had more primordial soul wizards in hiding as trump cards. However, unexpectedly, this organization truly only had a mere handful of primordial soul witches left. In retrospect, primordial soul wizards are the face and nuclear deterrent of any organization, with no need for concealment. Most organizations strive to showcase their formidable strength. This indicates that over the millennia, the witch's family's development has been severely deformed, resulting in a gap of young talents. This is an unhealthy and irrational power pyramid structure. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of sufficient talent. Primordial soul wizards either left for other opportunities or perished, continuously lost without fresh blood to replenish. Otherwise, as a top wizard organization, they should have at least dozens of primordial soul wizards. If the witch's family does not reform, they are doomed to extinction. Cannot rest on past laurels. In his view, the organization had far too many accumulated problems that required sweeping reforms. Fortunately, as a top wizard organization, it still has its foundation intact. Among the low-level and middle-level wizard groups, there are also many with special talents, even among the ranks of the Children of the Elements. Levi included these individuals on his watch list. Besides cultivating, he also observed their growth and cultivation trajectories. Additionally, Levi used the Supreme Divine Talisman, a unique hallmark, to bolster the witch's family's appeal. Chapter 2345. Anyone who joins the ancient dragon continent has the opportunity to learn the Wizard Fourth Art, an additional combat technique. Finally, he vigorously strengthened various organizations such as the Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, Witch's Family, including interspecies relations. Fresh blood is required, one part through external search, another through self-generation. The members of the ancient dragon continent are all elite. Relatively speaking, if parents have talent, the chance of offspring having talent far exceeds that of mortal rookies. This is recognized universally in the wizard world. Additionally, although many wizards look down on alien races. However, mixed-blood children with some humanoid alien races often have good cultivation aptitude. The Sea Clan mixed blood is an example, giving rise to the Ocean Abyss Alliance and the Immersed Ancient Castle, two top-level body-refining wizard organizations. Therefore, those dwarves, halflings, and other alien races in the ancient dragon continent can completely intermarry with humans. Abandon those prejudices and restraints, and combine boldly. During the Blood War, nothing is more important than becoming stronger. The noble dragon descendants, in essence, also borrow the powerful bloodline of the giant dragon. 2 years later, the reforms targeting the witch's family have already shown significant progress. The organization finally has some vitality. Levi also temporarily set aside his work there. He has already guided the organization in the right direction, and the rest is for the management to execute specifically. Nora Year 717. Blood War Year 505. Hell's 8th Layer. Big brother, congratulations on reaching the 8th circle, your little brother is truly envious. The Purgatory Demon Sword sensed Levi's vast presence with longing. Next to him, the 3 witches and the Demon Fox main mother had equally indescribable feelings. Each time they met the master, it felt like he soared higher like bamboo shoots. This speed of cultivation is too magical. The potential of humanity is truly unimaginable. Especially the Desire Realm which, when she was in the level 7 realm, the master was still at level 6. Now she's only mid-level 7, having only advanced 1 realm. Yet, the master broke through 2 major realm barriers. Comparing oneself to others can truly be exasperating. But remembering she is a devil, she felt much better. At least she lives longer, which is some advantage. Levi said. Second brother's cultivation progress is also good, already close to senior 7th ring level, you had a solid foundation before, keep it up, can't slack off. I've brought some oddities for you, although the quality is average, they are quite fitting for you, take them. This is the Wind King's Breath, a Morning Star artifact, it can improve your cultivation aptitude, and this flame emblem is also a Morning Star artifact, quite effective too. The Purgatory Demon Sword looked startled. Big brother, this is too precious, I dare not accept it. These are 2 Morning Star artifacts, which he knows are worth tens of billions of ether stones combined in the wizard world. Levi said earnestly. Take them, these oddities are of no use to me, and it's not convenient for you to collect oddities in hell. The Purgatory Demon Sword's eyes moistened. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but I truly can't hold back, big brother, you are indeed my rebirth parent, I'll accept these oddities. Only then did Levi smile. These 2 oddities have already been refined by the 3 avatars. Later, during their demon hunting, another opportunity allowed them to acquire them. Levi, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, gifted them to his second brother, paving the way for his legendary journey. In retrospect, the second brother has not consumed many oddities in his cultivation so far. He still has ample room for growth. The Purgatory Demon Sword said. I've heard that big brother purchased the witch's family, truly a bold move. Levi laughed heartily. It's nothing, second brother, do well in hell, there will be a place for you in the future. The Demon Fox main mother said. Master, we've already tracked down the black prison beast, that guy left the 8th layer long ago to the 9th layer, reportedly now serving under a significant figure in hell, considered a decent position, finding a patron. Levi asked. Which significant figure? The Demon Fox main mother said. Lady Whitebone, who achieved level 9 with an undead body, listed among the 72 pillars. By the way, Lady Whitebone has a sister, the Death Demoness from the Dragonfall Valley on the 7th layer, whom the master must have heard of, a level 8 powerhouse. Levi pondered. I see. Hell, in essence, is almost like the wizard world. Most of those level 8 powerhouses have their own backing. This is a common occurrence in civilized societies. Unless it's a group like Black Beasts, without civilization. He recalled that when he intended to recruit the Death Demoness before, he felt a dangerous aura in the Dragonfall Valley. Perhaps it was related to Lady Whitebone. Fortunately, he didn't go, or he would have stirred up strong enemies, creating unnecessary trouble. It's just like Journey to the West, appearing as monsters, but actually, they all have backing. Big brother, I'll set up a feast, let's drink and enjoy for a few days. Great, great. Before leaving, Levi took 20 billion joss paper, more than 30 soul stones with him from the Demon Fox tribe and the Ghost Elephant department. Apart from that, there were also some hell specialty materials. These materials are mainly for upgrading the Black Soul Demon Tower and the Book of the Undead. The Nether River rolls, extending across the Sky Dome. The Centennial Netherworld Market opens. As soon as Levi entered, he heard a surprised voice in his mind. "Oh, you've advanced to the 8th ring so quickly? Congratulations!" Levi looked carefully and saw an old acquaintance. It was the black-armored man he met on his first visit to the Netherworld Market, named Diego Known. Chapter 2346. Levi laughed. "Long time no see." The black-armored man sighed. "Yeah, due to work reasons, I haven't been to hell for many years. This time, thanks to my leadership's trust, I became a merchant on this 8th level of the Netherworld Market. I didn't expect to see you here." Levi's heart was stirred. It seems that even Netherworld Market merchants have different degrees, the lower you go, the more advanced. When Levi was still weak, he couldn't accurately perceive the burly man's level. Now it seems that the man is just at level 8 late-stage cultivation. He's still very strong, at the level of a top wizard organization's leader. But he no longer feels oppressive. After all, Levi is also level 8. The black-armored man was truly shocked inside. He and Levi had been apart for only a few hundred years. For civil servants of the underworld, who have control over life and death in a long lifespan, this is nothing. In a daze, he seemed to see a figure like Sauron again. "Sir, I'll go buy some things first, then we can chat later." Levi was eager to shop. "All right, you go ahead." At the stall, Levi's gaze quickly scanned. Suddenly, his eyes moved. Dead soil. He and another devil exuding level 8 aura simultaneously approached. In the end, he was a bit faster and managed to grab it first. Another pound of dead soil, valued at 1.3 billion joss paper. With this, the growth speed of the ancient banyan tree mansion will be even faster. Not bad at all. A dissatisfied voice mumbled. "Where did this pig demon come from, stealing my stuff?" That level 8 devil was a tall and thin humanoid with a dog head and clad in scale armor, holding a long spear. It was the same race as the dog-headed underworld merchant Levi had encountered previously. The Demon Hound clan, a well-known major power on the 8th level. This devil tribe has many level 8 powerhouses, and there is an ancestor among the 72 pillars. The 4th pillar, Nubios, Lord of the Underworld Hounds, hails from the Demon Hound clan and is a level 10 devil. Thus, the Demon Hound clan runs rampant on the 8th level. This clan is also quite influential in the underworld, and many strong ones work there. Levi laughed. "Sorry, I got it first." The level 8 devil snorted coldly, not saying anything. With its status and knowledge on the 8th level, it hadn't heard of any level 8 pig demon powerhouse. Also, it didn't know which obscure place he came from. In the Netherworld Market, fighting is prohibited, and it didn't dare to break the rule. It wasn't afraid of the black-armored man before him. It was just worried about the underworld punishing its clan, causing bigger losses for smaller gains. Levi continued shopping. A small piece of level 8 Dark Soul Sacred Gold, worth 600 million, buy it. This was the key material for the Book of the Undead's promotion. What good luck. In the end, there was only 100 million ether stone left, not enough to buy other good items. Levi took 100,000 blind boxes. He was so used to it that not drawing a prize felt uncomfortable. After finishing things on this side, Levi sat cross-legged beside the black-armored man, seemingly meditating, but in fact chatting with him. The black-armored man said. "That person just now was named Artist, the descendant of the Netherworld Dog Lord. Although his strength isn't much, his connections are quite strong. He had conflicts with underworld merchants before and was taught a lesson and became more honest." Levi said. "No wonder, thank you for the reminder, sir." He could feel the lingering hostility. Artist was likely lurking outside waiting for him. If not for the black-armored man's reminder, he might have killed him. If that happened, it would be troublesome to mingle in hell in the future. The black-armored man said. Although hell is a subordinate world of the underworld, when one's strength reaches a certain level, like those of the 72 pillars, even we officials dare not provoke them lightly. Levi sighed. "It seems you, as underworld personnel, have your own dilemmas too, sir." The black-armored man showed a look of reminiscence. "Indeed. Therefore, I hope the undying Nether Emperor will return soon. The current underworld is also fraught with difficulties, with deeply entrenched factions, and one careless move may cost a job." Before I worked in the underworld, I was just an ordinary level 8, only luckily obtained underworld identity and had a lifespan you ordinary people can't imagine, but this, after all, is gained through external means, easy to revert to original form. By the way, did you buy that dead soil for the undead cemetery? Levi nodded. The black-armored man said. This dead soil is not considered a rare item in the underworld, it's just not allowed to be traded freely. If you need more, when the netherworld market opens next time, you can fix your place here, and within the allowed range, I can sell you some. Levi was delighted but then calmed down. Sir, do you need me to do something? I've also searched through Wizard World's books and connections for information on the Undying Nether Emperor's whereabouts, but there's no clue. I've only heard in the Black Pheasant clan's legend that before the Undying Bird's death, it allowed different beings to eat its body, giving birth to a group of first-generation Undying seeds, but it's not necessarily true. The black-armored man heard this and laughed. I've heard that story too, it's likely half true, half false. A being like the Undying Nether Emperor, who has lived countless epochs, may have grown tired of the eternal life we pursue and occasionally wants some fun, that's understandable. Don't worry, I don't need you to do anything, I'm just optimistic about your future, just like the first time I met you. Establishing a good bond, forming a seemingly inconspicuous connection with someone like you, might even bring benefits in the future, ha 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 ha. Chapter 2347. Levi was lost in thought. Thank you. Those old fellows in the underworld are really smooth. No matter how roundabout their words are, they still have their demands. However, for Levi, gaining more rest soil is indeed a good thing at the moment. In the future, when he really makes it, he won't forget the favor shown by them. This time, the two chatted for a long time, and Levi learned some common knowledge about the underworld. As the netherworld market ended, the black-armored man smiled and said, "Goodbye, maybe after a few more meetings, your realm will surpass mine, the young are formidable." Levi waved goodbye. He had a premonition that in the future, he would certainly have to go to the underworld once again. The hermit rune flickered, and Levi left the 8th level right under Artist's nose. That guy squatted for a long time and didn't notice the pig demon just now, leaving sullenly. It didn't know it had thus escaped a calamity. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Temporarily returning to the human realm, Levi immediately buried the rest soil under the tombstone of the dead. The netherworld flowed gently, the aura of death surrounded and permeated. The fusion of new rest soil source with the old one made Levi clearly feel that the speed of rest soil multiplication had increased significantly. Now, within a radius of 10 miles, it had already become the undead cemetery. Amidst the miasma, ghosts, zombies, skeletons, and other low-level undead creatures were increasing in number, reaching thousands. They might have been princes of some countries in life, or even primordial soul wizards. Now, they were just inconspicuous undead. Meanwhile, Levi summoned Happy Sheep, activated Absolute Luck, and opened all 100,000 blind boxes. As soon as the first box was opened, it was Golden Legend, which was a 7th level combat technique named Vortex Turtle Shield Skill. Nice, a great start. Levi stored the combat technique in the Dusk Holy Temple's treasury for the Snapping Turtle Knight to cultivate and study. Over the years, the Knight combat techniques library already contained many high-level combat techniques that could be called Sex Ultimate Skill. Levi's Extreme Deo Strategy, the Ghost Elephant Department's Mixed World Demon Image 108 Hammers, the Golden Pheasant Clan's Dawn Battle Manual, and so on. Each night, each style could find suitable combat techniques to learn. All blind boxes were opened. Levi also got an 8-circle spell, proving luck was with him. Its name was Leonardo's Sound Barrier. Although sound wave spells weren't rare, Levi encountered an 8-circle one for the first time. It's a top-quality spell which, when refined to mastery, can form a super sound barrier with a diameter of up to 100 kilometers around oneself, one of the largest range-influencing 8-circle spells. This sound barrier can mitigate massive damage from enemies, especially those area effect attacks. It not only works on oneself but can also benefit all allies. The sound barrier lasts 10 seconds, during which it acts as a temporary shield for allies. Although its defense among 8-circle spells is relatively weak, its wide coverage is advantageous. Nice, it's perfect for strengthening my shadow army. Before battles, everyone can get a shield, which can reduce shadow loss rate. Levi temporarily put the spell away, intending to cultivate after returning from the ancient tower. Dark Ancient Tower. 5th level. Heavenly Venerate, good news, we've found a top-level genius. Lisa, come here. Lisa was a beautiful little girl, with freckles on her face, looking quite timid. Levi asked. How long have you been cultivating? Lisa replied. Lord, I'm 13 years old, and I started meditating 2.5 years ago. Levi laughed. Nice, becoming an official wizard in 2.5 years. This speed was much faster than Levi back then. He became an official wizard only in middle age. Those early stages were really tough. Lisa was a wind element child, with the special talent Daughter of Wind, known among wizards as a top-level genius, a prized member of top organizations. Hence the Supreme Archmage took extra care of her, and with abundant resources, her cultivation naturally progressed quickly. Pollux said. Heavenly Venerate, there's also a child of the fire element, and 3 special talented wizards. Levi said. Well done, take this 6th ring top-grade wizard tool for your use. Pollux was overjoyed. With this 6th ring top-grade wizard tool, his combat prowess would jump up significantly. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate, I haven't done well enough, I will continue to strive. Other Supreme Archmages also came to report their work and received Levi's rewards. Over the years, another barbarian king was born among the barbarian tribes, a new demon king seemed to have appeared in the Million Mountains, the underground world showed traces of several black beast lords. As time passed, those who had gone returned with the ancient tower's self-recovery. The Kane humans had 4 Supreme Archmages with formidable strength, and the 6th circle alchemy creature bestowed by him as cards, ensuring the humans' long-term peace and stability. Beyond that, he did not interfere much. Leaving the 5th level, he directly jumped to the 7th floor. This was the St. Roland continent, the year 200 of Tiankai for humans in Runeland. The 3 realms and 4 lands bowed their heads in submission, behaving properly, so Levi didn't bother them. Grey-White Academy. In front of the round table of the meeting, Levi listened to the reports from the Saint Council. Heavenly Venerate, currently Grey-White Academy has over 10,000 teachers and students from all parts of the continent, recruitment is ongoing. The Black Beast harassment frequency in the Giant Beast restricted area has reduced, and recently we sent a special team for thorough cleaning along the restricted area's edge. We found 2 sub-dragons, 15 mixed blood dragon clan members, and 67 other rare creatures, all purified and housed in the Sea Beast Park. Chapter 2348. The laboratory for bloodline transplants has also been successfully established, and we're currently conducting bloodline transplants on some volunteers from Runeland. We will soon begin experimenting with the night breathing technique left by the Heavenly Venerate. Additionally, the 5th edition general non-bloodline breathing technique, 5 Beasts healthcare method is being popularized among the mortal population. The mechanical school is also in the process of being established. We, the old folks, are continuously learning to ensure 100 flowers bloom. Each of the saints reported on the work they were responsible for in appropriate detail, and everyone appeared full of enthusiasm and energy. It is worth mentioning that the 5th edition general non-bloodline breathing technique, 5 Beasts healthcare method was a special breathing technique that Levi previously developed to promote the development of Twilight Academy. It integrates 5 shallow non-bloodline breathing techniques, simplifies them to capture their essence, and is more suitable for mortals without a bloodline to practice. When practicing, special 5 Beasts secret medicine is also required, representing the monkey, bear, deer, tiger, and eagle. These 5 Beasts secret medicines do not necessarily need to be transcendent creatures, ordinary mortal beasts are perfectly acceptable. Practicing the 5 Beasts healthcare method has a low upper limit. Achieving even level 1 is difficult, but those with talent and perseverance can become top-level strong individuals in the eyes of most mortals, much like the Grand Knights of the Doomsday era. This method is called a healthcare method, and its purpose is not to become transcendent but to strengthen the body and prolong life. Anyone can practice it. Based on the large human population, producing a large number of experts comparable to apprentice wizards would be beneficial. Moreover, all 5 of these mortal beasts can be artificially bred with no technical difficulty, and the supply of secret medicine poses no issues. On the ancient dragon continent, this 5 Beasts healthcare method has already been popularized for a while, and its effects have been quite good. There is also an accompanying combat technique called 5 Beasts transformation fist. Using this method, Levi has mass-produced many mortals with a certain degree of combat power, capable even of battling demonic creatures. Every increase in the strength of mortals raises their chances of escaping when facing danger and alleviates some of the pressure on the transcendent organizations that shelter them. Levi is very satisfied with the work of the saints. Over 200 years, the growth rate of the number of saints has noticeably increased, now exceeding 20. Some newly emerged saints have long admired the ultimate saint, and upon seeing him in person, they become extremely excited. After making them swear an oath, Levi also rewarded them with some cultivation resources as a welcome gift. The Flame Wolf Saint's cultivation has outpaced everyone, already a level 7 peak strong individual, with hopes of advancing to level 8 within a few centuries. After which, the Rune Land will have a King's Right Saint to guard it. The Water Dragon Saint has also made significant progress, nearing level 7 late stage. These individuals have achieved level 7 in such challenging circumstances, showing they are quite extraordinary. With the right opportunity, their rise is not too difficult. The previous scarcity of saints in Rune Land was mainly due to suppression by the 3 realms and 4 lands. Otherwise, given the size and resources of the St. Roland continent, Levi believes birthing hundreds of saints would not be a problem. After the meeting, the Flame Wolf Saint voluntarily offered a storage ring, and Levi glanced at it after receiving it. Not bad. If you have difficulty advancing to level 8, you can let me know. The Flame Wolf Saint quickly replied. Not for now. With my qualifications, I'm not sure if I can successfully advance, I can only try. Thank you for the Heavenly Venerate's kindness. After conducting a covered investigation in Rune Land, Levi left. Before leaving, he entrusted the golden scepter acquired from the Letny family to be jointly held by the Saint Council. This level 8 exotic treasure is quite powerful and can be used when facing formidable enemies. The St. Roland human clan is now on the right track, and his presence or absence doesn't much affect it. From now on, he just needs to periodically collect some resources and apprentice wizards. The ring given by the Flame Wolf Saint contains treasures from the 3 realms and 4 lands over the years, respecting the ultimate saint. It holds 2 types of level 8 elemental metals and 3 Morning Star artifacts, as well as 8 sky level artifacts. Useful to Levi are the sky level Wind King armor, the Morning Star level Golden God's crown, and Water King's scepter. The Wind King armor is the last component in the Gandalf Wind King series. After refining it, the series artifact will be complete. The Golden God's crown is an artifact in the Golden God series. Lord Victor has only refined the Bright Moon level Golden God's chariot, completing this series is a distant goal. The Water King scepter is a core artifact of the Water King series, which Elena can refine, having it is better than not. There are also various materials and medicinal herbs that need no further mention. Levi arrived at the Sea Beast Park, which he built to fully utilize the biological resources of the 7th floor of the ancient tower, akin to a low-budget version of Giant Beast Paradise. There are 2 sub-dragons, namely the Bronze Armor Dragon and the Wind Rushing Dragon. The former is a female dragon at level 6 middle stage. The latter is a male dragon at level 6 late stage. The Bronze Armor Dragon is a rare metal faction dragon, its bloodline derived from the Molten Golden Dragon. The Molten Golden Dragon is a formidable metal dragon. It is said that the soul artifact of the Molten Gold Wizard King was made with the scales of the Molten Golden Dragon, possessing considerable power and ranking high on the soul artifact ranking. Levi's current Dragon Palace lacks metal faction dragons, so he promptly included it, bestowing the title Sky Copper Dragon General. The Wind Rushing Dragon, of the Wind Attribute Dragon race, is known for its speed. Levi granted it the title Sky Flying Dragon General and included it in the Dragon Palace. These 2 sub-dragon species, once in complete form, both boast a 7th level standard and still have room for growth. Counting them, Levi realized that the Sky Dragon General composition of the Dragon Palace is almost complete. As for the 72 Earth Dragon Generals, they had long been filled. A new position needs to be created outside the Heaven and Earth Dragon Generals based on the results of the Dragon Deo Conference. Years have passed by quickly. Levi, along with Jin, wandered around the 7th floor of the ancient tower. They found some more treasures and captured some creatures. Besides 4 sky level and 2 Morning Star artifacts, most were just oddities. But Jin was not entirely accurate. Decisively, he initiated the level 8 law enforcement trial. It was time to take it to the next level. The trial target appeared in rows of characters as the ancient tower scepter glowed. Trial objective: uproot the ocean stabilizing pillar of Heartsea and slay the suppressed being. Success reward: obtain the divine pillar left by Sauron as a trial for future generations. I wonder what is suppressed below? Now that I have the strength of a level 8 Crimson Emperor Dragon, if I unleash all my power, I should be able to extract it. Just as well, I could take the pillar back and commence the refinement of the Wizard Tower. Chapter 2349 Heartsea Merfolk Palace. The Merfolk King was comfortably enjoying a servant's massage. Noises came from outside, and its expression changed, appearing in the square. There, a black armored figure had descended at some unknown time. His gaze was calm, looking at the blue pillar that soared into the sky. The Merfolk King's heart skipped a beat. Is the ultimate saint really going to pull out the divine pillar? With its nearly unrivaled strength in the 3 realms and 4 lands, it couldn't shake the pillar in the slightest. Could it be that the ultimate saint can really pull it out? It didn't believe it. Levi chuckled. Please evacuate the clan's people from here, I want to see if I can pull it out. As far as I know, a world-ending evil creature is suppressed beneath it. If you don't want the Merfolk clan to be implicated, it's best to listen to me. He inadvertently released a powerful level 8 aura, causing the Merfolk King's expression to change. Okay, I'll do it immediately. Not seen for 100 years, the ultimate saint had grown even stronger and completely advanced to the level 8 realm. At level 7, he already crushed the old entities of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Now at level 8, the Merfolk King couldn't imagine how strong he had become. Might he take just one move to finish off myself? Damn it, can this ultimate saint really pull the pillar out? The Merfolk King was unsure. The adversary's strength had changed too much, it couldn't see through him at all. The Merfolk King ordered. Everyone! Evacuate the Merfolk Palace. Levi sat cross-legged in silence, waiting quietly. The Merfolk clan members secretly observed Levi, finding him unremarkable. How could he suppress the 3 realms and 4 lands? Couldn't understand it. Time passed. A month later, the entire Merfolk clan had been evacuated. A few gazes remained hidden, likely wanting to watch the scene. In fact, the news that the ultimate saint wanted to pull out the Heartsea's divine pillar had already spread far and wide amid the Merfolk clan's massive commotion. The strong beings of the 3 realms and 4 lands all watched secretly. From ancient times, countless brilliant talents couldn't move this divine pillar. They didn't think the ultimate saint could pull it out. But recalling the myths this man had created over the years, they felt it might be possible. Saint Council. What? The ultimate saint wants to pull out the Heartsea's divine pillar. The saints also heard this shocking news. If the saint can't pull it out, will it affect the prestige of us humans? Uncertain, but we should believe in him, he never does anything unprepared. If he can indeed pull it out, that pillar must be an incredible treasure, and with it, the saint's power will surely advance further. The St. Roland continent's attention was all on the Heartsea. Levi ignored them, calmly adjusting his state. After a month of regulating, his aura had reached its peak. Come on! He strode forward into the gravitational field. Boom! Invisible force pressed on his body, trying to make him fall. Gravity that could make the Merfolk clan kneel was like a spring breeze to him. So strong! Can he really pull it out? It feels like the gravity around the divine pillar is non-existent for him. Impossible, right? Even the king could only get close, unable to shake it. The king said that this is a pillar only a god can pull out, he surely can't be a god, right? The hidden merfolk whispered, wanting to see this man make a fool of himself. Levi strode boldly beneath the pillar. All the merfolk present held their breath. Levi gazed up at the ocean-stabilizing pillar. The gravity 1,000-fold indeed seemed exaggerated, his body making crackling sounds. His bones, blood vessels, internal organs seemed to bear the weight of mountains. He took a deep breath, and the Crimson Emperor divine palace within him roared, with divine runes radiating brilliantly. He unleashed all his strength, his figure rapidly expanding, crimson flames burning fiercely. Red Emperor Domain. Strength Rune. Holy Image Law. Each state he activated raised his aura further. Just the feeling of power with each breath twisted the void. Muscles like coiled dragons twisted along his back, spewing white smoke. The Heartsea began to evaporate, revealing a vast clearing. The hard slate began to melt, turning into magma. In countless stupefied gazes, a towering figure exceeding the Merfolk Palace's height emerged. 6 awe-inspiring dragon shadows vaguely appeared around him. Headed by the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the brilliant Golden Dragon Armor, Sky King Dragon, Death Ember Dragon, Scarlet Dragon, and Nightmare Dragon all began to exert power. Levi's burly arms embraced the divine pillar. His muscles tensed, starting to pull the pillar. As he exerted force, a terrifying dragon roar resounded through the heart sea. The 6 dragon shadows spread their wings wide, soaring skyward, seemingly trying to lift the pillar. Hiss! Ultimate Saint, is he really human? Does he look like it? He claims to be human, but he doesn't seem like it at all, he's more like a dragon. Could he really take it away, and won't our merfolk palace be gone too? Now, those hidden gazes truly panicked, as such momentum was truly shocking. Buzz buzz buzz! With a vibrating sound, the divine pillar really started shaking. Is it an illusion? Is it really going to come out? No way, is he succeeding? Don't panic, just because it shakes doesn't mean he can pull it out. Rumble! In everyone's stupefied gaze, the divine pillar, which had been a landmark since ancient times, began to slowly separate. Metal clashed with stone, sparking endlessly. The plaza of the merfolk palace started cracking. The palace shook continuously, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Chapter 2350. Levi's veins bulged, and his figure soared as he completely pulled out the divine pillar. Something's wrong, could it be, he really is a god? The merfolk were stunned. Didn't the king say only a god could pull it out? The merfolk king was also dumbfounded. It's out? It really came out? How is this possible? Rumble! The merfolk palace collapsed. Ha ha ha, I finally see the light of day again. Sauron! Surprised, aren't you? I'm still alive. A massive white serpent, imbued with the power of earth, fire, wind, and water, spanned tens of thousands of meters across the sky. Levi's expression froze. Chaos Ancient Serpent? There's one here too. He knew there was a Chaos Ancient Serpent's remnant soul on the 5th level, disguised as the Supreme Archmage, which established the Kane Empire. It was also a genius creation of the Mage and Talisman systems. The white serpent before him exuded an aura of level 8 early stage as its golden eyes gazed at the giant Levi holding the pillar. Human, or Dragon Clan? It sensed Levi's extraordinary aura and formidable strength, so it didn't make the first move. Levi tossed the pillar aside, stepping forward, and unleashed a secret word of destruction on the spot. Rumble! The white serpent's eyes shifted. So strong! It seemed to see a mighty mythical creature, the Red Lotus Dragon, charging fiercely toward it. Although it was a mythical creature in its lifetime, possessing some Chaos Domain abilities. Unfortunately, it had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was only a remnant soul now, with no real power to fight, merely an outward appearance. Boom! With just one strike, the remnant soul began to crumble and dissipate. Stop! Don't kill me, I am Chaos! Its words were cut short as it was engulfed by countless flame dragons. Watching the remnant soul completely dissipate, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seems I didn't even need to make a move. This Chaos Ancient Serpent's remnant soul couldn't last long anyway. The Ancient Tower Scepter's warning had me thinking I'd be up against some powerful demon king. The light flickered as the Ancient Tower Scepter indicated that his task was complete, granting him level 8 authority. Next time, he could directly explore the 8th level, feeling a bit excited. Throughout history, few wizards had been able to reach the 8th level. There must be many oddities or opportunities there. My palace. The merfolk king watched Levi depart, his heart bleeding, daring not to speak out. He was too strong. The formidable white serpent's shadow gave the merfolk king a deep sense of danger. Yet it was swiftly resolved by the ultimate saint with ease. His power must be terrifying beyond comprehension. Fortunately, he had been cautious, sensing he was no match and obediently complied with the man. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Your Majesty, didn't you say that only those who decipher the divine language might be able to pull out this pillar? Could it be that the ultimate saint is truly a god? Perhaps. Not long after. The news that the ultimate saint had pulled the Heartsea divine pillar spread across the 3 realms and 4 lands. Those formidable alien races who had signed contracts under Levi's daunting presence were shocked. This was truly the first time since the creation of heaven and earth. Saint Council. The saints all breathed a sigh of relief, having worried that Levi wouldn't manage to pull it out, causing the aliens to secretly sneer and lower the ultimate saint's prestige. Now it seemed they had been overthinking. As everyone was still immersed in the matter of the divine pillar, Levi had already left the Dark Ancient Tower with the talents selected from Grey-White Academy. On this 7th floor, there was 1 water element child and 10 double affinity special talents. Ancient Dragon Continent. All the talents were arranged to enter the witch's family. The Wind Witch rejoiced at seeing these excellent young wizards. Levi said, "Please, Lady Wendy, ensure they're properly settled. They will be the pillars of our ancient dragon continent in the future." The Wind Witch replied, "All right." She looked at Lisa, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. "Hall Master, may I take her as my student?" Levi laughed. "No problem. With your guidance, she will become another primordial soul wizard of the Storm faction for our organization in the future." Wendy nodded. She was a top-level talent, confident in nurturing the little one into a 6th circle wizard. As for further advancements, rising to the 7th circle, 8th circle, or even the Grand Wizard, it would depend on her own fate. "Little one, do you want to be my apprentice?" Lisa said. "Hello, Teacher Wendy." Wendy laughed heartily, leading this group of young people away, satisfied. Feeling the witch's family's vitality and atmosphere vastly different from before, Wendy sighed inwardly. Indeed, only by making connections with the Dusk Palace Master can the witch's family be saved. After becoming Wendy's apprentice, Lisa received the wizard title Windwalker, becoming Wendy's youngest disciple. It wasn't a time of peace, and because she was still young and weak in power, to prevent the Council of 10,000 clans from targeting and assassinating them, these talented seedlings would be temporarily hidden until they grew up with self-defense capabilities. Before Lisa, only little Toby could barely be considered top-level talent on the ancient dragon continent. He was both a child of the fire element and held a special talent for the earth faction. Most top-level talents are children of the elements within the same faction along with special talents, making the cultivation speed the fastest. Of course, there were also rare prodigies, like Great Council President Edmund, whom Levi heard was originally a child of the fire element combined with 2 top-level special fire elemental talents, said to be a rarity in 10,000 years. Such individuals, even without truth oddities to defy the heavens and change fate, had a smooth path in cultivation. But the premise is being able to control the powerful side effects brought by the 3 fires. As for those with 4 initial talents, from the birth of wizards until now, there hasn't been any known, 3 is the maximum. Chapter 2351. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. What a large pillar, even the world of the ancient Banyan Fairyland can't bear it. Did you get it inside the ancient tower as well? Mana looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, indeed. This is formed by a million-year-old soaking water blue star wood, impervious to sword or spear, resistant to water and fire, and exceedingly heavy. Levi chanted an incantation, and the ocean-stabilizing pillar slowly shrank, eventually transforming into 1,000 feet tall. The immortal Banyan dragon said. "A million-year-old blue star wood, it's almost becoming a world tree, isn't it?" Mana replied. "Even if not, it's close enough." After showing everyone this new treasure, Levi immediately began to study the blueprints of the eternal star abyss. He currently possessed 4 strange woods, soaking water wood, thunder pattern wood, rock transformation wood, and nightmare wood. The 4 heavenly pillars from the cardinal directions were complete, allowing the preliminary start of the wizard tower's refinement. Of course, for perfection, more strange woods were needed. The metal type flash gold wood, fire element charred fire wood, wind element bubble wood, and frost cold ice wood. In short, the more types of strange woods, the better. However, these are treasures that can only be encountered by chance, not by searching. Levi had searched for hundreds of years and only obtained 4 types. He couldn't wait until every strange wood was gathered before beginning the wizard tower's refinement, by then, it would be too late. First, build the main framework and gradually perfect it, just like the Tower of Summer Flowers of the 100 Flowers, which was the correct approach. Knowing Sauron's tastes, there might be more strange woods behind the ancient tower. And that Chaos Ancient Serpent seems not entirely dead, its residual soul is scattered within the dark ancient tower, possibly due to Sauron's intentions. As time passed, Levi immersed himself in the wizard tower's refinement, unable to extricate himself. 720th year of Nora, 508th year of the Blood Battle. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. Having previously refined a wizard tower for the 100 Flowers and using the Black Soul Demon Tower as a reference, the refinement work proceeded quite smoothly. The wizard tower is a systematic project, involving various wizard knowledge such as weapon making and arrays. For others, it would require assistance from talents of multiple fields. Levi alone was a team. During the refinement process, Levi's proficiency in arrays and weapon-making skills also improved significantly. Gradually, a structure akin to a traditional Huaxia treasure tower began to rise in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Of course, this wizard tower was far from an embryonic form, only the main structure was somewhat complete. To make it initially usable, it required continuous additions of bricks and tiles, array setup, rune branding, and material refining. The cost of resources and finances necessary for this, even an 8th circle wizard could not imagine. Fortunately, his savings were substantial, and he had accumulated many war merits, which could be exchanged for materials. The industries of the ancient dragon continent and the 3 avatars also provided sufficient support. One day, Levi temporarily paused the wizard tower's refinement and left the ancient Banyan fairyland. His scarlet dragon breathing technique had reached its maximum and required advancement. A solitary island on the outer sea of the ancient dragon continent. Levi sat cross-legged, taking out a piece of advancement medicines. It was a bead, black as ink, exuding a faint bloody aura and the dragon's might. Currently, the scarlet dragon breathing technique integrates jade dragon and blood beast. I've also added nether dragon and ender dragon. Advancing to mythical shouldn't be a problem, so even if the blood river descends, there's no need to worry about its influence. He inspected the preparations before the advancement. The bloodline divine weapon Scarlet Shadow had been recast with the level 8 ghost skin obtained from Hell, further enhancing its quality, only awaiting advancement. Notably, after recasting, the scarlet cloak changed color, turning black as ink, emitting a chill from Hell's netherworld. Levi couldn't be bothered to rename it, so he used extraordinary materials to dye it back to red. Let's begin. The security for this seclusion was handled by Black Phoenix, the personal bodyguard of the Dragon King. 2 years later. 510th year of the Blood Battle. Since the Wind Demon Lord took on the role of chief commander of the Blood Battle, the demon's assaults became more vicious. In the ancient Dragon continent alone, there were 13 major and minor attacks. Most were led by level 6 demons, launching unexpected suicidal attacks. There was also one instance where a level 8 demon personally attacked, causing significant losses. But the good news was that they successfully defended against 10 of the 13 attacks in the ancient Dragon continent. As soon as demons appeared, they were detected by the Sky Dome system and exterminated by the joint efforts of the Demon Extermination Shuttle and Black Armored Warrior. This combat record far exceeded the current organizational average of the wizard world. The superiority of the mechanical school in facing civil war once again became prominent. Therefore, to cope with future harsh situations, after much deliberation, the ancient Dragon continent initiated the millennia-long Star Fortress project. Led by the mechanical school, the Tower of Dawn, Dusk Holy Temple, Witch's Family, among other organizations, assisted. The aim was to create 100 Star Castle integrated fortresses, abbreviated as Star Castles. The current plan consisted of 5 phases. The first phase planned to build 108 satellite Star Castles, comparable to level 6 war treasures, similar to the Skyfire Fortress. The second phase involved 72 planet-level Star Castles, equivalent to level 7 war treasures. The third phase saw 36 constant Star Castles. Subsequently, the fourth phase involved 12 Annihilation Star Fortresses. The fifth phase would integrate all Star Castles. Based on the ancient Dragon continent, they would create the ultimate multidimensional Star Castle Mother Body, Twilight Fortress, which is a level 10 war treasure. Chapter 2352. The final Star Castle Mother Body will have the capability to traverse the multidimensional plane and conduct expedition attacks against hostile forces. All previously constructed Star Castles in the 4 phases will be its fortress sub-bodies. For instance, the lowest level satellite Star Castle must be entirely crafted from level 6 and above biological materials to ensure it can withstand level 6 offensives. It must establish a comprehensive 6th circle array, including defenses, attacks, alerts, gathering elemental power, void travel, and even dimensional navigation. It must be equipped with the Sky Dome defense system and Demon Extermination Shuttle system, and carry at least 4 level 6 mechanical guards. In short, all Star Castles are capable of rapidly responding to and maneuvering to defend against demon disasters. They can pose a fatal threat to level 6 and even level 7 demons. The Star Castles include military zones, civilian zones, and must accommodate at least 1 million people for regular cultivation and living. They also come equipped with professionals from various fields. This is undoubtedly a supermassive project, so the plan must be divided into 5 phases spanning thousands of years. Merely the first phase itself requires a lengthy period. If not for the demons and nightmare creatures providing sufficient biological materials, this plan would hardly be feasible. The Star Castle plan is not only for defending against abyss demons. It's also for potential future enemies, such as the nightmare world, gods of the astral world, and even the dark insects. Upon receiving this news, the official authorities also affirmed and supported the fortress plan of the ancient dragon continent. They intend to first observe how effective the first phase of the fortress plan is. If feasible, it might be possible to use the collective strength of the wizard civilization to build even larger-scale Star Castle fortresses. After 500 years of blood battles, the Wizard Council has accumulated inestimable amounts of demon materials. Additionally, resources obtained from pioneering the New World also need to be utilized. If these resources are scattered individually by the wizards, the efficiency is not high, and losses are higher with inconsistent quality. If they mobilize the entire nation with official power for large-scale military facility construction projects, it can significantly enhance the overall military strength of the wizard civilization in a short time. Under the special support policies of the ancient dragon continent, the mechanical school, after centuries of development, has become the most important sect of the Tower of Dawn. To say it occupies half of the territory is not an exaggeration. The traditional way of cultivating talent takes too much time and resources to form a living force to counter demons, it's inefficient. Although the strength of the mechanical school mostly lies in external items, it is effective quickly. Given the current external environment and conditions, obviously, developing heavy industry is absolutely correct. Mechanics are strength. It's a combination of favorable timing, geographical convenience, and harmony. Herman, the pioneer of the mechanical school, like a continuously self-evolving and progressing artificial intelligence. His strength, computing power, and knowledge are rapidly improving. Each major realm in the mechanical school does not have specific sub-realm distinctions. If Herman is considered a single entity, his strength might not match many seven-circle wizards. But the moment he masters myriad machines, incarnating as the mechanical god of the ancient dragon continent, even against eighth-circle wizards, he dares to fight. This is the meaning of the mechanical school. Tower of Summer Flowers. Snap! The soul stone in Elena's hand turned into powder. A surge of heat flowed into her mind, making her primordial soul ever stronger. Subsequently, the spells adorned on the primordial soul shimmered like stars, stunningly beautiful. The most dazzling among them were undeniably the 9 innate spells and 12 sixth ring witch marks, alongside 6 7-circle witch marks. She placed her hand on the Klein crystal ball, showing her spiritual force had reached 11,000 points. It's been almost 600 years since advancing to the 7-circle, finally its perfection. She exhaled a breath, now feeling more composed than before. No other reason, her lifespan is evident on the other side. Time flies by, her life is speeding through the 14th century. She was originally the water element child, and even ascended to primordial soul at over 300 years old. Upon obtaining the top-level talent of the water god body, although incomplete, her cultivation speed grew day by day. Alongside the assistance of netherworld soul date, soul stones, oddities, and these resources, 600 years for 7 rings perfection, everything seemed to fall into place. Of course, she knows all this couldn't have happened without Levi's help. If she hadn't met him back then, she might have been rather ordinary among primordial soul wizards. Now my lifespan is long, there's no rush to advance to 8th circle, I can lay more groundwork in the 7 rings perfection stage. The 12 sixth ring witch marks, there's no changing that, but 7-circle witch marks and 8-circle witch marks can be branded more. From the cases and materials I've researched, many wizards have different numbers of witch marks across 3 realms and still successfully advance to Grand Wizard. Some didn't even have 45 witch marks and still became Grand Wizards. The 45 that Levi mentioned is an ideal scenario, having it is best, but not having it doesn't mean losing the hope to advance. Ultimately, it boils down to the issue of lifespan. 100 Flowers wouldn't have imagined Levi would have such a life-extending secret technique later. If she had known, she certainly would have endured a bit longer. In that case, take this opportunity to advance both Night and Chi sect cultivation to level 7 realm in one go. Chi sect is not pertinent now, it is somewhat left to fate and cannot be forced. After the immortal Banyan dragon was taken into the Dragon Palace, she obtained enough immortal Banyan dragon bloodline essence, essentially guaranteeing continuous cultivation. With a legendary bloodline, at level 8 standards, she naturally progresses swiftly. Chapter 2353. The urgent task is to collect bloodline crystals related to physique. Whether it's from the dragon clan or not, that's not important. Levi closed himself off 2 years ago, it's about time he faced a catastrophe. 100 Flowers rode the wizard tower, arriving at the overseas lonely island, quietly waiting. A month passed. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, dense negative energy formed a storm, covering the overseas lonely island. The Black Phoenix was focused, eyes wary to prevent any demons from causing trouble. Sensing the changes here, Triss also rushed over from the witch's family. Congratulations Elena, you've reached 7 rings perfection. Yes, finally catching up to you, haha. You're much stronger than me, after all, you also need Knight's breathing techniques and energy sect training. Sister, you're wasting a lot of time researching new potions too. The two witches humbly complimented each other, much like top students chatting in a previous life. Rumble. Violent negative energy lightning formed shapes within the storm, instantly splitting the island below. The black armored swordsman, clad in a blood-red cloak, rushed into the storm. In the void, a silhouette of a blood beast took form, a blood sea surging, mist enveloping all, sweeping forth. Levi's simple punch directly dispersed the blood sea, tearing the blood beast apart. Ha, once I get stronger, even if a true blood beast appears, so what? Levi was extremely confident. Jade Dragon, Ender Dragon, Nether Dragon emerged one by one. The most troublesome was the Nether Dragon. It actually lasted a full 5 minutes under Levi's sword. The others were exterminated by Levi in less than a minute. It's not that they were weak, but that Levi was extremely strong. Before the Dark Tribulation arrived, Levi was merely warming up. Hopefully, it's not a mirage, I wouldn't want to enter that damn thing a second time. Just as Levi finished speaking, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. From a shadow on the sea's surface, a black light suddenly shot out. A demon claw lunged straight for his heart. Prepare to die. The level 9 abyss core is mine, ha ha ha. A level 8 early stage shadow demon ambushed. It had been waiting for a long time, ready to launch a fatal blow during the Dusk Palace Master's weakened state after the tribulation. At the very least, it could destabilize his realm, causing him to fall, or at worst, take his life. Truly vicious, lacking all virtue. One must say, the shadow demon's ability to hide was very strong. It deceived everyone present, except Levi. The Black Phoenix was about to act but remembered it was her master's dark tribulation, and stopped. Triss and Elena weren't worried at all. A level 8 early stage shadow demon, the land of darkness surely underestimates Levi. Indeed. Our breakthrough potion happens to need shadow demon claw, it's like providing help in a snowstorm. Sizzle. The blood-red cloak instantly expanded, enclosing Levi in its center. The mountains and seas may move, but I remain still. Vadra's secret word appeared audibly, and golden gas descended. The shadow demon claw seemed to grab a steel plate, golden light and sparks flew. Initially planning to use the secret word of destruction, Levi ultimately drew his sword. Although secret words were powerful, they wasted too many materials. Other materials were fine, but if he destroyed the shadow demon claw, he'd suffer a huge loss. He activated the heavenly phenomenon Deo, layering sword moves unending. Boom! The shadow demon was directly blown away, with cracks appearing on its chest. Feeling the pressure, it was about to flee. Levi naturally wouldn't let it go, this was the dark tribulation, if it ran, the trial might fail. The chaotic sky demon mirror swept over, absolute ice point pointed. The shadow demon was instantly petrified. The air castle and other control spells immediately followed suit. Levi's sword light descended, one after another. The shadow demon was overwhelmed, unable to fight or flee. Soon, it met its end. Closing his eyes, Levi felt the changes in the new breathing technique. He muttered internally. 8-direction traceless, ancient and modern absolute form. Swift. With a thought, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Triss and Ellen released their perception, Levi's figure had long disappeared. In an instant. A U.S. continent. A figure fell from mid-air, it was Levi. Why have you come? A white swan with 12 wings suddenly appeared, startling Levi. Angela? No problem, I was passing through, came to see Lady Rowling. Sensing the level 9 aura before him, Levi naturally smiled. He had no idea the speed of the new breathing technique was this fast. For a moment, he seemed to transform into light. In a flash, he crossed the entire ancient dragon continent, then spanned the ocean, arriving at the neighboring AUS continent. Angela laughed heartily. That's great, you haven't visited us in a long time, come quickly. Levi reluctantly followed Angela to meet Rowling. Before long, the frog princess Grina with a human face on its back, and the magnetically voiced mushroom Prince Williams rushed over to join the fun. They were all products created by Rowling, artificial life forms. Although they looked somewhat strange, their personalities were quite nice. Inverted Tree Realm. Levi, long time no see. In the golden experimental field, Rowling snapped her fingers. A loose laboratory robe transformed into a tight-fitting long dress. Levi coughed and said, "Lady, how is your research going lately?" Rowling said, "Going quite well, thanks to the nightmare creature materials you provided." Levi smiled. "You're welcome, thanks to your care, the ancient dragon continent can develop smoothly." Rowling smirked slyly. "Looks like your cultivation has improved again, you didn't accidentally end up in the AUS continent through experimental ability, did you?" Chapter 2354. Levi sighed helplessly. It is indeed like this. The legendary wizard seemed omniscient. During the time he lived next door to Lady Rowling, he felt deeply impressed. Rowling said, "I heard you all are building a star fortress. I think it's a great idea. While I was conducting an archaeological dig on the relics of the AUS continent, I found some good stuff. I'll give you one to study as a price for the nightmare creature materials you provided." With a wave of her hand, a giant warship about 100 miles long, lined with buildings, appeared. The warship was shaped like a giant leech, spindle-shaped, with ferocious bone spears covering its entire body. Like a hive, it was filled with cave networks and complex biological pipelines crisscrossing throughout. Levi felt a rush of excitement inside. This was good stuff. As far as he knew, the dark insectoid's biotechnology was extremely advanced. Their warships, weapons, and various buildings, all industries, were semi-organic life forms. It was a creation that combined primordial essence and technology. The most powerful biological motherships could annihilate gods. This is a low-grade biological mothership of the dark insectoids, already processed by us, currently non-hazardous, and won't attract the attention of the mother nest's will. Its former power should be above level 8, but below level 9. In any case, this biological mothership and its carried soldier species were enough to sweep a typically resourced top wizard organization. Levi's expression slightly changed. Such a powerful biological mothership is still considered low-grade. Rowling sighed. The strength of the dark insectoids far exceeds our imagination. According to my current research, a mid-grade biological mothership can tear apart demigods, while a high-grade one can annihilate weak divine power gods. Above that, there are king-level biological motherships and queen-level biological motherships. Levi, our wizard civilization is still very weak compared to these unreasonable ancient civilizations. If not for the grand convergence of planes, it would take us hundreds of thousands, millions of years to catch up. Levi felt a mental shock, he said. Indeed, but I believe we can overcome it. With legendary wizards like Lady Rowling, as long as everyone unites, any problem can be overcome. Rowling gave a faint smile. You sure have a sweet mouth. Even we, legendary wizards, aren't all-knowing, you'll have to count on you juniors. Good luck. Take this mothership, your fortress plan might be the key for our wizard civilization to fight back against the dark insectoids. Levi replied earnestly. Thank you, lady. I'm truly grateful. With the invaluable mothership that once could obliterate a level 8 being, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. This biological mothership had long been dead, lost its mysterious power, and could not be activated. However, studying its structure and design was invaluable for the fortress plan. He handed the biological mothership over to Herman. Herman, upon seeing it, was visibly shocked. 100-mile-long life-form warship, is this the technology of the insectoids? No wonder it can make the gods overwhelmed. Levi said. I hope this thing provides some inspiration for you and your team. Herman replied. All right, thank you, Hall Master. With this treasure, the fortress plan will proceed better than I expected. After returning, Herman immediately gathered the upper echelons of the mechanical school to discuss the research on the biological mothership. Meanwhile, Levi pondered deeply, naming the new breathing technique Extreme Darkness Dragon. Because its primary sources of bloodline involved negative energy. The poison of the Jade Dragon, the blood of the Blood Beast, the shadow of the Ender Dragon, the death of the Nether Dragon. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Extreme Darkness Dragon Breathing Technique, 20 level, 1/20th million, Special Effect, Extreme Darkness Dragon Body Mythical, Level 8 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Dark Side Dominator, Blood Source Armor, Extreme Darkness Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Scarlet Shadow, Level 8, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 15 paths/66 paths. Bloodline Secret Word, Invisible, 8 Direction Traceless, Ancient and Modern Absolute Form. As the Scarlet Dragon evolved into the Extreme Darkness Dragon, the breathing technique underwent a major transformation. The Bloodline Dharma Idol transformed from the original Scarlet Ruler to Dark Side Dominator. Its abilities themselves also underwent metamorphosis. The former Scarlet Ruler could only traverse the Crimson Dimension. But now, it can also freely disappear in the Shadow Dimension and access the Shadow World. If combined with the Shadow Body obtained by refining the Shadow Emblem, Levi should be able to maneuver the Shadow World like a true Shadow creature or Shadow Demon. The original Scarlet Dragon armor also metamorphosed into Extreme Darkness Dragon armor. With this armor, Levi could traverse the void for 20,000 miles. Farther than Levi's 16-level chariot runes carriages 12,000 miles. The Scarlet Dragon was originally legendary level, so the upper limit was 45 divine patterns, 1/3 of which is 15. Now, the Extreme Darkness Dragon has an upper limit of 66, and 1/3 is 22. This means Levi still lacks 7 7th level divine patterns. He still needs to go back and complete the 7th level to continue refining 22 8th level divine patterns. But he had already advanced to level 8, how could filling in level 7 be easy? Fortunately, after this advancement, information from the proficiency panel revealed a kind of potion, named Return Secret Medicine. This secret medicine can shatter all divine patterns, similar to Disperse and Rebuild, allowing Levi to re-refine the divine patterns to fill in previous flaws and transform the Scarlet Divine Patterns into Extreme Darkness Divine Patterns. The materials for the Return Secret Medicine are not hard to find. With previous experience, re-refining wouldn't take much time, about less than 10 years of effort. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. 10 years would be gone in the blink of an eye. Indeed, if possible, it's best to advance to Mythical before reaching level 7. Otherwise, it only adds trouble. But if given another choice, he would still choose to immediately advance to Scarlet Dragon instead of waiting. For him, ensuring hexagonal attributes battle power level is the first priority. This ensures that there are no weaknesses, thus avoiding dangers in combat. Additionally, the original Scarlet Dragon's super speed also turned into the Extreme Darkness Dragon's ultimate speed. The excellent negative energy talent also became superior, on par with the brilliant Golden Dragon armor and other mythical breathing skills. The Scarlet Blood Prison evolved into the Extreme Darkness Hell, its power increased, reaching directly 80 kilometers. The prefixes of many spell abilities also changed to Extreme Darkness, further enhancing their power. For example, Extreme Darkness Rot became more poisonous, and the number of times Extreme Darkness Parasite can be used increased to 3. Of course, Levi's most important Extreme Darkness Enslavement also underwent changes. After this evolution, the number of slots for Extreme Darkness Enslavement increased from 10 to 14. Thereafter, with each level up, it gains 4 additional slots, doubled from the original count. Finally, the highlight of this evolution. The Bloodline Secret Word of the Extreme Darkness Dragon breathing technique was named Invisible Secret Word. 8 Direction Traceless, Ancient and Modern Absolute Form. Chapter 2355. Invisible Secret Word. It's composed of the secret word of Swift and the negative energy Dark Truth, which consists of poison, blood, shadow, and death. 8 Direction Traceless means such speed that there are no traces in every direction, already beyond the range of perception. Ancient and Modern Absolute Form is even more exaggerated, reaching a certain degree of speed. It might possibly vanish from the ancient years and the river of time. Of course, this is Levi's understanding. The content of the secret words is exceedingly mysterious, although he can use it. He dares not claim complete comprehension of its deeper meaning. Earlier, he tried a small trick, covering what should be a distance of 50,000 li in the span of one breath, and this, seems not even the maximum of invisible secret word. Levi feels that if he continues to advance, his speed under the empowerment of secret words might truly surpass the constraints of space-time, like real light. Currently, Levi has already mastered 3 kinds of bloodline secret words. They are secret word of battle and flame, true word forming secret word of destruction, secret word of steel and water, and soil truth forming Vajra secret word. Secret word of destruction is the ultimate slaughter, as the saying goes, if you gaze upon me, you can see destruction. The Crimson Emperor Dragon is destruction itself, seeing it is seeing destruction. Vajra secret word, ultimate physical defense, mountains and seas may move, but my body does not budge. It is a kind of absolute confidence, even if an attack shakes mountains and seas, I would not retreat a step. Now with another ultimate speed, Levi is even more looking forward to the next 3 secret words. Emperor's Palace. Levi holds a colorless transparent potion in his hand. This is the return secret medicine used for reconstructing the extreme dark divine mark. Without hesitation, he drinks it all at once. As the power of the secret medicine enters his body, Levi controls and guides it into the 15 extreme dark divine marks in his body. In an instant, extreme dark divine marks shatter into countless divine palace particles, forming negative energy storms within. Levi dares not delay. Immediately, he begins to condense the divine marks. Cultivation knows no age. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Nora 730, Blood Battle 518. Levi opens his eyes, his face full of joy. The work of recondensing the divine marks was smoother than I imagined, completed in 8 years. Overall, it's just rethreading the previous bloodline divine marks, so it's particularly smooth. Opening the proficiency panel, it shows there are already 22 extreme dark divine marks. From now on, you can normally cultivate and condense level 8 divine marks. This return secret medicine is truly miraculous. The cost of such targeted disperse and rebuild for those with long lifespans is nothing, it's greatly useful for the path of a night afterward. Thinking back, the promotion potion recipe was also given by the proficiency panel. This thing doesn't merely display proficiency. It continuously evolves, and the condition for evolution is Levi's own realm and knowledge level improvement. If a potion suitable for wizards can be researched based on the return secret medicine, then perhaps 100 flowers could even turn around to rebuild the 6th circle witch mark. However, knights and wizards are entirely different systems, the difficulty of this is still very great. If researched, it would hold significance not lesser than life-prolonging potions for the wizard world. Situations like 100 flowers are certainly not uncommon in the wizard world. Due to short lifespans, some wizards during the 6th circle period rush to progress. They might have just branded the most basic 9 witch marks before advancing. Then by the 7th circle or 8th circle, fortuitously encountered other experiences. Either their lifespan extended, or their talent increased significantly. At this point, they wish to reverse and condense 6 ring witch marks, but the opportunity is eternally missed. This return potion serves as an opportunity for wizards to patch up deficiencies. In this way, the probability of wizard world producing Grand Wizard, and even the legendary wizard, must be greatly enhanced. Levi contemplated internally. Triss would surely be interested in such a potion, I need to discuss this with her. Witch's family. Levi, Triss, and Elena sit together. Return potion? There's such a potion, interesting. Triss listens to Levi's introduction of the return potion, her eyes slightly moved. Elena says, if it really is researched, that would be great, our hope of advancing to Grand Wizard will be even greater. Triss says, indeed. She is also a water element child, with similar talent to Elena. Previously she advanced to 7th circle with 12 witch marks. After the 7th circle, her strength improved, and due to war merit refined many morning stars and even bright moon truth oddities, her acquired talent surged. At this moment, she feels the 12 witch marks of the 6th circle are somewhat lacking. According to Levi's theory and the answers from consulting Black Abyss teacher, witch mark quantity indeed relates to the advancement to Grand Wizard and even Legendary Wizard. With her current talent, she actually has confidence to brand 45 witch marks. However, due to only 12 witch marks in the 6th circle, the numbers across 3 levels of witch marks are unbalanced. Indeed, as seen from cases found by 100 flowers, there is no shortage of cases where witch mark quantity imbalance, even under 45 witch marks, still advanced to Grand Wizard. But this phenomenon is purely survivorship bias. If you can lay a solid foundation to advance to Grand Wizard with greater certainty, it's obviously better. Therefore, she is extremely interested in such a potion. Levi, can this potion be made known to Black Abyss teacher and Ms. Lucy? I want them to join our research project, just like the previous life-prolonging potions. Depending solely on our knowledge, even if it's researched, who knows how long it would take. Chapter 2356. Levi said. Of course, we're all on the same team. Compared to life-prolonging potions, return potions should be less difficult. After all, there's already a night version, it's just a matter of borrowing and imitating to develop the wizard version. Speaking of which, whether it's night advancement medicines or these night divine mark return potions, they're all given by the panel. Why can't this panel just give the wizard version of the potion directly? Just like that, the three of them initially set the research project for the Witch Trace return potion. Triss was the group leader, Ms. Lucy and Black Abyss Sovereign were consultants, Levi and Elena were members. Everyone worked together, striving for the great cause. However, Triss clearly was not optimistic about the Newt couple, because they needed to cultivate too many extraordinary paths, definitely with little time for potion research. She was already accustomed to it. 100 Flowers also recently advanced to become a 7-ring alchemist, but her level was much lower compared to Triss. She only mastered some 7-ring meditation assistance potions, not breakthroughs like Triss, who was a professional researcher, capable of creating sequence potions. It wasn't that 100 Flowers was lazy, ultimately, it was lifespan constraints that limited the wizard's energy, compelling them to specialize in one or two areas while only being able to balance others. Triss's title was Medicine Witch. She had walked all the way, completely dedicating herself to pharmacy as her lifelong career, driven by ideal beliefs, similar to Holy Infant's passion for weapon refinement. Now, 100 Flowers was no longer worried about lifespan. She was considering learning from Triss and fully embracing pharmacy as her hobby, delving deeply into research. Witch's family training ground. Windwalker Lisa was practicing spells. The previously small girl had grown into a graceful young woman over the years, with freckles remaining as part of her charm, giving her a unique beauty. Seeing Lisa, Levi always thought of an old friend. He sighed in his heart. Time had passed, and the Newt couple had been gone for more than 100 years. Wondering how their next life was, if they were doing well. Hall Master. You're here. Lisa evaporated the sweat on her forehead with spell and playfully flipped her long hair, smiling obediently. Levi smiled and said. Yes, it seems Teacher Wendy has been very diligent, progressing well, keep it up. As a top-level talent, Lisa in her early 30s was already a second circle senior wizard, a speed Levi was certainly pleased with. If all went smoothly, Lisa might achieve perfection in 9 talents and reach the 6th circle wizard realm by the age of 300. Lisa laughed and said. Thank you for the praise, Hall Master, I will work hard. Strolling around the witch's family with 100 Flowers, 100 Flowers said. There's a noticeable difference in witch's family now, rejuvenated, old trees sprouting new buds, everything is getting better. Levi said. Yes, the foundation of a top-level organization is here, plus the infusion of new energy from ancient dragon continent. On the arena, 2 young wizards were sparring with spells. Just as one wizard was about to win, the other witch suddenly threw a stack of fireball talismans. Boom boom boom. After the explosion, the protective force field around the male wizard was shattered, leaving him covered in dust and with injuries. I lost. I didn't expect your fireball talismans to be so finely crafted, already at top grade level, such power is truly enviable. The witch chuckled. How about it? Interested in buying? I can sell you some at a cheaper price. These are great tools for hunting demons. To this day, the Divine Talisman Deo has been developing on the ancient dragon continent for over 20 years and established its status as the wizard's 4th art among young wizards. Relying on divine talismans, ancient dragon continent including witch's family became far more attractive than other wizard organizations. Even the officials wanted to get the Divine Talisman Deo from Levi. It wasn't that Levi was being stingy, mainly with his ability, he couldn't support the entire wizard world learning Divine Talisman Deo. Being an 8th circle wizard, not a legendary wizard, how could he respond to so many requests? Back when it seemed like Supreme Archmage was powerful, it actually only needed to cater to Norn Kingdom's mages. How many mages did Norn have? Completely different scale compared to the wizard world. Therefore, Levi declined, primarily because his current ability was insufficient, could only cover ancient dragon continent. It's the same with exploring Nightmare World, he currently could only support people entering from ancient dragon continent. Only when Nightmare Lord's ability advances to level 10 could it be possible to achieve widespread exploration. Emperor's Palace. Accompanied by the sound of forging, a freshly made nightmare helmet emerged from the furnace, transformed into light and landed on Levi's head, the helmet emitting eerie black light. Nightmare helmet has been reforged. This mosquito beast's exoskeleton is quite good. Currently, all of Levi's divine weapons had been reforged with level 8 materials, with some already advancing to level 8 divine weapons following the breathing technique. Years ago, when reconstructing the extreme dark divine rune, the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill had also reached its limit, already a mythical breathing skill. To elevate it to super myth level, the needed advancement ingredient definitely wouldn't be gathered in a short time, so Levi planned to continue evolving. First, raise the basic endurance attribute to level 8 and then talk. Of the 6 major breathing techniques, only the Nightmare Dragon had not reached myth. Levi didn't plan to wait, once it reached extreme, directly advance, anyway with return secret medicine, just spending some time to disperse and rebuild. Of course, if they acquired enough evolution material before that, naturally it would be prioritized to elevate to mythical level. Chapter 2357. The advancement potion for the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill is ready, and Levi has found an innocent island in the outer sea to begin his retreat. 2 years later. The year 732 in the Nora calendar, the 520th year of the Blood Battle. The Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill successfully advanced to level 8, which meant another island disappeared from the map. This time, the Dark Tribulation involved a level 8 demon, but it was a stone statue demon. Levi easily slashed it with the level 8 divine weapon Wind Thunder Wings, transforming it into a wind and thunder giant sword, and the materials from its body became part of the fortification plan. Levi had a realization that, in the dark recesses of the land of darkness, an invisible hand seems to be controlling all living beings in the world. The demons, appearing to ambush Levi, were in fact a part of this dark tribulation. All living beings, even in the multidimensional plane, are nurtured by the land of darkness itself. So, transcending the multidimensional plane is easy, but transcending the land of darkness is difficult. Even the Heavenly Father, legendary wizards and nightmare monarchs might just be pawns before the land of darkness. Whether the land of darkness is sentient or not, Levi was uncertain. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill, 20th stage, 1/20,000,000, special effect, Heavenly King Dragon body mythical, level 8 early stage, bloodline Dharma idol, wind and thunder surge, blood source armor, storm dragon armor, exclusive weapon, wind thunder wings, level 8, bloodline divine patterns, 22 threads/66 threads. Bloodline secret word, indomitable, my determination is unending, growing stronger over time. Overall, the changes brought by the level 8 advancement of the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill were similar to those of the previous breathing techniques. Endurance increased, thunder element affinity became superior, and various spell abilities improved. The commonly used control skills Wind Illusion Realm and Silver Mountain Skyfall, along with Black Annihilation Divine Thunder and Summoning Maya also advanced to level 8 standards. The storm domain range increased to 80 km, within which Levi's endurance was like a perpetual motion machine, never knowing fatigue. The most formidable was the ability Traveling the Void, which increased to 50 times the normal flying speed. For Levi's 8 environments realm, traveling to the Burning Rock world would only take less than a year. It was perfect timing since he planned to visit the Spider King soon, and this skill enhancement was a great help. Finally, there's the Bloodline secret word. Formed by the secret word of longevity and wind and thunder true word, it became indomitable true word. My determination is unending, growing stronger over time. The function of this secret word is simple, and that is persistence. This persistence is from 2 dimensions. The first is the present. With its blessing, as long as Levi remains determined, his endurance, stamina, will have no limits, continually strengthening over time. The second is the future. As Levi ages, his entire state, energy and spirit, and flow of vitality will climb towards the peak, reaching the pinnacle of life at the moment of his lifespan's limit. In short, even if Levi doesn't advance his realm or cultivate, he will become stronger as he ages. Of course, this enhancement cannot replace a breakthrough in major realms. Cultivation is still necessary. Growing stronger with age. Strength in old age. Just like that. Thus, this secret word, though seemingly inconspicuous, has immense utility in the long term. For those long-lived, naturally powerful longevity species, just living would make them stronger, ultimately leading to unimaginable power expansion. Destruction, King Kong, invisible, indomitable, the 4 secret words each have their characteristics and are all-powerful. Levi felt elated. Only the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon have yet to break through to level 8. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Rumbling. Dark clouds gathered, a fierce wind howled, and infinite vapor surged from all directions, quickly forming a colossal giant beast resembling both a turtle and a dragon, bursting with overwhelming dragon's might. Heavens, am I seeing things? Is Ratty undergoing a tribulation? Incredible, it really is. Ratty is rising. Let's go take a look. Dragon Palace members rushed to the scene, seeing in the sky above the water mansion, a giant turtle with a shell diameter of over 200 meters stretching its neck from its shell, roaring towards the sky. Waves of water formed crescent-shaped sky charges, colliding with the giant beast's silhouette in the sky. Hang in there, Dragon Turtle. No worries, Ratty, with your foundation and 1,000 years of accumulation, you're bound to succeed. The battle between the 2 giant turtles was quite unremarkable. The movements were so slow that neither was willing to move, just standing there shooting water waves at each other, contesting their internal energy. Ultimately, Ratty prevailed, slaying the opponent. The Dragon Clan onlookers were rather drowsy, such a tribulation was unprecedented. The elder Black Lotus Beast said. Congratulations, Prime Minister, for now being among the ranks of Sky Dragon generals. They were the earliest to know these sub-dragons and had the best relationships. The fire-breathing dragon proudly said. Keep it up, you've got a long way to go. Unlike me, who has already achieved success and fame. Sensing Ratty's breakthrough, Levi appeared, showing a satisfied expression. Quite impressive. Ratty, from now on, you'll be the Heavenly Longevity Dragon General. It's worth noting that most transcendent creatures in the Dragon Clan, from the moment they are born, have a fixed lifespan. Subsequent advancements merely mean growth without increasing lifespan. So Ratty still has over 9,000 years of remaining lifespan. Chapter 2358. Ratty said. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Sky Dragon General, second only to the Dragon King, is the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Palace. Ratty doesn't like power but takes pride in it. This day, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Thus, the batch of sub-dragons Levi initially gathered have all upgraded to level 6. Of course, new members have been recruited subsequently and are not included in this count. Only Little Ash Dragon is left, and it shouldn't take long to reach level 6. That night, Levi held a small ceremony at the Dragon Palace specifically for the elder Ratty. It is customary for each birth of a Sky Dragon General. Currently, the Black Dragon territory is guarded by numerous elite soldiers, among them are the Heaven and Earth Dragon Generals and other transcendent creatures. All Dragon Palace members are present. There are 26 Sky Dragon Generals alone, including 3 at level 8, 7 at level 7, and 16 at level 6. This does not account for the clan members stationed long-term at the Giant Beast Paradise or other transcendent creatures. Earth Dragon Generals number 72. Counting them shocks us into realizing the Dragon Palace truly has an abundance of dragon talent, and in terms of top-tier combat strengths, it rivals the top wizard organizations. Leviathan, Gustav, Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, Night Fang, Raja, Shrimp Soldiers, Crab General, Crimson Horned Fire Python, and other old members came, either gathering along the shore or hovering in the sky. Now all are late-stage level 5, at peak power, unable to progress further, now in retirement mode. Apart from periodically providing bloodline essence to the Dusk Holy Temple, they mostly enjoy food and fun. Mana sat beside Levi, with her green chiffon long dress spread out on the grass. The maiden-like immortal banyan dragon nestled close to Mana, inseparable, exuding a strong sense of partnership. With a deep look, Mana gazed at the adorable transcendent creatures and softly said. Such excitement, even though I've lived for thousands of years, it's not as fulfilling as this millennium. The immortal banyan dragon said. Me too. Mana said. Thinking about it now, if one lived alone in a small world where everything was predictable, life would be too boring, even less than dying. The immortal banyan dragon nodded. Me too. Mana smiled as she looked at the immortal banyan dragon. You live in the witch's family. Isn't it lively there? The immortal banyan dragon said. Not at all. Besides the old witch, there's no one to talk to regularly. Otherwise, I wouldn't sleep all the time. The old witch is too rigid and dull, I dislike chatting with her. Even the self-disciplined, iron-willed nightmare black dragon suddenly mused. If not for Lord Dragon King, I might already be dead, never having a chance to meet everyone. The blood-sucking demon dragon said. If I hadn't joined the Dragon Palace, I might still be muddling through life in the Supreme Archmage's blood pool, without aspirations. After speaking, the blood-sucking demon dragon reconsidered its words and thought perhaps that was not so bad either. Various dragons chimed in, reminiscing about the past and enjoying thoughts of the future. In high spirits, Levi raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Today we have enough immortal platform wine, everyone drink freely. The ancient Banyan fairyland is not only a paradise for the dragons but also Levi's second world. Here, there is no worry about trivial matters, just focusing on happiness. Regrettably, cultivation has not been completed yet and requires more effort. After the celebration, everyone dispersed. Levi took some spells from the witch's family knowledge base and began studying them. As with the 6th circle and 7th circle, he continues to choose a path that encompasses multiple sects for the 8th circle magic. Currently, he has mastered 4 types: Thousand Thunder, 8 Direction Fierce Sun, Small Scale Fragmentation Technique, and Leonardo's Sound Barrier. The first 3 have been cultivated to the 18th tier, just short of maximum. The last has been recently mastered, currently at level 15. A 6th circle standard. Witch's family knowledge base. There are hundreds of 8th circle spells alone, and even 9th circle spells. This constitutes the foundation of top wizard organizations. Now, the knowledge databases of the witch's family and the Tower of Dawn are interconnected. Any member of Ancient Dragon Continent with enough Ancient Dragon points can exchange them. Levi selected 3 spells: Sea God Armor, Sea and Field, Sea's Delta. These were carefully chosen, all excellent, even top-grade spells, with significant learning value. Sea God Armor. To cast this spell, one must be at sea. Cultivated to maximum, it can condense hundreds of millions of tons of seawater within a radius of 300 li into a highly compressed armor with formidable defense. Sea God Armor. The Sea God Armor can momentarily withstand any attack below level 9, whether you are an 8th circle senior or have 8th circle perfect cultivation. As long as it's not level 9, you cannot instantly break through its defenses. According to assessments from a Grand Wizard, Sea God Armor is ranked within the top 10 in defense among tens of thousands of 8th circle spells throughout history and across all factions, hence it is a top-grade spell. There's even a case where an ancient leader of an 8th circle perfect witch organization relied on perfect Sea God Armor to successfully survive in front of a level 9 alien race, a demigod-level entity. This spell must be learned. It is to be Levi's crucial defensive measure when facing formidable enemies. Sea and Field, not a combat spell, primarily functions as land reclamation. This spell is somewhat special, being a dual faction magic of ocean and earth, particularly rare. It can be cast only once a day. Upon casting, it can extend the continental shelf of a continent into the ocean for a certain distance. Chapter 2359. The length of this distance depends on the cultivation of the spell caster, the proficiency of the spell, and the size of the continent itself. If it's a miniature land like an island, it can instantly double its area. But if it's a place like the ancient Dragon Continent, it can probably only extend a few hundred meters outward. Levi learned this spell mainly because he found it interesting. Moreover, even after becoming legendary, this spell can still be used. At that time, perhaps one casting could expand the ancient Dragon Continent by double. For a wizard, land reclamation is not a difficult task. The simplest and most straightforward way is to use spells to move mountains and islands over. However, it's not as convenient as Sea and Field. You only need to sit at home and point at the earth to cast the spell. Once I refine this spell to the maximum, I wonder if I can connect the ancient Dragon Continent with the satellite continent. The final Sea's Delta is a spell that combines ocean and space studies. After casting, a sea area can fall into spatial turbulence for a period. It can trap the enemy or achieve other effects. Ordinary control spells can control at most one target. But if this spell is cultivated to the limit, it can trap all targets within a radius of 100 miles into the Devil's Delta, unable to escape. These 3 spells are what Levi is currently studying. He'll learn the rest later. In this way, Levi continues to hide in the ancient Dragon Continent, refining the wizard tower and giant dragon corpse demon, cultivating spells. The first task of daily cultivation is to perform his golden touch, expanding the ancient dragon continent. Now blood battle becomes increasingly dangerous. His goal is not just to hunt down level 8 demons but to gain self-defense power before facing level 9 enemies. The wizard tower and dragon corpse demon are undoubtedly the key items to overcome the strong as the weak. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. It's Nora year 740, blood battle year 528. Besides retreat, Levi, Triss, and Elena went to attend the century-old blood battle auction again. This auction had a lot of good stuff. Just the 8th Circle wizards had dozens of them attending. Even the old acquaintance Destruction Realm Thunder attended. After a fierce bidding, Levi spent 1.2 billion ether stones to obtain the Morning Star level oddity Thunder God's Breath. This shocked quite a few 8th Circle wizards with his financial prowess. Although they were at a high realm, spending so much cash to win a Morning Star oddity required careful consideration. Levi had no choice. The current War Merit store didn't have Thunder God's Breath. Over so many years of auctions and gatherings, it had never been seen either. Even the 3 realms and 4 lands had no sight of it. Now even if it's costly, he had to get it. According to his research, after refining this oddity, there would only be one last unknown sun refining artifact left in the Thunder God series. Thunder God's Eye, Thunder God's Feet, Thunder God's Finger, Thunder God's Breath, Thunder God's Heart, Thunder God's Drum. 4 Morning Star, 2 Bright Moon, forming half of the Thunder God series. As for what the last sun refining artifact is, Levi also does not know. It's not recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items. But if he were to encounter it, with his experience in refining Thunder God series oddities so many times, he could definitely recognize it at a glance. Thunder God's Breath increased spiritual force by a rather negligible 50 points. It also strengthened the accompanying special spiritual creature Si lay in the Thunder God projection. Besides, as Thunder God's body and Levi's realm improved, the ability of Thunder Magic Net expanded further, making Levi's thunder perception range a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, which is a radius of 20,000 miles. On a tiny place like the ancient dragon continent, no organizations above it could escape Levi's perception. Of course, he wouldn't bother to perceive and spy on everyone's privacy in his free time. Only if there's a powerful demon invading beyond what the organizations can handle, if he's not in closed cultivation, he could directly one-thought strike. Besides, he spent 5.2 billion ether stones to acquire a lot of rare metals that appeared at the auction. Just level 8 metal included these 3, Star Pattern True Steel, Flame Dragon Holy Iron, Extreme Ice Cold Iron. He bought level 7 and level 6 without much words. Elemental metal is always a hard currency, there's no loss in buying. These serve as supplementary ingredients for refining the Wizard Tower and Dragon Corpse Demon, greatly improving their quality. Just these 2 things cost 6.4 billion ether stones. Other 6th Circle and 7th Circle wizards could only be described as breathtaking at Levi's actions. Even 8th Circle wizards couldn't figure it out. Many in their ranks were high-level or even elementary school's top wizard organization leaders, yet couldn't come up with that much cash. This Dusk Palace Master is indeed a nouveau riche. Where did he get so much cash? Little did they know. The world-renowned Fire Dragon Skywork, Gandalf Pharmacy, and Daybreak Tower, all belong to Levi. The former 2 sell wizard tools and potion, the latter collects tuition and teaches secret sword and array knowledge. Levi's money is entirely provided by the industries of his 3 avatars. Relying on dark wizards to make money has long become a thing of the past. Where are any dark wizards for Levi to kill now? Those are things of peaceful times. In some time, when demon dragon grass is cultivated, Gandalf Pharmacy can produce a small amount of 7 Circle Flame Demon Potion. At that time, the pharmacy's revenue should skyrocket for a while. Until the market for 7 Circle Potion is nearly saturated, returning to normal levels. Chapter 2360. Unbeknownst to him, Levi's original plan to make big money using 3 avatars has already come true. In fact, Levi still has billions of cash on him. However, what's left is not essential, and he chose to stop when the timing was right, not wanting to compete with other primordial soul wizards. Even though he is rich now, he still needs to be a bit low-key. At the free trade fair following the auction, Levi also spent 200 million ether stone to bid for the Holy Infant on a piece of Flame King's ring. This is the final Sky Grade oddity of the Flame King series. After the Holy Infant completely refined it, Flame King's mobile furnace, this companion spiritual creature was upgraded to its complete form, further saving the Holy Infant's weapon refinement time and improving refining efficiency slightly. From the beginning of collecting until now, over 700 years have passed, and the Flame King and Cold King sequence artifacts have finally achieved perfection. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, this is just soothing. He can wholeheartedly collect the Winter Emperor and Red Dragon series. As for higher series like Fire God and Frost God, let nature take its course. This type of divine level sequence is unrealistic to collect completely in a short time. Elena acquired the Sky-grade oddity of the Water King series named Water King's Robe for 160 million Ether Stone. She had previously refined the Morning Star level Water King's scepter Levi brought out from the ancient tower. With her financial strength, collecting the Water King sequence artifacts is possible as long as they exist. Other wizards simply don't have the power to compete. Many veteran 7th Circle or 8th Circle wizards with the ability to compete have already refined Water King oddities. Her level 7 treasure struggle of the trapped beast had been repaired long ago but was difficult to cope with increasingly powerful enemies. She left this treasure on the ancient dragon continent and spent 1.6 billion ether stone at the auction to acquire a damaged relic of a 7th Circle wizard tower, named Coral Tower. This wizard tower originally belonged to the leader of the high-level wizard organization Coral Steeple. During the lightning raid of the Wind Demon Lord on Nora, this organization was directly razed by demons, and the leader also died and disappeared. The wizard tower was lost among the populace, obtained by a mysterious person, and auctioned at the Blood Battle Divine Tower. Of course, this mysterious person is most likely the official from the Wizard Council. Many legacies from organizations perishing in demon disasters are actually confiscated by the officials. However, this is understandable. The Wizard's War requires massive ether stone support, especially in such blood battles lasting hundreds of years. No matter the case, this blood gain by the 100 flowers meant she immediately began to retreat and study the Wizard Tower upon returning from the auction. She plans to dismantle Coral Tower's components, refine them anew, and install them on her Tower of Summer Flowers to accelerate the Wizard Tower's refining. Once the 7-story Tower of Summer Flowers is completely finished, she won't need struggle of the trapped beast to easily suppress and seal enemies. After all, wizard towers are designed to be versatile wizard tools. With one tower in hand, the world is mine. Meanwhile, Triss obtained the Bright Moon Artifact Sea Power Holy Book at the auction. Though this oddity is a non-sequence artifact, it is quite renowned in the Ocean faction. Upon refining, she can master large-scale perception abilities similar to what only divine-level sequence oddities like Thunder Magic Net and Call of the Sea can comprehend, alternatives to Water God sequence artifacts. It could be considered a top-grade Bright Moon level artifact, comparable to Elephant God's Proof and exceeding the value of sequence artifacts of the same grade. Up to now, Triss has not yet collected any Water God sequence artifacts, so she was determined to get this one. But other 7th Circle and 8th Circle wizards had the same idea. During the bidding, her cash of 2.8 billion was not enough. Levi and 100 Flowers offered an additional 1.2 billion, and she spent a total of 4 billion to secure this oddity, which was quite arduous. After the auction, Triss asked Levi to wait, and she would repay him immediately once she had the money. Levi didn't request repayment, but Triss insisted, and he couldn't do anything about it. Although the lady's current strength is not as great as his, she still has her pride. After refining the oddity, Triss's spiritual force increased by 200 points, and she comprehended an ability called Ocean Authority I, which allows her to perceive any subtle change within a 5,000-mile radius through ocean currents, and probe enemies via the vision of sea beasts. Unfortunately, this Bright Moon oddity didn't give birth to a special talent. Otherwise, Triss's cultivation speed could have advanced even further. Of course, the good news is, Triss has also birthed a new companion spiritual creature again. Elena is quite envious of this. She has refined quite a few oddities too, currently owning Sky Water Stingray and Amber Dragon, but her winning rate for companion spiritual creatures isn't as high as Triss's. Triss's new companion spiritual creature takes the form of a dignified-looking elder wearing a 3-layer crown, clad in a blue clerical robe, holding a pope's scepter in his right hand and a sacred text in his left hand, reminiscent of the pope's attire from the era of the 7 Orthodox gods. Its abilities are quite wondrous, allowing the summoning of sea god projection power from unknown dimensions, possessing incredible means. Of course, the sea god projection here does not refer to the Sea Clan's sea god. This companion spiritual creature is called Great Pope by Triss. It belongs to the self-deprecating chess sequence together with her Blue Knight, Black Queen, and Sea Emperor. With 7 rings perfect cultivation, a level 8 demon dragon whip, the 3 companion spiritual creatures, and the Black Queen projection, Triss already possesses the capability to contend against 8 circle wizards, not inferior to those well-known supernovae. However, she does not like fighting, so her fame remains low in the current era of war. The once-in-a-century blood battle auction has already become one of the crucial ways for Levi and others with wealth to enhance their power. 2 years later. Nora year 742. Blood battle year 530. Nightmare world, Lost Domain. In the deserted wilderness, deep within the mother flesh tree forest, the corpse of a nightmare lord, looking ugly and shaped like a giant tadpole, lies on the ground. It exudes level 6 strength but has died a miserable death. A towering figure clad in demonic flame black armor uses a black shield in his left hand to slice through the monster's flesh, while with his right hand he hoists it up using the world-destroying flame sword, consuming it through his mouth. 3,000 sinister black blades surround it, a crimson cloak flutters wildly, and the face beneath a sinister dragon head helmet is obscured. It does not know from where it comes nor where it goes, there seems to be something missing from its heart. Slaughter. Only slaughter fulfills the emptiness within. It only knows its name. Dusk Demon King. Long after, only a carcass remains, the demon armor knight gazes into the vast distance, its figure dissipating. With such a creature, the Lost Domain is bound to face an unknown storm of carnage. Chapter 2361. Maze City. The center of the Lost Domain. The entire city is a natural gigantic maze, and without the permission of the Lost Monarch, anyone who recklessly enters will never be able to leave. In the depths of the maze, on the 7-colored throne, which symbolizes supreme authority, a king with a form so magnificent it's immeasurable, covered in billions of maze patterns, is slumbering. Legend has it that the lifespan of the Lost Monarch is beyond estimation, it's older than many gods. Legend also tells that it embodies the most primal fear of confusion, loss, and the unknown for billions of beings. In the nightmare world, where strong ones are as numerous as clouds, among the more active monarchs of this era, its strength also ranks among the top. It became too powerful and too bored. So it nurtured within itself a bizarre maze beyond ordinary imagination. They wander eternally in this lost land, in infinite cycles of death and rebirth. Since ancient times, no life has been able to escape its internal maze. They are called, the Lost. But today, the Lost Monarch on the throne opened its ancient eyes that have been closed for tens of thousands of years, letting out a light exclamation. There might be a little problem with its maze. Interesting. Throughout the ages, the Lost Monarch's maze has trapped countless lost ones above level 6, and even 63 level 9 lost ones. When it puts life into the maze, it doesn't strip them of their cultivation ability. On the contrary, it sets up many interesting mini-games within the maze. Those who manage to complete them can even receive rewards from the maze. Watching these lives repeatedly cycle between hope and despair is the greatest pleasure of the Lost Monarch. As for those who caused problems in its maze, it doesn't remember when it placed them there. It vaguely recalls that this group of adventure-loving, knowledge-seeking but short-lived wretches accidentally offended it by capturing Pan, a descendant it left in the nightmare world at an unknown time, and using it to enter and exit the nightmare world. The Lost Monarch casually put most of them into the maze, and the rest mostly perished in the nightmare world as well. Oh right, they seem to call themselves the School of Dreams, an organization called Dreamland Steeple, and their leader is some daydream wizard. The Lost Monarch just thinks that these short-lived species, who live and die in a day, are fearless like newborn calves, wanting to delve into the most complex dreamscape. The sky was like a bright mirror, reflecting on the clear lake surface, where the white clouds were mirrored gently, and the mottled sunlight warmed and cozily coated the lake. By the lakeside, there was a small wooden cabin. A middle-aged man with white hair at his temples, his face slightly weathered, was writing something on the table. Messy drafts were scattered all over the floor. What he was writing was a book. Its title was, Dream Analysis Version 1001 Freud. At an unknown time, behind him, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared, impossible to look at directly. Daydream Witch Freud, is this your name? The Lost Monarch asked. The middle-aged man raised his head and adjusted his thick glasses. Yes, Mr. Rostrover. The Lost Monarch smiled and said. How did you know my true name? The middle-aged man replied. Sir, I have cycled 1001 times within you, I am a person who is good at discovery, always able to get some clues. The Lost Monarch couldn't help applauding. Most people emotionally collapse and have their minds destroyed after just one cycle inside me. Some excellent level 6s might endure a dozen times, and very few level 9s might process hundreds. And yet, you have cycled 1001 times while I was asleep, impressive indeed. It looked toward that book. May I take a look? The middle-aged man nodded, handed it to the lost monarch, and softly said, "Knowledge is meant to be shared. Mr. Rostraver, this book is yours to keep. Consider it a farewell gift. I've learned much from here." The lost monarch laughed uproariously. "Do you trust yourself so much to escape my control, to leave this endless labyrinth? Do you know that within the Lake Cottage maze sleeps a level 10 being self-proclaimed as the Dream God?" The middle-aged man said. "I know, in fact, I've already communicated with it, and I have even tried to convince it to resist, but its mind is already lost, becoming a heartless with only divine power left. Indeed, Sir's strength is formidable, I must admit." The lost monarch snapped its fingers. This world's blue skies, clouds, the wild earth began to dissolve, revealing its true form. That was a gigantic humanoid creature, with a size beyond calculation. It slept in this world, its breath transformed into clouds, drool at the mouth became lakes, body hair into mountain ranges, and its heart was empty. The lost monarch said. "It is called Chupnose, wielding a portion of Dream's authority, known as the Dream God among many mortal civilizations, and some believers call it the Sleep God. Its ambition was too great, trying to grasp my power, and I sent it into the maze. Unknowingly, it has slept here for almost 200,000 years, likely its followers have nearly forgotten it too. Do you think you are stronger than it?" The middle-aged man said. "My strength may not surpass it, but perhaps I understand what dreams are more than it does? After all, it was the believers who uplifted it to the altar, it may not ever comprehend why it could wield the power of dreams, so it ignorantly came to challenge you, sir." Chapter 2362. The lost monarch asked after a moment of silence. "Then tell me, what is a dreamscape?" The middle-aged man replied. "Sir, I think I am the dreamscape." The lost monarch's expression slightly changed, then he laughed. "I see, quite the daydream wizard. I suppose we shall meet again someday. For today, farewell for the time being." The middle-aged man began to dissipate, transforming into colorful butterflies that floated towards an unknown distance. The lost monarch reached out, as if trying to catch them, but eventually withdrew his hand. He opened the book given to him by the middle-aged man. On its front page was an intriguing sentence. "Does the heart butterfly dream of the dreamer?" The lost monarch folded his hands behind his back, watching as the butterflies disappeared into the labyrinth. "It's time to wake up." On the throne of Maze City. The lost monarch opened his eyes once again, gazing at the Dream Analysis 1001st edition beside him. "Casting a legendary artifact from my dreamscape, interesting. A cage even the gods cannot escape, yet a butterfly flies free. Nora world. The former Yellow Earth continent now rests on the western sea of the Nora continent. Here, wizards and demons engage in a protracted war, eternally repeating. The Mirror Lake once, due to someone falling from the sky, resulted in a giant crater. On the ruins of Dreamland Steeple, lies a collapsed wizard tower. On the walls hangs an oil painting, depicting a vibrant, colorful butterfly. The butterfly came alive, fluttering its wings, leaving rainbows behind, which flew out of Mirror Lake, stretching endlessly into the sky. One after another, bewildered figures began to emerge on the Rainbow Bridge, seeming both real and illusionary, as if not existing in the real world, like dream illusions. Simultaneously, these figures all gazed towards the end of the Rainbow Bridge, where the colorful butterfly was already transformed into a middle-aged wizard in a white robe, beneath whom a path paved with billions of butterflies led to an unknown destination. Soren Continent. Black Abyss City. A figure in black robes stands with eyes closed, seemingly resisting some form of power. Before him is a shadowy blood moon phantasm. The Black Abyss Sovereign opened his eyes. Someone has become legendary again, interesting, why is it him? Evidently, even the Black Abyss Sovereign didn't expect that the 14th legendary in the Wizard Council was that middle-aged man on the Butterfly Bridge. God-forsaken continent. Ms. Lucy stands outside the military formation, looking towards the distant Nora continent. Frodo? That's good, the School of Dreams will flourish. Soren Continent. Edmund stands before the Eye of Sauron, seemingly observing something. What exactly does this Wind Demon Lord intend to do? Since this entity of Abyss's 645th layer took command of the blood battle, the demon's tactics and strategy seem to have progressed. It has caused Wrath some pressure. Suddenly, he showed joyfulness. From somewhere on Tower of Heaven, a streak of light flew. It was a winged envelope, like a carrier pigeon, heading toward Nora continent. The Supreme Council's 14th seat is born, able to break free from the Lost Monarch's labyrinth, truly surprising. As the Grand Council chairman, he naturally heard of the Lost Monarch's fame, even he needs to tread carefully. This newly arisen legendary is not simple. Indeed, the dreamscape is not simple. Once the blood battle is overcome, and the wizard civilization becomes stronger, a day will come when facing the nightmare. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. Levi seemed to feel something. Every legendary's birth resonates with Nora, allowing the strong to sense it. At this moment, Nora is cheering. However, with his current realm, he is still unclear which legendary is born. He can only wait for the Supreme Council's report in due time. 1 month later. Since the appearance of the legendary Black Abyss Sovereign over 100 years ago, a new legendary wizard has come upon the world, shocking all. Named Daydreamer Frodo, he is the founder of Dreamland Steeple, a pioneer of the School of Dreams, author of Dream Analysis, an ancient wizard from 80,000 years ago. Rumored to be devoured by Nightmare, along with the entire organization of Dreamland Steeple's leader, miraculously returned with the missing wizards of the School of Dreams. It can be said that the previous Lady Rowling and Black Abyss Sovereign's legendary shocks pale in comparison to Frodo's return and their ascension to legendary status. This is truly a miracle, unbelievable. The former judge of the Dark Ancient Tower rankings, Grand Wizard, Dragonfly Wizard commented this way. Hard to imagine the adventures Frodo faced in the Nightmare world, nevertheless, let us congratulate the birth of the Supreme Council's 14th seat, and anticipate the arrival of the 15th legendary wizard. Said Grand Council Chairman Edmund. Truly a prolonged dream. Frodo expressed his sentiment in his first public speech. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the newspaper, feeling elated. Awesome! This is his sole feeling now. He mingled in the Nightmare world for so long, and obtained considerable inheritance from Dreamland Steeple. The clues he gathered indicate the organization was trapped inside the terrifying presence of Lost Monarch. According to the notes from Dreamland Steeple's wizard he collected in Mirror Lake early on, the Daydream Wizard disappeared in the wizard world as an 8th circle wizard like him. Which means, he with such a mere 8th circle body, was controlled by the level 10 Lost Monarch, yet managed to break free from countless nightmare reincarnations, ascended to Grand Wizard, even created legendary artifact, proving legendary status, forcibly breaking through. Chapter 2363. Aside from amazing, it's still amazing. However, calm down, Levi also has some concerns. With the power of the Lost Monarch, can Freud really break free from control completely? Could it be a trap, or some scheme? No wonder Levi is suspicious, remembering when he first dealt with the man-faced spider, he was played with very terribly. Lies and truths, illusions and realities, it's truly headache-inducing. So facing these level 10 beings who excel at manipulating dreams and illusions, it's never too cautious. Forget it, I suppose this is just needless worry. With the intelligence of those legendary wizards in the Great Council, they're bound to consider this. If it's really the Lost Monarch's plot, it should also be well controlled. The Daydreamer is this legendary's legendary title, Dream Interpreter Butterfly is Freud's legendary profession, and the demi-plane is Fantasy Dream with the legendary honorific as Sage of Dream Deconstruction, chasing Fantasy Butterfly. Everything is related to dreams, and somewhat similar to Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream from past life. Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream is well known among legendary wizards in this world. Because Sauron, this copycat, had long carved such classic anecdotes onto the quote wall using the Sauron quotations method. Maybe Freud also referred to this anecdote to realize the path of a legendary wizard. Calming his mind, Levi continues his cultivation, hoping someday he too can ascend to legendary with this miraculous state, and show off greatly in the wizard world. 3 years later. Nora Calendar 745. Blood Battle Year 533. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the return of the Daydreamer in the past 3 years has profoundly altered the configuration of the wizard world. In just 3 years, the School of Dreams has risen from a non-mainstream elementary school to a popular school, with many applicants. The Daydreamer swept away the magical disasters on the Yellow Earth continent with supreme power and rebuilt the Dreamland Steeple over the ruins. The group of Dreamland Steeple wizards who followed him into the Lost Monarch's infinite reincarnation mostly returned with him. They are fortunate because, under the powerful abilities of the Lost Monarch, in countless reincarnations, they did not grow old, yet the outside world has changed drastically over 80,000 years. In these reincarnations, their mastery over dreams has grown deeper. Apart from the Daydreamer, others' powers have also enhanced, with even 2 individuals becoming Grand Wizards. One is called Illusion Wind Wizard, the other Dream Moon Wizard, both given the title of Walker by the Supreme Council. The Illusion Wind Walker and Dream Moon Walker accompany the Daydreamer every day, inseparable, as his most proud disciples. The 14th Sky City Dream City also begins construction. On the ancient Dragon continent, Levi can see a group of wizards busy working, the construction progressing swiftly. However, although the School of Dreams is currently flourishing, it still lacks a foundation. It relies solely on the original team from the Dreamland Steeple to support it, far from catching up to the Elementalist School. Currently, Earth, Burning, Storm, Ocean, Thunder each have 2 legendary wizards. Frost 1, Death 1, Life 1, Dream 1. This is the current legendary wizard configuration of wizard civilization. Among the remaining major schools, Metal, Shadow, Darkness, Light factions are all schools once born of legendary wizards, some with more than one, yet now slightly declining. Various factors influence this. It's foreseeable that in the upcoming Golden Era, the next legendary wizard will most likely emerge first from the traditional Elementalist school, but other factions also have potential. After all, these factions still have several Grand Wizards stationed, maintaining their foundation. Even the relatively unpopular Poisonous faction has its own Grand Wizard in station. Those having a hard time are the Spirit Summoning faction and its branch School of Insects, and many obscure elementary schools, currently without a Grand Wizard. As for curses, prophecy, space, time flow, it's difficult to form factions alone due to the lack of primordial soul cultivation, making them challenging to learn and master. Moreover, the basis for faction division by the Wizard Council requires a large number of practitioners, needing a complete advancement path from apprentice to legendary wizard. In fact, currently among the Grand Wizards and legendary wizards of the various factions in the Wizard Council, many grasp some ability in curses, prophecy, time, and space. In some respects, these 4 factions have the most legendary wizards and Grand Wizards. Take this blood battle, for instance. Much of the high-level struggle involves silent contest through prophecy and curses across endless space. The intelligence war is similar. On one hand, sending spies. On the other, measuring whose prophecy abilities are stronger. On this day, Ancient Dragon Continent. Dragon King Li, aged 1169, awakens from cultivation, eyes slightly moving. Spiritual force emerges on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 17,000/25550. Spell power, 34 million. Only 1,000 points away from the 18,000 spiritual force standard of 8-ring senior, having just advanced to 8th circle a mere 60 years ago, and now nearing 8-ring senior. Therefore, truth oddity enhancing spiritual force or its upper limit makes little difference for Levi. Now looking at it, still benefits exist, because the same 1,000 points of spiritual force are undoubtedly easier to enhance during the 7-circle period than the 8th circle. Chapter 2364. These years of cultivation. Levi's chariot rune has been enhanced to level 17, with a speed increase of 250%. The void travel distance of his exclusive vehicle, the Silver War Chariot, has reached 15,000 li. Although still quite far, Levi, now an 8th circle wizard, can already traverse tens of thousands of li on his own, and with invisible secret word, 50,000 li is mere child's play. Looking at it this way, this carriage seems to be gradually retiring, but judging by the trend of distance increase, as the rune level rises, the subsequent abilities also increase in a stepwise manner. If I cultivate a few more levels, it should find its use again. Moreover, the Lover's rune has been enhanced to level 13, boosting luck by 140%. With the doubling effect of Happy Sheep's lucky tune, the increase in absolute luck has reached a terrifying 280%. Using probabilistic spells like Absolute Ice Point, wouldn't that be tremendously satisfying? Since Levi advanced to the 8th circle, when facing level 8 enemies, Absolute Ice Point has always hit without fail. Perhaps next, he might try his luck against level 9 experts. The Moon rune has been enhanced to level 12, with a lifespan increase of up to 120%. Levi's lifespan is essentially inexhaustible, benefiting 100 flowers as well, with a lifespan boost reaching 60%, her base lifespan being around 3,500 years. Multiplying by 1.6 equals 5,600 years, almost matching an ordinary Grand Wizard. And 100 flowers is now less than 1,400 years old, leaving more than 4,000 years of remaining lifespan. It's a pity the Jade Rabbit Star Soul can only bind to one person, otherwise. Levi felt a slight regret in his heart. Finally, the Hanging Rune has also reached level 4, increasing elemental damage resistance by 30%. According to tests, in a bare state without using any protective force fields or equipment, it can withstand ordinary 8th circle burning faction spells, causing only some negligible explosive damage, with elemental burn damage being almost nil. With this kind of increase, once I achieve 8-ring perfection, perhaps I can replicate the feat of defeating a primordial soul wizard with 5 rings in the past. It's a pity the cave wizard is a thing of the past. Levi silently complained in his heart. Of course, if possible, it's better not to encounter level 9 enemies. If they can be safely overwhelmed, why risk life and limb? Reality isn't a game. Fighting above one's level, besides some insignificant fame, doesn't bring any experience points doubling benefits. In terms of spells, the spells Sea God Armor, Sea and Field, and Sea's Delta that were cultivated recently have all reached the level 15 6th circle standard. After testing, the extreme defense of the 6th circle Sea God Armor can even withstand a blow from a 7th circle senior wizard. It indeed ranks among the top 10 8th circle defensive spells in the wizard world. Looking at it now, that case of using Sea God Armor to save a life in front of a level 9 expert should be true. Of course, being able to escape must still involve some auxiliary means. Sea and Field needs no further explanation. Over the years, Levi's first task every day is to practice this technique, massaging the ancient dragon continent. According to his measurements, the coastline of the ancient dragon continent has advanced several kilometers forward. Once this spell reaches the 8th circle, the progression speed will certainly be faster. Levi estimates that before he becomes a Grand Wizard, the ancient dragon continent might merge with other satellite continents. By then, the land of the ancient dragon continent will be fully utilized, with no need for further land reclamation in a short time. The Path of Nights. The Nightmare Dragon and Inferno Dragon breathing techniques are both steadily progressing. Especially the Nightmare Dragon, after acquiring a Tyrant of Horror, which is a pure-blooded dragon clan, the Golden Spear has been directly retired and only occasionally used as auxiliary. In a little while, these two breathing techniques will also reach the level 7 peak. The Inferno Dragon is already a mythical breathing technique. Striving for super god status can't be achieved in the short term unless Levi directly finds many types of legendary bloodline factors or immediately uses a mythical level 1. Therefore, the next step is directly advancing, without getting stuck on evolution. In terms of the Nightmare Dragon, if the Tyrant of Horror is killed and combined with a legendary bloodline, it should be able to step into mythical level. Levi's current idea is, if new bloodlines can be found before the limit, then, taking advantage of the not yet deep feelings with the Tyrant of Horror, let it become the supplies for his promotion. After all, this guy originally sought to harm him, and without Senior Black Abyss intervening, he wouldn't have been able to subdue it. For now, there is no rush. It's temporarily left to guard the Black Dragon territory. If an 8th level Nightmare sub-dragon species can be found, that would be more perfect. Frankly, using a pure-blooded dragon clan as material for advancing to level 8 seems somewhat wasteful. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The 8-layer tower rises into the clouds, around which thunder, ocean, earth, nightmare, and other anomalies appear, showing extraordinary qualities at a glance. Levi is crafting a wizard tower of the Chaos faction, encompassing all within it. After years of refining, the exterior framework looks quite decent. But major projects like solidification of runes and arrays have not yet been done, impressive but not functional. Forget it, no need to push tirelessly. Let's take a brief rest. As for this broken tower, better wait until Holy Infant and others reach the 8th circle to refine together. Levi compromised. If it were an ordinary wizard tower, it would be fine, but the tower he desires was designed from the blueprints of Gargamel himself. Speaking of which, if only a being like Gargamel could appear in this great era, but unfortunately, before his fall, he never reached the legendary realm. Chapter 2365. The giant dragon corpse demon soaking in the huge pit has also absorbed about half of the pool water. It will take some more time before it takes shape. Under the ancient banyan tree, Martha, the immortal banyan dragon, Mana, Black Phoenix, 4 idle ladies of the longevity species were playing mahjong, a pastime Levi had taught them. The ash dragon, like a puppy, lay asleep at Mana's feet, carefree. Seeing it, Levi thought of the unyielding silver seat, Owen's. It had been a long time since he last contacted him, and Levi wondered how he was doing. He immediately tossed a fate coin to summon him. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the sky. A silver light descended from the sky, landing in an incredibly heroic pose. Owens laughed heartily. My friend, I'm now at the 7th rank of the Grey Swordsman. Oh, damn it, you've already reached level 8. For the past few hundred years, Owens had been cultivating tirelessly. He had finally reached the 7th rank of the Grey Swordsman just recently. Even during the peak times before the Ashen world had been assimilated by the Nightmare world, he would be considered an absolute strongman. After all, a Grey Swordsman of the 9th rank is a legendary existence, elusive as a divine dragon. Owens knew Levi cultivated quickly, yet he didn't expect that this human, once equally matched with him, had already reached level 8, becoming the strongest existence below the demigods. Levi asked, long time no see, how are things on your end? Owens sighed and suddenly spoke with sadness, still the same, more and more fallen objects. I can feel the entire world seems to be heading towards decay, by that day, I might also turn to ash and return to the darkness. Levi asked, is there any way to save it? I don't know either. All the Ashen Lords have already perished, the only survivor might be that dragon, maybe it knows something. Owens glanced at the sleeping little ash dragon. Alright, seeing you advance to level 8 makes me happy, I need to return. Owens turned and left. Staring at Owens' back, Levi contemplated. Judging from the current state of the ash dragon, it likely hasn't recovered its past life's memory. If it had, it couldn't conceal it despite the years of companionship. What exactly is Owens? Levi had always been puzzled. With the rise in Levi's realm and Owens' recent words, Levi sensed a revelation. In his eyes, ashes fell once more, re-entering the long-lost Ashen world. In a world of only grey and black, ashes fell from the sky, the sound of waves hitting the shore echoed from afar. When Levi entered the Ashen world from the Lion King city on the Yellow Earth continent, he found himself in an ash version of the Lion King city. Now, when he entered from the ancient Banyan fairyland, before his eyes was also the ancient Banyan fairyland. Only this fairyland was covered with ash, devoid of life. It's a peculiar reflection, as if, the Ashen world is the mirror image of all worlds. Generally speaking, such worlds capable of connecting to the multidimensional plane are either the primary spiritual plane, like the astral world, or the nightmare world. They are formed by the power of faith or the power of fear. Another type is the underworld. As the underworld source river controls life and death reincarnation, its tributaries also connect to myriad worlds. The Ashen world is just an ordinary large-scale world. Judging by its history, even level 10 strongmen are few, yet it can mirror Nora and even other worlds. Based on Levi's research over the years, only one world possesses such an ability, and that is, the Shadow world. There's a theory that the Shadow world was once a superworld because it's the mirror of the multidimensional plane, but it was downgraded due to some incident. Levi thought it possible, perhaps long ago, the Ashen world was separated from the Shadow world. To verify his thoughts, Levi wandered around the ancient Banyan fairyland. The area was not large, and he quickly found his target. On the eastern coast of the fairyland, he discovered a village. A swordsman clad in rusted silver armor, holding a great sword, sat desolately beneath a large windmill at the village entrance, eyes deep and penetrating. His visage was identical to Owen's, only his strength was merely at the 1st rank of the Grey Swordsman. After a moment's thought, Levi asked, "Excuse me, where is this place?" The swordsman raised his head and said, "This is Windmill Village, foreigner, are you looking to hire the strongest Grey Swordsman of Windmill Village?" A familiar conversation as if yesterday, Levi maintained a calm demeanor. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the unyielding silver seat, Owens, correct?" The swordsman showed a surprised expression. "How do you know?" Having confirmed his thoughts, Levi transformed into ashes and vanished, leaving Windmill Village. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi reappeared. The Ashen world entered from the ancient Banyan Fairyland is not the same as the one entered from Nora, but both have a Windmill Village, both have an Owens. Because the ancient Banyan fairyland and an independent world from Nora, each world has an independent reflection. Isn't this what's recorded as the shadow world in the books? The current shadow world is just a part of the true shadow world. Numerous fragment-like worlds scatter across the multidimensional plane like sea relics. Assembling these pieces would form a super world comparable to the astral or nightmare world. Owen's appearing in all Ashen worlds might be because he is related to the Ashen world itself, perhaps as an incarnation of the world's will or a reincarnation of a strongman from the Ashen world. Chapter 2366. Over the years, Owen's strength has steadily improved. On one hand, it's due to Levi's assistance, and on the other, he seems to have encountered no bottlenecks, which surprises Levi. Levi himself relies on his cheat codes, but what does Owens rely on? Levi has a hunch. The downgrade of the Shadow World and those fragmentary Ashen worlds are likely related to the Underworld, Nightmare World, Astral World, and Abyss, these super realms. Their conflicts might have caused this. Aside from that, no other force can downgrade a super realm. Oh right, there's also a dark insect race that needs attention nowadays. Perhaps once the Ash Dragon recovers its memory, it might reveal something, as it is one of the high-ranking members of the Ashen World. The Land of Darkness. A world dominated by oceans, surrounded by demonic aura, where a group of fully armed council of 10,000 clans employees gazes at the empty Sea Clan city and the rampaging demons. What's going on here? Where's the Sea Clan? Someone give me an explanation. Lord, that group of Sea Clan was coaxed by a so-called Sturgeon Queen's descendant Liberator Baghdadi and seized the opportunity during the demon chaos to kill the guardians of this world and escape on smuggled ships. Damn it! This is a breeding base for the budding destructive mage warrior candidates that even the big shots are watching. Go chase them, bring those Sea Clan back. You bunch of useless fools couldn't even keep an eye on the Sea Clan. Our people have already gone in search, Lord, please be patient. We have informants in the nearby Land of Darkness markets. As soon as the Sea Clan tries to purchase supplies, we'll find them. The Land of Darkness. An antiquated, black shark-shaped spaceship drifts deep in space. On its prow sits a brawny Sea Clan man of late-stage level 6 strength. This is Baghdadi. Back then, he unwittingly followed the Sea Clan and was placed in the New Worlds by the Council of 10,000 Clans, over 700 years ago. In the ensuing Sea Clan civil wars, Baghdadi quickly rose by relying on the Sturgeon Emperor bloodline and other fortunate opportunities, defeating one strong enemy after another. Not long ago, during the Demon Chaos, the only level 7 expert of the Sea Clan was killed. Baghdadi seized this opportunity to usurp power and become the Sea Clan's leader. His high position allowed him to learn some truths and conspiracies. The Council of 10,000 Clans did not aim to help the Sea Clan rebuild their homes, they merely wanted to breed the Sea Clan like livestock for experiments in the so-called destructive mage project to confront the wizard world. Baghdadi certainly did not want to see his compatriots being used this way, so he led his people in rebellion against their local rulers, escaping the New Worlds and starting a drifting life in the Land of Darkness. Now, he doesn't know where to go. He can't return to the wizard world. Firstly, because the Sea Clan's defection to Nora is a grave crime, and secondly, it's too far. He opened his palm, where 8 weapons exuding a dark golden hue floated in the void, each differently styled. These are tokens from the monarch's treasure. He has 8 here, with 4 remaining, most likely left in Nora. The immersed ancient castle holds 3, while the ancestral trident, he somehow lost it. Ah, if I could enter the monarch's treasure, perhaps I'd still have a chance to reach level 8, or even the sea god realm of the past. Although not enough to contend with large civilizations, finding a place in this Land of Darkness for the Sea Clan to settle wouldn't be difficult. Soren Continent. Inside a secluded mansion. The Golden Walker brewed a cup of heart-cleansing tea, inhaling its aroma with a sense of joy. After waiting for hundreds of years, this heart-cleansing tea has finally sprouted, and it is indeed extraordinary. Although it doesn't have a marked effect on someone of my realm, drinking it regularly over the years is greatly beneficial. Surely Louise over there has other ancient tomb race treasures. An 8th level strength within the ancient tomb race is considered high aristocracy. Under the 9 dragons emperor are 9 adult pure-blood dragons, all extraordinary. Now that she has fallen, one wonders if those pure-blood dragons have been buried with her? If one could be captured, or obtain a corpse, its value would be immeasurable. The Golden Walker was originally responsible for managing alien race affairs and, after being promoted to Grand Wizard, ascended to a leadership position. In this role, he has also amassed considerable profit from those alien races who sought refuge in the wizard world. Of course, having accepted favors, he generally ensures results, as all dealings are mutually agreed. He senses that with his promotion to Grand Wizard, the fortunes of the Golden Lightning family are on the rise again. How to leverage this golden age to further elevate his family, thus transcending ordinary top-level wizard organizations to become a major force influencing the wizard civilization, is now his focus. First, he must find ways to support the family in producing more primordial soul wizards and grand wizards, which in turn will further enhance his own progress in the great wizard realm. If he can become a legendary wizard and secure a seat in the Supreme Council, all the better. He harbors great ambitions, to shape the Golden Lightning family into a superfamily lasting 1,000,000 years. If others can become the Grand Council chairman, so can the Golden Lightning family. Speaking of which, the Dusk Palace Master is overly ambitious, daring to annex the Witch's family, but alas, he is favored by the Black Abyss Sovereign and cannot be reprimanded. Earlier, he had given an interview, attempting to probe the higher UPS stance on the ancient Dragon continent. If the higher UPS revoked the merger, it would signify that the ancient Dragon continent hadn't reached a point of daunting concern. Unfortunately, the higher UPS acquiesced. Thus, the Golden Walker abandoned unrealistic ideas. The current situation on the Sorin continent requires him to tread cautiously. Otherwise, even as a Grand Wizard, he would face significant challenges. The family's prior decline was due to the younger generation's reckless behavior. Enough, it's time to strategize again, perhaps with Louise from the ancient tomb race, to secure some opportunities. Time flows by. 5 years later. The year 750 in Nora, the 538th year of the Blood Battle. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi awakened from his seclusion, grinning with joy. The Tyrone Wizard ruins have been found. Now it's time to see if I can acquire the last of the 4 major body tempering techniques. Gondalf has already merged techniques of the 8-armed demon god and 10-winged sky dragon, and the authentic 9-headed prison snake body tempering techniques cultivation has also progressed smoothly. Only the 1,000-eyed Titan body tempering technique remains to complete his endeavors in perfection. Chapter 2367. Ancient 4-body refining techniques. The strongest is the 1,000-eyed Titan, which Levi has long yearned for. The Tyrone Wizard ruins are located on the 53rd Abyss Layer, where the Abyss Layer Lord is a level 9 demon. The one responsible for finding the Tyrone Wizard ruins is Succubus Maria. With Levi's help, it recently ascended to level 7 demon. Its previous tribe was located on the 12th Abyss Layer. In such a novice village location, Maria quickly thrived, mastering the authority of the Succubus tribe. Over the years, the Succubus has led the tribe deeper into the abyss, developing downward. They have successfully rooted themselves on the 53rd Abyss Layer and begun searching for the Tyrone Wizard ruins. Now, finally there are results. However, Maria says that the Tyrone ruins are the territory of a level 8 flame demon tribe, and its strength is insufficient to deal with them. To be safe, Levi needs to take action. Mind flayers are only level 7 strength, sending them over is not useful. It's better to continue leaving them here as double agents. I now have 4 enslavement positions available. I can contract 1 or 2 level 8 demons, and then use the extreme darkness parasite technique to control them. Pushing through that flame demon tribe shouldn't be a problem. The abyss is extremely dangerous. It is very far from the wizard world, and crossing the void to reach it takes time and effort. The quickest means is through the abyss well. Levi naturally wouldn't personally risk danger. Over in the abyss realm, there are often level 9 demons stationed. Going there would be suicide. Thankfully, there is the divine skill extreme darkness enslavement. He immediately got up, intending to go to the blood battlefield to find 2 demons with decent strength. But first, he headed to the Dusk Holy Temple. A year ago, the Fire Dragon Knight began seclusion to advance to level 7, considering the time, it should be close to the Tribulation Day. Levi needs to go take a look, firstly to guard the formation, and secondly, in case the Fire Dragon Knight really fails, he can find a way to save his life, failing that, he can become a heroic spirit. Dusk Holy Temple. The back mountain area, heavily guarded. The vice commander of the Fire Dragon mission, a level 6 knight, is leading members stationed here. Everyone is excited. Their leader is about to advance. If successful, he will be the 4th level 7 knight among the 18 riders. Hall Master, you're here. Suddenly, the team members saw a silent figure in black armor appear. Levi nodded. I'll personally guard this place. The vice commander quickly said. Great. With the hall master personally overseeing, we feel much more at ease. This is the aura of their leader, enough to alarm important figures like the Dusk Hall Master. To live such a life is worthwhile. Levi called over those level 6 knights who currently have no assignments to observe the Fire Dragon Knight's tribulation and learn from the experience together. Before long, Flower Knight, Golden Lion Knight, Black Knight and other knights facing evolution issues arrived successively. Far away in the Nora continent branch, Emperor Mu also watched via round table projection. Flower Knight has been busy with the refining at the Wizard Tower these years, staying at the Tower of Dawn day and night, leading a team working tirelessly. The whole person seems somewhat exhausted. Levi said. Take care to rest. Flower Knight said. Yeah, I know. I mainly want to finish the Wizard Tower soon so I can rest well. Possibly influenced by Levi, the Liver Emperor, people around him have become increasingly hardworking. Instead, Levi himself has become more laid back these past years. Golden Lion Knight said with a smile. The Fire Dragon Knight is indeed a genius. He joined later, yet advanced to level 7 before us. This is the worth of a supernova. Black Knight said helplessly. Indeed, that makes an old guy like me seem a bit laid back. Of course, jokes aside, everyone has their own pace at heart, and they won't blindly compare speeds. It's not like we're engaging in an arms race. Focusing solely on speed may lead to unstable foundations and insanity. The Fire Dragon Knight's rapid progress is because he is indeed a freak. The years rush by. It's been 1,000 years since the Fire Dragon Knight joined the Knights. 1,000 years from level 1 Knight to now advancing to level 7, this speed places him among the top geniuses in the wizard world. That's why Levi has great confidence in the Fire Dragon Knight advancing to mythical level. Just like his second brother, the Fire Dragon Knight possesses a mythical stature. As long as he doesn't die young and continues to strive, one day he can reach level 10. Boom! In the sky, the fire elemental power within several dozen miles begins to boil, billions of flame particles converge into a ferocious blazing fire dragon. The earth cracks open, a red armored knight wielding a great sword emerges, and with one slash, annihilates the blazing fire dragon. This is the source of the ancestral breathing technique of the Fire Dragon Knight, and the strength is weak. Completely not a match for him. But this is just the appetizer. The Fire Dragon Knight, having reached this point, also fused the bloodline factors of 4 legendary fire dragons, Flame King Dragon, Radiant Fire Dragon, Scorching Dragon and Sky Torch Dragon. The upcoming test is crucial. If he can successfully advance, the new breathing technique should be second only to Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon Strength breathing technique, akin to a Little Red Emperor Dragon. Roar! Amidst the worried and expectant gazes of everyone, the Fire Dragon Knight wielded a great sword, using his self-created powerful combat technique Fire Dragon Brilliance Extreme Book to confront the enemy. This combat technique absorbed the strengths of various schools, most suitable for his use. His divine weapon Fire Dragon Greatsword was reforged from level 7 Molten Fire Shock Gold, weighing 1,000,000 pounds, splitting mountains and cracking the earth. Chapter 2368. In addition, he has mastered various powerful talent brands and bloodline Dharma Idol Fiery Flame Dragon, Blood Source Armor Fiery Fire Armor. After resolving the Blood Tribulation Master, he didn't even unseal the power of the King of Fire Giants within him, revealing his giant true form. However, as the Dark Tribulation descended, the Fire Dragon Knight ultimately exploded with power. Because before him appeared a giant meteorite falling from the dark deep space. Its diameter exceeded 20 kilometers, moving at an incredible speed, unavoidable. On top of it, a black beast emitting the presence of level 7 early stage was perched. He roared angrily, his figure instantly towering to 1,000 meters, the Fire Dragon Greatsword slashed through the sky, cutting dramatically. So strong! The Black Knight looked solemn. Though he had worked with the Fire Dragon Knight for so long, he rarely saw the other exhaust his full strength. Most enemies were dealt with in one sword strike, practically a little extreme knight. So cool! The 1,000 Illusion Knight couldn't help but praise. Boom boom boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the world-extinguishing great sword shattered the meteorite. The Fire Dragon Knight was blasted far away, his entire body cracking open, magma-like blood flowing, the bloodthirsty black beast pounced and bit onto his shoulder. Everyone was helpless. This dark tribulation feels double-layered. If it weren't for the Fire Dragon Knight facing the tribulation, others would likely have been severely injured by that meteor impact just now. Yes, this black beast is water element, somewhat restraining the fire dragon knight. The fire dragon knight transformed into a giant, battling the giant beast on the plains, primitive and bloody, using the great sword like a door plate to collide with the beast's giant claws. Ultimately, the fire dragon knight's skills were superior. He found an opportunity to suddenly exert force, stabbing through the giant beast and splitting it in two. Then he spat fire like dragon breath, engulfing it. Huff! The fire dragon knight breathed heavily, lying on the ground, looking up at the sky, exhausted. Since tribulation, he reached his limit. A bit longer, and his stamina would give out, possibly leading to failure. His strongest attributes were strength and explosive power, endurance was relatively ordinary. After all, not everyone is a six-dimensional warrior, having one or two strong aspects is already remarkable. Feeling the vast power within, the fire dragon knight shouted blissfully. I'm level 7 now. He changed his shape. Fire soared to the sky, amidst the flames, a giant beast with a wingspan exceeding 2,000 meters, covered in red-black dragon scales, emerged across the sky. This beast had sturdy twin horns like a bull, spiraling and standing towards the sky. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, its body tightly compact, the tail resembling a broad thick flaming great sword lined with barbed protrusions, extremely fierce. The whole body exuded an incredible sense of power and ruggedness, lacking the Crimson Emperor Dragon's world-besieging momentum, yet possessing indescribable ferocity and imposingness, like a celestial badger. What a handsome dragon! Indeed, if the Blood Knight's Jade Kylan is elegant, then this dragon is imposingly strong. Jealous indeed. Fire Dragon Knight, how do you plan to name it? The Fire Dragon Knight in giant beast form looked at his even more excited companions, light sparkled between its horns, vaguely manifesting a vast golden sun. I want to name it Sun-Chasing Dragon, as strong as the Sunday. Levi said. Good name. In some civilizations' myths, there are tales of giants chasing the sun, and you being a fire giant, it fits perfectly. Emperor Mu said. Legend of giants chasing the sun? Commander, where did you hear these myths? Levi said indifferently. In dreams. Emperor Mu nodded thoughtfully. I've heard some talents grasp spell constitution models in dreams, seems like the commander does too. Previous Kylan divine beast was also seen in dreams. This is the difference between a genius and ordinary people, even dreaming is full of curious thoughts. Levi said. All right, let the Fire Dragon Knight rest, we will have a small celebration tonight. It won't be long before the news of the Supernova Fire Dragon Knight's promotion to level 7 will cause quite a stir in the wizard world. The status of the ancient dragon continent and knights can be elevated once more. Tonight, everyone has no tasks. The 18 Twilight Cavalry, along with their apostle groups, gathered together. At the celebration of the Fire Dragon Knight's promotion to level 7, Levi raised his glass, memories flooding his mind. 1143 years ago, I, with the Saint Ape Knight, in the Endless Sea, Blood Knight, Black Knight founded the Twilight Knights organization among the Nora people, then with everyone's help, established the Dusk Holy Temple. Back then, we were just a few people, we may not have imagined that 1,000 years later, a new emerging transcendent organization with 4 level 7 knights, dozens of level 6 knights, tens of thousands of knights, would stand in the world. The times shaped us, but if we don't strive for progress, it could destroy us. As we walk this path, some old friends remain, some have departed. Hope in the new millennium, everyone, from warlord down to members, can display more brilliance on the path of knights, seek more possibilities. In this path, we are all pioneers, we are all trailblazers, it's everyone's bits of ideas and accumulation that birthed the path of knights, turning the ancient, dust-covered pearl into one radiant, illuminating rivers and mountains. Good. Emperor Mu clapped, deeply emotional, as if returning to the day he first sparred with the commander 1,000 years ago. It's also his frequent bragging topic at banquets over the years. Others' ears have formed calluses from hearing it. Chapter 2369. Other knights were also greatly encouraged, as if they had become protagonists themselves, each one a writer of the Dusk Holy Temple's history. Elena chimed in with a laugh. Well said, everyone, let's toast to the commander. After 3 rounds of toasts, everyone took their leave, invigorated and eager to get to work. The Fire Dragon Knight and those currently at the late stage level 6, peak knights shared their insights on breakthroughs. Levi exhaled the scent of alcohol, smiling as he left. Half a year later. On the god-forsaken continent, a black-armored swordsman was battling a level 8 middle-stage flame demon commander. Flames and sword chi swept across the surrounding 100 miles, turning everything to dust. Under the blessing of the indomitable secret word, Levi became like a spring. The fiercer the enemy's onslaught, the stronger his momentum grew. Sword light, impenetrable and surging like a tide, converged together, and after 108 sword moves, a mountain-crushing sword strike blasted the flame demon commander into the earth, shattering its form. The Mya spirit and mountain spirit weapons rushed forward, pinning it to the ground. Levi's eyes gleamed with dark light. The power of the extreme darkness dragon surged into the flame demon's body, and after some effort, he enslaved it. Master! What is your name? What is your status? My name is Sargon, Vice Commander of the 34th Legion of the Flame Demon Tyrant. Having subdued the first level 8 flame demon, Levi used it as bait, successfully capturing a second level 8 flame demon, named Ballard, with early level 8 strength, which was sufficient. He merely instructed these two to fetch something from the abyss. The demon camp was so chaotic, losing 2 level 8 commanders wasn't a significant issue. Having implanted the seed of the extreme darkness parasite, he had the two demons find an excuse to leave the Nora plane, leaving things to fate. He certainly wasn't going to venture into the abyss himself. Opening the 9th level demon slaying list, his ranking had already dropped out of the top 20. The top 10 spots were occupied by old relics of the perfect 8th rank. Many were leaders of the wizards' battle groups, such as Ms. Lucy. Level 8 demon slaughter list. Without his suppression, Gatling and light divine sword took turns holding first place, locked in a fierce competition. Elena and the Gundor 3 heroes were clustered within the top 20. In recent years, 100 Flowers had been in seclusion, so her points hadn't moved much. By the time she emerged, her ranking would likely have been surpassed by Victor and others. It wasn't a big issue, they were all on the same side. In a few hundred years, when the Gundor 3 heroes and Elena ascend to the 8th circle and enter the 9th level demon slaying list, then perhaps the Fire Dragon Knight and the Blood Knight will appear among the top of the level 8 demon slaughter list. 7th level demon slaying list. Demon Tears Divine Sword Link and Shadow Queen Aya were still steadfast in the top 10, but breaking into the top 3 remained difficult. The top 10 were all top level 6 circle wizards, each a potential grand wizard, or even a legendary wizard. None of them were simple. As the ancient dragon continent swallowed the witch's family, several of them had taken places within the top 100. Snow Lotus, which was the most excellent among them, ranking in the top 20. She now had maximum spiritual force, just a step away from the 7th circle, likely imprinting a witch mark. Though low-key and obscure, her strength was formidable. The Dusk Holy Temple's Black Knight, and Saint Ape Knight were also within the top 100. Within the top 200, there were more. Thousand Illusion Knight, Silver Dragon Knight, Dark Moon Knight, all had impressive ranks. Even the Heart Moon Spirit Witch, a new primordial soul wizard of the School of Dreams, with ordinary 6 circle cultivation, had made it into the top 300. This was thanks to the summoning style spells of nightmare creatures. Good, all very good indeed. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Levi continued researching wizard towers and spells. He had no intention of vying for ranks yet, as he didn't have the means to survive encounters with level 9 experts. Until his night breathing technique reached level 8, he did not plan to venture out. He would hunt demons around the ancient dragon continent casually, amassing 500 million points to exchange for a sun refining artifact. 1 year later. Nora calendar, year 751. Only 500 years remain until the once in 10,000 year super locust plague. Time waits for no one. If I can ascend to Grand Wizard before its arrival, I should be secure, otherwise, I'll have to recruit help, which, though effective, isn't ideal for someone as thin-skinned as I am. The Millennium Locust Plague was ultimately inconsequential. The 10,000-year one, with bad luck, could flatten even Overlord-level territories, which understandably worried Levi. Sargon and Ballard have infiltrated the abyss smoothly. Hopefully, they will continue to succeed. Suddenly, Levi's eyes shifted, and he picked up the communication device. Sir Levi, would it be convenient to meet? Louise. What's this woman seeking me for? After some thought, he replied. All right, you can find me on the ancient dragon continent. Emperor's Palace. Guest reception area. Sir Levi, congratulations on ascending to the 8th circle. I wanted to visit before, but you were in seclusion, so I dared not disturb you. Louise wasn't wearing armor, instead, she donned a light blue palace dress that accentuated her smooth curves. Her smile was sweet, her ponytail tied neatly at the back of her head. The appearance of the ancient tomb race was among the most akin to the Nora people within humanoid species. No need for formality, madam, for what purpose do you seek me? Levi inquired politely. Louise sighed, her brows knitted with worry. Sir Levi, I've heard that the ancient dragon continent would take in some alien races. Levi replied. Yes, to be more precise, we offer employment positions, but the ancient dragon continent doesn't support idlers, nor does it for alien races. Louise said. I understand, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Recently, a wizard battle group found a group of fugitive ancient tomb clansmen in the Land of Darkness, who are temporarily detained in the Foreign Affairs Management Office. Chapter 2370. Levi frowned. Detained? Why, the Grand Council chairman said that when we come to Nora, we're all family, and as long as we coexist peacefully with the Nora clan, we can get shelter from the Wizard Council. Louise smiled bitterly. My clansmen have been wandering in the Land of Darkness for too long. They thought the battle group was here to plunder, so they acted preemptively with predictable consequences. I tried to bail them out, but unfortunately, I failed. Levi suddenly understood. I see, as long as you explain the circumstances clearly and eliminate the misunderstanding, it should be fine. Louise lowered her gaze. That's what I thought too, but the Lord of the Alien Affairs Administration doesn't trust us. As a member of the alien races in this wizard world, I'm all alone with no one to rely on, and after thinking it over, I can only turn to Sir Levi. I hope you can mediate for me and speak to those above. Louise has nothing left and wishes from now on to stay by your side and serve in any capacity. By the end, her face was slightly flushed with embarrassment. Once the daughter of the Nine Dragons Emperor, she was now reduced to such a state. Alas, fate is unpredictable. Levi laughed. Lady, you overestimate me. I'm merely a leader of a transcendent organization and have never served in the Central Council. I'm also not a Grand Wizard, so I don't have such capabilities. Currently, the Congress is in need of personnel. In my opinion, your clansmen should be released soon. Just wait patiently. When the time comes, if the lady has nowhere to go and the Congress has no objections, the ancient dragon continent will naturally provide you shelter. Louise saw Levi's clear and sincere attitude and said. I understand, sorry to trouble you, sir. She felt a hint of melancholy in her heart. As a foreigner with no support, surviving in the Nora world is indeed difficult. Levi watched Louise's departing figure, lost in thought. Star Night. In the Tower of Summer Flowers, on the dreamlike bed woven of vines and flowers, Elena leaned against Levi's chest, her face flushed. What did Louise want from you? She wanted me to handle something, but I refused. Levi explained Louise's situation to 100 Flowers, and 100 Flowers said. Speaking of which, the Golden Walker who accused us of merging with the witch's family is the Deputy Director of the Alien Affairs Administration. Recently, I heard about such a matter. I suspect he feels Louise didn't grease the wheels enough, so he refuses to release her people. Levi looked enlightened. So it was him, Florio the Grand Wizard, the true master behind the Letny family, really a den of vipers and rats. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is slanted. Haha. Elena gently stroked Levi's chest muscles with her jade-like hand and softly said. Currently, the Congress is conducting thorough investigations. I suspect the Golden Walker is simply bullying Louise because she's from the ancient tomb race and has no backing, no place to speak up. He wouldn't dare treat other wizards this way. Levi said. Regardless, since it involves the Grand Wizard, it's better not to get involved. He didn't want to be entangled in inexplicable disputes, even though he really disliked the Letny family. The lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he confronted the Golden Walker, who knows who might be behind him. He tied up 100 Flowers' hand, and as she exclaimed in surprise, he closed the flower curtain. Returning home, Louise's gaze flickered as she saw a golden-robed witch standing there, exuding the aura of an 8th Circle senior. The golden-robed witch recited a complex incantation, forming a golden barrier around them. This was the forbidden recording spell, preventing others from secretly recording or filming using spells or wizard tools. She smiled and said. Louise, where did you go? Louise replied. I just went demon hunting. The golden-robed witch snorted softly. Went demon hunting on the ancient dragon continent? Are you suggesting the Dusk Palace Master is a demon? That's novel. Louise's expression changed slightly. You were following me. The golden-robed witch said. Following? I'm just monitoring potentially dangerous individuals like you on orders. After all, you are the daughter of the Nine Dragons Emperor, am I right, Louise? Louise frowned and said. The daughter of the Nine Dragons Emperor? You've mistaken me. Throughout her time, she had never revealed this identity, to prevent others from coveting her. She didn't understand how this Golden Walker's personal secretary knew all this. The golden-robed witch snapped her fingers, and a phantom of a golden-haired wizard appeared. It was the Golden Walker. The Golden Walker said. Louise, by concealing vital information, you have violated the regulations of our Alien Affairs Administration. Do you know your guilt? Louise replied. Lord, since joining the Congress, I've never done anything to harm Nora, and I've hunted countless demons. I don't believe I'm guilty of anything. The Golden Walker sneered. Louise, you're a smart person, don't play dumb with me. Honestly, haven't I treated you well? I found you a good job in the wizard world, allowing you to live worry-free in Nora, yet you deceived me. Louise felt sorrowful in her heart. Lord, I have already given you the roots of the heart-cleansing tea tree, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but I really have nothing valuable left. The Golden Walker reprimanded. What do you mean? Heart-cleansing tea tree roots? I asked you to obey the law, not to think of giving me gifts. Alas, why don't you understand? Do you think I'm someone who can't withstand temptation? Louise said in a low voice. Sorry, I misremembered, Lord. I've explained many times, my clansmen had no malicious intent, and they caused no casualties. I hope you can release them. They are capable and can contribute to the blood battle, which is what the Wizard Council wants, isn't it? Chapter 2371. The Golden Walker's expression was calm, and his figure slowly dissipated, leaving only a lingering sound. Naturally, I will release them. Concealing your true identity is a separate issue. You better think it over carefully and contact my secretary once you're clear. Remember, in the wizard world, words shouldn't be spoken recklessly. Don't forget the original agreement. Otherwise, tomorrow's blood battle casualty list might have one more name. The golden-robed witch retracted the barrier and gave Louise a glance before her figure dissipated. Louise stood in place, her eyes complex. In her heart, there was an evil thought of calling Uncle Nine and others to come and then kill the Golden Walker. But she knew that doing so would be futile and would only harm her clansmen and Uncle Nine and others. This Golden Walker, somehow, found out her true identity. Seeing that as the daughter of a level 10 strongman, she must have good things, he wanted her to hand them over. He might even be plotting against Uncle Nine and others. Soren Continent. A secluded mansion. This Louise, actually went to seek the Dusk Palace Master. The Golden Walker frowned tightly. The golden-robed witch said. Yes, my lord. The Golden Walker, with his hands behind his back, looked towards the distant eastern sea, his gaze seemingly fixed in the direction of the ancient dragon continent. The Dusk Palace Master is known for being cautious and should not intervene in this matter. That Louise, surely, doesn't dare to reveal her true identity to the Dusk Palace Master, given his greed. He would surely covet her father's dragon clan, and she's well aware of this. The golden-robed witch said. My lord, what if the Dusk Palace Master recklessly intervenes? The Golden Walker said. If he dares to meddle, then muddy the waters completely, making him regret getting involved. Right, keep a close watch on that Louise during this time. If there's any misconduct, deal with her immediately to avoid trouble. 4 years later. In the Nora calendar year 755. It's the 544th year of the blood battle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi, aged 1179, floated in front of the 8-layer tower, intently engraving the array. Unknowingly, it has been the 30th year of refining the wizard tower. Gradually, Levi found this work a pastime besides cultivation, coming here to tap on the wizard tower after completing his coursework. Such days were quite nice. Suddenly, his face changed suddenly. Failed. Sargon and Ballard, all dead, didn't even enter the inner relic. What's the situation? The extremely dim tracking mark had dissipated, and the parasitic seeds Levi left on them had also taken effect. Within the relic, there is a powerful force, even an 8th circle middle stage flame demon was instantly wiped out, must be 9th level, that's troublesome. Levi sighed. Luckily, he was mentally prepared before taking action. If I had rashly stepped in, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. I'll send stronger demons over after some time. Even though the late Tyrone wizard was a grand wizard, the power in the relic couldn't exceed level 9. Levi opened the communication device. Sir Levi, help me. Why is it her again? Levi was just about to put away the communication device. I am Louise, also, the daughter of the 9 Dragons Emperor. What? 9 Dragons Emperor? The one who used 9 pure-blood dragon clans to pull chariots, a level 10 strongman. Dragons, 9 of them. Levi closed his eyes and began to ponder. Boundless sea. A streak of light darted across, surrounded by silver-armored soldiers, occasionally shooting silver light trails backward. Behind, 2 white-robed figures pursued, a man and a woman, dressed in enforcer uniforms, exuding an 8th circle senior aura. Louise, just to emphasize, resisting enforcement is an extra crime, stop immediately. If you haven't colluded with the demon, why are you fleeing? The protective force field on these 2 white-robed figures shone brilliantly, blocking all of Louise's attacks. Louise, this is the last warning, we will resort to forceful measures. Enough talk, go ahead, colluding with demons, despite our trust, she's not one of us, truly the ancients did not deceive me. Louise's face was pale. I haven't colluded with demons, our ancient tomb race was annihilated by demons, what motive do I have to collude with demons? If you haven't, why don't you dare accept our investigation? Is there a guilty conscience? You immediately wanted to put shackles on me, of course, I have to run. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light crossed mountains and seas, entering a sea domain dense with demonic aura. Ahead is the sea domain controlled by demons, do you plan to escape into it, seeking shelter from demons? Is there possibly a demon receiving you? Upon hearing this, Louise laughed in anger. Well played, Golden Walker. She plunged into the demon sea domain, disappearing into the demonic aura, and the 2 white-robed wizards frowned slightly. Should we chase? We must. If we let Louise escape and the Golden Walker finds out, can you bear the responsibility? I heard this sea domain has late-stage level 8 bottom-dwelling fish demons, swallowing many primordial soul wizards. What are you afraid of? Together, and with the level 8 exotic treasure bestowed by the organization, even if we're not a match, we can retreat unscathed. Demonic aura lingered, thick as clouds. Although Oasis 1 had begun large-scale sowing, the speed of purification still could not match the speed of demonic aura dispersal in the short term. Louise adjusted her breath slightly and continued to escape. Framed by the Golden Walker, she knew that there was no place for her in the wizard world anymore. Chapter 2372. But she was unwilling to leave without rescuing those clansmen. After fleeing for a while and sensing some distance had been put between her and those 2 people, she was about to use void travel to escape when she found the surrounding space swirling like a violent vortex, making it impossible to escape. Tisk tisk tisk, such a beautiful lady, this great venerable wants you. A defiant and wild demonic aura soared into the sky, exuding the aura of a level 8 late stage. It was a demon fish over 5,000 meters long, with tentacles waving around like an octopus. Louise's expression changed, and she immediately waved her hand. A red-armored soldier holding a shield appeared to protect her. This was a unique puppet of the ancient tomb race, possessing level 8 middle stage strength, very resistant to damage, and extremely valuable, she didn't have many of them. Bam bam bam. The soft tentacles transformed into steel whips, beating against the red-armored soldier's shield. Louise and the soldier's offensive simultaneously struck at the demon. However, the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable was an experienced level 8 late-stage demon, and once a great commander of the Endless Sea battlefield. Its strength was unfathomable. Louise ultimately was not its match, as she was about to be captured, the void within hundreds of miles shattered. A flame flow light suddenly burst into this world, black-armored swordsman's figure stepping forth, silently chanting. You behold me, destruction shall you see. Boom! Boom! The terrifying secret word of destruction transformed into a huge flaming hammer in the eyes of the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable. The hammerhead fell, scattering billions of sparks like dazzling fireworks between heaven and earth. Before the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable, a sticky black water like pitch swirled thickly around. Bam bam bam! Layer upon layer of black water shattered, the remaining momentum struck the swallowing sea great venerable, sending it flying. Sturdy fish scales cracked and blood and flesh evaporated, a burnt stench permeating the air. Dusk Palace Master. It remembered Levi vividly. This guy, even before reaching level 8, had already killed a bunch of level 8 early stages, and now stepping into level 8, he was remarkable indeed. Even though it was level 8 late stage, it might not necessarily be able to win. In the distance, 2 8th circle wizard auras were rapidly approaching. It immediately spat out a black bead, which exploded with a bang, transforming itself into black water, diving into the sea and disappearing. Around Levi, Vatra's secret word circulated, while he grabbed Louise. The explosion silently shattered the red-armored soldier's large shield, covering the body with cracks. Boom! The shockwave crashed against the golden light surrounding Levi, rippling and ultimately shattering. The remaining waves were effortlessly blocked by Levi with a protective force field. Levi inwardly mused. It fled as soon as it came. Am I that terrifying? You are a demon, after all. A still frightened Louise looked at the Dusk Palace Master, who descended like a heavenly deity, exhaling deeply. Thank you. Levi stood with eyes closed, until those 2 enforcers arrived. The man and woman exchanged a glance, their expressions changing, before the male wizard spoke. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Bloomin' Wizard from the Alien Affairs Administration, and this is my colleague, Catherine. Sir Levi, this female alien race beside you, Louise, is suspected of colluding with demons and needs to come with us for investigation. Levi looked at Louise. I didn't. Our entire clan was killed by demons, why would I do that? Louise defended herself. Levi laughed. Is there some misunderstanding here? I was just passing by and happened to see that bottom-dwelling fish demon about to kill her. But if she really did collude with demons, she cannot be shielded. Bloomin said with difficulty. We only want her to go through an investigation, she didn't cooperate with us and just fled. Louise replied. If I go, I fear being falsely accused without reason. After all, I am an alien race, powerless in Nora. Catherine said. Just come with us. Levi's gaze fixed on Louise, calmly saying. Lady, perhaps you should cooperate with the investigation. If proven innocent, your name will naturally be cleared. He then looked at the 2 enforcers, smiling. I believe the Alien Affairs Administration will act impartially, right? Bloomin responded. Indeed, thank you, Dusk Palace Master, for understanding our work. Louise looked at Levi, then said. Fine, I'll go with you. Thank you, Sir Levi, for saving me today. And so the 2 enforcers took Louise away. Levi did not interfere. On an isolated island in the sea. Levi, an unexpected guest, how did you think of coming to my side? Sir Mattia, I'm on some business out here, passing by, and heard you were cultivating here in seclusion, so I came to see you. Come and sit. Levi arrived at the residence of the sea-covering wizard, the first disciple under the Black Abyss Sovereign. After some pleasantries, he asked. Sir, I heard you and the director of the Alien Affairs Administration, Wanderer of the Vast Sea, are friends. Yes, he was previously in charge of the Sea Clan, and after the incident, he took charge of all alien races' affairs. I have a friend named Louise, a well-known alien race on the 9th level demon-slaying list, having hunted many demons. Now she suddenly is said to have colluded with demons, which should be a misunderstanding. Could you possibly trouble the Wanderer to personally oversee this case? If she's wronged, it might chill the hearts of many alien races, detrimental to the unity during the blood battle. Moreover, I heard recently the Alien Affairs Administration detained a group of ancient tomb race refugees, and it hasn't been addressed. Sigh, if these ancient tomb race people were utilized, it might alleviate some of our blood battle pressure. The sea-covering wizard listened, contemplative. Though the Black Abyss Sovereign had already instructed that he could be approached with any issues, Levi rarely troubled him proactively. Coming today for that female alien race, clearly, the 2 are not ordinary friends. I understand your point. I will mention it to the Wanderer. We will certainly not wrong a hero of the blood battle, regardless of whether they are an alien race. Thank you, sir. If you need me for trivial errands such as seeking pharmacy materials, feel free to tell me. I'll arrange for the organization's members to handle it. Ha ha ha, appreciated. Ancient Dragon Continent. Putting aside Louise's matters, Levi continued his secluded cultivation. What he could do was leverage his connections for a thorough investigation from the Congress side to uncover the truth. He opened his palm, where a faint golden lightning mark slowly emerged, left by Louise, and then erased the mark. Golden lightning is really haunting. Chapter 2373. Sauron Continent. A secluded residence. Did you bring Louise? Yes, I did. Lock her up. The Golden Walker opened his eyes, a flash of lightning burst in the void, gold gleaming everywhere. This Dusk Palace Master knows better, knowing not to meddle in affairs beyond his control. He understood the whole story clearly and knew about the capture team encountering the Dusk Palace Master, feeling some regret. If Levi had intervened, he could have taken advantage of the situation to drag Levi down. Even if he couldn't erase him in the end, he could at least teach him a lesson. Not to get too arrogant just because he acquired a top-level organization. Of course, this was for the best now. He already considered the ancient tomb race as his own opportunity, not allowing others to interfere. Interrogation room. Louise looked at the golden-haired wizard, feeling surprisingly calm at this point. Unbeknownst to herself, where she intended to break down and give up when encountering the Dusk Palace Master, she instead chose to surrender voluntarily. The Golden Walker sighed, slapping a stack of documents on the table with a tone full of frustration. Louise, when did you betray Nora? You've lived here for so long, you should know that colluding with demons is a grave crime. Louise replied. I didn't. Where's the evidence of collusion with demons? I'd like to see it. The Golden Walker asked. Is there really none? Louise answered. Yes. Just as the Golden Walker was about to proceed with the next question, another figure opened the door and came in. It was a young wizard in a blue robe, the prodigious disciple of the legendary wizard, survivor of the vast sea. Florio, you may leave now, I will personally interrogate this individual. The Golden Walker inquired. Director, weren't you in seclusion? There's no need for you to bother with such matters, I can handle it. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea said unequivocally, it's fine, I'll take over, you find something else to do. The Golden Walker glanced at Louise before leaving with a calm face, though feeling somewhat disturbed. He didn't understand why the Wanderer of the Vast Sea would suddenly take a personal interest in this matter. Did he know of Louise's secret and want to seize the opportunity related to the ancient tomb race? If so, that would be troublesome. The next day, the Wanderer of the Vast Sea left the interrogation room and called the Golden Walker over. The person is not the problem, the materials are questionable. Have you verified the authenticity of these materials one by one? There's a part that is fabricated and false. The Golden Walker's face turned cold as he looked at these materials. What? The materials have issues? Colluding with demons is a major affair, the incident happened so suddenly, I roughly went through it and sent people to capture her. This was my oversight, given the numerous tasks I need to oversee. I'll be more careful in the future, and also thoroughly check those below me. As I suspected, I was the one who arranged for her to guard the new world, placing great trust in her. It's good that nothing happened, a false alarm. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea said nothing further, leaving with a calm gaze. Days later, the Golden Walker immediately began rectifying the Alien Races Management Bureau. Several staff members collaborating with demons were indeed found and promptly brought to justice, strictly dealt with. Louise, you're fine, just be careful in the future. Standing with his hands behind his back, the Golden Walker spoke. He didn't understand why the Wanderer of the Vast Sea suddenly took an interest in investigating this matter. As an alien race, Louise should not have the power to invite such a prominent figure. But regardless, he had no reason to keep Louise here any longer. As for Louise Princess's identity, he only used it to threaten her, with no intention of making a big deal out of it. If other Grand Wizards knew, the opportunity with the ancient tomb race might disappear. Louise asked. Can my clansmen be released? The Golden Walker replied. Don't worry, I've already released them and found them jobs, giving them the same rights as us from now on. Where? They have joined the Nora Alliance army, formed into a separate regiment, and were dispatched to the northern Nora land of darkness to execute the arduous task of clearing the abyss well. Hearing this, Louise's body trembled, her eyes reddened, killing intent overflowing. The task of clearing the abyss well was virtually a suicidal mission, usually assigned to some heinous criminals. The Golden Walker wanted the ancient tomb race members dead. The Golden Walker coldly asked. Did you just have killing intent towards me? Louise replied. No, thank you. The Golden Walker waved his hand and said. You may leave. He watched Louise leave, pondering to himself. Was it the Dusk Palace Master who reached out, asking the Wanderer of the Vast Sea to intercede? Earlier, Louise had visited the Dusk Palace Master on the ancient Dragon Continent, and when she was about to be killed by a demon, it was also the Dusk Palace Master who happened to pass by and saved her. There's no such thing as a coincidence, it was definitely a planned rescue. Could it be that Louise plans to ally herself with the ancient Dragon Continent? The Golden Walker contemplated the pros and cons, considering what steps to take next. Ancient Dragon Continent. Imperial Palace. Upon hearing that Louise was released, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was indeed not at fault, and it was the Golden Walker's framing. For a Grand Wizard akin to a local tyrant, it's exceedingly simple to frame an outsider alien race. However, the fact that the ancient tomb race refugees were assigned to the Land of Darkness for a demon extermination mission disturbed him. This was out of sync with what Levi had thought, most likely also manipulated by the Golden Walker. Chapter 2374. To be honest, if not for wanting to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan through Louise, Levi would not want to deal with this matter at all. On this day, he secretly met with Louise at a certain place. I didn't expect the lady to be the daughter of the Nine Dragons Emperor. Louise mocked herself and laughed. Like a stray dog, only able to watch my clansmen die, powerless. Anyway, thank you for rescuing me, I have nothing to repay for now. Once I contact the top of my clan, I will surely offer a generous gift. Levi said. You alien races, wanting to survive in the wizard world, is indeed difficult. Although the ancient Dragon Continent has sheltered many alien races, most of them originally lived in Nora, or are small clans without foundation and background, not formed in scale. The ancient tomb race was once a large civilization, even though annihilated. You, as a princess, must have mastered some of the ancient tomb's opportunities and treasures, attracting many who wish to covet them. I am not interested in others, but perhaps you know that the ancient Dragon Continent likes to collect dragon clans. Let me ask you, the dragon clan that pulled your father's carriage, are they still in the world? He got straight to the point. If possible, he would try to save Louise and the ancient tomb race, if not, he would not be blamed for being heartless. Louise's eyes flickered, then she said, some have died, some are still in the world, I am in contact with some of them. Upon hearing a definitive answer, Levi stared at Louise and said, if you trust me, I'll give you an opportunity to sign a contract with me, after which I will do my utmost to protect you and the ancient tomb race. I just need you to contact those dragon clans at the right moment, don't worry, I won't harm them. Although I practice the path of knights, along the way, I mostly killed dragon abominations or earth-type mixed-blood dragon clan. Louise's eyes changed, her expression hesitant, fighting a fierce internal mental struggle. Levi turned and left. You don't need to give me a reply now. I am willing. Ancient Dragon Continent. After swearing under the Excalibur, Louise arrived at the Emperor's palace. Levi said. Next, you resign from your position in the New World, then join the ancient Dragon Continent. Here, no one dares to harm you. Louise said. All right. Levi closed his eyes and thought. In doing so, he openly opposed the Golden Walker, who is a Grand Wizard. Though recently promoted, his strength still crushes the ordinary 8th Circle me. Of course, since he dared to do so, it means he has corresponding assurances. Firstly, his strength is in a rapid growth period, the 9th Circle isn't far beyond reach for him. Secondly, he has support from someone behind him. It's just that simple. No matter who is behind the Golden Walker, he has the Black Abyss Sovereign behind him, already holding a big trump card. No matter how big the opponent is, it's still the same card. Most importantly, after investigation, Louise herself has no issues. This matter was initially Golden Walker secretly framing her. Levi sheltering Louise is also reasonable and lawful. Louise suddenly said. You asked me before if I had the heart-cleansing tea tree roots, actually I do, but I gave it to someone. After saying this, she looked at her palm. Levi understood. So the Golden Walker took the heart-cleansing tea tree roots, this old thing knows how to enjoy. In the days that followed, Louise explained the situation of the ancient tomb race to Levi, especially about those 9 dragons. After the 9 dragons Emperor became Emperor, he took 1,000 years, dispatched subordinates, traveled across the Panplain 4 seas and 8 desolates, and found 9 pure-blood dragon clan. Several among them were saved from the hands of Dragon Abomination Venerable. Therefore, Dragon Abomination Venerable and 9 Dragons Emperor also have deep resentment. After the Emperor's fall, he did not let the pure-blood dragon clan be buried with him, but gave them freedom, leaving each to flee for their lives. However, during this process, 3 were captured by the Shadow Demon Queen and her subordinates. It is highly probable that they are undergoing transformation in the Abyss, and will inevitably become dragon abominations used by the Abyss. The Abyss is strong mainly because it can demonize other lives. 3 others are unknown whether they encountered danger and are currently missing. Currently confirmed still alive are the 6th, 8th, and 9th among the 9 dragons. Louise regards herself as their junior, calling these dragon clan Uncle 6, Uncle 8, Uncle 9. Uncle 6 is Frost Sky Dragon Gloucester, a Frost-type legendary dragon clan, currently 30,000 years old. Uncle 8 is Ancient Mountain Dragon Gang Gright, an Earth-type legendary dragon clan, currently 27,000 years old. Uncle 9 is the youngest, only 20,000 years old, and is Molten Gold Dragon Iris, a Metal Faction legendary dragon clan. The Mother Copper Armored Dragon inside Levi's Dragon Palace carries the Molten Gold Dragon bloodline. Of course, it is probably not Uncle 9's. Uncle 6 and Uncle 8 are currently wandering or sleeping within the Panplain. The relatively active one, with the best relationship with Louise, is Uncle 9. He is her Uncle 9. Regarding these dragon clans, Levi already has some ideas, but currently, his strength does not qualify him to accept them. Even if that Molten Gold Dragon agreed to join, given the current small temple of the Ancient Dragon Continent, it couldn't keep them. Louise joined the Ancient Dragon Continent. The Golden Walker listened to the report from his secretary, his eyes darkened. He had speculated that the matter of the Wanderer of the Vast Sea suddenly coming out of seclusion was related to the Dusk Palace Master. But for this matter, he can only swallow a dumb loss temporarily. Some things aren't heavy on the scale until they weigh 1,000 pounds. He himself has taken steps gradually to this point, already with unknown messes he dare not expose, and besides, he indeed framed Louise. Chapter 2375. He felt that the gaze of the Wanderer of the Vast Sea also detected something about him. However, after all, he was the Grand Wizard, and since they saw each other often, the Wanderer of the Vast Sea didn't say anything. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea probably guessed that his trouble with Louise might be to gain some benefits, which wasn't something new. Grand Wizards aren't some desireless immortals who can cultivate just by consuming air. On the contrary, many Grand Wizards are busy with cultivation and seclusion or other major issues, rarely having the chance to gather various cultivation resources themselves. If they have an organization to support them, that's fine, as they can have subordinates who offer tributes. If not, they have to find a way to obtain some from others, right? This kind of thing is hard to prevent. Even Sauron wouldn't be able to fix it. That's just human nature. As long as the general direction is correct, no one will pursue minor details. The Golden Walker brewed the heart-cleansing tea, took a small sip, and closed his eyes. I always handle things with discretion, occasionally accepting insignificant small profits, engaging in things that can skirt the line of legality. Could it be that I've overstepped this time? Thinking and pondering. The Golden Walker was indecisive, not because he feared the Dusk Palace Master. No matter how strong that person was, he couldn't be his opponent. He was only worried that the Dusk Palace Master was doing this under the orders of some significant figure behind the scenes. Although he coveted the ancient tomb race's opportunities, if it might threaten him and his family, he would definitely have to give it up as soon as possible. Further advancement in cultivation is important. But he's already a Grand Wizard with a lifespan of 6,000 years, below legendary, above thousands, so preserving his current life and status is more important, or else it might all be for naught. A massive stone coffin landed not far from the Tower of Summer Flowers. The houses of the ancient tomb race are coffins, from birth to burial, eliminating the property developer's profit margin. Louise is a level 8 powerhouse. As the daughter of the 9 Dragons Emperor, she has hope of stepping into the 9th level realm in the future. Her strength is also quite good, so Levi let her live near the 100 Flowers. It can provide some protection and prevent demon attacks. She took the initiative to visit the hostess, smiling nervously. Upon seeing Miss Elena, indeed her beauty is beyond compare. Elena smiled slightly. Joining the Ancient Dragon Continent makes us family, feel free to communicate with me if you have any questions. You can patrol around the ancient dragon continent and take up some guarding duties, just don't go too far. Louise said. I understand. Previously, the Golden Walker still had the thought of subduing her, but now that she's fully sided with the ancient dragon continent, it's not impossible for the Golden Walker to get desperate and personally capture her. At that time, whether it's through severe interrogation or using special primordial soul methods, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. The same saying goes. She is not a wizard and has no patron. In the wizard world, which 8-ring mage doesn't have their own backing. No matter if they outwardly claim to be top organization members or nomadic wizards, there's more or less a grand wizard behind them. Unless there are special circumstances, she won't leave the ancient dragon continent for half a step. For the past few hundred years, she's hunted countless demons, and she's now among the top 200 on the 9th level demon slaying list, with enough war merit, so it doesn't matter if she doesn't demon hunt for a long time. This is also why the Golden Walker has concerns. Losing a demon hunting general out of the blue, the Wizard Council will definitely investigate, even if it's from an alien race. It's just that the level of importance isn't as high as wizards of the same realm. Louise cherishes this opportunity to join the ancient dragon continent, it's her last straw for survival. She's been watching long enough to know that the Dusk Palace Master isn't an ordinary person, even top long-standing organizations like the Witch's family must join. Following him is certainly better than fighting alone in the wizard world. So, she must leave a good impression on the Dusk Palace Master, she must be valuable. She proactively visited the Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, Giant Beast Paradise, and the high UPS of the Witch's family. Even though these high UPS cultivation isn't as high as hers, she showed a very humble attitude and behaved with particular politeness. Before long, she even volunteered to be the combat skills instructor for the new knights of the Dusk Holy Temple. Those knights are all complete newbies, not even at level 1. For a level 8 powerhouse like her, although she hasn't walked the path of knights, teaching combat techniques is naturally an overqualification. Levi then let her teach more advanced knights groups, and occasionally guide the Dusk 18 riders and other level 6 knights. When it comes to level 6 knights, generally, they have formed their own combat technique paths and don't need special teaching, just mutual sparring and verifying. In this way, Levi, Wind Witch Wendy, and Louise, plus the Guardian Thunder Crocodile, 8-legged Sea Demon, and Black Feathered Pheasant. The normally visible level 8 powerhouses on the ancient dragon continent total 6. Even a declining top-level organization doesn't have such a luxurious lineup. 6 months later, the ancient Tomb Clan battle group, sent on a certain death mission by the Golden Walker, was successfully brought back under Levi's arrangements. They settled in the ancient dragon continent, becoming the ancient Tomb battle group, led by Louise, responsible for the security patrol of the ancient dragon continent. In the depths of his mind, he felt a sense of hostility, the source was self-evident. 5 years later. Nora calendar 760 years. Blood battle 549 years. Witch's family. The Wind Witch was evaluating Lisa's performance. The once little girl had grown into a mature and charming woman. Her temperament was similar to Wendy's, appearing gentle and wise. In her 40s, she was already a second circle senior wizard. Moreover, she had started preparing for advancing to the third circle. Among her peers, she was far ahead, galloping alone. Chapter 2376. Suddenly, Wendy's face lit up with joy. In a wizard tower, elemental power surged, and the surrounding water vapor gathered into dark clouds. The Snow Lotus Witch is finally reaching the 7-circle level. A host of enchanting and remarkably identifiable beautiful witches flew out to witness the birth of a 7-circle wizard, and Triss also looked on from the laboratory. The Snow Lotus Witch took a deep breath, exuding the aura of a 7-circle wizard. Behind her, her wizard form stood gracefully, like a giant snow lotus flower, pure and beautiful. The Wind Witch laughed. 7 circles, you're about to catch up with your mother. It's a pity your father can't see this, alas, he left too soon. The Snow Lotus Witch's father was an 8th circle wizard, a leader of the high-level wizard organization, who fell in a blood battle a few years ago. Thus, Wendy and Triss were quite close, as both were primordial soul witches raising children alone. Moreover, Anya and the Snow Lotus Witch were both excellent, having successfully achieved the primordial soul realm. The Snow Lotus Witch embraced her mother, unable to contain her emotions for a moment. Wendy smiled. Celebrating Snow Lotus's breakthrough, we should hold a small gathering for our witch's family. The Cat Witch, who had watched the Snow Lotus Witch grow up, also said, "Yes, now that you're a seven-circle wizard, with a lifespan of 3,000 years, and nearly 2,000 years of life ahead, you don't need to rush anymore. It's time to find a partner." When the Snow Lotus Witch reached 6 circles, Wendy and her late husband had already started pushing for marriage. After all, Snow Lotus was their most outstanding offspring. They even tried to arrange a marriage with top talents from organizations like the Hurricane Steeple and the Seven Waters Steeple through matchmakers. But the Snow Lotus Witch had her own ideas. As a primordial soul wizard, she made her own independent decisions, and her parents, though anxious, could do nothing. "Serena, you talk about the younger generation, you're already nearly 2,000 years old and still single. What's your plan?" Triss's figure appeared, watching her former friend, and couldn't help but speak. The Cat Witch said, "I'm not in a rush. Aren't you also single?" Triss laughed and scolded. "I have Anya to carry on the lineage. What do you have? You've played around for almost 2,000 years. It can't go on like this. The ancient dragon continent has so many excellent male knights." The Cat Witch, upon hearing this, felt tempted but still joked. "I've set my sights on the Fire Dragon Knight. Will you help me talk to him?" Triss thought to herself that this was indeed challenging, but still said, "I can put in a good word for you, but whether it succeeds depends on your own abilities." The Cat Witch hurriedly said, "Don't. I'm just joking. How could someone as brilliant as a supernova fancy me? The males of the ancient dragon continent. Besides the already married Dusk Palace Master, the most excellent were mostly high-ranking members of various organizations. And among them, the Fire Dragon Knight, who exuded intense male hormones, was undoubtedly a hot commodity. But he was too dazzling, leaving the Cat Witch, despite being a seven-circle wizard, with no thoughts of pursuing him. Seeing everyone suddenly discussing marriage, the Snow Lotus Witch fell silent. She thought of her deceased father and didn't choose to refuse this time. Perhaps it was time for her to find a partner to spend the rest of her life with. Supporting each other in stepping into a better realm would also be wonderful, as exemplified by the Supreme Knight and the Flower Knight. Emperor's Palace. Upon hearing of the Snow Lotus Witch's breakthrough, Levi and Flower Knight also showed joy. Another reason for a matchmaking event. We must pair them up this time. Indeed. By the way, what do you think of the Blood Knight? Would he be a good match for the Snow Lotus Witch? I don't know much about Snow Lotus, just feel that her character should be good. Pretty good, both of them have that kind and gentle nature. If they were together, they might be a bit dull, but they should respect each other. How about the Leopard Witch? I heard her partner also fell in a blood battle, and now she's in a period of solitude. That might not be appropriate. Due to the blood battle, the witch's family was quickly turning into a house of widows. As far as Levi knew, there were Triss, Wendy, and the Leopard Witch Nyx among the primordial soul wizards. At night, at an internal social gathering on the ancient dragon continent, Levi and Elena, like parents, looked at the dashing young talents interacting with each other, feeling cheerful. Over at the Tower of Dawn, Sorit's disciple, the Thunderblade Sta, who had attained 6th ring senior cultivation, Heart Moon Spirit Witch Natasha, and the Sakura Witch, primordial souls from these organizations, all came if they were free. At the Dusk Holy Temple, Holy Temple Knights or the 18 Riders, who had no current missions, all showed up. After all, it was a summon from the Hall Master himself, who dared to refuse the invitation. Moreover, with daily battles and cultivation, everyone was indeed exhausted and needed a good relaxation. The Blood Knight and the Fire Dragon Knight immediately exchanged insights upon their promotion to level 7. They often sparred in the Nightmare World. The battles between the Jade Kylan and the Sun-chasing Dragon were spectacular, and without resorting to giant means, the Blood Knight and the Fire Dragon Knight were not much different in strength. From the giant beast paradise, even the lizardmen from the ancient Dragon Empire came to join the fun. For the alien races, there was equal treatment, and anyone available and willing to come was welcome. The White Wolf Girl, who loved the excitement, also joined. Louise sat alone at one side, gazing at the bonfire, perhaps feeling homesick. Elena, worried she might be lonely, went over to chat, gently saying, "How have you been feeling lately?" "Very well, thank you for your concern, lady. Everyone has been taking good care of me." The girls of the witch's family, half hidden, arrived either excited or shy. Wendy, accompanied by the Snow Lotus Witch, took the initiative to greet the knights present. Chapter 2377. Although she is an 8th circle wizard, she doesn't put on airs. Over the years, the knight profession has had talents like the Dusk Palace Master and Fire Dragon Knight, making it equally popular. If her daughter could tie the knot with one of the 18 riders, she'd be overjoyed. Everyone knows that the 18 riders are veterans who fought through hardships alongside the Dusk Palace Master. Regardless of their cultivation level, their status on the ancient dragon continent is undoubtedly significant. Moreover, those who have caught the eye of the Dusk Palace Master and been selected as one of the 18 riders are truly extraordinary individuals. Watching everyone speak freely and enthusiastically, Levi felt gratified. He hoped that tonight's gathering would be a catalyst, fostering more talent on the ancient dragon continent in the future, ideally leading to second and third offspring. Beyond that, he wouldn't interfere much. Love should be free. After the banquet, he noticed the young Fire Dragon Knight seemed interested in Louise, often flashing an inadvertent smile during their conversation. A member of the ancient tomb race? That could work. Louise, being the daughter of an emperor, has limitless potential. The mixed offspring from this powerful union should be remarkable. They might even inherit the throne of the ancient tomb race in the future. The next day, everyone returned to their duties and exchanged contact information. It was a successful gathering, and Levi resolved to host it once a year whenever he found time. Feelings develop through fostering. If everyone stays cooped up at home, how can they find a partner? A year later. The 550th year of the blood battle. Inferno Dragon breathing technique at maximum. The level 8 bloodline essence that Levi had prepared long ago, with primary materials from the Black Phoenix and the level 8 Fire Dragon bloodline essence exchanged at the blood battle store. The undying armor, already reforged with level 8 elemental metal, everything was ready, and Levi immediately began closed cultivation. With the advancement of the Death Ember Dragon, his physique and survival capabilities would surely undergo a qualitative leap, the importance of which was self-evident. Time flew by. 2 years later, with the disappearance of an innocent island, Levi smoothly passed through the Death Ember Dragon's calamity. The calamity of bloodline need not be elaborated, but the Dark Tribulation was a sudden level 9 wind disaster that Levi encountered for the first time. This was the highest level of wind disaster, posing some danger even to an 8th circle wizard. The most fatal aspect was this. Hidden within the wind disaster was a wind demon, the most famous wind element demon from the abyss, similar to flame demons, whose species had birthed many powerful individuals. There were numerous level 10 existences, with the most powerful being the Wind Demon Lord, the commander-in-chief of the blood battle. Of course, the final result was that they passed through it without any danger. That demon was exterminated by Levi, conveniently bringing millions of war merits to his door. Levi now couldn't tell whether these demons truly wanted to assassinate him or were influenced by the Dark Tribulation. If it continues this way, would they eventually send level 9 demons on suicide attacks? The Imperial Palace. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Inferno Dragon breathing technique, level 20, 1/20,000,000, special effect, Death Ash Dragon body mythical level 8 early stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nirvana Dragon, Blood Source Armor, Death Ash Dragon Armor, exclusive weapon, Indestructible Armor, level 8, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 2266. Bloodline Secret Word, Undying, a single thought does not extinguish, life fire does not extinguish. The advancement of the Death Ember Dragon into level 8, on the whole, did not result in as much change as the evolution of the Scarlet Dragon into the Extreme Darkness Dragon, with other abilities only improved on the previous foundation. Undying Body became advanced, Nirvana 2 became Nirvana 3, and the diameter of Undying Divine Domain reached 80 km, the standard for mythical level breathing methods, with other details needless to mention. Ash Lord and Lord of the Netherworld abilities also improved, but not transformed, and are of little use to Levi now. The most important aspect is still the Bloodline Secret Word. Formed by the Body's Secret Word and Flame True Word, it became the Immortal Secret Word. A single thought does not extinguish, life fire does not extinguish. Above Levi's head, an invisible flame, only visible to him, burned. Is this the life fire? Life fire, the fire of life, is a very abstract concept. After the Death Ember Dragon reached level 8, the biggest change was Levi's ability to see the life fire above his head. As long as this life fire doesn't extinguish, he won't die. And as long as his consciousness remains, even if it's just the faintest trace, his life fire won't extinguish. This is a state that is difficult to describe, akin in some respects to the saying, I think, therefore I am. As long as the enemy cannot completely annihilate his entire body and soul in an instant, erasing his consciousness immediately, Levi will not die. His life fire persists, allowing him to quickly rely on the Death Ember Dragon's ability to reshape his body. His advanced Undying Body ability inherently allows for true blood rebirth. As a dual practitioner of the Night and Path of the Wizard, his consciousness resides not only in the soul within the primordial soul but also in every drop of blood, every cell, omnipresent, everywhere is him. An enemy wishes to completely erase all his consciousness in an instant unless their power far surpasses his, otherwise, it's unachievable. Not to mention, Levi also has the Death Ember Divine Palace, a kind of save file-like means, and now after the advancement to level 8, the save attempts have increased to as many as 4 times. Gazing at the life fire above, Levi suddenly had an insight. Isn't this just a health bar? The advanced Undying Body makes me akin to a character in a video game, devoid of any so-called lethal spot, even a stab to the head merely reduces a bit of health. Immortal secret word then grinds all my life, consciousness, body, soul, and other things, transforming it into a health bar like life fire. Chapter 2378. This health bar is divided into phases, and if you can't instantly defeat me in multiple stages simultaneously, then I can instantly recover, restoring to full status. Death Ember Divine Palace is a resurrection point or a save point, and Nirvana 3 lifetimes is the final fallback opportunity. If those 3 methods above are useless and I truly die, I can still reincarnate with my memories and retrain 3 times, equivalent to no record deletion and start over. With so many layers of protection, as long as I am always careful and cultivate the excellent virtue of saving regularly, this real world, for me, is also similar to a game. Even the 9th Circle Wizard shouldn't be able to easily annihilate me. However, the Grand Wizard holds the ability to annihilate matter into elemental particles, which cannot be underestimated. In the past life, there was often a saying. As long as you reveal the health bar, even God can be killed for you to see. In reality, revealing the health bar is the scariest part. This signifies that Levi and ordinary life forms are no longer in the same dimension. He is akin to a data stream, directly quantum immortal. However, though Immortal Secret Word has granted him the power of immortality, it hasn't provided him with the means of eternal youth. Before the laws of life and death reincarnation, he still has a lifespan limit, which is the sword of Damocles hanging directly overhead of all life. It is a strike of higher dimensional truth, unseen, untouchable, yet it affects countless beings, and no one can be exempted. However, the ability of this Death Ember Dragon is ultimately best left unused. I am not yet invincible in the world, the transcendent world surpasses my imagination with countless means, always with a greater mountain beyond the mountain. Levi closed the panel. Now, only the Nightmare Traveler breathing technique hasn't reached the maximum yet, but it's not far off. So far, he has mastered 3 Nightmare Dragons, not counting the Faceless Infant Dragon, as it is too weak. The remaining ones include the Golden Spear, which recently advanced to level 7 peak, and Tyrant of Horror, this pure-blooded dragon clan. Honestly, aside from those difficult-to-control dragon abominations, even if he found new Nightmare Lords, Levi wouldn't want to kill them. But currently, on his bloodline path, this is the only way, which is truly frustrating. I'll soon advance to level 9, and level 9 is a critical juncture. The bloodline path might bring about changes here, hopefully, I can gradually get rid of this bloodline dependency and shackles. Right now, the search for the Nightmare Dragon clan must continue. After the breakthrough, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace to consolidate his realm, while Elena was busy with matters of the Wizard Tower. Louise has resided on the ancient dragon continent for these years, and the Golden Walker hasn't come to cause trouble, which allowed Levi to breathe a sigh of relief. Over these years of interaction, Elena and Louise have developed a very good relationship, evolving into a new sisterhood. When there is progress in Elena's Wizard Tower refinement, she and Louise engage in battles in the Nightmare world. She is now close to 7 rings perfection, and coupled with the increasingly perfect Wizard Tower, along with 2 special spiritual creatures, her normalized power can exchange over 100 rounds with an 8-circle ordinary wizard. At the witch's family's side, Triss is responsible for developing and refining 3 major potion projects: Nightmare Sequence 7-circle Breakthrough Potion, 1000-year Life Extension Potion, and Witch Trace Return Potion. These years have been extremely busy. Later she managed to repay the several billion that Levi lent her. This leaves Levi rather helpless because he feels somewhat like a hands-off landlord, with a bit of guilt within. Yet he can think of no appropriate way to repay Triss. After all, Triss isn't short of money, only future opportunities are left. Certainly, he treats Anya well too, whenever Anya achieves significant research results in the mechanical school. He would find an excuse to have someone send some cultivation resources, or even oddities from the metal faction to aid the young man's cultivation. After all, it's a 1,000-year friendship, and he watched Anya grow throughout. Anya's talent isn't bad, growing rapidly under Levi's fatherly light, having long advanced to 6-circle perfection. For him, advancing to 7-circle wizard, with a lifespan of 3,000 years, shouldn't be a problem. Level 8 would depend on luck. Overall, he's still a notch below his mother Triss. Triss is already quite satisfied with Anya's performance, considering he's not a top genius, only possessing double affinity along with special metal talent. These years. Under the lead of the mechanical school, the development of the Tower of Dawn is quite fast, even surpassing that of the Dusk Holy Temple. Wizards already have a fully mature system. As long as there are enough talents, resources, development can proceed rapidly without detours. The development of the Dusk Holy Temple goes along with constant exploration and trial and error. Tower Master's wife Stella recently advanced to 7th level, becoming a backbone member of the mechanical school, a female mechanic behind Herman. Kalina also advanced to the senior realm of the 6th circle. Her husband, the Dark Moon Knight, chose the evolution path. To prevent failing in his tribulation and being left without heirs accompanying Kalina. Also, to continue the bloodline of the Dark Moon Knight of the Hodgson family, just last year, the couple also had twin baby boy and girl named Pulati and Morina. Pulati possesses Dark Moon bloodline within, inevitably set to inherit the mantle of the Hodgson family and embark on the path of a knight. Morina simultaneously carries the Dark Moon bloodline, double affinity, along with the special talent Night Shadow Song. This is a wonderful shadow faction talent. Upon hearing this, Aya, who has long desired to find a disciple to pass down her shadow knowledge, visited, hoping to take Morina as a disciple. Being accepted as a student by a supernova, the couple certainly agreed, planning to send Morina to further her studies at the Tower of Dawn once she grows up. Of course, they also hoped the girl could dual cultivate in the path of knights. It would be quite tiring, but achieving it could allow her to attain extraordinary accomplishments like Steel Dragon Knight Andrew. Ultimately, the decision lies with Morina. Aya, as a supernova, sets strict criteria for herself. Despite her youthful age, not even 1,000 years, she's already 6-circle perfection, her lifespan still lengthy, the Shadow School of Thought's competition rather average. She as a supernova has surplus war merits, using these merits has refined many Morning Star and even Bright Moon artifacts. Therefore, her witch mark standard is at least 15 traces, observing circumstances, she may pursue 22 traces. Others like Sakura Witch, have likewise achieved 6th ring senior status, advancing further on the path of a wizard. Chapter 2379. 4 years later. Nora Calendar 766. Nora Continent, Land Domain. Gundor City. The 9-headed Hell Snake body tempering technique is about to reach the 6th circle, and the cultivation speed far exceeds the previous body tempering techniques. In comparison, the 10-winged Heavenly Dragon body tempering technique is slightly superior. However, the main reason for the easier cultivation is the refinement of those body refining artifacts, giving birth to the special physique Dragon Elephant Holy Body. Body refining wizards are unlike spell wizards, who have a whole set of talent evaluation physiques. Some people, based on historical records and extraordinary events since antiquity, have compiled a book recording body refining talents called Body Refining Complete Record, and Gandalf had a copy. After reading it, he summarized the body refining talents into roughly 3 types. First is elemental affinity or special talents, which are foundational and similar to the standards for spell wizards, with children of the elements being the best. Second is innate physique. Such individuals often possess special physiques inherently, extremely rare, equal to being extraordinary at birth. Throughout history, those able to be born with such innate physiques are very few. The third is bloodline enhancement, which is the most common. A typical example is dragon descendant wizards or sea clan mixed blood. They rely on the physical quality brought by mixed blood or elemental advantage, making the practice of body refinement twice as effective with half the effort. For example, the once top-level sea aristocrat was a sea clan mixed blood and water element child. My dragon elephant holy body, although acquired, surpasses those innate special physiques recorded in this book. The core in the future is to continuously strengthen this physique. Apart from cultivation, Gandalf compared the legitimate 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique obtained from the Congress with the pirated version obtained from a Hydra organization member. No comparison, no surprise, comparison reveals a shock. The pirated body tempering technique omitted many crucial contents compared to the genuine one and added many things not in the original. This addition and omission easily lead practitioners to lose their minds and fall into chaos. Of course, the pirated version has its advantages. It allows for rapid progress, akin to the fast-track techniques of the magical path in the past life. It avoided some difficult aspects of the genuine version, inevitably resulting in an unstable foundation. A tall building must rise from the ground, and every brick and tile cannot be lacking. The additions in the pirated version were adaptations and the refining of demonic aura into the body, crudely altering the wizard's physique and catalyzing the practice of the body tempering technique. Now, the answer is very clear. The pirate version is the bait spread by the Hydra organization, like planting a demonic seed in their hearts. On the surface, it seems sweet, but in fact, it's all poison, with a level 9 entity fishing behind the scenes. Once practitioners achieve divine power great success, they will inevitably become resources for that existence's promotion. Hence, those members of the Hydra organization, seeming demonic, are due to this body tempering technique causing trouble. Wizards need to forge legendary artifacts to advance to legendary status. Some other level 9 entities may have a similar need to ascend to level 10. This body tempering technique might be the key to their stepping into level 10. These years the Crow Feather Demon King Victor also disappeared, otherwise capturing it could glimpse secrets. However, this matter is unrelated to me, and knowing it is of no help. Gandalf stood up and went to the pharmacy. After reviewing the accounts, he was in a good mood. Very good. The sales proportion of Dream Lady Potion has dropped to less than 1/10. This structure is more reasonable. In Wizard World, the number of people with hopes of primordial soul breakthrough at any stage is limited. During the blood battle, resources exploded, and new primordial soul breakthrough potions emerged one after another, making competition increasingly fierce. In peaceful times, breakthrough potions, towering high and unreachable, in some places even show trends of price wars. The foundation of the potion industry still has to be placed on the numerous low-level and middle-level wizards. Combat supplementary potions, meditation supplementary potions, healing potions, these three types are the major consumers during the blood battle era. Compared to them, breakthrough potions belong to non-consumables, used only a few times in a wizard's life. Whereas various cultivation assistance potions accompany a wizard's life and are indispensable. At present, meditation supplementary potions still cannot achieve universal coverage, many base-level wizards simply cannot afford them. Thinking of this, Gandalf gathered the primordial soul pharmacists of the pharmacy to discuss the next phase of development direction. First, continue to stabilize the already strong and prominent track of Dream Lady Potion and expand sales channels. Second, invest more funds, and the pharmacy's R&D department will intensify research into meditation supplementary potions of demons, the Nightmare series, and other daily cultivation potions. Finally, prepare in advance to create momentum for the potential emergence of the Witch Trace Return Potion, secretly conducting public opinion propaganda and warming up. This will be the trump card for Gandalf Pharmacy to stand out and differentiate itself from other pharmaceutical organizations in the future. As for life-prolonging potions, keep it confidential for now. Firstly, developing them is a distant prospect. Secondly, this matter is too significant. With Gandalf Pharmacy's current status, it cannot ignore all covetous gazes. At the end of the meeting, Gandalf concluded. Since ancient times, every blood battle has been an opportunity for reform in wizard civilization. Today's super blood battle is even more so. Adapt when besieged by poverty. In adversity, the potential of civilization and races can be better stimulated. Taking the potion industry as an example, throughout history, over a third of potion formulas were born in the wartime era, which constitutes less than a tenth of wizard civilization's history. One must not view this industry with outdated concepts from before the Nora era. Chapter 2380. The weapon-making and array industries have begun to revolutionize under the influence of new biochemistry materials. Insightful weapon-making organizations are innovating and seeking change. The pharmacy industry is similar. Subsequent years will see increasing investment in pharmacy research projects, and pharmacies will recruit more talents. The widespread popularization of medicine is the future direction, transitioning medicine from luxury items to necessities. Anyone who can develop advanced medicine in line with future market trends can receive substantial rewards and even bonuses from pharmacies. Clap clap. Applause erupts. The executives' eyes light up, as if seeing a completely new future. In the Antiquity Age, wizard civilization was a primitive agricultural frontier. During the near ancient times, wizard civilization began to gradually workshop and industrialize. Now, wizard civilization is about to enter an even more magnificent industrial age. What Gandalf Pharmacy wants to do is not only to make money but also contribute to this process, thereby giving birth to more wizards, more geniuses, more primordial souls. Nora will transform into a machine marching towards the future, progressing amid the roar. After boosting morale and drawing the blueprint, Gandalf waved his sleeve casually and left. Dawn in Gondor City. 10,000 lights illuminate, wizard towers stand tall, a steel jungle pervasive throughout the city. Outside the city, the lush giant tree protective forest stretches endlessly. Demonic aura converts into an endless stream of elemental power for wizard cultivation. Well-trained battle groups patrol around the protective forest to prevent demons from dispatching strong individuals for sabotage. The returning demon hunting wizard team looks fatigued, but their joy of harvest cannot be concealed. This is the 555th year since the blood battle began, seemingly never-ending. According to incomplete statistics, to date, over 1,000 level 8 demons have been slain by Nora civilization. The number of level 6 and 7 demons, when combined, is even more daunting. Despite such enormous losses, the bottomless abyss continues to transport new demon armies, leaving one in despair. And the demon side doesn't care at all about the lives of their compatriots. Think about it, somehow the racial disparity between flame demons and bottom-dwelling fish demons is much bigger than that between wizards and the dwarf kingdom. Slaughter, chaos, destruction. Endlessly playing out. At dawn. In the Fire Dragon Skywork Industrial Park occupying a section of Gondor City, reconnaissance mechanical creatures from the Sky Dome system patrol around the clock. The Skywork Guard team, comparable to an ace battle group, is always on standby. In the center of the park, there stands a simplistic purple wizard tower, the residence of Master Fire Dragon, towering into the clouds. Inside the tower, like Levi, the Holy Infant is busy refining his wizard tower. However, he is significantly more relaxed than Levi. After all, a ready-made one is available, only needing some revamping and adding a Frost Wizard Tower module. Over the years, Fire Dragon Skywork has expanded significantly, with the Gondor City Lord directly allocating a district as the headquarters, strongly supporting local enterprise development. After all, the taxes submitted by Fire Dragon Skywork benefit Gondor City. Currently, Fire Dragon Skywork employs thousands across various departments encompassing design, research and development, refining, sales, publicity, and security. In previous years, the Sky Dome and Demon Extermination Divine Shuttle System, developed by Tower of Dawn, were installed to ensure the refiners' safety and prevent terror incidents like the last one. The Star Castle plan on Ancient Dragon Continent includes 3 star castles designed for Fire Dragon Skywork, Gandalf Pharmaceutical, and Dawn Tower. Construction is still ongoing. Fire Dragon Skyworks Star Castle is named Heavenly Craft Fortress, featuring a complete weapon-making industry production line. Once completed, Fire Element Lord Diabo, who recently advanced to level 7 from Tower of Dawn, will temporarily serve as the power system. Through a special array, Diabo's unrestrained flames will be transported to the public weapon refinement room, classified into different levels of flames. In the late stage, Fire Dragon Skyworks core components and personnel will relocate to the mobile, higher defense Heavenly Craft Fortress. Products from the weapon making will be sold through channels spanning the wizard world. Customers can choose to purchase at outlets or opt for home delivery. Of course, customization requests can be made by hiring a refiner, paying a higher cost for acquisition. Overall, more standardized, efficient, and safer Fire Dragon Skyworks pursuit. On the sides of the purple wizard tower, a red and blue wizard tower successively emit anomalies as ocean-like elemental power surges from all directions. The busy Holy Infant beams with delight. Ah, Alexandra and Elsie have reached the 7 Circle as well. The 7 Circle advancement commotion stirs Gondor City, with everyone casting shocked looks towards Fire Dragon Skywork. Again, there. Indeed, half of the newly born 6th circle and 7th circle over these 500 years in Gondor city seem to be from Fire Dragon Skywork. That's incredibly strong. Indeed, it's luck the rising fortunes of Fire Dragon Skywork are snowballing, the strong getting stronger. Seems to be the Red Dragon Queen and Blue Dragon Lady, the red and blue duet. The wizards especially love giving nicknames. Gandalf, Fire Dragon Ace, and Lord Victor are the Gondor 3 heroes. Alexandra and Elsie, the red and blue duet. Though the fame of the two women isn't as prominent as Gondor 3 heroes, it's due to being overshadowed by the sun. In reality, in many nether capitals and organizations, their presence is like a prized treasure, cherished and esteemed. Chapter 2381. Roar. Roar. Accompanied by 2 dragon roars echoing through the skies. A beautiful yet robust flame giant dragon, covered in red scales, with a queen-like demeanor, rested on the red wizard tower, looking disdainfully across the seas, with high temperatures distorting space, making others shy away. On the other side, with a wingspan of a kilometer, emitting a chilling air, with the north wind howling and snowflakes swirling, the glacier giant dragon also opened its narrow golden eyes, cold and noble, admirable yet unapproachable. 2 figures with 7-ring auras slowly appeared within the dragons, their eyes filled with joy. You've reached the 7 rings. You too. Congratulations, congratulations. The same to you, the same to you. Ha ha ha, although we were not born in the same year, month, and day, we broke through to the 7 rings in the same year, month, and day. Elena and Elsie looked at each other in surprise, evidently not expecting it. Congratulations to both of you for stepping into the 7 rings, further advancing, truly a fortunate event for our Fire Dragon Skywork. Holy Infant clapped, his form leisurely appearing. Such envy! Gandalf appeared from somewhere, standing next to Holy Infant. The overall strength of our Gondor city has further improved. In the upcoming Wizard World's 100 city ranking, we should be able to make it into the top 10. Gondor City Lord couldn't conceal his smile. He is now also a senior 8-ring cultivation, further existing as a dual faction presence, being the offspring of legendary wizard Thousand Mountains Immortal, holding an exceptional status. Primordial Soul Wizards present all saluted. I won't disturb you, after a while, I'll specifically host a banquet to thank everyone for their contributions to Gondor City over these years. He came quickly and left quickly. Back inside. Holy Infant sat opposite the 2 women and asked. What are your plans for the future? Elena said. After consolidating our realm, we plan to first visit my father, then hunt demons for a while, earn some war merits, and exchange for Bright Moon artifact available in the 7 rings stage. After that, it's refining multiple weapons, making more money to prepare for future blood battle auctions. Elena has money, but still not enough to buy oddities. Her father, the Melt Mountain Dragon, after her primordial soul stage, also left her to her own devices. Elsie is even an orphan, it has not been easy all the way along. Without Elena's support, she might not have made it to this point. Holy Infant said. All right, you can go without worries, don't fret about things here, if there are any difficulties, tell me. I've refined 2 7-ring witch artifacts as gifts for your ascent, you can take them. With a wave of his hand, 2 armors floated in the void, emitting a purple-blue glow. These are the purple-blue twin-linked holy armor, both are top-quality 7-ring level, and are combination witch tools. Separately, they are defensive treasures capable of resisting a strike from 7 rings perfection. Combined, they can release purple-blue holy flame capable of threatening 7 rings perfection with an attack treasure. You've just entered the 7 rings, with still shallow strength, this witch tool can assist you in getting through difficulties. Just carefully avoid level 8 demons, and it should ensure safety and security. Looking at the dazzling treasures, the armors engraved with blue and red giant dragons, Elena and Elsie breathed quickly, their hearts racing. Master, this is too valuable, if auctioned, it would start at no less than 10 billion ether stones, surely shouldn't. Yes, we should buy it, though we don't have that much now, but can deduct from dividends. Holy Infant smiled and said. You've been with me for so long. From the initial creation of the Fire Dragon shop to becoming Fire Dragon Skywork, hundreds of years of companionship can't be compared to just 10 billion ether stones, can it? Elena covered her small mouth, unable to control her emotions, while Elsie's eyes were slightly watery. The Master's words touched the softest part of their hearts, directly reaching their spirits. The Master, he truly is so good. Elena no longer hesitated and laughed. Master, we will accept this kindness, we will not forget. After a long silence, Elsie solemnly said. I've been lonely since childhood, a journey of cultivation for 1,700 years, where I've met Elena as my family and partner. No matter how the master perceives me, in my heart, I've already seen you as family. I'll strive to repay master. Holy Infant laughed freely and said. Ha ha ha, don't be so serious, in Fire Dragon Skywork, we are all family, all our relatives. Elsie pouted and said. Not quite the same. Elena holding Elsie, they expressed gratitude repeatedly before leaving Fire Dragon Skywork. Holy Infant watched their departing backs, returned home and continued refining the wizard tower. During this period, everyone wasn't intensely demon hunting. Having refined so many oddities prior, all needed time to digest. Victor was even charging towards 7 rings perfection. 10 years later. Nora calendar year 770. Blood battle year 565. Dragon King Li turned 1200. He held a grand banquet within ancient Banyan fairyland, inviting a group of animal friends, along with a select few humans, such as Elena, Triss, to participate. After the banquet, he received good news. Sarit from Tower of Dawn finally also broke through to the 7-ring realm. Sarit and Elsie are considered people of the same era, now only 300 years from the 6th circle's limit. At such a crucial juncture, achieving 7 rings, how delightful and joyous. Subsequently, life extended to 3,000 years, over 1,300 years, under normal circumstances, advancing to 8 rings will be difficult. But if he could live until the day the 1,000-year potion emerges, perhaps he may attempt to charge forward into the 8 environments. Overall, Sarit has benefited from a good era, already achieving accomplishments surpassing his talent and ability. Due to identity reasons, he didn't partake in demon slaying but was in charge of education at the Tower of Dawn, also earning organizational contributions and exchanging resources for cultivation. Chapter 2382. If it were a time of peace, Sarit might stop at the 6th level. Sarit is a fine teacher, having already guided 1 primordial soul and dozens of 5th circle students. His merits are indeed immense. Good things come in pairs. Shortly after Sarit reached the 7th circle, as the storm clouds in the sky dissipated, a teacher from the Tower of Dawn also broke through to the 6th circle realm. She is Lillian, the water element child that Levi brought out from the ancient tower over 400 years ago. Her cultivation journey has been exceptionally smooth. She began teaching at the Tower of Dawn after reaching the 5th circle. Now stepping into the 6th circle, the entire school celebrated her achievement with cheers. Levi felt a sense of emotion in his heart. The seedlings he brought out from the ancient tower in the early days have begun to bear fruit. Among them, as long as they haven't died prematurely, even the weakest are intermediate wizards, all teaching or conducting research at the school, serving as the backbone of the Tower of Dawn. Back then, alongside Lillian, was another, Peak, the wind element child. He and Lillian were very close, having developed feelings for each other inside the ancient tower, akin to young companions growing up together. Unfortunately, Peak failed to advance a few years ago. Although he relied on the organization's rare treasure to save his life, advancing to the primordial soul requires a one-time, robust effort, making it difficult to succeed again. There are cases of a second successful breakthrough, but they are very rare. The reason lies in the unsolved mysteries of wizard theory research. Disheartened, Peak set aside his thoughts for Lillian and focused on teaching to spend the rest of his life peacefully. Unexpectedly, the first thing Lillian did after stabilizing her realm was propose to Peak, a storyline worthy of science fiction. Knowing that Peak's path to the primordial soul was almost cut off, with little hope of significant achievement, she still stayed by his side without hesitation. The Dusk Palace Master commented, "There is true emotion in the human realm, there is true love in the human world." Years passed. 4 years later, in the year 780 of Nora, Lillian gave birth to a son, named Haim. Unlike others who carry for 10 months, Haim stayed in the womb for a full 3 years before finally being born. After taking care of Lillian, Peak held an instrument while gazing at this naturally blue, wavy-haired child. This blue hair, it resembles his mother. He placed the instrument on Haim's body, then stood frozen. Inside the crystal ball, a vast sea representing the water element child appeared. Floating on the sea was a graceful blue giant whale. On the whale's forehead was a beautifully carved coral throne, lonely yet serene. Peak rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, then muttered in a daze. "A water element child, along with 2 unknown special water element talents. This 3 water talents? How is this possible? Looking through history and across the wizard world, even top-level prodigies are as common as carp crossing a river, but those with 3 talents can be counted on one hand. There are rumors that in this current era, only the Great Council President Amun has the initial 3 talents, only he possesses the extraordinary 3 fires. And now, his, Peak's son, surprisingly has the 3 waters talent, at the same level as the Great Council President, which is why he was so shocked. Meanwhile, Lillian, who had just given birth, was exceptionally weak. Even with the strength of a primordial soul wizard, just having a child shouldn't make her this exhausted. Yet carrying Haim for 3 years seemed to have drained her of immense energy, leaving her so fatigued. Peak, what talent does our child have? He won't have none, will he? In these chaotic times, Lillian didn't wish her child to be immortal, forcing parents to bury their child. Peak replied. Madam, you need to mentally prepare yourself. You've just given birth, and emotional fluctuations might affect your future cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lillian felt a bit desolate in her heart. She said. I understand, with our strength, we can protect Haim to live out his life safely. Haim has the 3 water talents. What? Emperor's Palace. What? Just after celebrating with Elena, Levi glanced at the message from Lillian's side, and exclaimed slightly. What's wrong? I've never seen you this unsettled, not even during a demon invasion. Elena, with half of her clothes on, embraced Levi's back, her body gently against his, casually asking. Our organization has given birth to a 3 water talent, Lillian and Peak's child. What? Don't mention this to anyone else for the moment, only we among the higher UPS should know. Haim's matter is of great importance, not as simple as it seems. Levi spoke solemnly. Elena nodded. Triss? I want to see her surprised look too. Triss is fine, but let's not tell the others for the time being. Quickly. Levi summoned Haim and Peak's family to the Emperor's palace for a private meeting. He looked at the child in Peak's arms. After testing, he confirmed the 3 water talents. Don't discuss this matter with anyone else. When Haim grows up, I will personally mentor him. I'm worried that once exposed, Haim might be assassinated by those with ulterior motives, or by evil entities like the Council of 10,000 Clans. Lillian replied. Okay, Hall Master, we haven't dared to tell anyone else except you. Levi let the couple return home to rest, to care for Haim as usual. He even entrusted Lillian with the ghost elephant young Master Isink, this level 7 corpse demon, as a trump card to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Levi suspected Haim to be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, which was why he was so cautious. However, he's still too young now, and Levi didn't dare to be certain. Besides, if the other party is a legendary wizard, as long as they don't wish to reveal their identity, Levi wouldn't know. No matter what, such a genius, whose talent shakes the heavens and stirs the spirits, must be well protected. He must not die prematurely due to an accident. Chapter 2383. When Haim grows a bit older, I'll find a way to probe him. If he turns out to be a legendary wizard, Levi will need to come up with a plan. If the other party harbors evil intentions as a dark wizard, I cannot let a threat grow unchecked. When in doubt, extreme darkness enslavement. Act decisively while he's weak, to prevent troubles down the line. Even betting against a legendary wizard, just reincarnated, Levi is still a bit naive, might need to trouble the Black Abyss Sovereign. Why does it feel like I am outwitting a newborn baby? Time passes. 6 years later, the year 786 of the Nora calendar. Under the care of his parents, Haim grew up carefree. Though he was conceived for 3 years before being born, he didn't display any extraordinary talent. Like a normal child, he slowly learned to walk and talk. He was quiet by nature, not fond of socializing, often hiding alone in his parents' study reading books. The contents he explored widely, many being legendary stories compiled by mortals, bards' absurd tales, and more. This reinforced Levi's belief that Haim was a legendary wizard reincarnated, deliberately concealing his abilities. Putting himself in Haim's shoes, if he were a legendary wizard reincarnated, he would certainly do the same. On this day, Lillian brought little Haim to visit Uncle Levi. Haim, you must become an excellent wizard, study well with Uncle. Before leaving, Lillian and Peak repeatedly instructed that Haim will mainly cultivate at the Emperor's palace, but they can visit anytime. I understand, mother. Haim responded obediently, quiet as a girl, looking at Levi in his white robe. Hello, uncle. Levi smiled faintly. Are you a legendary wizard reincarnated? Haim. He looked at Levi in confusion, his big eyes blinking. What is a legendary wizard? Levi saw the little one didn't seem to be pretending, maybe he was overthinking it. In theory, a legendary wizard reincarnated would retain memories. Levi's sudden question might stir emotions deep within. Haim, from now on I will be your teacher. You will become an apprentice wizard of the Ocean School of Thought. Do you agree? Hello, teacher. Just like that. Levi took what he thought might be a legendary wizard reincarnated apprentice, beginning their secluded cultivation at the Emperor's palace. Perhaps due to the three water talents, Haim seemed to walk a path opposite of the three flames talent. This little guy was too gentle. Gentle as the waters of Mirror Lake, seemingly missing some of the typical joys and sorrows, unable to express strong emotions towards anything. This might not be a bad thing, at least Haim unlikely to become extremely wicked. Time flies, like a flash. Day by day Haim grew up, not disappointing the three water talents. Besides the water element child, the other two special talents are likely top level as well. A year later, 7-year-old Haim became an official wizard, completing the path Levi took decades to finish. 3 years later, 10-year-old Haim was already preparing to advance to the second circle. Levi worried he advanced too fast, encouraged him to accumulate more, not rush. Damn, this child is unreasonable. Just because you're a legendary reincarnation you can do whatever? 6 years later, 16-year-old Haim still became a second circle wizard, the youngest among all the second circle wizards in the Tower of Dawn. 16 years marks adulthood in this world. On this day, Levi called Haim over. Haim, as a member of the ancient dragon continent, you must adhere to the corresponding virtues and discipline. Now that you've grown up, you'll need to make an oath on Excalibur, follow me and recite. Levi thought. Now, if you are a legendary wizard reincarnated, can you really remain unruffled? Normally, legendary wizards wouldn't easily make oaths that restrict themselves. Excalibur was left by Sauron, a 9-level treasure with strong control. Even as a legendary reincarnation, in the lowly second circle realm, it cannot be violated. Haim's ocean blue eyes were like calm bays, he said. All right, Hall Master, I understand. Levi contemplated. Could it be Haim is not a legendary reincarnation, but a three-water prodigy I actually found? In thousands of years of ancient dragon continent's history, no top-level native genius has been born. Lisa was brought back from the ancient tower. Levi always hoped to see a top-level genius emerge, never expecting such a grand entrance. Just like that, Haim made the oath, accompanied by the shadow of Sea Dragon Huang merging into Haim's body. The contract took effect. Levi felt slightly reassured. Maybe I've been too suspicious. Since Roger told him the secret of legendary reincarnation, he viewed many people as reincarnates. Having cultivated with Haim closely, Levi indeed saw no issues. The ancient dragon continent is about to have a super genius second only to him. Properly nurtured, the future spot of a supernova, Haim will surely claim one. Levi repeatedly advised him not to disclose his talents, merely as the water element child. Now it's the year 796 of the Nora calendar, the 585th year of the blood battle. Levi is 1220 years old. In past years, although not actively demon hunting, he earned numerous war merits due to the dark tribulation and demon invasions, now accumulated over 5 billion, able to trade for sun refining artifact. Haim has grown to adulthood, extraordinarily intelligent, now focusing on self-study, Levi guiding. Chapter 2384. Sauron Continent. Blood Battle Temple. It's been a long time, Sir Levi. The Rock King saw Levi and smiled in greeting. Levi exchanged some pleasantries. 500 million war merits exhausted, the lottery began, and the name of the artifact slowly emerged. Tear of the Water God. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's something usable. On the list of exchangeable artifacts outside, Levi did not see this oddity, Tear of the Water God. It seems there are still many hidden treasures in the random artifact pool. Unfortunately, he had already used up all his random artifact draws. Next, it would depend on his 3 avatars, 100 Flowers and Triss. If they could exchange for a Thunder God series artifact or a combo artifact of elemental proof that he needed, it would be great. Overall, it was a very successful lottery, much better than drawing some obscure poisonous or dark faction artifacts. Tower of Summer Flowers. Elena was still refining her wizard tower, clearly not planning to finish it until it was perfect. She also invited quite a few array wizards from the witch's family and the Tower of Dawn to join in the construction. Life was overly fulfilling now. Wizards, knights, the path of the energy sect, and researching medicine with Triss, refining the wizard tower. Levi wasn't as busy as her. This is the benefit of ample lifespan. Levi called Elena over and said, "I bought you a necklace." Elena's expression slightly changed, then she showed a look of delight. Could it be the tear of the water god? "Where did you get it from?" "A draw? I didn't see this oddity on the list." Levi nodded. He took out a treasure blue necklace, like a string of blue gemstones, and at the center pendant was a tear-shaped blue crystal. Rich water elemental power surged, truth runes flickered, and there seemed to be the aura of the sea. Elena's eyes rimmed red, embracing Levi in silent gratitude. Levi placed the necklace on her snowy neck. "Go refine it." After refining this artifact, 100 flowers had collected necklaces, earrings, rings, and other artifacts of the Water God series, including 2 bright moons, 1 morning star, 1 radiant sun, and the Water God body talent, which should count as a complete body. The remaining small pieces make little difference. Anyway, there's no such thing as a set effect for these sequential artifacts. From Levi's current research, divine-level sequential artifacts, after collecting enough 2 bright moon artifacts, could indeed birth things like the thunder magic net and the call of the sea, an extraordinary perception ability. 4 years later. Blood Battle Year 589. Unknowingly, it had already been the 800th year of the Nora calendar, nearing the end of the first millennium of the Nora epoch. Alexandra and Elsie advanced to the Seven Circle, and the dragon descendant wizards in the Sleeping Dragon domain were greatly encouraged. After meeting her father, Alexandra embarked on a demon hunting journey with Elsie. With the purple-green treasure armor bestowed by Ace and a soul artifact and wizard form that were well known, the 2 women, though newly entered the Seven Circle, maneuvered adeptly on the battlefield. In Gundor City. After setting new Millennium goals, Gandalf Pharmacy and Fire Dragon Skywork surged forward on the tide of the times. Toby inherited the title of his predecessor, Fire God's Hammer, advancing on the path of dual factions to the senior realm of the Sixth Circle. His powerful talents began to unfold. The initial 5 master refiners of the Fire Dragon Skywork, gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, were collectively known as the Fire Dragon 5 metals. The Dwarf Kingdom Silverbeard advanced to the Sixth Circle Perfection realm. As a longevity species, it too had hopes of reaching the Seventh Circle in the future. The human Iron Teeth found it hard on the cultivation path, feeling the Seventh Circle was unlikely, prompting him to consider the issue of an heir. Golden Eye finally discovered its own identity. It actually contained the blood of the Golden Spirit clan from the ancient times of the Nora continent, a race naturally sensitive to metals, skilled in weapon making. Copper Ear, as an elf with a long lifespan, was now also at the Sixth Circle perfect cultivation, with hopes of reaching the Seventh Circle. The only rare treasure master among the 5 metals, Zion, was himself a genius wizard who had advanced to the primordial soul at 500, gaining Docket's inheritance, with quite some fortune. Now he was also close to the perfect realm of the Sixth Circle. On the Blood Battle battlefield, the supernova Link ascended to the Sixth Circle perfection realm, having cultivated for just over 800 years with hopes to reach the Seventh Circle before the millennium. Most impressively, his path of the energy sect had never been neglected. As those prodigious evildoers who previously dominated the 7th level demon-slaying list successively ascended to the 7th Circle and to the 8th level list, on this special day of the 800th year of Nora, Link officially topped the list. Generation after generation of talents emerged, each leading the way for hundreds of years. It was once Dusk Hall Master, and now it was Link. Link's fangirls praised, this era is named the Demon Tear's Divine Sword. Shadow Queen Eye ranked 5th on the list, unmoved for a long time. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Seeing the newspaper headline of Link topping the list, Levi showed a gratifying smile. The world ultimately belongs to the young. Link, through his efforts, proved he is not little Victor, he is uniquely himself. In the Imperial Palace. After a few years, Haim's cultivation at 20 years old had grown quite a bit more. Levi advised him to take it easy with his cultivation, as haste leads to waste. The grown-up and handsome Haim still maintained a gentle demeanor akin to water. He treated people with extreme politeness, with an extraordinarily humble personality, so perfect it seemed almost unreal. Suddenly, a not too large yet potent elemental tide surged from the direction of the Tower of Summer Flowers. Elena opened her eyes, placing her hands on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force 11,434, an increase of more than 800 points in one fell swoop. It feels great. I've also stepped into the Seven Rings perfect realm, not far from maximum. This is the power of the sun refining artifact, indeed. However, as Levi said, leveraging external artifacts to boost spiritual force too quickly can lead to instability, and it now requires careful stabilization. Levi appeared. How do you feel? Great, thanks. Elena spoke, as she placed her forehead against an ability testing crystal. Take a look. Levi focused his mind to see. On the azure sea representing the water element child, there was a faintly discernible blue-robed figure, vaguely female in appearance, standing gracefully like a green lotus. Though there is still a sense of incompleteness, it has almost become a complete water god body. Additionally, the special talents born from my previous water system artifacts have all been absorbed by the water god body. Elena snapped her fingers, and her form turned ethereal, dispersing as an invisible mist. At this moment, she seemed to merge into a billion water elemental particles, blending into the water elements of this world, integrating with heaven and man, leaving no trace. Seeing the state of 100 flowers, Levi blurted out. Elemental Holy Body. Chapter 2385. In the void, the invisible water elements gathered before Levi like a never-ending river. Within the water curtain, Elena's figure, like water ripples, emerged once again. The elemental holy body that only a grand wizard possesses, isn't it amazing? I'm not sure if it's a function of the tier of the water god or the water god body. However, compared to the elemental holy body of the grand wizard, it's different. It has a time limit. With my current cultivation, it lasts about a quarter of an hour, after which I need to rest for a day. Moreover, a grand wizard can annihilate everything into elemental particles, something I can't do. But it's more than enough to ensure safety against level 8 enemies. Unless the enemy possesses a special treasure that limits the elemental holy body's power, I can handle anyone below level 9 with ease. Regardless, to call it an elemental holy body might be an exaggeration. Perhaps it can be called the water element undying body. The elemental holy body is one of the chasms between a grand wizard and an 8th circle wizard. To some extent, it's similar to Levi's undying body ability, but it offers more varied functions. 100 Flowers has obtained a low-tier version of it. Neither the effectiveness nor the varieties of the functions can compare to the original. But for opponents below a grand wizard, it could be considered a small dimensional reduction strike. Levi. Your water element undying body is more than enough. Where on earth are there so many level 9 experts? Elena smiled. From now on, when I go demon hunting, you won't need to worry about me, I can completely protect myself. Levi nodded. Are there any other changes? Elena said. All 9 of my innate spells have been enhanced to some extent, but the degree of enhancement seems less than your fire dragon tribulation. It might be because the effect of the sun refining artifact was distributed among them. That's possible, but it's still very good. Gains and losses, Levi comforted her. He only enhanced 1 spell, whereas 100 Flowers enhanced 9 spells. In comparison, there's no better or worse. 100 Flowers then showed Levi her current complete form water god projection, which, like a heavenly earth transformation, was guarded by a 3,000-meter tall blue-robed phantom, more powerful than even 100 Flowers' current wizard form. Finally, she summoned her accompanying spiritual creature Sky Water Stingray. This was something she obtained by refining the water god's joy, and after continuous enhancement, the stingray, like the legendary giant kun, with a wingspan of 9,000 meters, seemed to float in the void like a continent. The stingray's eyes were sapphire blue and exceptionally lively, as if they might come alive. In terms of level, this stingray's current quality is above Levi's SI lay, though Levi's cultivation is higher, and the strength of SI lay is still greater than this stingray. From the divine level sequence artifacts refined by herself and Elena, no matter how many components there are, only one accompanying spiritual creature can emerge. It could emerge in a small item or a large item, but the final result is the same. As long as the sequence artifacts are fully collected, one can eventually get a complete accompanying spiritual creature and a projection of the god of the elements. Thunder God and Si, Water God and Sky Water Stingray. The divine level sequence artifacts of other elementalist schools are likely the same. After hundreds of years, with her own and 100 Flowers dual methods, they barely managed to achieve a complete Water God sequence. Such difficulty is unimaginable for other wizards. Being able to collect a king-level sequence artifact during the era of blood battle is already very good. 100 Flowers breakthrough calls for celebration. Celebration helps alleviate fatigue and release pressure, making it undoubtedly the best choice for relaxation. 10 days later. An exhausted Elena lay drenched in sweat beside Levi. Levi said, "Take the time to consolidate your realm now. Don't go demon hunting until you advance to the 8th circle, there are no Water God artifacts for you to exchange at the Blood Battle store anymore. The remaining Water God sequence components all depend on luck." Elena, slightly panting, replied, "I understand. Now that I have the Water God body, my future plans are clearer, and I'm more confident about advancing to Grand Wizard. Thank you." After some tender days, Levi put on his clothes and left the Tower of Summer Flowers as vigorous as ever, feeling pleased with himself. This indomitable secret word is truly marvelous. Elena watched the tireless Levi, feeling as though she was the one drained. She lay quietly on the bed, contemplating her future plans. First, stabilize the surge of spiritual force. During this time, practice the energy sect and path of knights, complementing energy and spirit, achieving harmonious unity. Second, complete the refining of the wizard tower in one go, possessing an accessory for attack and defense, and a treasure to ensure escape and survival. Third, learn more advanced pharmacist knowledge with Lucy and Triss. This Witch Trace Return Potion project is a great opportunity. Fourth, imprint the Witch Trace. Wait for the Witch Trace Return Potion to be developed, redo the scattered traces, and attempt again. 15 traces are more than sufficient, and she might even try for 22. The longer lifespan she possesses is her greatest reliance. Not to mention, with the combination of Water Element Child plus Water God body. Even if compared to a reincarnated legendary wizard, her conditions might not be much worse. Fifth, collect physique-related bloodline crystals, striving to evolve the breathing technique to mythical level before advancing to the 8th circle. The higher quality the bloodline, the more lifespan extension it provides. Now, with Levi's secret technique's 100% amplification, she must fully leverage the lifespan advantage. To accompany Levi for longer, she especially needs to do so. Chapter 2386. If conditions allow, bloodline crystals from those with a long lifespan are preferable. Turtles, shells, trees, and legendary creatures related to them generally fit the criteria. Stacking layer upon layer, her lifespan would inevitably reach a terrifying extent. Through years of cultivation, she realized she belonged to the type who may not reach the top level in any single domain but was proficient in multiple fields. Energy sect, knight, wizard. These professions influence and promote each other, and with a long lifespan as a guarantee, whichever path to legend is first paved will be chosen. Too tired, let's have a good sleep first. She closed her eyes, entering dreamland with a smile. A year later. Nora Calendar, year 801. Blood Battle, year 590. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi awoke from meditation, placing his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 17666/25550. Getting closer and closer to the 8th circle senior. By the time I return from the ancient tower next time, it should be nearly there. He opened the proficiency panel. Through years of honing, both Thousand Thunder and 8 Direction Fierce Sun are not far from the 19th level, which is the 8 ring limit, likely within a century. These sequential spells see a sharp increase in difficulty beyond the 8 ring realm, being supreme methods pointed directly at the legendary realm. Small-scale fragmentation technique is also at the 18th level, still a distance from the limit. Leonardo's sound barrier at the 17th level, when layered onto the Shadow Dragon group at this stage, can withstand attacks even from the primordial soul, proving extremely useful in group battles. Sea God armor at the 16th level, can compress seawater within tens of miles range into armor, with such mass distorting space. Sea and field at the 16th level, every day for 60 years, Levi's first task was practicing spells over the ancient dragon continent. Through measurements, the continental area increased by 1%. This is just the 7-circle standard, post-8th circle, the pace of land reclamation can further progress. Beyond a high wizard realm, one can control the precision of land reclamation, retaining waterways, lakes, and oceans in certain places. This facilitates himself or organization members in employing ocean faction spells or water-related techniques. All land isn't optimal either. The final one, Seas Delta, is also at the 16th level standard. Before Levi lay 2 additional crystal balls. One for 8 direction thunder movement, the other for snowfall without trace, both 8 circle spells, top quality, with straightforward functions. The former establishes 8 thunder shadow duplications in a range of 10,000 miles centered on oneself. Indistinguishable from the original, they're hard to differentiate. The original can choose any thunder shadow to merge with, commanding all to flee in 8 directions, thereby confusing enemies and securing one's safety. This is the Thunder Escape technique of the 8 Environments realm, a signature survival spell of the Thunder sect. Levi had seen Destruction Realm Thunder use it in projection. Even legendary wizards reincarnate utilize it, proving its worthiness. Snowfall without trace is the Ice Escape technique, allowing one to instantaneously vanish through icy landscapes, teleporting to any region within 10,000 miles, escaping swiftly. Levi earlier learned Fire Jump, Shrinking Land, Flowing Wind without Determination, and Sea as a Boat, these 4 major escape methods. In the Wizarding World's spell classification, these are collectively termed Elemental Transmission Technique. Their teleportation principles differ from the Void Shuttling Technique, as they utilize advanced element manipulation. Thus, conventional Void Blockade methods cannot constrain elemental transmission spells. Mastering these 6 spells, Levi essentially realized full terrain escape methods, and with Void Travel and Invisible Secret Word, they complement each other. This ensures absolute security. Soon, Levi initiated these 2 spells, inscribing 9 witch marks. Currently, the Nightmare Traveler technique is nearing its limit, yet there's no trace of the Nightmare Dragon clan. Levi plans to wait approximately 100 years post-maximum. Lately, he doesn't intend to mingle on the Blood Battle battlefield, the security of the ancient dragon continent is assured. Though hexagons are more perfect, pentagons are certainly sufficient. Speaking of which, Ayak has been gone for 600 years. When he left, I was a 6th circle wizard, now I'm 8th circle, and he's still not back, that guy can really wander. Glancing at Jin snoozing in his mind, Levi couldn't help but recall the wandering Ayak. The Spider King has been hanging around the Land of Darkness near the Burning Rock world for nearly 300 years. This time, I'll visit and inspect the work, and perhaps capture a few Amethyst race members. My wizard tower has some of every rare metal except amethyst. Occasionally some amethyst crystals appear on the market, but their quality is generally low, inadequate for refining a wizard tower, and they are challenging to obtain. Lord Dragon King, it seems Little Grey is about to undergo tribulation, the Black Lotus beast materialized. Little Grey is the affectionate term for the Ash Dragon among Dragon Palace members. Levi was moved. He must witness the tribulation of the legendary Dragon Clan, it might provide insights for his own path of knights. Flaming Mountain. What terrifying momentum! Indeed, much grander than when we advanced to rank 6. The majestic dragons hid far in the towering mountains, gazing at the central volcano. Chapter 2387. A grey-black giant dragon, exuding high temperature and ashes, flapped its wings and looked up at the sky. Rolling ashes surged into the sky like a torrent, forming boundless clouds that spread across the earthly realm. Levi's figure appeared. As expected of the legendary Dragon Clan. The sky darkened, shadows enveloping the earth. Near the flaming mountain, only the colors black, white, and grey were visible, with no other hues. Levi's expression changed. Is this the omen of the Ashen World's arrival? Is this the calamity of the Ash Dragon? At the same time, the Ashen World of ancient Banyan Fairyland. Windmill Village. The silver-armored knight Owens, seated beneath the great windmill, lifted his head, his calm gaze turning joyful. Ashen Lord. The fallen objects spawned by the Ashen World all raised their heads simultaneously, their forms terrifying and deformed, even more dreadful than the native nightmare creatures of the Nightmare World, emanating ominous death energy that corrupted all life force. They all rushed toward the Flame Mountain world, overwhelming and countless. Owens murmured. At last, an Ashen Lord has resurrected, this fragmented world has hope. His body collapsed, transforming into a silver light, exuding a distinct life force, brilliant and luminous, flying toward the Flame Mountain. If the Ashen World of ancient Banyan Fairyland is the inner world, then ancient Banyan Fairyland is the outer world. At this moment, the flaming mountain of the outer world was an apocalyptic scene. The space around the ash dragon resembled two colliding mirrors, one colorful, the other black and white. Crackling, cracks spread all over. In the black and white world, all the fallen objects gathered into a 1,000-meter-tall, 6-level mid-stage sinister giant monster. The disaster of the pure-blooded dragon clan lacks the blood tribulation master. Well, indeed, why would one inflict calamity upon oneself? The difficulty of such a tribulation is far more terrifying than the 3 calamities and 4 disasters faced by most wizards. However, correspondingly, although the Ash Dragon has just entered level 6, its battle power is beyond comparison to wizards, so overall, the difficulty is not great. Before long, the Ash Dragon used its dragon breath and fire to tear the sinister giant monster to pieces, scattering into grey crystals all over the ground. The Ash Dragon easily overcame the tribulation, and the sky's ashes poured into its body, its aura continuously increasing, eventually stabilizing at the early stage of level 6 cultivation. A silver light also entered its body, which Levi noticed. That was Owens from the Ashen World corresponding to ancient Banyan Fairyland. He had a moment of enlightenment, as a fate coin flew out. Unyielding silver seat, Owens. An Owens radiating level 7 aura appeared out of thin air, asking. What is it? Why have you summoned me so frequently lately? Levi sighed in relief. This Owens was still present. It's nothing, you can return now. Owens looked at Levi suspiciously and was then disturbed by the Ash Dragon. It's level 6 now. Owens slowly dissipated, with a trace of hope in his eyes before leaving. Levi once again entered the Ashen World, wandering and inspecting the grey-white ancient Banyan Fairyland. All the fallen have disappeared. Finally, he went to the location of Windmill Village. Windmill Village was also gone, empty and desolate. The world was silent, only he remained, A dragon. Everything is normal here. A tender yet ancient voice came. It was the Ash Dragon. Levi smiled and asked. Have you recovered your memory, sir? The Ash Dragon shook his head. I have only recovered a trace of memory from my past life, most of it still belongs to this life. I only know that my name is Boreas Casido. Thank you for your care during this time. Levi said. You're welcome, we each had our needs. From beginning to end, he had never used enslavement or dragon's might on the Ash Dragon, it was hundreds of years of companionship that made the Ash Dragon, before advancing to level 6, rely on him. Levi asked. Do you know what's going on with the Ashen World? It seems I saw your past life being killed by a level 10 strongman from the Nightmare World. The Ash Dragon asked. How much do you know about the ancient times? Levi shook his head. The wizard civilization evolved from the ancient, fragmented spellcaster civilization. There are no corresponding historical records before antiquity, many are myths or archaeological findings of uncertain truth. Every civilization has its own era division system. For example, the wizard civilization considers the establishment of the Congress as the end of the Nora Antiquity Age, while the division between ancient and antiquity is rather vague. Events before the birth of those civilizations are unclear. The Ash Dragon said. In my inherited memories, there is some information about ancient times that may answer your questions. In distant, untraceable ages, at that time, the Nora humans had not yet been born. The entire Sauron Plain, and even the broader multidimensional plane. The rulers were the giant civilization. Levi said. That I know, Frost Giant Ygmir is the ancestor of giants, who once led the giant clan to rebel against God and failed, directly leading to the decline of the giant clan. Now they are like sea relics, hard to find, leaving only some bloodline descendants. This is a more mainstream view formed through the wizard civilization's research on the history of the giant clan, and today the Frost Witch Gulwig is possibly a bloodline holder of Ygmir. The Ash Dragon was silent for a moment and said. Yes, that's about right. The demise of the giant civilization is widely recognized as the end of the ancient era in the multidimensional plane. But before the giant civilization, do you know which civilization dominated the world? Chapter 2388. Dragon Clan. Yes, as inherently powerful beings, dragons once established a mighty civilization. It was an era when the Dragon Clan flourished. Among them, the most powerful were 2 giant dragons, Blood Dark Dragon King Odyssey and Star Dragon King Ogranian. They were brothers, the overlords of most of the mythical dragon clan in the Dragon era, so powerful that many gods felt fear. Did they reach level 11? I'm not sure, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. This era is so distant that what has been passed down are merely fragmented memory bits, like tangled threads, difficult to unravel. However, I think they probably did. Many legendary dragon clan tales related to negative energy, death, shadow, darkness, blood, etc., are associated with the blood dark dragon king. In contrast, positive energies like flame, light, earth, thunder, are related to the star dragon king. Levi pondered. The information on the ash dragon was similar to the knowledge about the blood dark dragon king he obtained from Lo. Lo acquired it from the ancient blood clan, and the two sources verified each other, so it should be true. Following the consistent pattern of such legends, Levi asked. Did these two brothers turn against each other? The ash dragon was surprised. How did you know? Levi smiled and said. I guessed. The ash dragon replied. Yes, the two brothers were too powerful. The territories they conquered with the dragon clan across the multidimensional plane were larger than the giant empire, far surpassing the current Sauron plane. Of course, it wasn't because the ancestor of wizards, Sauron, was weak, but compared to the long-lived giants and giant dragons, Sauron, though powerful, was like a flash in the pan, soon disappearing from sight. Yet, the giant dragons had enough vigor and time to wage wars across the multidimensional plane, where countless races, including so-called large civilizations, trembled under the overwhelming dragon flames. This era was called by some ancient dragons as the expedition of the double dragons. Until both dragon kings reached their later years, they had a disagreement, the reason unknown. Later, the two dragon kings and the dragon clan they led eventually erupted into a world-shaking war, destroying an unknown number of planes. This battle lasted 10,000 years. The final outcome was the fall of the blood dark dragon king, whose body was devoured by surviving ancient dragons, giving birth to many first-generation negative energy dragons. Although the Star Dragon King was victorious, it came at a high cost. It went insane for reasons unknown. Its consciousness began to split, eventually becoming two entities, one being a star beast and the other a 10,000 king dragon, and you should know the fates of these two entities. Levi's expression subtly changed. He looked up at the stars in the sky. Did these two choose to become gods? To become divine beings? The ash dragon said. Yes. Levi's heart was shocked. He didn't expect that among the 7 orthodox gods, 2 originated from a dragon. No wonder the relationship between the Lord of the Stars and the King of 10,000 Dragons seemed quite good. During the prior Dark Wave revival, the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Dragon God even joined forces against the enemy. It turned out they were both alter egos of the Star Dragon King. Split into two, both could become leading gods of the astral world. The Star Dragon King must have been infinitely close to level 11 or was level 11. As his prowess increased, Levi realized, despite the 7 orthodox churches seeming weak in the mundane world, the 7 orthodox gods were by no means simple. Otherwise, Sauron wouldn't have needed to make a treaty with the 7 orthodox gods initially, he could have destroyed them directly, given that he was a level 11 formidable being. He said. Perhaps the disagreement of the 2 dragon kings is inseparable from the astral world. Those lofty divine beings are better than devils at inciting the heart and dismantling enemies from within. The ash dragon replied. That might be one reason. The double dragons were too strong and too unchecked. The planes they invaded were many places of faith for the gods of the astral world, not to be touched by others. Levi asked. How is this related to the Ashen world? The ash dragon said. This involves another possible reason for the double dragons' disagreement. In countless past life memory fragments, I once visited a sage among the giant dragons, who could be more erudite than any of your legendary wizards. Levi was slightly incredulous. The ash dragon said. This sage was a time dragon. Levi believed. The time dragon, also called the dragon of time control or the dragon of timeless slumber, was so mysterious and powerful that its existence appeared only in fragments in wizarding texts. Throughout history, no one, including legendary wizards, had truly seen it. The time dragon exists on a different dimension than ordinary lives. Some say it lives in a concept like age, so myriad beings can never observe it unless you can see something as ethereal as the river of time. Seeing is believing. Whether the time dragon exists is currently undetermined in academia. Considering the ash dragon's remarks, it likely exists. If Levi were to publish a paper tomorrow, it might stir up a huge commotion in the dragon school of thought and even the entire wizarding world. The Ash Dragon said. In fact, among the dragon clan, very few have seen or know of time dragons. It's thanks to my constant reincarnation trait that I was fortunate enough to meet a time dragon who voluntarily appeared before me. As the dragon of time control, it lived longer than any other dragon clan. As a neutral and wise observer, it witnessed the history of both the era of dragons and the era of giants and discovered an astonishing secret. Chapter 2389. Whether it is the expedition of the double dragons or the giants' divine war, in these seemingly unrelated long ages and histories, there is a vague shadow throughout. The time dragon calls it Mr. Ghost. Levi frowned slightly. Even the time dragon cannot see its true face. The ash dragon answered. Yes, this shadow is equally mysterious and powerful. The time dragon speculates that the downfall of these two powerful civilizations, the dragons and giants, might be due to the machinations of this shadow. Levi asked. Is it the Shadow Lord from the astral realm? The ash dragon shook its head. Although that one claims to be the Shadow Lord, in front of the time dragon, it amounts to nothing. Even the strength of the double dragons never dared challenge the time dragon. During the dusk of the giant civilization, that shadow appeared once more and vanished again. In the subsequent ages, towards the end of antiquity, in the multidimensional plane, a powerful existence was born. Its true name is unknown, claiming to be the ultimate creation and ancestor of 10,000 spirits. Its strength rivaled the double dragons and the frost giant ancestor, perhaps even stronger. It was ambitious, wishing to accomplish the grand deeds the two civilizations failed to achieve, continuing to lead many powerful existences further into the depths of the multidimensional plane, until it ruled over the multidimensional plane. But this inevitably violated the astral realm's interest. Even the generally neutral underworld was affected. After another indescribable battle, this ultimate creation also fell. The time dragon suspects that this ultimate creation cannot be separated from that shadow, and certain existences in the astral realm and other giant worlds have also observed shadow. But the one most associated with the shadow is undoubtedly the shadow world from antiquity. The shadow world reflects upon the multidimensional plane, absorbing the dark side power of the planes, continually expanding. If it continues to expand, even those giant worlds might also fall under its shadow. Thus, the super war that ended the ancient era broke out, a battle even the time dragon dared not easily observe. The battle process is unknown. The result is that the shadow world was shattered. Various terrifying powers simultaneously penetrated this world, ash flew, and no life force remained. Since then, the connection between the shadow world and the dark side of planes has been severed, continually weakening and collapsing. Only those independent dark sides remained, clinging to the multidimensional plane, lifeless. These dark sides are the Ashen world. Separated from the shadow world, the Ashen world began its path of self-evolution. Many Ashen lords were thus born. I am one of them. The dark side I was born from is precisely Nora's dark side. You should also be aware of the subsequent nightmare invasion. After listening, Levi pondered deeply. Did you hear all this from the time dragon? The ash dragon nodded, somewhat proud. These hidden histories are known by only a few in the entire Sauron plane. Ordinary historians could spend a lifetime and only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Only the time dragon can somewhat completely describe it. Levi smiled and said. Then, thank you for telling me. The ash dragon hesitated for a moment and said. Actually, I tell you this because of the time dragon's reason too. Do you know when the shadow last appeared? Levi guessed some in his heart. Please enlighten me. The ash dragon said solemnly. At the end of Nora's ancient age. Levi was suddenly shocked. Ancestor wizard Soren. The ash dragon shook its head. I don't know, the time dragon didn't say. Perhaps Soren is also related to that shadow, who knows. These years of interaction, I also heard from the Holy Grail of Immortality and others that you are somehow connected to Soren. Whether true or false, you have the right to know these things, consider it repayment for your life-saving grace. Levi did not expect that his casual inquiry about the origin of the shadow world would be tied to so many secrets. What exactly is that hidden shadow? Double dragons, frost giant ancestor, ultimate creation, ancestor wizard, what is the connection? He suddenly felt an urgent desire to understand these, wishing he could ask the time dragon face to face. But whether the time dragon is still around, whether it has fallen, even if still alive, he had no qualification to meet it. It still depends on strength. Once I step into the legendary realm, perhaps I can unlock these secrets. Levi asked. What are your plans for the future? The Ash Dragon replied. I have absorbed the wool incarnation of the dark side of ancient Banyan fairyland, which you call Owens, and I have now become a juvenile Ashen Lord of this Ashen world. You can understand it as another form of plain sovereign. My growth will be closely tied to ancient Banyan fairyland. The stronger it becomes, the stronger the dark side becomes, the stronger I become. So I won't leave. From now on, Mana is the positive sovereign of ancient Banyan fairyland, while I shall be the dark side sovereign. Levi said. I see. So, Owens just now was the wool incarnation of Nora's dark side? How can we save Nora's dark side? The Ash Dragon shook its head. With your current strength, you're still far off. Nora's dark side is one of the main battlefields of the Nightmare Invasion. Ancient Banyan fairyland was impacted like a small shrimp due to its proximity, so I cleared it out after my tribulation. Think about rescuing Nora only when you have legendary strength. However, as a wool incarnation of Nora's dark side, Owens won't die so easily. Moreover, I suspect some of your legendary wizards are likely resisting the nightmare forces of Nora's dark side. Chapter 2390. The dark side is not essential to the plane, but without it, some completeness is lost. In ancient times, with the connection between the dark side and the shadow world, fast planar travel could be realized, just like astral world travel. But not anymore. Between each dark side, only faint symbiotic connections remain, long isolated from the world. Levi asked. Is there any possibility of the shadow world being repaired? The Ash Dragon said. There shouldn't be. I believe the astral world would be the first to prevent the shadow world from being repaired. After speaking, the Ash Dragon's figure disappeared from Levi's sight, seemingly entering the ancient Banyan dark side for rest. It must remain vigilant to prevent nightmare forces from infiltrating again. Levi did not disturb it. He looked at the puzzled Dragon Palace people and smiled, saying, Disperse now, tonight we shall celebrate the Ash Dragon's promotion to level 6, ranked as the Sky-Burning Dragon General. With the Ash Dragon's promotion, the early elders of the Dragon Palace, excluding mixed-blood dragons restricted by bloodline, all other sub-dragons and pure-blooded dragon clan were promoted to level 6. Time passed. Despite knowing those secret pieces of knowledge, Levi wasn't troubled with undue anxiety. Such worry serves no purpose. Focusing on the present and continuing cultivation and strengthening steadily suffices. On this day, while practicing the spell, an attendant reported that a distinguished guest has arrived, none other than the Grand Wizard. Hearing the name, Levi's expression remained unmoved, yet he stirred slightly inwardly. Golden Wanderer. In the reception room. What brings Sir Florio to visit the ancient dragon continent? Levi asked with a smile. The golden-haired wizard in front, whose gaze is profound and whose spiritual force is vast like the sea, with a faint flicker of electric light in his pupils, smiled. I have long heard of the Dusk Palace Master's reputation as a peerless genius throughout the ages, and meeting today is a testament to the name. Levi humbly replied. It's nothing worth mentioning. Whether I can reach the 9th circle is uncertain. If you have any matters, it's better to state them directly. The Golden Wanderer hesitated, then laughed, saying, So decisive. I admire young people like you the most. I heard the Palace Master has provided shelter for Louise and that group of the ancient tomb race, is that true? Levi responded. Yes, these alien races have already been registered and acquired Nora residence permits, and my ancient dragon continent has processed relevant formalities, personally handled by the Wanderer of the Vast Sea. Could it be that the Golden Wanderer, as deputy director, is unaware? The Golden Wanderer laughed. Of course, I'm aware. I have some matters I'd like to discuss face-to-face with Louise. Could the Palace Master bring her here? After I talk with her, I'll take my leave. Levi did not hesitate. I have no objections from my side, but it must require Louise's consent. Let me ask her for you. Saying so, he transmitted a message to Louise and showed it to the Golden Wanderer. Not meeting. Louise's reply was straightforward. The Golden Wanderer felt a chill in his heart but maintained a warm smile. Please inform her that I am speaking with her as a high-ranking member of the Alien Affairs Administration and need her collaboration in my investigation. Levi asked, What is the inquiry about? Is there an investigation warrant? If it's within the ancient dragon continent, I think Louise would cooperate. The Golden Wanderer felt an imperceptible flash of murderous intent, then vanished, but Levi, with his sharp perception, caught this old fellow's psychological change. Palace Master, another distinguished guest is here to meet. Who? Daydreamer Frodo. Levi's expression slightly changed, and even the Golden Wanderer across from him couldn't help but react. Why would a legendary wizard come here? The Golden Wanderer quickly pondered internally. Levi was also puzzled, he reluctantly said. Quite an unfortunate time, Sir Florio. Do you have any more business? If not, I shall welcome the legendary wizard first. The Golden Wanderer slightly smiled. Nothing worth mentioning. I'll be on my way. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, instantly vanished from the Imperial Palace, leaving no trace. On the square in front of the Imperial Palace, a figure wearing glasses and a brown coat, looking very modest, gazed at the disappearing golden lightning, silently unspeaking. Levi hurriedly arrived and politely greeted. My apologies for not welcoming you earlier, Frodo Sr. He had addressed the Golden Wanderer as a peer because he felt the person was undeserving of being called senior. But before a legendary wizard, respect was imperative and not to be taken lightly. Frodo smiled gently, accompanied by two figures beside him, the Phantom Windwalker and the Dream Moonwalker. Let's go inside for a chat. Sir Levi, need not call me senior, as fellow seekers of truth, I believe knowledge knows no rank. He spoke politely. All right, Sir Frodo. In the council hall. Frodo sipped some tea and stated directly. I heard Sir Levi has a way to explore the nightmare world, and the Tower of Dawn has a branch of the School of Dreams which is developing quite well, so I came to visit. Levi remarked. Frankly speaking, most of this School of Dreams knowledge comes from the inheritance of your Dreamland steeple. I do have a method to explore the nightmare world, but due to limited current ability, if you wish to enter, it would greatly consume me. Frodo laughed and said. I understand. If my guess is correct, your method for exploring the nightmare world should originate from your night bloodline breathing method. Levi knew nothing could be concealed from a legendary wizard, so he frankly admitted. Yes. Frodo asked. May I ask, what's the name of this breathing method? Nightmare Dragon. Upon hearing the name, Frodo pondered. Nightmare Dragon? Daring to take on the name of Nightmare, such nightmare creatures are indeed rare. Levi knew it was rare. Back then, he had no knowledge, initially named by the panel itself. Frodo continued. As far as I know, the night bloodline breathing method requires corresponding bloodline crystals for cultivation. With the Nightmare Dragon method, does it require the Nightmare Dragon clan's crystals for cultivation? Levi mused whether there was anything this person didn't know, like a tapeworm in his gut. No wonder he's a tough guy who escaped the Lost Monarch's maze. Yes, sir. Frodo smiled and said. I would like to propose a trade with Sir Levi. I provide the corresponding bloodline crystals, offer knowledge and technical support to your Dream Academy, and when you're sufficiently strong, allow members of our Dreamland steeple to enter the nightmare world by your means to develop. This time, we wish to engage in fair competition with the Lost Monarch in the years to come. Chapter 2391. Still want to go to the nightmare world? Levi was slightly shocked in his heart. Having just escaped from the tiger's mouth, do you want to enter again? Freud asked. How about it? Levi said. Sir, let me think about it. Freud smiled. Of course, there's no hurry with this. Whenever you've made up your mind, you can contact me or my two assistants at any time. I live in Dreamland City. Dreamland City is Freud's Sky City, which has just been built over the years, right next to Black Abyss City. Levi said. Okay. Levi chatted with the Daydreamer about other things, but most topics related to the nightmare world and the School of Dreams. Freud even generously shared his nightmare years inside the Lost Monarch. He didn't view these as hardships, but rather felt grateful, even fortunate. Without those infinite reincarnations, he might have long vanished among the crowd, turning into mere dust from 10,000 years ago and failed to achieve the status of a legendary wizard. He really is an optimistic person, this was Levi's first impression. Perhaps this unique trait is possessed by every great legendary wizard. Finally, Levi thought for a moment and asked. Forgive me for asking, Mr. Freud, I've explored the nightmare world for a long time. Given the vastness and abundant resources of the nightmare world, why hasn't anything similar to magical oddities emerged? Is it because I haven't explored enough? How did you obtain legendary artifacts and ascend to legendary status? It was a question he had always had. Seeing Freud as a senior fond of sharing, Levi took the opportunity to inquire. Freud pushed up his glasses and said with a smile. That's a very good question. Even if you explore the entire nightmare world, you won't find natural oddities. This involves some deep supernatural logic and relates to the inherent traits of the nightmare world. In the primary spiritual plane, it's impossible to give birth to oddities. If you travel the astral world, you'll find that there's no oddities there either. All magical oddities are nurtured in the prime material plane. Among them, although the abyss is a material plane, it has its particularities, and it's likewise unable to actively birth natural oddities, as is the underworld. These four superworlds are unparalleled, beyond the reach of ordinary logic. Though we can't proactively create oddities, wizards can use the techniques Lord Sauron devised to craft oddities according to our needs. This technique is called Sauron's sky-stealing technique. When you reach the Great Wizard realm, you will obtain this method from the Congress, study it, and understand. Levi asked. When you entered the Lost Monarch, were you not yet a Grand Wizard, sir? Freud said. That's right. During the 666th reincarnation inside the Lost Monarch, someone taught me this cultivation method. Without him, even if I reincarnated 10,000 times, I couldn't have crafted my own legendary artifact, achieved legendary status, and escaped the cycle of reincarnation. Was it Sauron? Levi roughly guessed who it was. Freud nodded. I managed to escape the Lost Monarch with my effort, aided by Lord Sauron's time-traveling help. You may not be aware, but inside the Lost Monarch, there's a genuine god trapped. Levi's heart shook. He marveled at the horror of the Lost Monarch, as well as Sauron's omniscience. He suddenly recalled the shadow the Time Dragon had observed. Who could it be? Was it Sauron? Could Sauron time travel to the ancient ages? This involves complex timelines. Just thinking about it made Levi's head spin. Or perhaps the shadow created Sauron, including previous ultimate creations? Freud said. Sauron's sky-stealing technique is truly forbidden knowledge. For safety's sake, only Grand Wizards are qualified to learn it. I can't pass it on to you. Once you rise to 9th circle, the Wizard Council will naturally grant it to you. No matter the reasons forcing you to wander, unable to receive it from the Congress, Sauron has ways beyond our imagination to deliver this method to you. That's the means of the ancestor of wizards. Levi said. So, Sauron didn't die, right? Mr. Freud. Freud said with a smile. I don't know about that either. Dead or alive, ultimately, it's just a definition for ordinary life. Reaching Sauron's level, perhaps death and living no longer hold meaning. He might have died, or he might not. Levi understood, as if dead. Freud said. The legendary artifact I crafted, called Illusion Dream Butterfly, draws from my 1001 reincarnation experiences inside the Lost Monarch and the dream power the Lost Monarch used to build its maze. The Illusion Dream Butterfly allows for dream connections with the dream worlds of any butterfly within the multidimensional plane. More than 80,000 years ago, when our dreamland steeple decided to explore Nightmare World for the first time, I once captured a very ordinary wind and moon butterfly at the junction of Nightmare World and Nora, made a specimen. Levi muttered to himself. Wind and moon butterfly, zero-level creature, the scales on its wings have potent hallucinogenic effects, commonly used by apprentice wizards of the School of Dreams as casting materials, suitable for executing small hallucination technique. Sir, did you use the wind and moon butterfly's dream to escape the control of the Lost Monarch? Freud said. That's correct. The wind and moon butterfly is more suitable than regular butterflies for establishing dream connections. This creature is present as specimens in many wizards' homes at the Dreamland Steeple. Chapter 2392. Using the hallucinogenic ability of the wind and moon butterfly as a fulcrum, and the power of imagination of all beings in the Nora world as a lever, I let the Lost Monarch, who can bind both the sleep god and the dream god Chupnose, enter the dream I wove. Although it was just for a moment, it was enough to break free from the maze's constraints and return to Nora via the dream channel I established with the wind and moon butterfly. However, given the intelligence of the Lost Monarch, it surely understands my method by now. In its dream, there are not only wizards from the Dreamland Steeple, but many other spellcasters and alien races trapped there, just level 9 experts number 63. Levi's expression slightly changed. 63? That's already half of the current Congress of Grand Wizards, isn't it? Freud said. So I want to gamble with the Lost Monarch one more time, which might take thousands of years, even staking my next life. I want to release these trapped lost ones. Those who can be useful to Nora shall become our allies, to face the impending great tribulation of all beings together. Those who cannot, it's still a friendship without any loss. Someday, we will face the nightmare directly. The ambition of the nightmare world is no less than that of the abyss. Compared to the chaotic demons, they are more troublesome and elusive. Levi rapidly calculated in his mind. Confront the lost monarch? This was somewhat beyond his expectations. This is a notorious existence among nightmare monarchs, potentially as dangerous as entities beyond the 600th layer of the abyss. Moreover, Levi's nightmare avatar could resurrect and return, but if he truly angered the lost monarch, it could directly come from the nightmare world to the wizard world and erase him in reality, which is not impossible. For such an existence, a ridiculous act like attacking someone through the internet is also perfectly reasonable. Freud said, "There's no rush to gamble with the lost monarch. When it truly comes to action, with your talent, you might have already been promoted to the legendary wizard realm. Take your time to consider it, and I won't disturb you." Having finished his tea, Freud left with his 2 grand wizard assistants. "By the way, Dusk Palace Master, may I visit the School of Dreams here?" Levi quickly stood up and said with a smile. "I'll take you to see it, sir." Tower of Dawn. Teachers and students of the Dream Academy, led by the Heart Moon Spirit Witch, eagerly awaited the arrival of the legendary wizard. A legendary wizard under normal circumstances, they might not witness one in their lifetime. Moreover, the experiences of the daydreamer are even more thrilling than a novel. Many who do not belong to the Dream Academy also mixed in with the crowd, faces full of excitement. "Mr. Freud, this is Natasha, the Dean of our Dream Academy. Although her talent is not considered outstanding, she is self-taught and has become a primordial soul witch, adding a series of nightmare summoning spells that can summon nightmare creatures within my territory to support in blood battles." Levi strongly recommended the Heart Moon Spirit Witch to Freud. If this legendary wizard could provide some guidance, this mature woman would greatly benefit. The Heart Moon Spirit Witch smiled gently and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Freud." The slightly unstable spiritual force fluctuation in her heaving chest indicated her inner tension. Freud chatted casually with the Heart Moon Spirit Witch, benefiting her greatly and enlightening her. Later, the Heart Moon Spirit Witch also added Freud's contact information, making others envious. Subsequently, Freud expressed that Dream Academy's teachers and students are welcome to visit the Dreamland Steeple's headquarters in the Yellow Earth continent for mutual exchange and learning. As they watched the legendary wizard leave, Levi said, "Everyone, work hard in the future, Mr. Freud is your role model." Having established a communication channel between the Tower of Dawn and the Dreamland Steeple, the development of the Dream Academy is bound to enter the fast lane. Returning to the Emperor's palace, Levi carefully pondered Freud's trade conditions, and after discussing with Elena, Triss, and the Black Abyss Sovereign, he finally felt this deal was feasible. What Dreamland Steeple wants most currently is a safer channel to develop the Nightmare World. After rapid development through the Nightmare World, then consider the gamble with the Lost Monarch. Relying on the strength of Dreamland Steeple, they can completely include the entire Blood Rain realm under their domain and begin large-scale development without worrying about the covetousness and hostility of other overlords. As for Monarch-level experts, the entire Blood Rain realm is the territory of the Pale Lord, and before this person has fallen, other monarchs won't rashly invade to provoke a Monarch-level war. Solely relying on the ancient Dragon continent, the efficiency of developing the Nightmare World was too low. Shortly afterward, Levi contacted Freud and reached the transaction. Once his Nightmare Dragon is promoted, it will provide channels for the members of Dreamland Steeple to develop the Nightmare World, and Dreamland Steeple will provide technology and knowledge for the ancient Dragon continent. The ancient Dragon continent could also dispatch wizards to study at Dreamland Steeple at any time without any cost. In the Nightmare World, the members of Dreamland Steeple would follow his orders as the Black Dragon Lord and not harm the territory. A third of the resources explored by Dreamland Steeple would also be shared with the ancient Dragon continent as a dividend. Moreover, to ensure smooth cooperation, all entering the Nightmare World from Dreamland Steeple need to make an oath on the Excalibur. First, to abide by the rules of developing the Nightmare World, and second, to sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose any confidential matters, otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. After all, Levi also needs to consider the safety of the Dragon Palace people or other members. Chapter 2393. In general, the trade is relatively fair, considered a win-win situation, as the vastness of the Nightmare World negates any concerns about resource allocation. If it weren't for his limited abilities, what would be the harm in bringing the entire wizard world in? Soon, Levi received the deposit for the trade from the Dreamland Steeple, 2 crystals exuding a mesmerizing aura, one pitch black, the other dark red. The black one contained the bloodline crystal of a black illusion dragon, at level 8, while the dark red one was the bloodline crystal of an evil eye dragon, also at level 8. These were obtained by Freud during his reincarnation, one from a level 8 sub-dragon species, the other from a true legendary level pure-blood dragon, though it was also at an immature level 8 stage. Within the lost monarch's body, countless wonders reside, it's almost a natural treasure trove. Unfortunately, it is a place of entry without exit, making Freud's case one of a kind in eternities. After the Golden Walker left the ancient dragon continent, he felt bewildered and uncertain. Even the newly ascended legendary wizards come to visit this Dusk Palace Master? Who exactly is this person? Could it be another reincarnated legendary wizard? He had an indescribable feeling. It seemed like all the legendary wizards knew how formidable the Dusk Palace Master was, yet he couldn't comprehend it, prompting him to introspect. Damn, why did Louise have to choose the Dusk Palace Master as her backer? If it were any other grand wizard, it wouldn't be so troublesome for me. If Louise had directly sought a legendary wizard as her backer, he would have abandoned all fantasies on the spot. Better to play it safe, watch and wait, for without absolute strength, even geniuses may fall. Now, the Dusk Palace Master holds more power than most ordinary grand wizards, and is at the height of his prominence. Confrontation would be unwise. We'll see how things unfold, as blood battles constantly change, with the Council of 10,000 clans eyeing greedily, opportunities will arise. The Golden Walker had too many concerns, behind him was the Letney family, he wasn't alone. Time flies. Outside, the blood sea surges, battles blaze ceaselessly. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, time stands serenely still. On that day, within the Black Soul Demon Tower, the sleeping Red King opened its eyes, emanating a violent aura. The ominous crimson demon flame swept through, causing the surrounding undead to flee. Red King, you're awake. Levi's gaze was indifferent. The violent aura in the Red King's eyes waned, a shadow of the extreme darkness dragon faintly passed by. This calamity fire demon ape is indeed atypical, even my extreme darkness enslavement can't entirely suppress its violent aura, but making it obey isn't an issue. Having slept in the Black Soul Demon Tower for over 200 years, the Red King's strength roughly recovered to the early stage level 8. Levi brought the Red King to the nightmare world. Red King, show us your abilities, Lopez, you'll be its opponent. The Red King let out a low growl. Lopez said. All right. It was not far from level 8 either, its actual strength wasn't inferior to an 8th circle ordinary wizard. The two giant apes clashed in the chaotic wilderness, the Red King's abilities directly opposed Lopez's. Its flames were the fire of calamity, and those tainted by it would suffer great agony. Furthermore, the Red King was much faster than Lopez, turning into a blur, keeping Lopez constantly off balance. Yet its strength was rather mediocre, even weaker than Lopez in terms of realm. Lopez was a strength-type giant ape, while the Red King was speed-typed. Wherever the Red King's figure dashed past, long-lasting paths of calamitous fire remained. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the surrounding miles had become a crisscrossed web of flames like a spider's web. Lopez eventually succumbed, burning away amidst the fire. Not bad. The Red King stood silently beside Levi. This big fellow looks quite fierce. Oh right, there's preliminary progress on the Witch Trace Return Potion, let's have a discussion another day. Ms. Lucy will also participate remotely. Triss flew out from the Wizard Tower, wearing a slim-fit black dress, her demeanor serene and gentle. All right, your efficiency is impressive, truly remarkable. Most of the time Levi skated by without much effort, expressing his admiration. Mostly thanks to Lucy and our Black Abyss teacher, I'm just running errands. Triss said humbly. A month later. In Triss's laboratory, Levi, Elena, and Ms. Lucy's projection quietly listened to Triss's explanation. During this period, we reverse-engineered and deconstructed the formula and refining process for the Night Return Potion. We've identified substitutes for the main ingredients of the Witch Trace Return Potion, which include the Saint Fruit, Rejuvenation Water, Bloody Rose, Comet Grass, and the crystal core of a level 6 or higher Heart Stealer. Conducted 236 experiments, after refining these materials through special methods, we tested them on a 7-circle wizard criminal from the Council of 10,000 Clans. His sixth circle witch trace was successfully dispersed. Given his aptitude and realm, he could restore a perfected sixth circle witch trace within around 10 years based on his previously practiced spells. Levi pondered. 10 years, is it? This speed is acceptable. Wizards differ from knights, and having the proficiency panel himself means his cost of dispersing and rebuilding is minimal, not to be measured by common sense. He asked. How was the experimental wizard's talent? Triss replied. Just a common talent of children of the earth element, along with some insignificant acquired special talents, all gained from refining Morningstar artifacts. Then there's no problem. Chapter 2394. Take 100 flowers for example, if she wants to disperse and rebuild her power, the 12 sixth ring witch marks previously branded can be restored within a century at the latest, given her current talent. Afterwards, with 100 flowers 7 ring realm, re-imprinting the new 6th ring witch marks, although it won't be one every 10 years, it will definitely be much faster than before when in the 6 environments realm. Firstly, 100 flowers realm has improved, towering above all. Secondly, 100 flowers now possesses a new water god body, incomparable to before. In short, if the efficacy of this medicine is stable and truly feasible, then mass production can be initiated. By the way, does this medicine have any side effects? Triss said. There may also be a random elimination of other spell imprints, but according to our experiments, it can be determined that it does not affect innate spells. Innate spells accompany a wizard for life, always in use, their importance goes without saying. Lucy, who had been silent, said. So, this is just a preliminary result. The next step is to reduce or even eliminate side effects, so let's not rush to put it into use yet. Levi agreed. As for refining materials, he took a look. They were relatively easy to find, especially saint fruit, which had long been as common as tomatoes. The 6th level Heartstealer crystal core, though not as common as flame demons, is also frequently circulated in the market. Next, the major organizations can secretly purchase these materials, and once sufficient materials are stocked, the medicine can be announced. As for pricing, the cost of these medicines is about the same as the 6-ring breakthrough potion. He thought it should be slightly more expensive than that. After a round of discussion with everyone, he also heeded the advice of Ms. Lucy, the main researcher. Levi decided on 1 billion per dose. After all, from the cost of these materials, it amounts to about 300 million. The major cost is the Heartstealer crystal core. Even though prices dropped during the blood battle, it still averaged at 150 million ether stones. Levi had hunted some before, but it wasn't enough for long support. Additionally, the cost of labor for the pharmacists at Gandalf Pharmacy and the promotional expenses must be considered. Those in need of the Witch Trace Return Potion are typically 7-ring or 8th circle wizards. Given their worth, they could grit their teeth and pay 1 billion ether stones, absolutely no problem. As one of the main developers of the potion, Triss also has a share of the profits. Levi looked towards Ms. Lucy, wanting to discuss her share. Madam, the sales profit of the Witch Trace Return Potion. He hadn't finished when Lucy interrupted. You can pay me 1 ether stone. Levi. Madam, this isn't quite appropriate. Lucy said. Let's leave it at that. By the way, Mr. Black Abyss also needs 1 ether stone, make sure you find time to give it to him. Ultimately, it was hard to argue with the lady. Levi understood the intentions of these two seniors and paid them a symbolic 1 ether stone. Lucy smiled slightly, her figure dissipating. If Levi were to hold back supplies and set a skyrocketing price to rake in profits, she might not have demanded only 1 ether stone. In her view, Levi's price was also very reasonable, enough to enable primordial soul wizards with current demands in the wizard civilization to be the first to purchase it. And these individuals would be the backbone of the blood battle and might benefit from the return potion to advance to the 8th circle, or even Grand Wizard. The years flew by. 4 years later. In the Nora calendar, year 805. The 594th year of the blood battle. After multiple experimental tests, the Witch Trace Return Potion was finally developed. Every medicine above the 6th ring needs to be personally tested by the Pharmacist Association headquarters of the Congress before it is deemed problem-free. After the discussion, Levi had Triss, the inventor of the potion, go to submit it for inspection. On this day, the Pharmacist Association was in an uproar. Madam Triss, can your potion truly reverse witch marks and rebuild from scratch? Indeed, is it true? I have researched potions for 3,000 years and have never heard of such a thing. The president is here. The president of the Pharmacist Association was a legendary wizard, dressed in a yellow-brown wizard robe, with a profound gaze and a bearing of great virtue, none other than the Thousand Mountains Immortal. Greetings, President. Triss felt excited as she met the supreme figure among the contemporary wizard world's pharmacists. Legendary alchemist, Alexander. Throughout his life, he created 3,233 independent potion formulas, including 345 above the 6th ring and 12 10th circle potion formulas. Famous as the 12 divine medicines, they are extraordinarily powerful potions. The Great Council President Amen dubbed him the medicine god. The more advanced the potion, the harder it is to develop. The Thousand Mountains Immortal gave a slight nod and took Triss's potion, drinking it on the spot. President, this is a witch trace return. Triss exclaimed. She knew the president's method of testing was simple, directly drinking it, but the problem was this thing removes witch marks. The Thousand Mountains Immortal closed his eyes, his body seemed to transform into a semi-transparent particle state, with the potion's energy circulating through his limbs and meridians, then pouring into his mind. Everyone waited silently. Can such a witch trace return potion really be developed? Yes, for some primordial soul wizards, its importance is second only to life-extending potions. If it's real, if Madame Triss unveils a new potion, I'll be the first to buy it. Me too, Madam, don't forget to leave me a dose. The Thousand Mountains Immortal opened his eyes, smiling. No problem, I can feel the style of an old friend in this potion. Triss was puzzled. This potion was 80% developed by Ms. Lucy, is she the old friend of the Thousand Mountains Immortal? Could it really be as Levi speculated, that Lucy is the reincarnation of a legendary wizard? Chapter 2395. The Thousand Mountains Immortal paused and said. This is a potion of epoch-making significance. Thank you, Madame Triss. As the president of the Pharmacist Association, I hereby award you the 9-star medal. From now on, you have 9-star authority to access the Pharmacist Association's knowledge base. As soon as these words were spoken, both Triss and other pharmacist officials at the headquarters gasped. 9-star authority is equivalent to the authority of a 9th circle pharmacist. In the current wizard world, there are only 56 wizards with this authority. Of these, 14 are legendary wizards. Anyone promoted to legend, whether or not they are a 9th circle pharmacist, automatically receives this authority. Among the remaining, 36 are grand wizards. Only 6 are below the 9th circle. What an honor this is! Triss was somewhat surprised. She wanted to say that the potion owed more to the original formula provided by Knight Levi and Ms. Lucy's contributions, but remembering their instructions, she held her tongue. As a wizard wholly devoted to the potion industry, Triss had once fantasized about this day, now almost moved to tears of joy. Thank you, President, and everyone. I was merely lucky to have researched this potion. To prevent myself from being unworthy of the position, I will work hard to live up to the association's trust. I've received the 9-star medal. Triss immediately shared the good news with everyone, unable to conceal her joy. That's fantastic. Elena hugged Triss, truly happy for her. The two women danced in circles excitedly, looking like children. Levi also showed a look of heartfelt satisfaction. Madame Triss deserved it. In fact, Triss wanted Levi to be recognized as the inventor of the potion. After all, the formula for the night return potion was given by Levi. But Levi steadfastly refused. First, he hardly participated, spending most of his time practicing in seclusion. Second, he wished to repay Madame for her years of kindness, and nothing was more fitting than the honor of the 9-star medal. Thank you, Levi. Triss thanked him earnestly. Levi smiled and said. Why thank me? You should thank Ms. Lucy. After discussion, the witch trace return potion was named Triss's Water of Erasure, simple and easy to understand. This is a 7-circle potion, but of course, it's also applicable to 8th circle wizards. Forget about the 9th circle, at that point, witch marks are already set. The current version of the Water of Erasure can't do it yet. However, with knowledge development, it might be possible in the future. Unlike some potions which only work once per person, Water of Erasure has no usage limit. If unsatisfied, one can disperse techniques and rebuild a second time, as long as there's enough time and resources. Triss and Gondorf began formulating subsequent plans in earnest. This is a blue ocean market worth over $1 trillion, and for a long time, there will be no competitors. Of course, it can't be ruled out that some people might reverse engineer the potion formula, but it's very difficult. Because the potion's refinement itself involves many unique incantations and processes. Even if all the materials are found, it might still be impossible to refine. A year later. The year 806 of Nora. 30-year-old Levi stopped his cultivation of the Nightmare Traveler breathing technique. Reached the limit. With the help of secret medicine from the Pureblood Dragon clan, this breathing technique, which had always lagged behind the main group, achieved perfection shortly after the Death Ember Dragon. In his hand floated a deep red potion, with a mesmerizing gleam, bewitching any who looked at it too long. Let's begin. While Levi was in seclusion, Elena and Triss each took water of erasure and embarked on their journeys to disperse techniques and rebuild. This time, both had a minimum target of 15 6-ring witch marks each. Elena even aimed for 22 marks. Although Triss had less lifespan than Elena, her talent was also excellent and she hadn't studied as diversely as Elena, so she also aimed for 22 marks. Whether or not they could become legends in the future, one must always have dreams. Moreover, her spiritual force was not far off from the 7 circles limit, already bearing 11 7-circle witch marks. Being only over 1,800 years old, promotion to the 8th circle was more than achievable, with a total future lifespan of 4,000 years. As long as she continued progressing at this pace, the Grand Wizard level was within reach. If she could extend her life by another 1,000 years, even more so. Meanwhile, the initial batch of 10 water of erasure was launched at Gandalf Pharmacy. The pre-launch publicity was ample, so on the first day, all 10 potions were sold out. 7th and 8th circle wizards from various schools, in urgent need of this item, were already lined up at the door. The scene was comparable to the far-leading term of past lives. The reason people trusted this newly developed potion so much was due to a report from the Pharmacist Association headquarters. Recently, our member, 7-circle wizard Triss, developed a Witch Trace Return potion, personally tested by the Thousand Mountains Immortal and confirmed to be without issues. This is a potion of epical significance, enabling primordial soul wizards to reconsider their quantity of witch marks. The first batch is distributed through Gandalf Pharmacy, and those in need can purchase it themselves. Madame Triss was awarded the 9-star medal for her outstanding contribution. With the endorsement from both legendary wizards and the Pharmacist Association, the quality was undoubtedly reliable. Of course, many chose to observe, awaiting the first batch of guinea pigs' results first. After all, the consequences of erasing witch marks were severe. If it couldn't be restored, it would mean much of one's cultivation would be in vain. In the future, they could only rely on innate spells. Chapter 2396. Just with the water of erasure, Gandalf Pharmacy's sales reached an astounding 10 billion in a single day. After deducting materials, promotions, labor, and other miscellaneous expenses, the net profit was 7 billion. Of course, not all of this money went into Levi's pocket. Triss still needed a share of the profits, and there were costs for maintaining the pharmacy's operations and research and development. No matter what, before the market for this medicine becomes saturated, Levi's wealth will rapidly expand. Levi wasn't particularly happy. His happiest moment was when he killed the Dark Wizard and earned a few hundred ether stones. To him, ether stones were just cold, emotionless numbers. He hadn't felt the need for money in ages. Triss received a substantial bonus, advancing further down the road to wealth. Soon, it would be time for the century-old blood battle auction, which would require substantial spending. Elena sighed. Knowledge is ether stone. Aside from cultivation, she spent all her time with Triss, greedily absorbing Triss's pharmaceutical knowledge. In addition, Victor and the Holy Infant each received a bottle of water of erasure, just in case. They had both advanced via the 15 6th ring witch marks, and already had a strong foundation. However, with the enhancement of oddities and the improvement of acquired talents, 22 marks didn't seem so far off. They weren't in a hurry and decided to see the refining extent of the divine-level sequential artifacts. If possible, Levi naturally wished for all 3 avatars to firmly achieve legendary status. With 3 legendary covers, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable legendary wizard, second only to Sauron in history. King of body refining, king of weapon refinement and ice and fire, king of secret sword and array. Thinking about it was exhilarating. Time flies. 2 years later. Nora, 808. At the cost of an island, Levi's Nightmare Traveler breathing technique evolved. This time, the dark tribulation turned out to be a mirage again, damn it. Luckily, this mirage wasn't much, just a large illusion. Inside, there were many powerful monsters, including one at the level 8 mid-stage, which Levi annihilated with the secret word of destruction. 1,000 miles away. The 1,000 illusion knight and some knights with perception breathing techniques were observing the commander undergoing tribulation, learning from the experience. The 1,000 illusion knight was now at level 6 peak cultivation and faced an evolutionary choice. Her phantom beast wasn't actually a nightmare creature. But among nightmare creatures, perceptive bloodlines were the easiest to find. So her future direction, like Levi, was to evolve toward the nightmare path. Suddenly, a formless wave swept across, and the 1,000 illusion knight fainted. When she awoke, she found herself in a strange space. There was no time, no space, no sun, moon, or stars, just endless darkness and twinkling light points. Those light points were countless golden, dragon eyes, billions covering the cosmos. Where is this? Not only her, but all the knights suddenly realized they were in a strange world. What's happening? I feel conscious but can't move, like sleep paralysis. It seems I can't sense the passage of time anymore, nothing matters now. I'm not able to perceive anything. Quite the opposite, I feel like I can perceive everything, and it's driving me insane. Living feels so meaningless now. Outside the strange realm, Levi stood with hands behind his back, holding a black sphere in his palm, akin to a supernova explosion, like a black hole, indescribable. He gently dispersed the black sphere. The surroundings were devoid of the 1,000 illusion knight and the others long ago. In the black dragon territory, the 1,000 illusion knight opened her eyes, but before she could react, everything went black again, and she fainted once more. When she awoke again, she and the other knights were already beside Levi, feeling perpetually dazed. "Commander, what just happened?" Levi smiled and said. "Don't worry, I just sent your true forms into the nightmare world." The 1,000 illusion knight patted her chest, relieved. "You scared me. I felt like I entered a void, unsure if it was an illusion, my perception was in chaos, and nothing mattered as dragon eyes were everywhere." Levi said. "That is my domain." The 1,000 illusion knight was shocked. "Domain? I'm miles away, and the range of this domain is so vast." Levi replied. "Theoretically, there's no spatial limit to this domain. Anyone I perceive, whose strength is lesser than mine, could be drawn into it. You and the knights should collect some rewards as compensation for being part of my experiment." The knights were elated. "Thank you, Commander." Back at the Emperor's palace, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The new perception breathing technique, he didn't change its name, still calling it the Nightmare Dragon. Talking with the Daydreamer before, he mentioned the name was special. Levi felt the same. Levi. Breathing technique, 20 stage, 1/20th million, special effect, Nightmare Dragon body mythical, level 8 early stage, bloodline Dharma idol, Nightmare Fog, blood source armor, Nightmare Dragon armor, exclusive weapon, the Nightmare helmet, level 8, bloodline divine patterns, 1566, bloodline secret word, no hidden, all perceiving, no hiding. This evolution of the Nightmare Dragon granted Levi the most extreme perception ability, with danger perception greatly enhanced again. Additionally, he could simultaneously project over 200,000 nightmare avatars into the nightmare world. There wouldn't be a server issue where others would disconnect once legendary wizards logged in. Previously, it could only accommodate 30,000, a truly epic enhancement. Levi could even throw the true forms of life forms from the prime material plane into the nightmare world to fend for themselves. However, the prerequisite was that the being must be affected by Levi's woven nightmare. If too powerful, they were naturally immune. The diameter of the nightmare domain reached 80 kilometers, needless to say. Finally, the unhidden secret. It's composed of the secret word of sensing and fear true word. From Levi's recent experiments, the secret word demonstrated incredible effects. On one hand, the secret word significantly expanded Levi's active perception range, making his perception ability far surpass the ordinary level of an 8th circle wizard. On the other hand, once employed, it could form a domain of conceptual perception, disregarding space and distance. Anyone who perceives Levi's existence would be perceived by Levi in turn. Be it seeing, hearing, or smelling through traditional senses, or any method that can be termed perception, including spiritual perception, etc. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. When you perceive Levi, Levi perceives you too. Chapter 2397. As everyone knows, wizards avoid using the true names of deities or great beings when discussing them. To some extent, this is a form of perception. If a deity is powerful enough, they can ignore space and perceive those who discuss them. Levi's unhidden secret also has a similar effect, though it's not as perverse as that of a deity. It's not to the extent that if someone mentions Levi, he can perceive it. But if someone uses a special secret technique or method to spy on Levi, he can detect it immediately and even see who it is. Those who perceive him, if they're not cautious or lack strength, can be drawn by Levi into a peculiar realm. Here, space and time are meaningless, perceptions are meaningless, and all is void. Levi has absolute control. He can trap these people in it forever or cast them out to the nightmare world, where the members of the Dragon Palace can surround and attack them. A year later, the realm of the Nightmare Traveler breathing technique is stabilized. All 6 breathing techniques have reached level 8 realm, again achieving the hexagonal goal. As for the Nightmare Dragons disperse and rebuild, there's no rush for now. It can wait until returning from the Dark Ancient Tower. Levi immediately got in touch with the Daydreamer. It was time to fulfill his promise. Thank you, Mr. Levi. Freud held Levi's hand and sincerely thanked him. Levi smiled and said, "Mutual benefit, I hope our cooperation is pleasant. Please also provide me with the member list, and I will grant them access to the nightmare world. Additionally, I will also give you an access." Levi has an allotment of 200,000 slots, which is variable, as server resources consumed vary with the different strengths of individuals. If they are all legendary wizards entering, even if he exhausts himself, he can only allow 5 or 6 to enter simultaneously, otherwise, it would be quite the maximum. So he left about 100,000 slots aside for the ancient dragon continent, but in reality, only about 50,000 members enter, the remaining 50,000 is a buffer zone. The other 100,000 slots allow most of Dreamland Steeple's wizards to enter at the present stage. Levels 9 and 10 are a sky chasm. Once Levi's Nightmare Dragon advances or evolves, the capacity could undoubtedly soar once again. In the time that followed, Levi visited Dreamland Steeple and applied access tracking marks to its members. Also, to ensure successful cooperation in the future, he had the key figures from the ancient dragon continent train Dreamland Steeple's members, primarily regarding the necessary precautions in the nightmare world that must be observed. With Freud, the legendary wizard, leading these efforts, everything went smoothly without the need for elaboration. 2 years later. Nora calendar year 811. The 600th year of the Blood Battle. The large-scale multiplayer online virtual reality game Nightmare officially began its second large-scale beta testing at Dreamland Steeple and Ancient Dragon Continent, with a total of 110,345 people participating in this test. Black Dragon Territory. A sea of people, the sound of drums and flags, a lively scene. The nightmare creatures had never seen so many foreigners, all curiously observing the members of the Dreamland Steeple. Unexpectedly, without using medicine, one can enter the nightmare world as a duplication. It's simply marvelous. Indeed, and it feels like this duplication is even more realistic than our original dream doppelganger, with fewer restrictions on our abilities. 80,000 years, sea and field, the wizard world is no longer what it once was. The members of Dreamland Steeple, observing the knights welcoming them, each mighty and powerful, were impressed. They have returned for some time now and are well aware that knights have now become the second transcendent path in Nora, after wizards, becoming widely popular and deeply developed. Even spawning supernova beings like the Dusk Palace Master and the Fire Dragon Knight. Seeing it with their own eyes now and witnessing this vibrant new blood, they can't help but marvel. Furthermore, it's rumored they could enter the nightmare world through the Dusk Palace Master Knight's ability. What was more shocking, however, were the dragons, mixed blood dragon clan, sub-dragons and even pure blood dragon clan freely roaming the world. They were lively, with diverse personalities, living in blissful paradise-like conditions, proudly observing these rookie players who had not yet left the novice village. Hiss, that's an immortal banyan dragon. I heard that recently the ancient dragon continent acquired the Witch's Family, a time-honored top-level organization. Is it really so? Is that an ash dragon? There's actually a second pure-blood dragon clan. No wonder they made us sign a confidentiality agreement. The ancient dragon continent is indeed that domineering? Who exactly is this Dusk Palace Master? It seems we've been trapped for too long. already out of touch with the world. The young people of today are far brighter than those of our time. Any random supernova can dominate an era. The awakening of the tyrant dragon, a past overlord, even made the members' eyes widen in astonishment. Tyrant dragon? I once heard of this during a reincarnation from another lost one. It's a true legendary dragon clan, an overlord of a certain earth realm, yet it's also under the command of the Dusk Palace Master? How terrifying, truly terrifying. Subsequently, the appearance of the water disaster giant ape and the calamity fire demon ape left these individuals numb. Although they may not recognize these creatures, they could sense the legendary level bloodline majesty, which was truly authentic. With 5 legendary creatures at its core, the ancient Dragon Continent's foundation utterly crushed those so-called top wizard organizations. Once they mature, it's unimaginable. Chapter 2398. No wonder even the Daydreamer, this legendary wizard, must treat the Dusk Palace Master with respect, repeatedly warning them not to break the rules and to follow management. How could an ordinary supernova gather so many legendary creatures? This is beyond mere strength, it requires immense fortune. In every era, there is always one with great talent, great fortune, and great perseverance who stands out. And in this era, without a doubt, it is the Dusk Palace Master. Not long after their return, they have already heard many legendary tales about them. In a millennium, they have gathered an organization and team standing at the top of the wizard world, dominating the demon-slaying list, causing demons to tremble at the mention of their name. If Daydreamer's 8,000 years of reincarnation, bringing them out from the lost monarch's body is a miracle, then is the Dusk Palace Master's achievement not equally so? Freud spoke. Members of the Dreamland Steeple, we have been exiled for 8,000 years, and we are grateful for this valuable experience that has allowed us old ones to live into the modern age. Now let us regroup, use the nightmare world as nourishment, strengthen ourselves, and when the right opportunity comes, we shall once again face the lost monarch in a fair duel. You are guests, so please abide by the host's rules. Lastly, happy adventuring. The legendary wizard concluded briefly, then vanished, leaving the nightmare world. The members of the Dreamland Steeple gazed at the red and black sky, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. The black-armored swordsman sat silently atop the cloud summit, exuding a mysterious yet dangerous aura. Everyone, happy cooperation. Time flies silently. The first 6 centuries of the blood battle have ended, and the 7th century has begun. Compared to before the blood battle, the confidence of wizards has increased considerably because the number of legendary wizards has grown from 11 to 14. With these pillars, the wizard world will not collapse, especially with the 4th strongest in the Pan-Plane, the blazing sun god wizard, still there. This is their assurance. No enemy dares to test the legendary forbidden spell Eamon's eternal blazing sun conjured by the Grand Council chairman to see what power it holds. The lawless level 10 demons dare not act rashly but continue sending their subordinates to fill Nora's mountains and rivers with blood and demonic aura, to build fortresses. Ancient Dragon Continent. It has been 90 years since the Star Castle plan commenced. In the underground military factories, thousands of wizards, both men and women, with cultivation levels ranging from low to high, are busy. Plates of deep dream alloy, crafted with the most advanced mechanical school alloy technology, stacked together, each one 100 meters thick, emitted a black gold shine. They had dense patterns and runes in their layers, resembling a sophisticated circuit board. This is the most cost-effective level 6 material of the current version, forged from the materials of 6 types of defense-specialized abyss demons and nightmare creatures mixed with level 6 elemental metal. Even without a protective array, it can withstand a full-powered attack of level 6 firepower for a whole quarter hour before material fatigue sets in. This will serve as the outer armor of the level 6 Star Castle, layered on the outside, stacked to a total thickness of 300 meters of heavy armor, ensuring absolute defense. Most Star Castle designs predominantly follow spherical or spindle shapes, abandoning flashy appearances and pursuing practicality and convenience. The prototype of the Star Castle before them has already taken form, with its main structure completed while the internal functional modules and components are being simultaneously manufactured in other zones, ready to be assembled finally. Herman watched with excitement, mechanical arms numbering in the thousands materializing behind him. The fantasy-like beams of elemental magnetism particles swirled like jellyfish tentacles, completing fine operational tasks. It's almost done, the first Star Castle will soon be ready for use. A new era is about to begin, let's all watch closely. He harbored a dream. He wanted to use the power of the mechanical school to herald a grand age of exploration for the wizard world. Then, wizards would no longer focus solely on petty gains and resource disputes. Everyone would have the grand ambition of exploring the unknown and daring adventurously, with Nora becoming the largest star castle port and ancestral land of humans in the multidimensional plane. Daily, adventurers would set sail from Nora, traveling the multidimensional plane aboard their star castles and ships. All clans would come to pay homage, coexisting in Nora, opening and inclusive, embracing all as the great river embraces the sea. With knowledge held in high esteem and machinery revered, Nora becomes an international great world on the multi-dimensional plane level. This is the perfect world. After establishing cooperation with the Dreamland Steeple, Levi left Nora. There are only 6 years left until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Now, all his night-breathing techniques have reached level 8, especially the evolution of the Death Ember Dragon, allowing him to face level 9 experts with self-defense capability, and he cannot stay home forever. Traveling the void, at a speed dozens of times faster than the ordinary 8th Circle Wizard, he arrived in the Burning Rock world in less than half a year. Nowadays, the Burning Rock clan all reside in the ancient Dragon continent, leaving this place desolate and uninhabited, with only some fire element-loving transcendent creatures or black beasts dwelling here. In the shelter, he sat cross-legged, meditating in thought, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Spider King. "Master, you finally arrived." A figure in armor, resembling a human, appeared, clearly a duplication of the Spider King with level 6 strength. "Bring those collected Dragon Clan and rare creatures here." Levi opened his eyes. Chapter 2399. Land of Darkness, a giant beast that emits a level 8 aura, resembling both a shrimp and a crab, rampages through. It carries a shell as massive as a mountain on its back, towering 10,000 meters high. Despite its hefty appearance, its speed is astonishingly swift, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Rumble. The giant beast lands on the wilderness, and a pair of eyes extend out like searchlights, staring at Levi guardedly, its body seeming to tremble. "Not bad, parasitic realm crab, you've actually found such a creature," Levi exclaimed. This parasitic realm crab had traces even in the Antiquity Age's Nora. It was a rare transcendent creature with a self-contained world within its body. In ancient times, some wizard organizations would tame this beast, using its internal world as a sect residence to achieve organizational mobility and enhance defense capabilities. Its inner heaven and earth were not innate but formed post-acquisition. Mother crabs would lay eggs at the core of some micro or small planes. After hatching, little crabs would gradually parasitize and assimilate the plane's will, absorbing the plane power for growth and self-strengthening. Once they reach level 6, they can harbor the plane within themselves, serving as their shelter and home, and then travel across multidimensional planes with their small world on their back. It is said that when Sauron created the legendary wizard realm and explored the demi-plane, his inspiration came from such a wondrous creature. The world is vast, full of marvels. Many seemingly insignificant creatures have played a vital role in advancing wizard civilization. "Master, it's called Little Woe, a partner I met in the Land of Darkness, not my duplication. I provide vigilance and protection for Little Woe through numerous duplications and surveillance, while Little Woe uses its inner heaven and earth to ensure the safety of my main body, a win-win cooperation," Spider King's duplication said. This took Levi slightly by surprise. "A commendable symbiotic relationship," Spider King said. "Little Woe, this is my master. Open the world entrance for him to enter. He won't harm us, on the contrary, if trouble arises in the future, he can offer us shelter." Little Woe, speaking in somewhat less fluent wizard universal language, said, Yes, Peter. Its inherited memories from within its genes instinctively instill fear of wizards, wanting to flee to avoid being captured and made into a dwelling. But it trusts Spider King, so golden light shoots between its eyes, drawing a circle in the void, inside which appears to be another world. "Master, let's go in for a sit." Stepping into the portal, Levi and Spider King appear in another realm, Levi's perception fully activated, easily probing its boundaries. East to west spans 10,000 miles, north to south 6,000 miles, the sky stretches 6,000 feet high, the ground 5,000 miles thick, far inferior compared to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Although the parasitic realm crab is of higher level, the expanse of its inner heaven and earth is dwarfed by the ancient Banyan King Mana, a mere level 7. It parasitized a very small world. And the worlds it parasitized had lost growth potential, thus remaining unchanged. Even so, it's quite remarkable. In the wizard world, little Woe auctioned for hundreds of billions in ether stones wouldn't be out of the question. However, Spider King regards this beast as its moving fortress and headquarters, so Levi certainly wouldn't take it away. Master, sub-dragons and mixed blood dragon clan are guarded by my duplications in the left valley, rare creatures are in the right basin, and inside this ring are the rare medicinal materials, minerals, oddities, or other treasures I've collected over the years. Please take a look. A small spider descends from the sky, landing on Levi's shoulder, blinking its large eyes. It is indeed the Spider King itself. Having been absent for years, it is now not far from level 8 middle stage, seemingly having found its opportunity in the land of darkness. Impressive, your work is meticulous and orderly, worthy of reward. Take this flying immortal platform wine, but don't drink it all at once. Refine it gradually for optimal efficiency. I'll bring you more next time I visit. Spider King's big eyes squint into crescent moons, visibly very happy. It took a small sip, the spider silk on its rear sticking to the top of this realm, its figure hanging upside down in midair, swaying like a swing. Thank you, Master, it's so delicious. I have hopes of advancing to level 8 middle stage within a century. Levi slightly nodded, feeling pleased. If you can break through, there's further reward. Do your tasks well, I won't treat you unfairly. In the future, if you can find some bloodline of the star spider, perhaps you can evolve your bloodline further, becoming legendary or even mythical creature, soaring to greater heights. He began crafting dreams expertly. No one understands this better than him. Star Spider is a powerful mythical creature, also the bloodline origin of the star-devouring spider. Where could Levi find this mythical creature? Nevertheless, Spider King remains ecstatic. Master, if from time to time you grace me with some immortal platform wine, I'll be content, not daring to desire more. The star spider is incredibly mysterious, no one can find its trace, and from my inherited memories, it's been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. Going through the inventory, in these 200 years, Spider King has collected 4 sub-dragon species, 25 mixed blood dragon clans. Both immature and mature ones exist, along with numerous mother dragons. Spider King's efficiency is quite high, duplications are indeed advantageous. Setting aside mixed blood dragon clans, the 4 sub-dragon species are what Levi urgently needs. The first is the 4-eyed shrimp dragon, a size larger than Levi's 3-eyed, and it's a mother dragon, exuding level 7 early stage aura, evidently in complete body. Levi arranges it in ancient Banyan fairyland, where the 3-eyed now only possesses level 6 late stage strength, timidly not daring to approach. Chapter 2400. The second is a fire-breathing dragon, also a level 7 adult dragon, and it is male, even stronger, at the level 7 middle stage. After joining the Dragon Palace, it immediately made the Flame Executioner, who mixed in to eat without working, feel the pressure. Clinging tightly to its wife, the Krak-Kylan dragon, as if afraid of being cuckolded. The third is the Snake Rock dragon, with power at level 6 peak, resembling a snake in appearance. It is also a subspecies of the Snake Emperor dragon, very closely related to the Snake King dragon, capable of growing to level 7, and is female, naturally assigned as the wife of the Snake King dragon. Finally, a pitch-black and ferocious giant scorpion adorned with flame armor. Its head is similar to a scorpion, but its tail features a thin and withered dragon head with a venomous snake-like thorn. This is an exceptionally rare 8-winged scorpion dragon, bearing potent venom and exotic poison fire, with a level 7 middle stage power. Its bloodline originates from the poison-extinguishing dragon, a 12-winged venomous dragon. The scorpion dragon at its peak can evolve to a 10-wing state, possessing level 8 strength, with potential comparable to the blood-sucking demon dragon. Truly impressive. I have resolved several major marriage issues again. I am indeed a boss who takes care of relationship assignments, so consider it. The free-roaming sky dragon general in the ancient Banyan fairyland has already reached an astonishing count of 31, just 5 more to be fully staffed. In the realm of rare creatures, the gains are substantial. Levi is immensely pleased, one step closer to becoming the universe's strongest Pokemon master. Among the rare creatures worth mentioning is a giant beast with level 8 early stage power, bearing the body of a turtle, the head of a crocodile, and the tail of a snake, exuding an aura of ancient wilderness. It's actually an ancient giant turtle, how wonderful! The ancient dragon continent's level 8 security has a new addition. The ancient giant turtle carries the bloodline of the legendary creature, the ancient alligator turtle, which is the bloodline source for the snapping turtle night breathing technique. The turtle breathing technique has been epically enhanced. Over the past 200 years, the Spider King's work has been extraordinarily diligent. Besides these creatures Levi took away, its own duplication army has also increased significantly. Currently, it commands 3 level 8 avatars, and has a level 8 companion, Little Woe. Other duplicates, numbering in the thousands, are deployed by the Spider King to nearby lands of darkness or sent afar to various large plains. They are used for treasure hunting and tracking down the Council of 10,000 clans. This little spider is indeed very useful, its efficiency rivals that of a top-level organization, yet it requires no care, entirely free range. Levi stayed with the Spider King for a while, then left with the clues it provided. Next, he plans to do 2 things. First, to settle things with Lo's manipulator, the so-called Blood Vortex Venerable. He is greatly interested in creatures like vortex beasts. Second, to go to the stronghold of the Council of 10,000 clans, destroy it, return to the wizard world to exchange for contributions, and capture some amethyst race practitioners for refinement in the process. After that, if time allows, he will stroll around the land of darkness, freely exploring and discovering, enriching his experience and knowledge until the netherworld market opens, to enter Hell. Black Marsh Plain. A medium-sized world. In terms of measurement units like the ancient dragon continent, it is equivalent in size to 12 ancient dragon continents. Such a vast area entirely belongs to one being, none other than the Blood Vortex Venerable. It is the god of leeches in Black Marsh, the plain sovereign. The whole Black Marsh plain is breeding miasma and poisonous fog, rampant with various ferocious poisonous insects and leeches. Currently, the plain's edge is slowly collapsing, seemingly heading towards destruction. In a palace located within the black water, a purple-robed figure floats in front, eyes closed. Her robe is drenched, clinging tightly to her body, revealing her perfectly contoured figure. A lot of leeches latch onto her delicate skin, biting open wounds, burrowing into the flesh. From the shadows, a corpulent worm nearly 10,000 meters long emerges, precisely the Blood Vortex Venerable. Recently, it captured a human passing through the Black Marsh world to collect medicinal herbs, possessing level 7 power as well. Judging by the dressing and combat style, it seems to be of the spellcaster profession, though unsure whether it's a wizard or something else. After Lo's avatar was killed, it coincidentally wanted to create a new avatar, and this woman is a godsend. Heaven helps me, this damned plain sovereign, I'm not doing it anymore. Once this avatar is made, I'll abandon my true self with secret techniques. The Council of 10,000 clans has yet to conquer the Wizard Council all this time, I don't have time to waste any more. Suddenly, Blood Vortex Venerable appears vigilant, emitting a series of roars, spurting a thick black water towards the high heavens. Boom! The void shatters, the terrifying shockwaves dispersing the miasma for hundreds of miles, revealing a black armored figure behind it, hand resting on the great sword strapped on their back, a smile forming at the corner of their mouth. We meet again. Blood Vortex Venerable. Blood Vortex Venerable is shocked. Is it you? Dusk Palace Master. It never expected the Dusk Palace Master would come over billions of miles to this Black Marsh plain. Is this person so idle? While the blood battle in the wizard world is so intense, he travels around. As a venerable of the Council of 10,000 clans, it's naturally aware of the Dusk Palace Master's power. This is akin to a walking turtle king fruit. Blood Vortex Venerable flies towards the sky, exuding the aura of a level 8 middle stage, forming countless poisonous pythons from the marsh and miasma behind it, spiraling into the sky with a hiss, it screeched. There's a path to heaven you don't take, no door to hell but you choose to barge in. In my world, I am invincible. Even if a level 8 late stage arrives, in Black Marsh world, it may not be my match. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.